Manipulating the masses. Woodrow Wilson and the birth of American propaganda. John Maxwell Hamilton. In memory of Michael H. B. Adler and Mary Townsend Heathcote. Contents. Prologue, Building. Introduction. Part I, Origins. 1. A sector of the battlefront. 2. He kept us out of war. 3. A matured public opinion. Part 2, Operations. 4. A new definition of news. 5. All men must hearken to my message. 6. You've got to change their environment. 7. A test of loyalty. 8. Working from the inside. 9. Nail up the damn thing. 10. Officials of doubtful status. 11. A hazy affair. 12. Acrimonious contention. 13. The Sisson documents. 14. Getting ready to get out of business. Part 3, Legacies. 15. More important now than ever. 16. The question. Epilogue. Acknowledgements. Notes. A note on sources. Index. Prologue. Building 406. In March 2003, when the United States was preparing to invade Iraq, hundreds of journalists arrived in Doha, the capital of Qatar, and made their way 10 miles southwest to Camp Es-Salia, where the U.S. Central Command's forward headquarters was located. Inside the camp, journalists were restricted to Building 406, a windowless, over-air-conditioned warehouse the color of the beige desert around it. The centerpiece of Building 406 was a glitzy, 20-square-yard media center that had nothing in common with the government-issue feel of the rest of the camp. The briefing room became the story for war correspondents desperate to write about something while they waited for the action to begin. They reported its cost, $1.5 million, and that it was created by George Allison, a Hollywood set designer who did the same for the game show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. They described the 5 50-inch plasma screens and 2 70-inch projection screens, the clocks that ticked off time in half a dozen other parts of the world, the powder blue and white map of the world overlaid with CENTCOM's emblem. We use the latest technology in our military operations, a CENTCOM public affairs officer said. It's only fitting we use it here. 1. After the invasion was launched, CENTCOM did not hold briefings for 2 days. Furious reporters stood around drinking coffee and watching the war on the media center's large television screens. When the briefing set was finally lit up on March 22, the 7 a.m. press conferences were heavily staged. The principal choreographer was Jim Wilkerson, the director of strategic communication for CENTCOM. An intense, competitive marathon runner in his early 30s, Wilkerson had earned his chops in the world of partisan messaging and tactics. He was one of the team of Republicans who fought against a recount of Florida ballots in the 2000 presidential election of George Bush. While serving as Bush's White House Deputy Communications Director, he drafted a paper that made the case for the United States to invade Iraq. It carried a title that subsequent events rendered ironic, A Decade of Deception and Defiance. His instructions in Doha were to push 3 news narratives: Iraqi jubilation over their liberation by American forces, U.S. provision of humanitarian assistance, and the discovery of weapons of mass destruction. Detailed guidance came from Washington in a daily conference call. Point 2. Every day a photogenic Army general, Vincent Brooks, strode to the lectern to deliver an upbeat message. Ladies and gentlemen, he said on April 28, Operation Iraqi Freedom is now in the 28th day since coalition forces entered Iraq. Iraq is more stable today than yesterday. It was true that the swift, well-coordinated Marine and Army advance left the Iraqis little time to harden Baghdad's defenses. Nevertheless, the invasion did not conform to the script Washington called for. When it did not, CENTCOM tried its best to white out the discrepancies. Lieutenant General John Abizaid, CENTCOM's second-in-command, mounted the podium one day with Brooks and blew off the significance of troops dressed in civilian clothes that appeared to welcome the forces and then ambushed them. These were, he said, the actions of desperate people that are trying to save a doomed regime. These moves are all dangerous to the troops in the field, but they're not dangerous to the success of the mission. As time would tell, the irregular forces whose importance the general dismissed were a harbinger of the difficulties that lay ahead in making Iraq a stable state, a task that remains to this day uncompleted. Point 3. Correspondents had been told they would get the big picture here from this podium, CBS's Tom Fenton complained one morning. And instead we have been getting snapshot videos, vague generalities. When a correspondent asked for videos of unsuccessful attacks, Brooks answered, "I don't have images of unsuccessful attacks." That day he called the briefing room a platform for truth. 4. Building 406 was a landmark in government control of public opinion. Its most profound significance, however, did not reside in the new equipment. Nor did it reside in having Wilkinson, a civilian, hovering over field briefings, a development that the military public affairs officers in Doha considered unprecedented. The deeper meaning of Building 406 was its fundamental familiarity. Point 5. Propaganda in all its manifestations, both the provision and the suppression of information, is a quotidian feature of American government. It comes in a daily flow of press releases, Facebook postings, Instagram messages, Snapchats, YouTube videos, live-streamed speeches, scripted press conferences, strategic leaks, background briefings, and Twitter feeds, whatever will project an administration's message. Building 406 is one of a great many landmarks that trace the rise of the information state. Enhanced techniques for managing news and opinion appear especially in wars. But innovation is constant, as more and more officials employ increasingly sophisticated equipment and increasingly refined persuasion techniques to win office and govern. There was a time, however, when American government propaganda was truly new and unfamiliar. That time, too, saw an explosion of new communication technologies. While manipulation of information and minds was then a concern, it was a period of great faith that does not exist today. That faith held that government publicity would enrich public opinion and take democracy to new levels. That time was during another military conflict, the Great War, more than a century ago. The epicenter of this revolutionary challenge to American democracy was a row of red brick townhouses as unprepossessing as Building 406. Here, on Lafayette Square, a few paces from the White House, stood the headquarters of the Committee on Public Information. Introduction. This book is about the profound and enduring threat to American democracy that rose out of the Great War, the establishment of pervasive, systematic propaganda as an instrument of the state. That horrific conflict required the mobilization of entire nations, no less the United States than the countries of Europe. The government in Washington exercised unprecedented power to shape the views and attitudes of the citizens it was supposed to serve. Its agent for this was the Committee on Public Information, the first and only time the United States government had a Ministry of Propaganda. Nothing like it had existed before, and it would be dismantled at the end of the war. But the CPI endured as a blueprint for the information state that exists today in peacetime as well as during war. Point 1. Journalist Walter Lippmann went into the war an eager propagandist and left it disillusioned with the manufacture of consent. He summed up the CPI's legacy in his classic book Public Opinion, published in 1922. Persuasion, he wrote, has become a self-conscious art and a regular organ of popular government too. From the beginning of the American democratic experiment, political leaders were preoccupied with public opinion. Dominion is founded in opinion. Benjamin Franklin warned the British of the consequences of denying colonists fair treatment. In times of perceived crisis, presidents occasionally took direct action to curb unwanted news and views. The Sedition Acts, signed by President John Adams in 1798, aimed to silence Thomas Jefferson, led Republicans whose enthusiasm for the French Revolution, or so the Federalists alleged, would sweep the United States into a reign of terror. The acts criminalized any expression that brought the United States, the President, or Congress into contempt or disrepute. During the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln authorized Secretary of War Edwin Stanton to take control of the telegraphs. Stanton stopped news stories, jailed reporters and editors, and issued news bulletins. As false as a news bulletin became a newsroom saying. President William McKinley, who introduced procedures to monitor the press closely in order to gauge public opinion, increased the number of White House news releases in the run-up to the Spanish-American War and embedded reporters in the White House after it began. His goal was not better news reporting but better management of it. One of McKinley's assistants triumphantly reported that few authentic details of what is going on reach the public. 3. Except for these short-lived bursts of suppression, however, the government did little to stifle political speech. The Sedition Act expired after 3 years. The use of government propaganda to shape opinion in times of peace was distasteful. In 1905, President Theodore Roosevelt hired a former journalist as secretary of the Panama Canal Commission. Part of his duties was to build public support for the endeavor. Congress pushed back so hard that Roosevelt caved. His secretary would do no more publicity work. In 1913, Congress passed legislation forbidding, without its expressed approval, the expenditure of appropriated funds on publicity experts, a term then gaining currency. "It does not seem to me," said Frederick Gillette, the author of the legislation and a future Speaker of the House, "that it is proper for any department of the government to employ a person simply as a press agent for." President Woodrow Wilson shattered these traditions when he established the Committee on Public Information on April 14, 1917, 1 week after the United States entered the war. Although it was not clear at that moment how sweeping this change would be, the priority given to the CPI's work was clear. It was created a month before passage of the conscription law to build a fighting force. The initial concern was to censor news that could compromise military action. Congress had not passed laws governing that, administrative rules and procedures had yet to be written. Nor had anyone spelled out what information the CPI would provide. Wilson merely created a Committee on Public Information, to be composed of the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, the Secretary of the Navy, and a civilian who shall be charged with the executive direction of the committee. George Creel was named the civilian chairman. Nothing more. In the absence of congressional hearings or authorization, the CPI could be anything Woodrow Wilson and George Creel wanted it to be. 5. Touching every part of the war machinery. The 19 months the United States was at war set in motion the expansion of government propaganda that has occurred relentlessly since. There was no part of the great war machinery that we did not touch, no medium of appeal that we did not employ, Creel said. It was one of the few times the hyperbolic journalist made an understatement. 6. The CPI shot propaganda through every capillary in the American bloodstream. It established a national newspaper, the official bulletin, and filled war-making agencies with news multipliers who cranked out press releases and guided reporters. The CPI spread its messages through articles, cartoons, and advertisements in newspapers and magazines, through textbooks and Sunday church sermons, through feature films, talks during intermission, and the ads it put on theater curtains, through posters plastered on buildings and displayed in storefront windows, through pamphlets distributed by the millions. Overseas, the CPI was similarly energetic. It established a pioneering news service to transmit the American point of view to foreign audiences. It created the first public affairs offices in conjunction with embassies. It set up reading rooms, tested techniques for dropping leaflets in enemy territory by air, put up thousands of posters, and distributed movies. To a degree never before seen with presidential utterances, the CPI promoted Wilson's idealistic rhetoric abroad. The scope of the battlefield in the Great War, the range of weapons, required an entirely new mindset. For the first time whole nations had to be geared to the war machine. Everyone is a beginner at this new game, novelist H.G. Wells wrote. Everyone is experimenting. Wells was one of those experimenters as head of British propaganda directed at the Germans, a position he left when he became disturbed by the intense German hatred created at home. The Germans felt the same pressure to invent. Despite all preparations, the world confronted enemy propaganda with unexpected tasks during the Great War, observed Walter von Hoffmann, perhaps the most thoughtful German propagandist of his time. The immense dimensions it took on raised unforeseen problems on a national, military, political, economic, moral, and spiritual level. Step by step, a French historian wrote of his country, proceeding by trial and error, the analysis of the nation's morale became a major preoccupation. 7. Creel started with a blank page and sketched in the CPI on the fly. There was no planning, much improvisation. Reorganization was constant. A skilled manager would have found this a challenge, and Creel was not that. He was energetic and creative, impulsive and mercurial. In one of his greatest failures, he insisted the CPI should be in charge of field propaganda against enemy military forces and then failed to mount a serious effort, leaving a void that was filled by the American Expeditionary Force. Edward Bernays, often considered the father of public relations, was an upstart when he worked for the CPI. He saw it as a pioneer effort with trial and error, with much fumbling, and not as a well-planned activity. There never was a chart drawn in advance for the Committee on Public Information that I know of. 8. Added to this was the CPI chairman's obstreperousness. Brother Creel, observed Gus Cargill, a Washington correspondent who often defended him, had a delicious propensity for getting himself into trouble. With friends, Creel was lovable and loving, wrote humor columnist Irwin S. Cobb, but in his visible aspects as a publicist he is a professional hater. He takes in hating for a living. Creel needlessly provoked controversy and aggravated where a light touch would have saved him a lot of trouble, with Congress especially. As it was, legislators resented not having been consulted by Wilson in the creation of the CPI and, in the case of Republicans, regarded the CPI as his personal press agency and Creel as the editor of the Court Chronicle 9. The CPI's propaganda was stunning in its extent and range. The official bulletin and other information vehicles were superb examples of government transparency. Creel was ahead of his time in hiring women for senior positions. The staff was high-minded. Some deserve to be called heroic. Arthur Bullard, a foreign correspondent who helped conceptualize the CPI, produced some of the worthiest American propaganda during the war. Vera Whitehouse, a leader of the women's suffrage movement, overcame the American legation's opposition to create an outstanding publicity program in Bern. Josephine Roche, a social worker who reformed prostitutes in Denver, carried her progressive ideals into the division of work with the foreign-born, which she headed. Ray Stannard Baker, who entered the story in a central way when Wilson negotiated the peace treaty in Paris, qualifies as the first American presidential press secretary and a model of how the job should be done. Among the many who toiled diligently and effectively at the local level was Tennessean Porter Dunlap, whom the reader will meet in the account of the 4-Minute Men, who were organized to speak during movie intermissions. The CPI's accomplishments are not its whole story, however. More than anything else, this book is a cautionary lesson about the intoxicating power of propaganda. John Adams recognized this in retirement, when he sought to rekindle friendship with the man whose party he had targeted with the Sedition Acts. Power always thinks it has a great soul and vast views beyond the comprehension of the weak, he wrote to Thomas Jefferson, and that it is doing God service when it is violating all his laws. Walter von Hoffmann on the German General Staff put it more bluntly, following the principle that the end justifies the means, propaganda is not fussy about the latter 10. The CPI subverted the democratic ideals it espoused. It sanitized news, distorted facts, and was tendentious. It appealed to emotions of home and hearth, which was relatively benign, but aroused fear and hatred, which was not. It was not above shaming and coercion. At the same time that Creel insisted the CPI was always open, it worked through front organizations. Overseas it secretly subsidized news organs and bribed journalists. In its zeal to discredit the fledgling Bolshevik government in Russia, it was the conduit for forged documents that purported to show Vladimir Lenin and his comrades were German agents, and then it challenged the American loyalty of the few who dared question the documents' authenticity. It allied itself with some of the most vicious patriotic societies in the country. Working with federal intelligence agencies eager to sniff out subversives and stifle dissent, the CPI was an accomplice to the Wilson administration's trampling of civil liberties. Mr. Creel, public opinion can be informed both by the denial of information and by the supplying of information, a member of Congress pointedly remarked during a hearing on the CPI, and it may be either accurately or inaccurately informed, according as that denial or supplying of information is honestly done. As it had come to pass, the CPI was not given direct legal authority to censor, but it acquired referred authorities to do so from the Army, Navy, and Post Office. The ostensible objective was to suppress information that jeopardized military pursuit of the war. "I am not a censor," Creel said repeatedly and disingenuously. He used his official censorship authorities and enlarged on them informally by intimidating editors and reporters. He did not confine the CPI to protecting sensitive military subjects. He beat back opinion that challenged administration policies. Point 11. The need for context. The CPI's story is a sprawling one. The few histories of it that have been written pass over congressional inquiries into its practices, its failures in field propaganda, its heavy-handed promotion of White Russian disinformation, and Creel's bizarre, there is no better word for it, end-of-war mission to Central Europe, to name a few episodes. Not well understood or documented is the CPI's connection to intelligence agencies or its use of subterfuge. No attention has been given to the constitutional irregularity of Wilson's creation of the CPI by executive order rather than with congressional authorization, a lapse that put it on uncertain footing from the beginning. The full story cannot be found in the CPI records in the National Archives. The archives of organizations with which the CPI interacted, the personal papers of individuals whom it touched, and the records of other countries that waged propaganda at the same time contain invaluable information on what the CPI did to shape views and provide context for reconstructing the conditions that shaped it. Altogether I consulted some 150 collections. Those that I have cited are identified in a note on sources at the back of this book. The activities of the CPI are taken up in detail in Part 2. Part I focuses on 3 of its antecedents, outlined below. The universality of propaganda. The Committee on Public Information reflected the personalities of 2 individuals, Woodrow Wilson, who preferred to convey his idealistic messages magisterially to audiences of thousands rather than in give and take with small groups of politicians and journalists, and George Creel, whose bond with Wilson and outsized personality made him a powerful figure in wartime Washington. Washington pundits had not yet coined the term spin. Then the term was Creeling 12. Government propaganda, however, was inevitable no matter who was president or German chancellor, or British prime minister, or French president. Politicians already had a heightened sensitivity to public opinion. One aspect of this was the increase in the number and quality of newspapers and magazines and in the number of people who could read them. More information led to greater accountability. But for every force there is a counterforce. Government officials used these same communication tools to move opinion in the direction they wanted it to move. The perfection of these manipulative techniques accelerated as a result of the unprecedented nature of the war. The conditions of modern warfare made propaganda essential, observed an official in the British Department of Information in 1917. It is less a question of armies being arrayed against armies than of nations against nations, so that the civilian front is scarcely, if any, less important than the fighting front. It was a war of the people in the fullest sense, said German Quartermaster General Erich Ludendorff. 13. The first chapter of this book recounts the origins of propaganda at the beginning of the war in 1914 and the steps that were immediately taken to control opinion at home and abroad. Special attention is accorded to belligerents' efforts to shape opinion in United States, either to keep it out of war, the goal of the Central Powers, or to get it in, the Allies' goal. The British were particularly effective in making inroads with the Wilson administration. Despite Creel's claim about the sui generis nature of American propaganda, the CPI learned from the British and worked closely, if sometimes unharmoniously, with them. The Germans' hapless propaganda subsequently made it easier for the CPI to portray them as sinister intriguers who posed an immediate threat to domestic security unless the American public got behind the Wilson administration's policies to win a war an ocean away. Political campaigning. It is often said that election campaigns have no bearing on what the victor does in office. But how one wins office determines how one governs in it. Barack Obama was the first social media president, as John F. Kennedy was the first television president. Television helped Kennedy win election and govern. Obama harnessed social media in his ride to the presidency and, in office, created an Office of Digital Strategy to reach the public directly. In 2015, the office had 14 staff members, 2 more people than were in George Bush's press office, which also carried on under Obama. In winning support for its nuclear pact with Iran, his administration created an echo chamber to channel its point of view through social media, journalists, and friendly interest groups. Obama advisor David Axelrod said that the White House staff approached these major foreign policy challenges as campaign challenges, and they've run campaigns, and those campaigns have been very sophisticated. 14. Wilson's 1916 campaign for his second term in the White House. The subject of Chapter 2 was the incubator for the Committee on Public Information. Wilson, by all rights, should have lost the election. A powerful factor in his victory was the Democratic National Committee's Publicity Bureau and Robert Woolley, the former journalist and political operative who ran it. Presidential campaigning had changed from being based on local party loyalty to requiring a national strategy to woo voters and enlist independent newspapers. Woolley adroitly used every form of communication available, targeted potential voters, and manufactured opportunities to embarrass Wilson's opponent, Charles Evans Hughes. His tactics reappeared in the CPI, as did his chief lieutenant, George Creel. In the future, individuals would make similarly easy transitions from election campaigning to government propaganda and back again. Each endeavor at persuasion would be a test kitchen for new techniques that would be employed and improved on later. Progressivism. The CPI attracted prominent progressives. Many were muckrakers. Others came from the ranks of social work, the arts, the suffrage movement, universities, labor, anywhere that individuals sought to fashion a better nation. Progressives, the subject of Chapter 3, spoke reverentially of publicity, as they termed the purifying light they shed on social and political ills. Presenting himself as a progressive in his campaign for governor of New Jersey in 1910, Wilson said pitiless publicity would drive boss-run politics out of the state. Creel spoke in 1916 of digging new wells of information that may be kept free from poison, filth, and stagnancy. It is hardly an exaggeration, historian Richard Hofstadter noted, that the progressive mind was characteristically a journalistic mind, and that its characteristic contribution was that of the socially responsible reporter-reformer. 15. The CPI enlarged on publicity in a manner that resonated with another aspect of progressivism. This was the idea that experts, often working through government, could engineer solutions to society's problems. Before the war, publicity was a way to identify problems for the public. During the war, public attitudes became the problem that needed fixing, and publicity was a way to do it. As we shall see, the CPI's attempt to shape the American mind was self-defeating as a progressive ideal. Progressives were correct that publicity led to greater accountability by every institution, from the corporation to City Hall. But the federal government could not be accountable if it was to be the dominant source of fact and opinion. While a progressive might reasonably seek to clean up the slums, cleaning up minds was inherently undemocratic. The news. A fourth factor, woven throughout the book and essential to understanding the CPI, is the attitude of journalists toward propaganda. The CPI introduced a new dynamic into press-government relations. Journalists simultaneously resented and depended on the CPI. They resented that it stood between them and the news. They depended on it because the government's extensive wartime programs strained the resources of newspapers and magazines. They needed help to keep track of what the government was doing. This set a pattern that lasts up to the present. In addition to shaping the news, propaganda became a subject of the news. Journalists treated this new element of governing as a news beat, like covering City Hall or Major League Baseball. Much of the reporting and commentary about Creel was negative. Many suggestions were offered for reorganizing the CPI. But journalists were fascinated by the heightened attention that government gave to public opinion and embraced their role in it. Their suggestions on reforming censorship called for giving more authority to them to suppress the wrong kind of news. Journalists amplified the CPI's messages, including some of the most emotionally charged. Editor and publisher, a trade journal for the press, created a gold medal of honor for the best editorial on behalf of a Liberty Loan drive at the end of the war. The winner was the Wichita Beacon, whose winning entry read, in part, "The beast of the centuries, with his jaws dripping innocent blood, but with calculating eyes still watching for the slightest loophole for escape, is finally enveloped by the net of humanity. Now, if ever, we must remember the acts of the Huns. They are still ravishers of women and butchers of babies." 16. One of the journalists who made propaganda a specialty, privately advised the administration on the subject, and welcomed direct guidance from it was Karl Ackerman. In the war for democracy, the press must lead, he wrote in one of his frequent letters to Wilson's closest advisor, Colonel Edward House. Ackerman's comment was emblematic of widespread hopefulness at the beginning of the war that public opinion, shaped by the government and the press, was a new positive factor that would make the world a better place. By war's end, this view had changed. The beginning of press cynicism about official Washington is often linked to government officials' deception and manipulation of the news during the Vietnam War, but its roots were in the Great War. 17. Lasting significance. When the war ended, the Committee on Public Information's offices on Lafayette Square were put to other government uses. Like many of its files, the CPI disappeared from the government bureaucracy. But its lasting effects were felt in two contradictory ways: its absence when Wilson needed it immediately after the war, and the persistence of its techniques as a method of governing. The final two chapters of the book are devoted to these dual legacies. Wilson took America into war with a promise to make the world safe for democracy. In the coming months he called for a just peace and an association of nations to guarantee political independence and territorial integrity. These statements elevated Wilson's image at home and abroad. He was, a British journalist said, the greatest propagandist the modern world has known, displaying extraordinary skill and dexterity. 18. Wilson's pronouncements, however, were vague and not easily realized. Achieving the grand peace that he had articulated required sustained propaganda after the last shot of the war was fired. Wilson had to manage public opinion in Paris during the treaty negotiations, where Allied leaders sought a vengeful peace, and at home, if he was to win Senate approval in a war-weary country with a long tradition of isolationism. The CPI never had greater potential value than at this time. But its heavy-handedness and partisanship during the war hastened its demise. Physically unwell, beleaguered by the trying negotiations, and deluded in his conviction that the Senate and the public would stand with him, Wilson did not adjust. He did not develop a new publicity apparatus suited to the normal give and take of peacetime democracy. In making plans for the new enduring peace, historian Thomas Bailey was to say, he lost sight of the American people. Wilson's failure to secure Senate ratification of the treaty and the League of Nations Covenant was a tragic close to one of the boldest presidencies in history. It was tragic, too, for the CPI. Had it continued for a little while longer, it could have redeemed itself for the undemocratic methods it had employed during the war. 19. The mindset and techniques used by the CPI are written indelibly on contemporary America. Every element of the information state has antecedents in the CPI. As the concluding chapter chronicles, it is a vehicle for understanding propaganda and its methods of operation, the imperial presidency, and the threat these pose to democracy. The Committee on Public Information propelled mass persuasion into a profession. Improved propaganda techniques during the Great War left the public at a disadvantage that became more lopsided with each passing year. The number of government propagandists has grown relentlessly. Their power is enhanced by powerful information technologies and science-based understanding of the way people process information. The ceaseless search for new ways to manipulate the masses has increased public cynicism about government, a poison to democracy. The quest for more effective propaganda and the danger to democracy intensifies when a nation is at war. This is the case today. We are in a state of prolonged war against global terrorism, what a George W. Bush administration lawyer termed an undefined war with a limitless battlefield. Additionally, we face threats from authoritarian states that employ disruptive information practices against democratic opponents. It has become increasingly clear that information is one element, and perhaps the most important, of state power, historian Walter Russell Mead writes. Given the increasing importance of signals intelligence, cyberwar, and big data, the power that information will give to states is only going to grow. This raises fundamental questions of sovereignty, security, and of course of civil liberties that will need to be answered. 20. Origins. 1. A sector of the battlefront. The present European war, unique in the number of nations involved and the enormous number of combatants, in the employment of flying machines to drop bombs on towns and camps and spy upon the movements of the enemy, and in the use of many death-dealing contrivances of recent invention, deserves to be distinguished in history as the First Press Agents' War. New York Times, September 9, 1917. The prelude to the Great War in the summer of 1914 is often told as a tale of two assassinations. One deserved extensive news coverage that it did not receive. The other received enormous coverage it did not deserve. The less well-covered assassination occurred on a sunny Sunday morning, June 28. The heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was making a short visit to Sarajevo, Bosnia, which his country had annexed 6 years before. Driving along the Miljak River in the heart of the city, the Archduke's chauffeur took a wrong turn and stopped the automobile, whose roof was rolled down. In that moment of stasis, an irredentist Serb nationalist, Gavrilo Princip, stepped out of the crowd and shot twice, hitting the Archduke in the jugular vein and his wife in the abdomen. The Archduke's wife slumped into his lap. Franz Ferdinand's feather-plumed helmet slipped off his head. Within minutes both were dead. With the Archduke's death, the dual monarchy lost one of its strongest proponents for settling international disputes by diplomacy instead of guns. 1. The other assassination was in Paris. On the evening of March 16, a woman dressed elegantly in a fur coat and gown entered the office of the editor of Le Figaro. For 3 months, Gaston Calmette's newspaper had attacked her husband, Joseph Caillaux, the finance minister. Henriette Caillaux feared the editor was about to publish spicy love letters her husband wrote to her when they were married to others. Madame Caillaux pulled a small Browning pistol from her fur muff and fired 6 times. 4 bullets hit Calmette, who died shortly after. When Le Figaro's staff rushed into the room, she ordered them not to touch her. Je suis un dame, too. 140 reporters covered Madame Caillaux's 8-day trial in July 1914. They jostled with Parisian celebrities, who treated the event like opening night at the opera and paid as much as $400 for a seat. The defendant, one French reporter wrote, wore a modest black suit, barely brightened by the mauve of her blouse. The outline of her blonde hair appeared beneath her simple plumed hat. She fainted when her husband's love letters were read in court. 3. French newspapers covered the trial lavishly, devoting far less space to the smoldering conflict following the Archduke's assassination. United Press instructed its Paris correspondent to downhold war's care and uplay Caillaux. The Chicago Daily News, arguably the best American newspaper on foreign news coverage at the time, carried stories related to the Archduke's assassination on only 4 days from July 6, when it ran an article on his funeral, to July 24, when Austria-Hungary delivered an ultimatum to Serbia. Not until July 26 did the first British journalist leave London for Vienna. On July 28, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. The next day, Le Temps, one of France's better papers, gave twice as much attention to Madame Calliose's nearly unanimous acquittal, for her crime passional, as it did to the impending war. 4. In the decades afterward, the juxtaposition of the two assassinations stood out as a blatant example of errant journalism. By focusing on the sensational, the press ill-prepared readers for a defining event of the 20th century. But true as that might be, the Cale-Locks trial was not a simple drama about love letters and murder. The proceedings in the stifling hot courtroom that July were just as much about the machinations to manipulate public opinion in the run-up to the war. It serves as a point of departure for understanding the rapid development of propaganda once the war began. In tracing that development, this chapter pays special attention to propaganda directed at the United States. American public opinion, said journalist Mark Sullivan, constituted a sector of the battlefront rather more important to capture than Mons or Verdun. The skill with which British propagandists made inroads with American opinion leaders and the contrasting blundering by German propagandists continued to matter after the United States entered the war. 5. The irresistible power of public opinion. When talking about this war as the first press agents' war, the New York Times observed, Frederick the Great and Napoleon were as little versed in ways to create sentiment favorable to their cause in foreign countries as Hannibal and Caesar. Before the war, the tools for shaping public opinion had been as crude as trepanning for the treatment of brain ailments. The techniques of manipulating minds flowered when the fighting started. 6. This press agents' war was the culmination of a century-old realization by the governing classes that the public's opinion mattered. During the reign of Louis XVI, opinion public was a frequent topic of conversation in the Palace of Versailles' lavish halls, often expressed with remarkable sanguinity. Public opinion now has, in Europe, a preponderant power against which one cannot resist, said French writer and keen observer of the Parisian Louis-Sébastien Mercier. In estimating the progress of enlightenment and the change it must produce, one can thus reasonably hope that it will bring the greatest good to the world and that tyrants of all kinds will tremble before the universal cry that reverberates through, fills, and awakens Europe. Shortly before his coronation, Louis XVI said, "I must always consult public opinion, it is never wrong." He soon found that public opinion, this new factor in governing, would not wait upon his decisions. 7. Previously, monarchs were dethroned chiefly by their relatives. Now it was the people they had to fear. The decapitation of royal power led to the institutionalization of public opinion in the form of elected governments. What was called the public last year is called the nation today, said a French statesman in 1788, 5 years before Louis was executed. In stages, France became a nation of citizens, not subjects. Even Kaiserreich Germany had its word for public opinion, a Fent-like Meinung, and had been practicing democracy for decades. From its founding in 1871, the Second Empire enjoyed universal manhood suffrage. German newspapers expressed a variety of viewpoints. Communist and socialist papers reached a large number of voters. Weak though it was during the war, the Reichstag debated war issues including censorship. 8. Democratizing forces pushed each other along like streams feeding into a swelling river. The market society led to booming cities filled with people who were more economically autonomous than their forebears and lived in shouting distance of their local and national governments. They had the time and money to sit in Parisian cafes and London alehouses, which numbered in the thousands and served as new stock exchanges. An 18th-century German prince recognized that the proliferation of cafes was a stimulant to revolution and sought to restrict coffee drinking to the upper class. The courtly theater gave way to the commercial public theater, where socio-political themes acted out on the stage stirred talk in the street. In an average year before the French Revolution, 165,000 people attended the Comédie Française in Paris. By the beginning of the 19th century, nearly every substantial German town had a lending library. Reading clubs sprang up. Local conversation was a formative agent of opinion, argued French intellectual Gabriel Tarde, one of a new class of 19th-century intellectuals called sociologists. But public opinion, he argued, was impossible without the communication revolution that knit together the thoughts of people sitting in hundreds of cafes. At one time only kings and popes sent and received what might be called mail. By 1851, Britain's post office was the largest civilian organization in the country. Authorities began to put numbers on houses to facilitate mail delivery and surveillance, a sign of the fear that would always reside in public opinion in even the most hopeful nations. The number of letters in France rose from 63 million in 1830 to 773 million in 1892, Tarde pointed out. The number of telegrams rose from 32 million in 1858 to 463 million in 1892. In so many ways the local became the national. The telephone was a national coffee house without walls. People poured into movie theaters to see films that simultaneously flickered on screens hundreds of miles apart. They huddled around gramophones to listen to identical music created by unseen orchestras. These developments operated on the same principle as the distant and unifying voice of propaganda would. The press counted more than any other factor. The work of journalism, Tarde wrote, has been to nationalize more and more, and even to internationalize, the public mind. The steam-powered press, invented in Germany and perfected in England, permitted the mass production of cheap newspapers, magazines, and books. At the time of the Cailleaux trial, Paris had 57 newspapers, and virtually every French adult could afford to put down a sou to buy one. Germany had more than 4,200 daily and weekly newspapers, more than 2.5 times the number that existed half a century before. In Britain, where literacy approached 100%, members of parliament worried the press would displace them as the voice of the people. One pen, Tarde said, suffices to set off 1,000,000 tongues. 9. Officials came to see the press as a tool for assessing what the public thought and for changing those thoughts. French newspapers employed a new journalistic technique, the enquête, or investigation, in which they surveyed the public on timely issues. In Germany, Kaiser Wilhelm II studied press clippings for clues to popular views. Government officials responsible for foreign affairs interacted with reporters in hopes of manipulating news. Russian diplomats and journalists drew so close that one journalist thought the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in St. Petersburg seemed like a mere branch office of the Novoye Vremya, a local newspaper. In France the line between politician and journalist scarcely existed. Almost half of the Third Republic's foreign ministers had been writers or journalists. 10. The absence of standards made these nascent press systems ripe for crude propaganda. The Germans bribed French, British, and Russian journalists. The French bought Italian journalists. The Russians, who wanted French support in case of war, bribed French journalists. In the middle of the July crisis, Germans took false hope from an article in the influential Westminster Gazette that was sympathetic to the Austrian attitude towards Serbia. Berlin believed the article had been planted by British officials as a signal they would not go to war. Actually, the inspiration for the article came from the Austrian ambassador in London. Officials combined the planting of self-serving assertions with the suppression of disadvantageous facts. As a British diplomat observed before the war, we have had to suppress the truth and resort to subterfuge at times to meet public opinion. 11. Gaston Calmette's murder was a product of the political tussling that lay behind the news. Joseph Cailleaux had generated sensational headlines for years. He was a brilliant, rich, smartly dressed bald Don Juan who took pleasure in openly traveling with a mistress. He authored bold reforms as finance minister. His long-standing preference for peaceful Franco-German relations led to the attacks on him by Le Figaro, which was acting as the mouthpiece of the ruthless and punctilious French President Raymond Poincaré. Poincaré's view of German-French relations was formed in 1870, when the Germans marched into his hometown during the Franco-Prussian War. He preferred building alliances against the Germans rather than bridges to work with them. 12. Henriette Kalios's time in the dock was blatant political theater. Her attorney had participated in one of the most notorious political trials of the last century when he defended Alfred Dreyfus, the Jewish army captain wrongly convicted of treason for passing secret information to the Germans. When Joseph Kael Laux took the stand on the second day, La Lanterne reported, the courtroom was brusquely transformed into a political meeting hall. The French press refracted simple facts, such as whether the defendant sobbed when testifying. Through a partisan lens, Le Figaro said she did not shed a tear. For the first time a French president testified in a trial, by deposition, as Poincaré was at the time in St. Petersburg strengthening the Franco-Russian alliance against Germany. Haughty and commanding, Kael Laux testified 11 times. He alleged that Le Figaro's editor amassed his large fortune with money from foreign interests, a charge that was probably true. The existence of secret documents collected by Kalios's rivals in the foreign ministry and slipped to Comet by Poincaré were revealed to suggest that he was traitorous in his efforts to head off a Franco-German crisis a few years before. In his final statement, Henriette Kalios's attorney called for an acquittal. May we save our wrath for our enemies beyond the borders. Let us stand always united and determined against the perils that advance upon us. 13. Henriette Kalios's sensational murder of Le Figaro editor Gaston Comet, illustrated to the left, was a product of the political tussling that shaped front-page news on the eve of the Great War. When her day in court came, Madame Kalios's haughty husband Joseph, above, was as much on trial as she was. Library of Congress. Earlier in the year it seemed quite possible Kael Laux would become prime minister in a coalition with the party of Jean Jaurès, a socialist leader who shared his views on war. By the time the trial was over, Kalios's appointment was out of the question. He could not lead France when it was fighting an enemy with whom he sought détente. Jaurès suffered a worse fate. A deranged French nationalist shot him dead in a Parisian café on July 31. The New York Times's With Williams, who covered the Kael Laux trial, concluded, had Comet not died, had Kael Laux remained in power, the subsequent history of Europe might have been far different. 14. The July crisis of 1914, Christopher Clark observed in his brilliant history on events leading to the war, became the most complex and opaque political crisis of modern times. The war would be opaque as well. One of the French Minister of War's first acts was to set up a press bureau in the Hôtel des Invalides, formerly a hospital and retirement home for veterans. On August 4 a telegram went to all prefects. No military news could be published without the bureau's permission. Wanting no open discussion about the possibility of finding a peaceful solution with the Central Powers, the ministry forbade journals from mentioning Joseph Kalios's name. 15. The first information battles. One country after another followed Austria-Hungary's declaration of war against Serbia. Germany declared war on Russia on August 1, France on Germany 2 days later, Turkey on the Allies on November 11, and so on. Honduras, the last, declared war on Germany on July 19, 1918. Each belligerent issued a report justifying its actions and shifting the blame to others. The reports, aimed especially at neutral countries, were known by the rainbow of colors on their covers: the German White Book on August 4, the British Blue Book on August 6, the Russian Orange Book on August 16, and the French Yellow Book on December 1, which egregiously omitted important facts and falsified others. 16. A more clever ploy in this information war occurred a few hours after German troops marched into Belgium on August 4. At 11 o'clock that night the British declared war on Germany. Shortly after midnight their cable ship Alert hove out of the Dover docks into the English Channel. Under heavy rain and wind, the Alert's hatchet-wielding crew severed Germany's 5 most important Atlantic cables. 17. This was a premeditated stroke of propaganda genius. In the previous century the British had begun to think of their communications network as a military asset. They controlled more than 60% of the world's cables and held sway over much of the rest. In the event of war, the planners concluded in 1898, we ought to cut the enemy's cables. In 1911, they focused on Germany, which was doing more than any other country to establish cable independence from Britain. The British simultaneously worked out an organized system of censorship over cables that was implemented 2 days before the alert set out. The chief cable censor was delighted at the completeness with which the measures were put into operation. 18. The alert's actions left Berlin with less convenient, indirect cable communications via neutral countries as well as newer, but iffy, wireless communication from 3 stations in Germany, only one of which, at Nauen, reached North America. The British sought to disrupt these as well. Because the Spanish were slow to block German use of its cable network to the Canaries, the British severed the line. A Royal Marine officer sabotaged a German wireless station in Mexico by stealing its vacuum tube and acquiring all the spares in the country. When a German team headed for the Mexican coast in hopes of putting a smaller radio set to work there, the British officer spread the word their crystal detectors were diamonds. The team disappeared. 19. With equal vigor the British turned their attention to stymieing German communications in the United States. Also on August 4, it requested that the Wilson administration forbid the Germans from using the wireless stations in Sayville, New York, and Tuckerton, New Jersey, for purposes that would prejudice British interests. The next day President Wilson barred all wireless stations on American soil from rendering any unneutral service to belligerents on either side. When news reports alleged that the German stations were receiving and sending coded military messages, Wilson put Navy censors in wireless stations and required that they have German code books. The Germans' wireless communication to the United States became more effective as time passed but still was hampered by atmospheric interference of its signal, which in any case could be intercepted by skilled British code breakers who worked at the Admiralty's old building in an office cryptically known as Room 40. The Germans enjoyed limited use of neutral Sweden's cables, but the line to Washington touched Britain and its diligent Room 40.20. To counter the communications blockade, the Germans cut Allied cables in the North and Baltic Seas. In one case they affixed a rheostat to the severed cable that gave false readings to British repair crews. A note attached to the device said, "No more Reuter war lies on this line. Kindest regards from a Hun and a sea pirate." This amounted to little more than harassment. When the Germans cut cables linking Britain and France with Russia, the Allies used an alternative line via Siberia. Repair to cable lines was easier for the British. They had greater control of the seas. 21. British censors delayed or killed cable dispatches from the dozen or so American correspondents in Berlin and scrubbed out information that reflected well on the Germans. A New York World correspondent complained that only 21 of his 72 dispatches in July 1916 reached his newspaper. According to one study, 70% of page 1 war stories in U.S. newspapers during the first year of the conflict came from Entente countries, those from Germany did not exceed 4%. German news is at a premium here, the United Press's general manager informed Karl Ackermann, a young correspondent sent to Berlin in April 1915. The simple act of sending mail home was a problem. "We are sending you at least 1 and many times 2 or 3 letters every week," Ackermann wrote his father. "We cannot tell what ones may go to you and there is no way to keep account." In 1916, the British Foreign Office triumphantly reported that the volume of German securities mailed to the United States had almost reached the vanishing point. 22. "We are cut off from the largest parts of the outside world, especially with the United States," German Secretary of State Arthur Zimmermann complained. "Our enemies use the cable, the mails and the spoken word, to plead their cause before the world." The complaint became a refrain. A German envoy in Washington told Berlin, "The correction of false press releases is exceedingly hindered by the lack of direct links with Germany." 23. This battle of words in the United States was not confined to sending and blocking news over the high seas. Much of it took place on American soil, the prime focus being Washington, where the decisions would be made to keep the United States out of the war or take it in on the side of the Allies. For each side this was an urgent matter. Other countries might come into the war, but none would count as much in the outcome as the United States. This contest for American public opinion fascinated Karl Ackerman. In the first days of the war in 1914, he was one of 4 reporters who patrolled the public opinion battle line along Washington's Embassy Row. Only a year before he had been in the first cohort of students to graduate from Columbia's new journalism school. He previously dabbled in a nascent field of professional public opinion molding, that of advertising. While trolling through the embassies for news, Ackerman made notes for a book on the diplomatic revolution he believed he was witnessing. It was, he jotted down, the first time any foreign power ever attempted through its official representatives to fight for the goodwill the public opinion of this nation. Ackerman was as hopeful about public opinion as Louis Sebastian Mercier had been. The opinion of the world, he wrote, may then be a stronger international force than large individual armies and navies. Calling on some embassies as often as 3 times a day, he felt like an agent of public opinion 24. The Germans. 4 days before invading Belgium, the German government announced a wartime law whose title had propaganda value. The imperial law of the state of siege suggested Germany was a victim in the conflict. To meet this threat to national security, the law put the military outside the control of civilian government and gave it extraordinary power over domestic affairs, including the principal levers of propaganda and censorship, a sharp contrast with Britain and France. The day the law was promulgated, every newspaper publisher received a secret memorandum with detailed instructions. One of them forbade discussion of censorship. Regulations governing news, which grew in number, built on a tradition of news management dating to Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. The government-subsidized Wolf Telegraph Bureau operated with the understanding that it exclusively carried official news and avoided politically sensitive material. News on food shortages, casualties, and peace demonstrations was verboten. In a fit of patriotism, a military commander suppressed a newspaper for giving inadequate attention to the Empress's birthday. A memorandum to the press said journalists should give thanks to the war command when the latter informs it as to what publications would be injurious to the fatherland. 25. Within a few weeks some 24 German agencies conducted foreign propaganda. The priority given to shaping American minds is indicated by the opening of an information bureau in New York on August 14, less than 2 weeks after the war started. When German Ambassador Count Johann Heinrich von Bernstorff returned to Washington from a European vacation later in August, he had with him 2 men who would become involved with propaganda. Dr. Bernhard Dernberg, formerly head of the German Colonial Office, represented the German Red Cross. Dr. Heinrich Albert, a tall blonde previously in the German Imperial Ministry of the Interior, represented a German purchasing company. 26. Bernstorff could take some comfort from the state of public opinion. On November 6, Wilson issued 10 proclamations outlining norms that would preserve neutrality. This resonated with national sentiment. A Literary Digest survey of newspapers' editors shortly after the fighting began found 105 sided with the Allies and 20 with the Germans. As lopsided as this was, a more significant statistic was that 242 were neutral. 27. Nearly 1 in 5 Americans, 20 million in all, were of German descent in 1914. More than 8 million had been born in Germany or had a parent who was. German Americans tended to be hard-working, well-educated, and proud of their heritage. German-language papers in the United States totaled 564 in 1914. French-language newspapers numbered 43. The Germans had natural alliances with millions of other hyphenated Americans, the Irish, who opposed British rule, Swedes and Poles, who disliked Russia, and Jews, who were anti-Russian and pro-German, or both. 28. Dernberg took charge of the new German Information Service, which shared space with the German Red Cross at 1123 Broadway in New York City. He was considered adept at cleaning things up. He came from a newspaper family, his father having been editor of the Berliner Tageblatt. The service generated newspaper stories, pamphlets, books, and newsreels designed to work on American thinking. Additionally, the Germans kept the New Yorker Staatszeitung alive and subsidized other foreign language papers with advertising. Bernstorff failed in an apparent attempt to acquire the Washington Post, one of the few English-language newspapers that favored the Germans, but in 1916 the Germans did buy, through a third party, the New York Evening Mail, which was singular in the city for its pro-German stance. The Germans also purchased the International Monthly and a Jewish newspaper, maintained an Irish news service, and enlisted William Bayard Hale to edit their daily news bulletin at a handsome salary. Hale was married to a German and fluent in the language. And he had a standing. In journalism, he had reported for the New York Times, Cosmopolitan, and the New York World. In politics, he worked on Wilson's first presidential campaign, at the end helping put together a book of his speeches. 29. Behind the scenes, Hale helped organize two national movements with German money, the American Embargo Conference and the Organization of American Women for Strict Neutrality. Other groups, such as the National German-American Alliance, which claimed 2 million members, raised large sums for imperial war bonds and pressured political leaders. At a January 1915 meeting in Washington, its leaders exhorted members to bring their adopted country, misled and misrepresented by its newspapers, back to authentic Americanism. Local German-American organizations were urged to recruit speakers to counteract the influence of the English press. 30. Another prominent pro-German voice belonged to George Sylvester Viereck, whose complex personality cried out for psychoanalysis, which Sigmund Freud eventually provided. Born in Munich in 1884 and brought to New York 12 years later, Viereck obsessively boasted that his often absent father was the illegitimate offspring of Kaiser Wilhelm I. He kept up his father's traditions of political agitation, Friedrich Engels attended his father's wedding, and sexual promiscuity. Viereck's early success at poetry led the Saturday Evening Post to write, "Not in a decade, perhaps, has any young person been so unanimously accused of being a genius." Viereck, the magazine added, does not object to acting as his own press agent. His confessions of a barbarian extolled Germany and denigrated America. In 1912, in what some saw as a search for a father figure, he worked in Theodore Roosevelt's presidential campaign. Ready to do his part for Germany in 1914, he started a weekly. Heavily subsidized by the Germans, the Fatherland inveighed against American press bias and borrowed muckrakers' techniques to attack the munitions trust and Wall Street financiers supporting the Allies. By October the Fatherland had a circulation of 100,000.31. Much smoother was Ambassador Count Bernstorff, the son of a one-time Royal Prussian foreign minister. Trim and broad-shouldered, well-dressed, the tips of his mustaches curved upward at attention, he was a picture book Prussian who nevertheless mixed easily in American bourgeois and Jewish society. Bernstorff spent 10 boyhood years in Britain when his father was ambassador to the court of St. James and married a German-American. While in Washington, he had as a mistress Sissy Patterson, whose family owned the Chicago Tribune. He accumulated honors from universities including Wilson's Princeton. Germany posted him in Washington in 1908 with ample funds to inform the American public about the peaceful and friendly intentions of German foreign policy. When Dernberg and Albert arrived at the start of the war, Bernstorff shrewdly disconnected himself from the propaganda cabinet, as Viereck put it. Karl Ackerman and other reporters found Bernstorff more congenial than the tightly wound British ambassador, Cecil Spring Rice, who was put off by Ackerman's German name. 32. George Sylvester Viereck's The Fatherland was representative of the heavy-handed German propaganda that worked against their interests in the United States. Ambassador Count von Bernstorff, who sought a defter approach to keeping the United States out of the war, considered the Fatherland so over the top he wanted to get rid of it. Rose Studios of New York and World's Work. In 1915, following the German sinking of the Lusitania, Bernstorff persuaded Wilson to make a concession in the interests of speeding up the resolution of such crises. Wilson agreed the Germans could transmit messages over State Department lines using a cipher it did not have to divulge. Not that this did Berlin much good. Room 40 deciphered German messages, as well as eavesdropped on American diplomatic communications. The German-American situation, one British code breaker quipped, was our daily bread. 33. Germany targeted legislators with large German constituencies. In the very first months of the war, its propagandists raised public consciousness that war guilt was shared by both sides, and they fed the Anglophobia and distaste for Russian despotism that resided in sectors of the American population. As the Germans improved wireless communication, more of its news made its way into German language and mainstream American newspapers. By October 1916, news from Transocean, effectively an agency of the German Foreign Ministry, reached 2,000 newspapers, which often published the stories under the anodyne tag Overseas News Agency. 34. Even with improved wireless communication, however, the total amount of news sent by the Germans was far less than that by the Allies. Much of the content, for instance emphasis on the birthdays of German nobility, was ill-suited to the American audience. Furthermore, the Germans consistently found themselves embarrassed in the court of public opinion. Some of this can be laid at the feet of their clumsy propagandists. Some came about because the British tripped them. The British. America was neutral in principle, but the principle worked in the favor of the British, as their maritime blockade illustrates. The United States proposed a relatively loose arrangement for control of the seas embodied in the 1909 Declaration of London, which allowed Americans to trade widely. The British, determined to use their mighty navy to the fullest advantage, claimed the declaration never entered the canon of sea law. Even so, their blockade, a term they avoided, was of dubious legality under the old rules. It covered an entire sea, not just ports and sections of coastline, and stopped food as well as military supplies. Because imports accounted for 1/4 of German grain needs at the start of the war and 40% of its fats, the cordon contributed to malnutrition and some 300,000 deaths, according to conservative estimates. To reinforce the power of the blockade, the British Navy boarded neutral vessels deemed to have cargo bound for the Central Powers. After much diplomatic wrangling, the Wilson administration acquiesced to this. The British further tightened the blockade by mining the North Sea. Neutral ships needed a British escort to make safe passage. This required them to put into British ports where cargo could be more easily inspected. American trade with the Allies in munitions, food, and other commodities flourished. It was negligible with the Central Powers. 35. Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan stood for balanced neutrality. When a German submarine sank the British liner Lusitania in May 1915, killing 128 Americans, he wanted to challenge both Germany and Britain, whose blockade prevented food from reaching non-combatant enemies. In a cabinet meeting, he erupted, "You people are not neutral. You are taking sides." Although Wilson chided him, Bryan was correct. Wilson's wish to steer a truly neutral course inevitably ran up on the shoals of his biases. His mother was born in Britain. As a boy he hung a picture of Prime Minister William Gladstone over his desk. At the start of the war, Wilson's confidant, Edward House, observed in his diary that the president thought German philosophy was essentially selfish and lacking in spirituality. House's father was born in Britain, and House did a stint of schooling in Bath. 36. A common language and shared ideas about law and liberty forged an Anglo-American bond. The imperial Central Powers presented a contrastingly illiberal image. It was inconceivable the United States would fight on their side. When Bryan resigned over the handling of the Lusitania sinking, the State Department counselor, Robert Lansing, replaced him. Germany must not be permitted to win this war, Lansing wrote in his diary. American public opinion must be prepared for the time, which may come, when we will have to cast aside our neutrality and become one of the champions of democracy. 37. Britain's interception of American mail on ships and its blacklist of American firms that traded with the Central Powers provoked strong complaints from American business as well as Wilson and Congress. But the harsh British blockade, which earned Germany some sympathy in America, was more than offset by the Kaiser's submarine warfare, a new form of fighting that did not exist at the time of the Declaration of London. The Wilson administration acknowledged the legitimacy of sinking warships, but German torpedoes seemed more barbaric than the British blockade when they sank neutral vessels with women and children on board, a maneuver that achieved little militarily. Americans, as Dernberg observed, could not visualize thousands of German children starving by slow degrees as a result of the British blockade, but they can visualize the pitiful face of a little child drowning amidst the wreckage caused by a German torpedo 38. In other ways, too, German leaders seemed determined to help their adversary tarnish their image. The German government preposterously claimed their invasion of neutral Belgium was an act of self-defense. In October 1915 they legitimately, but needlessly, executed by firing squad a British nurse, Edith Cavell, who had helped Allied prisoners of war escape Belgium. A German patriotic poem, Hymn of Hate Against England, graded in foreign ears, "Come, hear the word, repeat the word throughout the fatherland, make it heard. We will never forego our hate." The poet, Ernest Lissauer, came to regret that he had not written a hymn of love for Germany. The German government, however, awarded him the Order of the Red Eagle. 39. The blacklist focused not only on individuals who financially supported Germany but also those who used secret codes over cable lines or propagandized for the Central Powers. This ham-handedness was born out of arrogance. The leaders who strode Berlin's magnificent Unter den Linden Boulevard considered Washington, where President William Taft's dairy cow had grazed inside of the White House, an uncultured backwater. A hostile America was not to be feared, the war minister said. Hard as he tried, Bernstorff could not convince his superiors that this was not so and that they should not encourage speakers in the United States to use the aggressive tone employed in Germany. Officials like Dernberg were not ideally suited for subtle forms of propaganda. Viereck remembered the cigar-smoking propagandist as diligent and possessing superb English but also heavy and unkempt, occasionally rude and bumptious. As for Viereck, Bernstorff considered his fatherland so over the top he wanted to get rid of it. 40. German spies and saboteurs further tarnished the German image. Two of the most controversial were military attaché Captain Franz von Papen and naval attaché Captain Karl Boyed, both attached to Bernstorff's embassy. Boyed's astute propaganda for naval expansion was credited with creating the modern German Navy. Seeking to disrupt manufacturing and shipping that benefited the Allies, they and other agents provoked strikes, crafted financial deals to corner the market on strategic materials, and planted bombs. They used the United States as a launching pad for disrupting the British as far afield as India, Egypt, and Ireland. One of the more fantastic plots was to invade Canada at 3 or 4 spots with a force recruited from German-American associations. It never came off, and neither did a scheme of bombing 5 Canadian bridges. Not surprisingly, von Papen was unable to recruit adequate personnel. In July 1916, a devastating explosion occurred at the Black Tom Munitions Depot in Jersey City. Shrapnel spewed as far as the Statue of Liberty, which had to be closed to visitors. Another blast occurred at the Kingsland Assembly Plant in New Jersey the following January. German guilt was not established conclusively, but under the circumstances it was widely believed. In May 1915, Germans were arrested for destroying a cargo of explosives. Among those found guilty was the German consul in San Francisco. The British Foreign Office told its consul general there to forward details of the trial so as to make use of it for propaganda purposes. 41. Spying and sabotage, remarked a sensible diplomat in the German embassy, poisoned public opinion and were a hindrance everywhere to the real public relations work. For many Americans an impression took shape of all subversive Germans, torpedoing passenger liners at sea and hatching plots on American soil. The United States, Wilson thought, was honeycombed with German intrigue and infested with spies. He ordered the monitoring of German propagandists and spies. 42. As a sign of how badly they were beaten in propaganda, the Germans' image became simultaneously one of ruthless Teutonic efficiency and hapless bungling of the sort found in comic book characters. Wilson's comment on spy infestation came on the heels of a German blunder that led to an exposé in the anti-German New York World. On a Saturday afternoon in July 1915, Dernburg's lieutenant, Heinrich Albert, left a meeting with Viereck. The pair boarded a New York elevated train. Viereck was followed by two Secret Service agents. The oblique dueling scars on Albert's face marked him as German of rank and worthy of shadowing as well. Albert was carrying a briefcase full of papers marked Strandvertraulich, strictly private. He became so engrossed in reading after Viereck disembarked that he did not realize he had reached his stop. Albert came to his senses as the train doors were about to close and bolted from the car, leaving his portfolio behind. By the time he realized his mistake, a Secret Service agent had run off with his papers. 43. After huddling in his New York apartment with Lansing, Treasury Secretary William Gibbs McAdoo, the agent's boss, gave the documents to Frank I. Cobb, the pro-Wilson editor of the New York World, on the condition that he tell no one whence they came. The World splashed the contents of Albert's briefcase across its pages for 5 days starting on a Sunday in mid-August. Facsimiles of the documents plus related stories revealed no illegal activities, but insinuated a slew of them and hinted that Viereck was a sexual deviant because he proudly exhibits it to all visitors to his interesting apartments, a framed violet from Oscar Wilde's grave. There is a German side and there is an American side, the World editorial page declared, and the American who now furthers the German paid propaganda is guilty of moral treason toward the Republic. 44. McAdoo would later claim that he gave the Albert story to the World so it could throw a reverberating scare into the whole swarm of propagandists, British and French as well as German. This is dubious, to say the least. His Secret Service agents did not shadow British or French envoys. The same bias pervaded the administration. House, who received copies of the Albert documents from Wilson, welcomed the World exposé, as he hoped it would stymie German propaganda. He expressed no concerns about British propaganda. He condoned it. 45. British secrecy. On September 2, 1914, Charles F. G. Masterman, chairman of the National Insurance Commission, convened a meeting in his offices at Wellington House in London. Tall, slightly stooped, looking like a pensive cleric, Masterman was an accomplished writer and social reformer. He had risen rapidly in politics, attaining cabinet rank in Prime Minister Herbert Asquith's government. The meeting was called because Asquith asked him to create a propaganda bureau to counter German propaganda with foreign audiences. Arthur Conan Doyle, G.K. Chesterton, John Galsworthy, Thomas Hardy, H.G. Wells, and other literary lights attended. 46. They gathered around a large blue table. The sun, shining in from the dusty street, cast a foreboding light on the meeting, as Hardy recalled. When he left London that night, the streets were hot and sad, and bustling with soldiers and recruits. The writers agreed to respond collectively to a manifesto by German writers justifying the invasion of Belgium. Their letter, with 52 signatures, appeared in the Times of London and called for maintaining the free and law-abiding ideals of Western Europe against the rule of blood and iron. 47. This was a leap for the British. Public officials used commercial advertising techniques to win office. They maintained personal contacts with journalists. But unlike in Berlin and other major European capitals, the government had virtually no formal mechanisms to manage press relations or shape public opinion. 48. Wellington House was an ideal base for the fledgling propaganda bureau the British had in mind. It was out of the way, near a block of residential flats at Buckingham Gate, better enabling the government to keep it secret. All that Asquith told Parliament, when pressed, was that Masterman was involved in highly confidential work. The National Insurance Commission had been the setting for one of the government's few publicity campaigns, organized in large measure by Masterman, to win support for national health and unemployment insurance. Masterman drew on assistants who helped in that trailblazing effort at social engineering. 49. Wellington House reported to the Foreign Office, dominated by well-educated and titled men who considered diplomacy an elite undertaking best done largely out of public view. A reporter visiting the Foreign Office, as one recalled, was ushered into a chilly waiting room by a still more chilly attendant only to be told there was no news. Foreign Office men approved of the secrecy surrounding Wellington House, and they appreciated Masterman's reliance on literary figures to make their case with neutral nations and his preference for facts, at least the facts as those London officials saw them. 50. This is not to say Wellington House was a sleepy literary bureau caught in a Foreign Office time warp. Very quickly, it was turning out articles, pamphlets, and books by the hundreds of thousands. It distributed these to more than 500 newspapers in the United States alone. It pioneered the use of artists to illustrate the war and produced posters, postcards, cartoons, cigarette stiffeners, shop window exhibitions, films, and lantern slides. Ferris Greenslet, a director at publisher Houghton Mifflin, went to England at the outbreak of the war for book ideas and authors. He planned to present both sides of the war, but he ended up tilting heavily toward the Allies. Wellington House, whose mission was not a secret to him or to others whom it could use, was a prolific source of books on the causes, conduct, and aims of the war. 51. The Foreign Office eventually created a news department and posted staff in its embassies for publicity work. In 1916, the government silently took over the financially failing Reuters. It put seemingly independent third parties in control and made the news service a conduit for propaganda. Reuters, an internal government report observed, was an independent news agency with propaganda secretly infused. By the end of 1916 it sent 1 million words by cable each month. 52. A Liberal member of Parliament, Masterman cared about uplifting the multitude, which, like a good American progressive, he believed needed help arriving at sound views. Accordingly, the prime targets for Wellington House were the creators of public opinion editors, financiers, lawyers, doctors, clergy, engineers, and so on. Each of these fans out the literature in the shape of editorial, reviews, lectures, addresses, speeches, sermons and so forth to audiences all over the states. 53. The United States constituted the greatest part of Wellington House's portfolio. The man in charge was Sir Gilbert Parker, a successful, if second-rate, Canadian novelist who was well known in the United States, married to a wealthy American, and held a seat in Parliament. Based near Victoria Station, Parker's staff grew from 9 to 54 and amassed a mailing list of 13,000 prominent Americans. These individuals received materials under Parker's name or that of another distinguished individual so as to mask the real source. Parker maintained voluminous personal correspondence, which gave him intelligence on American thinking as well as an opportunity to plant British ideas. 54. My dear Sir Gilbert, began a letter from Willard Straight, a prominent New York investment banker and co-founder of the New Republic. You have probably thought me unmindful of my promise to write you a weekly letter. Straight made up for the lapse with 5 pages about American attitudes toward the British in light of the upcoming 1916 presidential election. His letter was circulated at the Foreign Office. Parker helped American journalists in London secure interviews and courted Walter Hines Page, the Anglophile U.S. ambassador. 55. The British had counterparts in the United States to Dernberg, von Papen, and Boyd. The Times of London correspondent Arthur Willard came to Washington with the conviction that what he wrote, and did not write, should be a function of British interests. When the war began, he effortlessly slipped into the collateral role of de facto press attaché to Ambassador Spring Rice. The arrangement was sanctioned by his boss Lord Northcliffe, whose editors at the Times had similar relations with officials at home. Sir William Wiseman, 10th Baronet of Kenfield Hall, headed British intelligence in the United States. Willard considered him the T.E. Lawrence on the American front, although Wiseman was not advertised the way Lawrence was on the Eastern Front. His success lay in operating quietly. A banker and military officer gassed in Flanders, Wiseman was nominally a member of the Purchasing Commission of the Ministry of Munitions. He paid considerable attention to propaganda and, through House, became a liaison with Wilson. Wiseman plumbed Wilson's mind and did what he could to shape it to British ends. A second intelligence officer had a name and personality worthy of a James Bond thriller. This was Naval Attaché Captain Guy Gaunt, a swashbuckler who was initially considered a good choice for interlocutor with Wilson, but in their first meeting annoyed the president by pressing him to go to war right away. His propaganda-cum-intelligence operation included passing information to Theodore Roosevelt, who spoke out loudly for war. 56. The French did not reach the level of propagandizing in the United States that the British did, partly due to the same factors that held back the Germans, language differences and their dismissiveness of American culture. Like the British and the Germans, the French relied heavily on unofficial organizations. The Sorbonne in Paris worked through American universities. Before the end of 1914, a French committee supported by Catholic elites distributed 320,000 pamphlets. Chad R. Fuhlwider, German Propaganda and U.S. Neutrality in World War I, Columbia, University of Missouri Press, 2016, 26. Andre J. Allen Tuck, A Study of French Propaganda in North America in World War I, Master's Thesis, Marquette University, 1966, 18-20. These three men, and talented colleagues, developed close ties to the administration that the Germans did not enjoy. In late 1916 Wiseman revealed himself to Frank Polk, Lansing's deputy, as Britain's chief of spies. Polk put him in touch with American agents, with whom Wiseman conducted combined operations. What distinguished the British from their German rivals was caution. "Dignity and reticence is our chief card," Willard told his editor. "I have, however, been very busy." The effort to avoid the appearance of organization included Gaunt. He was not looked upon by the American newspaper men as running a propaganda bureau, an internal British report gloated. "He does not circulate any matter himself." 57. Memoranda, minutes, and reports in the British National Archives brim with statements of pride over lagging behind every foreign ministry on the continent in propaganda. As will be seen throughout this book, propagandists readily deceive themselves that what they are doing is wholly different from what the enemy does, and this was such a case. The British had a long acquaintance with two potent propagandistic arts, surveillance and censorship. In a rare lapse the curtain was pulled back in 1844, when it became known that the inner room of the post office opened the mail of Giuseppe Mazzini, an Italian revolutionary living in London, and passed the contents to his foreign adversaries. A parliamentary inquiry discovered that the practice of opening envoys' mail extended back many years and had recently expanded to the invasion of the mail of members of Parliament. Despite public outcry, the Home Secretary, who claimed respect for public opinion, refused to state how often he opened mail or on what basis. The inner room was quietly abolished without the passage of any laws to prevent something similar from being reconstituted. 58. As much as possible the British government avoided statutes limiting secrecy and surveillance, whose enactment required public debate and afterward accountability, and instead used measures that were flexible and unadvertised. When the Great War began, the government had no stated policy on censorship until an errant censor's form showed up in an MP's envelope. The censorship staff, which grew to almost 5,000, aimed to intercept every letter and telegram coming into or going out of the country. 59. Measures to deal with the press began with secrecy. On August 5, the first full day of war for Great Britain, Lord Kitchener, War Minister, and Winston Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, set the process in motion for an official press bureau, whose work was improvised in a hurry. Although its existence was not as camouflaged as Wellington House, it was not mentioned in any act or regulation until April 22, 1916. In the early stages, The general attitude was summed up by Kitchener's comment, "Whenever there is any doubt, we do not hesitate to prevent publication." Journalists dubbed the press bureau the Suppress Bureau 60. Inexorable, systematized British censorship was a constant torment, and Associated Press, AP, executive complained. There has been and still is no certainty when dispatches, no matter how important they may be, will be delivered, if delivered at all. The censors refused to entertain inquiries about the fate of cables. Frederick William Weil, an American correspondent who worked for the London Daily Mail, was staunchly pro-British but fumed over British press policy. Press relations in Germany, where he had been based, were better. Karl Ackermann, who had spoken German at home thanks to his 4 immigrant grandparents, was able to develop his own sources in Berlin, which worried officials. Karl Boyd considered him a spy. Still, he and other American reporters were allowed to go to the front. An American reporter asking for bread in England, Weil said, received a stone. The British kept American correspondents, as well as their own, far away from the fighting and issued bland communiques from an official eyewitness, Major Frank Swinton. 61. Eventually the Foreign Office became more forthcoming, and the military allowed reporters to go to the front and visit the fleet. This marked a change of strategy, however, not a change in the underlying belief that information should be suppressed. Unlike the Germans, who commanded their journalists as if they were rank-and-file soldiers, the British adopted a more complex view of managing the press that, on the one hand, accorded considerable, if not total, respect for their liberal press tradition and, on the other, assumed that journalists' patriotic instincts would result in self-policing. In line with this cooperative spirit, leading journalists assumed government posts overseeing propaganda and censorship, and many of them acquired titles and honors. This, too, was different from German practice. 62. The official press bureau's only direct news censorship was of cable and telegraph transmissions. It let editors decide what they might publish, but they were liable for prosecution for running anything, even inadvertently, prohibited under the Sweeping Defense of the Realm Act of 1914. DORA forbade publication of any information of such a nature as is calculated to be or might be directly or indirectly useful to the enemy. The way out was for editors to show stories to the press bureau ahead of publication. The bureau published instructions, which its co-director, distinguished former journalist Edward Cook, described as hints and elucidations. These were not binding but had the same effect. The instructions, totaling 509 by the end of 1916, could not to be revealed to the general public. They ranged from the obvious, no disclosure of military movements, to matters far from the battlefield, orders not to print a story by one C.H. Norman, who called for immediate stoppage of the war, or to make mention of arrangements for propaganda which now exist or to any proposed alterations. The government did not like to prosecute transgressions, for that drew attention to news it was trying to suppress. But it did not have to worry much about transgressions. The Bureau supplied a steady stream of trustworthy information, as Churchill put it, and journalists used it. The press, Cook said, did all that it possibly could, and often more than from a strictly journalistic point of view might reasonably have been expected. 63. The British monitored American correspondents' mail as well as their dispatches. Journalists' letters provided clues on how they bypassed censors and useful gossip on editors and reporters. Excerpts of intercepted letters were circulated among government officials. The British could be street fighters. To them, newspaper publisher William Randolph Hearst was a yellow dog, who has no code of honor, or decency of any sort. His word is of no use. Further, morally, he is as bad as they make them in all ways. Hearst's offences piled up. He appealed for a peace settlement. He condemned the British blockade as well as German sinking of the Lusitania. He sent William Bayard Hale to Berlin to get the German side of the war. Hearst's editors in New York rewrote dispatches after they were cleaned by censors in London. British authorities were furious over coverage of what Hearst papers called their overwhelming defeat in the Battle of Jutland in the summer of 1916, a sea battle whose outcome was arguably a British loss. 64. By fall 1916, Lord Robert Cecil, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, concluded Hearst had definitely declared war. Masterman argued against seeming to bully a neutral country's newspaper syndicate. Besides, he noted, Hearst published practically every first-class British writer and mailed a vast number of copies of Wellington House pamphlets to individuals. But the Foreign Office was worried about making a confession of impotence. It barred Hearst's international news service from British cable and mail facilities and induced similar steps by Canada, France, Italy, Australia, and South Africa. The latter two countries went so far as to ban Hearst's magazine Motor Boating. 65. Despite the high emotions over Hearst, the British were calculated in their relations with the American press. When American correspondents in Berlin howled about increasing British censorship of their cables in mid-1916, the Foreign Office eased off for fear of giving the American public any unnecessary sense of grievance. As one official commented, "It is entirely a question of what pays us best." In most cases the British realized they could count on American journalists to endure quite a lot without much cost. In April 1917, AP General Manager Melville Stone told his London bureau chief he was incensed over the British dictating to us what we should receive and print respecting the news of Germany and of Russia. He considered distributing a story about it to all of the AP's client papers but did not want to be responsible for raising such a storm in this country. The British opened the gratifying letter and sent a copy to the Foreign Office. "The friendship of the American press forms a fund upon which we can draw," Lord Robert Cecil wrote in a cabinet note. "It might astonish some outside observers if they knew how much we have succeeded in stopping what might have been disadvantageous to us in the press of the United States." 66. British propaganda jiu-jitsu. For all their claims to being ingenues in the arts of propaganda, the British had the cunning of jiu-jitsu fighters who employ their opponent's energy against them. One of the most notable cases followed a German blunder after the sinking of the Lusitania. 67. A commercial artisan in Munich produced a medal commemorating the event. This was a private endeavor, but to many it appeared to be a government celebration of brutality. Karl Ackermann thought the German Navy created the medal. The Germans produced 500 medals, Wellington House made 50,000 copies. Pictures of the medal were distributed to newspapers and magazines inside and outside Britain. At the suggestion of the Foreign Office, department store magnate Harry Gordon Selfridge manufactured more, selling them around the world and donating the proceeds to the Red Cross. The keeper of the Department of Coins and Medals in the British Museum wrote a book describing other German commemorative medals, which Wellington House sent to its American opinion leaders. German propaganda, one official said, sometimes defeats itself, for his methods are not seldom clumsy and crude. His communications are limited. 68. Wellington House similarly used an inquiry on German atrocities in Belgium to cement the image of German barbarity. Respected jurist and former ambassador to the United States Viscount James Bryce led the inquiry. Although in some respects nuanced, the Bryce report contained lurid, uncorroborated testimony of German sadism that, as historians note, exceeded any possible reality. 5 days after the Lusitania's sinking, Wellington House released the report simultaneously in Britain and in America, where 41,000 copies were distributed. A Wellington House survey of editorials showed the report and the Lusitania's sinking blended together in American thinking. The report appeared in more than 30 languages. 69. As much as the British decried William Bayard Hale's apologetics for the German side, they had American press champions of their own and in far greater numbers. Edward Price Bell of the Chicago Daily News and Dean of the American Press Corps in London lionized British leaders such as the Foreign Secretary. To interview Sir Edward Grey, one need hardly say, is a unique privilege and honor, he wrote in an article that appeared in a book of war propaganda essays by Bryce, Asquith, and other British statesmen. The book was brought out by the publishing house owned by the American ambassador, Walter Page. 70. Frederick William Weil treated propaganda as a beat and an avocation. Like Karl Ackermann, Weil was an Indiana Hoosier of German-American stock. He started overseas with Bell's Chicago Daily News and later became Berlin correspondent for Lord Northcliffe's London Daily Mail. After the war broke out, the Germans ransacked Weil's office and expelled him. Back in London, Northcliffe gave Weil a column, Germany Day by Day, in which the reporter made British propaganda out of German propaganda by combing the German press to report how it portrayed the war with clumsy fabrications. Weil said his experience in Germany trained him to read between the lines of German papers. Notwithstanding this supposed skill, he gave credence to one of the more outrageous pieces of war propaganda, that the Germans rendered the bodies of dead soldiers for oil, fertilizer, and pig fodder. As evidence, Weil cited a statement he found in a German paper: "The theory on which our army works is that nothing must be allowed to go unused." Charles Masterman at Wellington House refused to circulate the incredible story. 71. Weil's search for German propaganda took him to the United States for a 6-week fact-finding trip. The result was the German-American Plot, an account published in 1915 of the diabolical comprehensiveness and steamroller methods of the Germans in America. The Germans, Weil noted, mailed free copies of Viereck's Fatherland to everybody with an address accessible by mail. German waiters eavesdropped on Washington conversations. It was all part of a system. The German press referred to Weil as one of the fire-spewing craters of the English press. 72. The ability to intercept German messages, coupled with their tapping of German phone lines in the United States, allowed the British to collect information that could be passed to newspapers. Guy Gaunt shined at this. When a story needed to be circulated, a British cabinet memo noted, Gaunt was the man on the spot. A favored outlet was the Providence Journal, edited by John Ritham, a fellow Australian. Gaunt first encountered the cigar-chewing Ritham impatiently seeking an audience at the British Embassy. The two men found they both hailed from Melbourne and shared an interest in embarrassing the Germans. Ritham, a 270-pound giant with a booming voice, was not troubled by fidelity to fact in the sensational stories he ran about the German spy system. These exposés were widely published by other newspapers. 73. The New York World's August 17, 1915, edition shows the advantage held by the British. An article, reprinted from the Providence Journal, reported an investigation of leaks by state and treasury officials to German diplomats. Nearby were the breathless stories that the newspaper had concocted from the contents of Albert's briefcase. None of these stories acknowledged that the Secretary of the Treasury or anyone else in government had leaked those documents to the newspaper. The origin of the Albert documents was a well-kept secret from the press. Years later, Washington journalists were still guessing where they came from. 74. In a note tucked into his papers made up mostly of newspaper clippings at the Library of Congress, Weil wrote, "We could believe anything about a military organization that had shot Edith Cavell, torpedoed the Lusitania, used poison gas, bombed sleeping civil sick communities with zeppelins at night, enslaved into degradation the women and girls of Lille. Why doubt they would defile their own exploded cannon and fodder for army uses?" Box 1, FWW. Camouflage of the right kind. The day after the sinking of the Lusitania, Dernburg gave a speech in Cleveland. The attack, he said, was retaliation for the British blockade that starved innocent German women and children. Another justification for the sinking, he added, was that the ship was carrying munitions to Britain. This was true, but categorically denied by the British, who sounded more reasonable than Dernburg, whose statements were intemperate. High officials in the administration let it be known that he might be expelled and that the Justice Department was contemplating the use of obscenity laws to impose fines on a few newspapers whose editorials took the same line as he did. Bernstorff sent him home before the administration could. "The clarifying purposes of our propaganda in the United States," the ambassador said, "essentially came to an end." 75. Others followed Dernburg out of the country. Von Papen had been warmly welcomed to Washington when he arrived in early January 1914. He was admitted to the Metropolitan Club, a few steps from the White House and a gathering place for senior officials, as an agreeable and desirable member, in the words of an army lawyer who wrote a recommendation letter. Boyette had been friends with Gaunt and gave him a loving cup as a gift shortly before the war. Both German attaches were expelled at the end of 1915 after the appearance of highly publicized news stories based on documents acquired by the British. The Purloined Papers, which also led to the expulsion of the Austro-Hungarian ambassador, contained plans to foment strikes and contained unflattering comments about Wilson. "We Germans," Boyette said upon his expulsion, "do not understand what you call your free press." Back in Berlin, he resumed his old job as chief of the Admiralty News Division. "No attack has been made upon us in any quarter of the United States," Sir Gilbert Parker wrote in one of his periodic reports, adding, "In the eyes of the American people the quiet and subterranean nature of our work has the appearance of purely private patriotism and enterprise." 76. British propaganda expanded in the coming months. John Buchan, a politically well-connected and popular author, took charge of a new department of information that subsumed Wellington House, which Masterman henceforth ran with diminished authority. Buchan had a previous brush with propaganda as an officer in the Intelligence Corps, where he wrote press summaries of the fighting. In his plan for the new department, Buchan argued that propaganda resembles an election campaign, where seed must be sown broadcast. It consequently involves many acts. The expansion he envisioned, however, did not include jettisoning all the ways of Wellington House. Camouflage of the right kind is a vital necessity. 77. British caution carried on during an actual election campaign, the 1916 presidential race. Dependence on American food, raw materials for munitions, and financing was vital and complete in every respect, Foreign Secretary Edward Grey commented in an internal memorandum. It was essential for the British to keep a low profile, lest they alienate Wilson or his opponent, Charles Evans Hughes. As a solution, Grey and his colleagues adopted their own neutrality policy. In one of its strictly confidential instructions to journalists, the official press bureau cautioned that nothing in the presidential campaign calls for any comment in our press. 78. The Germans were unable to emulate this low-key approach. 2. He kept us out of war. Aside from the sheer joy that the campaign held for me, it also had definite educational values. George Creel. As the race for president approached, Democrats were worried. In early 1916, financier Henry Morgenthau, who chaired the Campaign Finance Committee in Wilson's 1912 campaign, returned to the United States from Turkey, where he had been ambassador. The gloomy predictions he heard from other Wilson appointees shocked him. Nobody expressed the slightest hope that President Wilson would be re-elected. Among the Democrat hand-wringers, none worked harder to improve the odds than Robert W. Woolley. For him, Wilson's 1912 race for the presidency never ended. In that campaign the elfin former journalist was deputy to North Carolina newspaperman Josephus Daniels, who headed the Democratic National Committee's Publicity Bureau. Woolley's reward was the directorship of the U.S. Mint. He was so active on Wilson's re-election that House said in April 1916 that he was the only man who is doing any political work of value too. Woolley was a regular at the Liberal Donut Cabinet's daily gathering at the Willard Hotel and president of the Common Council, a weekly lunch group of members of Congress and administration officials in the basement of the Shoreham Hotel. An offshoot of the Common Council was the Interdepartmental Committee on Information. Conceived in August 1915 and chaired by Woolley, its members wanted to ensure everything worthwhile done anywhere in the departments between now and November 1916, receives the widest possible publicity. In articles sent to newspapers, the committee boasted of the administration's public works projects and American neutrality in the war. The committee planned meetings in cheap lunch places across the country. Woolley asked Richard Linthicum, on the New York World editorial page, to pen a campaign song called America First. The newspaper correspondents here are greatly pleased with the first articles sent to them, Woolley told House. But he realized much more needed to be done. Point 3. Since the Civil War, only one Democrat besides Wilson had won the presidency. Although Grover Cleveland was elected twice, his terms were split by a loss to Benjamin Harrison. Andrew Jackson was the last Democrat to win successive terms. Wilson's 1912 victory was an anomaly, a four-way race with incumbent William Howard Taft, Theodore Roosevelt at the head of a splinter Progressive Party, and socialist Eugene Debs, whose showing was the largest ever for his party. Wilson won with less than 42% of the popular vote and received 100,000 fewer votes than Democratic candidate William Jennings Bryan had in 1908. Cold reasoning based on recent elections, a reporter said, made it certain Wilson would lose. Point 4. Not only did history work against re-election. Mr. Wilson's unpopularity, another reporter commented, seems to be growing. The president had to his credit antitrust legislation, creation of the Federal Trade Commission, and other progressive reforms. But he did nothing to help the Tammany machine, which he needed to win New York. He alienated African Americans with policies that increased segregation among government workers. He mismanaged policy toward Mexico, which was undergoing a revolution that imperiled American lives and American financial interests. Critics thought a punitive expedition under General John Pershing was too mild a response. Wilson's support of the reform government of anti-clerical Venustiano Carranza angered American Catholics. Point 5. With respect to the war in Europe, Wilson awkwardly straddled antagonistic domestic forces symbolized by the resignations from his cabinet of pacifist Bryan and Secretary of War Lindley Garrison, who was frustrated by the president's unwillingness to embrace compulsory military service. For progressives, the steps Wilson took toward preparedness were a distraction from domestic reform. For immigrants, they were a step toward war with their homelands. For war-minded critics, they were too little, too late. Wilson's statement after the sinking of the Lusitania, "There is such a thing as a man being too proud to fight," was meat for the Republicans, Woolley said. German torpedoes had killed American women and children. A disgusted Roosevelt pawed the ground. Woolley considered Roosevelt the shrewdest politician in the country and dreaded the prospect of his making another run for the White House. Point 6. When Roosevelt took himself out of the race, Woolley had another candidate to worry about. Since late 1915 he had been getting fretful news of Hughes' propaganda. By this, he meant a drive to orchestrate the nomination of Charles Evans Hughes, once the New York governor and currently a Supreme Court justice. Wealthy Republicans who are bent upon restoring harmony in the ranks of the GOP, but who have succeeded in concealing their identity, have financed a campaign on Justice Hughes' behalf, Woolley reported to House. They had the friendly aid of many newspaper men. When Hughes was nominated in June, both Roosevelt and Taft endorsed his candidacy. This time around, the Republican leaders were intent on not repeating their mistake of splitting the party. Point 7. For many years Hughes had seemed destined for the White House. When he was governor of New York, journalists jovially roasted him at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. One journalist shouted out, "The next President of the United States." The rest roared approval. That the 1916 election did not turn out that way was stunning, although the wonderment was eclipsed by a more earth-shaking turn of events, Wilson's decision to go to war a month after his inauguration. Point 8. The tendency to take Wilson's re-election for granted has obscured how easily Wilson could have lost the race. Woolley receives scant attention in histories of presidential campaigning. He deserves a chapter unto himself for his realization of the new kind of campaigning that was required. Point 9. By 1916, candidates could no longer depend on steadfast party loyalty buttressed by brass bands and free beer. Voters, who cast their ballots secretly, away from the prying eyes of party agents, had to be wooed through nationally orchestrated campaigns. This meant preparing educational pamphlets, providing compelling news matter to the independent press, and selling an image of the candidate that would motivate a voter to pull the right lever on election day. As British propagandist John Buchan had said, In election campaigns, as in war, the seed must be sown broadcast. Woolley elevated election propaganda to its highest level up to that time. This helped keep Wilson in the White House and was a training ground for those who would carry out the American war propaganda that followed his election. 10. Charles Evans Hughes. Hughes's entry into politics was as sudden as Wilson's, who made the jump from president of Princeton University to governor of New Jersey in 1910. The catapult for Hughes, a Wall Street lawyer, was a surprise call. He was not the "he kept us out of war" first choice, to head an investigation in 1905 of the inflated rates set by gas and electricity trusts in New York. On the strength of that sensational success, he was asked to investigate insurance companies, whose executives enriched themselves at the expense of policyholders and used policyholders' money to support politicians. Blessed with a near photographic memory and enormous power of concentration, Hughes mastered the complex financial dealings involved and relentlessly grilled witnesses. Although powerful Republicans advised him not to go too far, he revealed large insurance company contributions to Roosevelt's presidential campaign fund. Hughes gave one of the most brilliant performances in the history of American law, thought Henry Morgenthau, whose Midas touch in New York investments did not blind him to the evils of trusts. 11. A new bright star in the Republican firmament, Hughes was elected governor of New York in 1906 and 1908, terms ran 2 years then. He was an able administrator, did not truckle to the old guard Republicans, championed progressive legislation that helped labor, and created public service commissions that became national models. Charles Evans Hughes, wrote muckraker Ida Tarbell, is engaged in a passionate effort to vindicate the American system of government. In 1910, President Taft nominated him for the Supreme Court, where he remained progressive in restraining laissez-faire capitalism and enlarging government regulatory powers. 12. Confident that he would prevail and preferring Olympian detachment to the gritty business of politics, Charles Evans Hughes lost his race for the presidency in 1916. It was his only setback as a public man. Library of Congress. Hughes was Jovian with his deep-set, penetrating blue eyes and formidable, carefully groomed whiskers. Preferring Olympian detachment to the gritty business of politics and constrained by the fact he was a sitting justice, Hughes professed indifference to the nomination. When the news arrived on Saturday, June 10, that the Republican convention in Chicago had chosen him, he stepped out of his grand, 4-story red brick home on 16th Street, a thoroughfare that ran toward the front door of the White House. He greeted reporters with tears in his eyes. In his written acceptance, he recognized that it is your right to summon and that it is my paramount duty to respond. 13. Hughes left by train for New York on Sunday evening. He arrived at dawn the next day and went immediately to just rented campaign offices at the Astor Hotel, overlooking Broadway. Like Hughes, the place glowed with positive energy. It is the most cheerfully cocksure and confident headquarters from which a campaign was ever directed, a New York Times reporter wrote. The casual visitor would think that it was all over except the inauguration. The staff had a candidate whom they have canonized, his virtues have been remembered in all details, if not magnified, his faults, if he had any, have been forgotten. The gossip in this heady atmosphere was that William Wilcox, whom Hughes made head of the Republican National Committee, would be ambassador to Berlin or London. 14. Hughes had worked happily in the half-light of the Supreme Court. He did not speak publicly on political issues or return to New York to vote in elections. As a presidential candidate, he could start afresh building bridges to Roosevelt's Progressive Party members and Republicans as well as voters dissatisfied with Wilson. 6 members of the Progressive National Committee joined the Republican National Committee to assist his campaign. One of them was James R. Garfield, the son of the 20th U.S. President. The graying Ohio lawyer had been one of Roosevelt's favorite young men at the White House. Garfield's investigations as Commissioner of Corporations led to the breakup of Standard Oil. The Progressives, Garfield told a party colleague, would give Hughes the strength that he needs in the contest against Mr. Wilson. 15. Woolley's Publicity Bureau. The Democrats nominated Wilson a few days later in St. Louis. Woolley described the convention as a jollification and ratification. The biggest surprise was Martin H. Glenn's keynote address. In the middle of his stem-winder, the former New York governor listed instances when the United States had avoided war. As if an electric shock coursed through the hall, delegates shouted, "Go on and say it again." Glenn obliged by reciting one historical example after another in which a national crisis was averted. So rousing was the speech that other orators picked up the theme. Pacifist Bryan wept. Before the convention was over, the platform had a plank exactly who put it in. No one remembered that commended Wilson for preserving the vital interests of our government and its citizens, and having kept us out of war. 16. The next step was to revamp the Democratic National Committee, another worry for Woolley. The party apparatus was rusty, if not broken. This had given urgency to Woolley's work on the Interdepartmental Committee and led him to propose the creation of the Wilson League, which was done in the spring through Collier's editor Norman Hapgood and Morgenthau. At House's suggestion, Woolley approached Frederick William Weil, the London Daily Mail's specialist on German propaganda, about using his talents on behalf of the Democratic National Committee. When House was in London in early 1916, Weil had ingratiated himself by offering, as House recalled, to be my man Friday during the visit. Weil was initially enthusiastic about Woolley's offer. But it came to nothing, possibly because he could not leave the Daily Mail soon enough and possibly because he wanted too much money. 17. Of overriding concern was replacing the chairman, William F. McCombs. In 1912, he had not coped well with the pressures of the campaign. At one point William M. C. Adu, his deputy, took over while McCombs retreated to a sanitarium. All sorts of names were considered as replacements. With no ideal candidate at hand, Wilson concluded, if not Vance McCormick, who? McCormick, an All-American football legend at Yale, belonged to a wealthy Pennsylvania family, owned 2 newspapers, and had been a superb mayor of Harrisburg. He was not a political warhorse, and his speaking skills tended toward gridiron metaphors. But he was a principled progressive. During his unsuccessful run for governor, Roosevelt campaigned for him. McCormick put Morgenthau in his old post over the Campaign Finance Committee and Woolley over the Publicity Bureau. 18. 5'6", pudgy, with a cherubic face and a fondness for well-pressed 3-piece suits, Bob Woolley had the look of a sedentary editor, although the 45-year-old journalist had been anything but stationary. At the turn of the century, journalists with an itch to travel found jobs wherever they lighted. For Woolley it was Kentucky, Illinois, New York, Washington, D.C., Texas, and Lake Charles, Louisiana, where he acquired a small crusading newspaper. He worked for Munsey's and Country Life, the latter inspired by a progressive Roosevelt commission to enhance rural living. Raised in a Kentucky family that gave no quarter to the party of Abe Lincoln, Woolley quite naturally took a turn into politics. Democrat reformer Augustus Stanley from Kentucky chaired a House committee looking into U.S. Steel. In 1911, Woolley became Stanley's chief investigator. 19. From his experience in the 1912 presidential race, Woolley had clear ideas how to organize his publicity bureau. Against the vehement objections of President Wilson's secretary, Joseph Tumulty, he transferred all publicity efforts from Washington to his New York office and convinced McCormick to give him control of the campaign mail office. With his many years toiling in newsrooms and tireless political networking, Woolley owned as good an address book a single man was likely to acquire and used it to assemble his staff. To a former Washington correspondent for the St. Louis Globe, who oversaw post office publicity, he gave responsibility for the campaign textbook, the vade-mecum of journalists, platform speakers, and party revivalists. A Nashville, Tennessean editor handled the Bulletin, a weekly with news and editorial ideas sent to 8,500 newspapers and all Washington correspondents. A New York World staffer ran the literary department. A Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Constitution wrote a daily article signed by Vance McCormick for the Hearst newspapers. Hearst tepidly endorsed Wilson. Another reporter serviced the pro-Wilson newspaper Enterprise Association owned by Scripps Newspapers. The editor of a farm magazine prepared material for that constituency, and a woman with close ties to labor supervised appeals in that direction. Other departments handled daily news releases, advertisements, and motion pictures. Staff clipped cartoons from the press and distributed them in press-ready form to more than 1,000 newspapers. 20. By 1916 presidential candidates could no longer depend on steadfast party loyalty buttressed by brass bands and free beer. Robert Woolley, the elf-like man in the center of this New York World photograph taken at the Democratic National Committee headquarters, perfected techniques for the new kind of nationally orchestrated campaigns needed to win elections and for propagandizing citizens when Wilson subsequently took the country into war. Woolley ran his bureau along the lines of a metropolitan daily. All articles, he said in his plan, should be tabloids as full of meat as the Sermon on the Mount. Said one man in the bureau, "Our office is just like a newspaper shop, only we are as busy every day as the newspapers were when the Lusitania was sunk." Structure and routine gave discipline to the operation, but he also wanted the bureau to investigate and expose corrupt alliances between big business and politics, and other forms of political fraud. Among the specialists he recruited were a journalist with expertise in religion, muckraker Lincoln Steffens, to help with the textbook, and Dr. George Dorsey, an anthropologist and sometimes Chicago Tribune correspondent who studied immigrants. His chief special writer was George Creel, a journalist who dubbed himself the original Woodrow Wilson Man. 21. In 1905 Creel had suggested Wilson for president in the Kansas City weekly he owned. In 1912, while a writer on the Rocky Mountain News, he plumped for Wilson as the best Democratic nominee for president after William Jennings Bryan. When Wilson prevailed, Creel wrote, "Not since the days of Calhoun, Webster, and Clay, those splendid times when men of rare ability looked upon public service as a career, has anyone come forward with such preeminent qualifications for the high position to which he aspires." By 1914, he was trumpeting President Wilson's record of amazing achievement. Ida Tarbell, who wrote a highly favorable article on Wilson, and Frederick Howe thought the Democrats needed a good publicity man more than anything else in the world and suggested Creel, an idea that made its way to Wilson. 22. Woolley's bureau had the committee's largest budget, but that understated the money and energy that went into publicity. Homer Cummings, a large man with a commensurate presence, was McCormick's deputy and managed the Speaker's Bureau, which had offices in Chicago and, for the first time in any campaign, San Francisco. Daniel Roper, a fellow member of the Common Council, was in charge of organization, where he used his national connections as first assistant postmaster general. The question he mulled over every night and tried to act on every day was how to convey campaign messages most effectively to the party organization throughout the country. He used his experience with the Census Bureau to devise a scheme for measuring public opinion at 10-day intervals. 23. Campaign organization meant little without a campaign strategy. A shrewd approach came from William M. C. Adu. "It is most important, in my opinion, that we should make the first move and not permit our opponents to define the lines along which the campaign will be carried," he advised McCormick in early July. Hughes, he said, displayed a tendency to pussyfoot to avoid alienating any of his many prospective voters. The Democrats, Mikado stressed, must make Hughes be specific. McCormick passed the suggestion to Woolley. 24. Woolley had Creel draft a letter designed to put Hughes on the spot. On July 29 he assembled a group of notable writers at the New York Biltmore Hotel to secure their endorsement of it. The letter posed 10 awkward questions. Among them, would Hughes have protested the German invasion of Belgium and backed that up with the Navy? Would he have broken relations with Germany after the sinking of the Lusitania? Would he have asked Congress to stop munition shipments to the Allies? 25. On July 31 Hughes delivered his formal nomination acceptance speech in New York's Carnegie Hall. The candidate, reported the New Republic, fell into pious words and utter vagueness about what he would do. His sole issue seemed to be anti-Wilsonism. 2 days later Woolley released Creel's letter, with 37 signatures. The 10 questions appeared in the coming weeks in quarter-page newspaper advertisements that greeted Hughes wherever he campaigned. The headline on the ad was "Yes, or No. Mr. Hughes." On cue, hecklers shouted "What would you do?" 26. Hughes's missteps. On August 5, feeling quite confident, a reporter noted, Hughes began the first of 3 major campaign swings, this one to the west. His wife, Antoinette, accompanied him, the first time a candidate's spouse made an extended campaign tour with her husband. As the Hughes special cut across North Dakota and Montana, the New York Times reported that the candidate at first acted as if he were a bit out of element, but the restraint soon was overcome. Cowboys dashing about on horses and shooting in the air, bands playing and flags waving, crowds cheering all seemed to invigorate Hughes, who shook hands enthusiastically and swapped stories with cattlemen. 27. That swing to the west, however, showed weaknesses in Hughes's campaign. Although Hughes could stir audiences, the first impression was always his imposing facade. In a letter to a friend that summer, Roosevelt flippantly called him the bearded iceberg. The supposed advantage of having been out of the political arena seemed to be a disadvantage. He was, James Garfield said, out of practice. Hughes had themes, a constitutional amendment for women's suffrage, which he personally added to the Republican platform, reform of political appointments to the diplomatic service, support for the tariff. He criticized Wilson's bad appointments and his Mexico policy. But he tiptoed around the issue looming over the campaign, the war in Europe. 28. As governor, Hughes had worked well with the press, often meeting with them twice a day. But he was not as effective in the national campaign. He did not hand out advance copies of his remarks for fear of giving an advantage to the Democrats. This made it difficult for editors to write timely editorials in support of his candidacy. On the hustings, he typically spoke off the cuff, with the result that reporters could only produce short stories if they wanted to get something in the paper the next day. Hughes's speech in Peoria, a reporter wrote his editor, was an excellent one, but none of the men, even those representing news associations, could do it justice. Associated Press General Manager Melville Stone met with Hughes to explain how he could help himself and reporters by handing out well-prepared speeches a week in advance. Robert McCormick, the Republican owner of the Chicago Tribune, offered similar advice: "Our opponents are the most capable fighters at hitting below the belt that have appeared in the political arena for many years. It will take the most complete campaign to discredit them." Hughes did not change his approach. 29. Hughes's staff had respected veterans. His publicity director, David Berry, was, like Woolley, an old hand at journalism and politics. Once he was simultaneously a reporter and a confidential secretary to a senator. Also, like Woolley, he was known for running his operation along newspaper lines. But the overall campaign strategy and tactics were to play it safe, which meant avoiding controversy that might impede victory. The director of publicity in the Chicago headquarters told a sympathetic editor that the strategy was to explode the Wilson myth, a statement that carried with it no sense of what that myth was or how to blow it up. While Wilson's campaign reached the masses with its messages, Hughes was sent into small communities with small audiences and where it was difficult to reach him when an urgent issue arose. "How could we possibly get in touch with a man who was making speeches every few hundred miles in a train?" complained Frederick Tanner, state chair of the Republican Party in New York. 30. Work at the precinct level had rarely been more ineptly conducted. Harold Ickes, a Roosevelt man who joined the Republican National Committee, received reports that Colorado Republicans diverted money from Hughes's campaign to re-elect the governor. In Oklahoma, Ickes told William Wilcox, the Republican organization froze out Roosevelt progressives on the theory that Hughes will win anyway, and they could keep the spoils for themselves. 31. Wilcox's appointment was a cause of wonderment and amazement, said Tanner, who warned Hughes against it. A personal friend of Hughes and Roosevelt, Wilcox was respected for his integrity, kindliness, and distaste for factional fights. As president of the New York City Board of Education, he was short on the political experience needed in a national campaign, especially one that demanded shrewd judgment and a firm hand to unite Roosevelt's people and traditional Republicans. In the West, Garfield told Roosevelt, "The old guard Republicans have acted very badly toward the progressives." 32. Hughes's visit to California was a political disaster for just that reason. California Governor Hiram Johnson, Roosevelt's vice presidential running mate in 1912, had just won the progressive nomination for an open U.S. Senate seat. Republican leaders were fighting a losing battle to keep him from receiving their party's nomination as well. Wilcox and Hughes ignored advice to call off a visit to the state until these disputes were settled. In telegrams to both sides, Wilcox insisted that senatorial nominations were strictly a state issue having nothing to do with the presidential contest, and that every effort should be made to harmonize all differences when it came to staging Hughes's visit. This was akin to asking a scorpion and a tarantula to dance cheek to cheek. The Republicans sought to sideline Johnson from events. Johnson and his loyal followers fought back. 33. The denouement came on what was supposed to be a Sunday rest for Hughes in Los Angeles. The candidate took an impromptu trip over a bumpy road that stopped at the Hotel Virginia in Long Beach. Unbeknown to him, Hiram Johnson subsequently arrived at the hotel for a rest of his own. Sensitive that it might look as though he came to the hotel to make Hughes recognize him, Johnson went to his room, leaving the first move to Hughes. Johnson's hand was not among the hundreds Hughes shook that evening. Learning of this on his return to Los Angeles, Hughes tried to make amends, but the damage had been done. Johnson was popular in the state and possessed an outsized vanity that Hughes had tweaked. Instead of 100,000 majority for Mr. Hughes in California, you may look at a mighty close vote, Johnson wrote to Garfield in July. I confess that I will not stand side by side upon the same platform with the men who are demanding the destruction of those who have fought so faithfully with me. Johnson supported Hughes but never attacked Wilson. 34. The Democrats did everything they could to sunder Republican unity. The day after Hughes's Carnegie Hall speech, Woolley asked Democratic state chairs for lists of prominent progressives, independents, and Republicans in your state who have come out for Wilson following delivery of Hughes' speech of acceptance. Whenever Wilson won a convert, Woolley told the world they had joined the march to victory. Bainbridge Colby was a big catch. Colby was furious with Roosevelt for abandoning his progressive party. At Homer Cummings's request, he agreed to a speaking tour. A persuasive orator with a keener eye for publicity than the Republicans who managed Hughes's trips, Colby wanted to visit locales where news of his talks would have the widest distribution. 35. Others chimed in. Republican Henry Ford endorsed Wilson in an interview with the Scripps-McRae Syndicate. Woolley mailed several million copies. Creel interviewed Republican Thomas A. Edison, another convert to Wilson, for an article that had a circulation of 10 million. The Republicans aggressively criticized Wilson for appointing Josephus Daniels Secretary of the Navy. The North Carolinians' down-home manner and progressive reforms, such as eliminating alcohol from the officers' mess, lent themselves to facile criticism that he was not up to the job of running the Navy. A vote for Wilson is a vote for Daniels, declared Republican billboards. From beloved Admiral George Dewey, Creel secured a spirited defense of Daniels. 36. The Democrats benefited from Republican mistakes as surely as the British did from the Germans' pratfalls. We were to be kept busy playing the cards they persistently dealt us, Woolley said. One card was the Republicans' billionaire special, as the Democrats called it. Women in 11 western states and Illinois had the right to vote for president. To carry the message of Hughes's sympathy for their suffrage, a group of East Coast women organized a transcontinental train journey. Accomplished individuals were among the passengers, but Mrs. Cornelius Vanderbilt, Mrs. Payne Whitney, and the wives of other tycoons had the look of dilettantes. Republican National Committee staff in Chicago and New York tried to scotch the idea, but again Wilcox did not listen. Frederick Tanner considered it symptomatic of him to want to please people even when they had an awful idea. The women personified Eastern arrogance in presuming to tell Western women how to vote when they themselves could not cast ballots. 37. Woolley did not want to win sympathy for the women by heaping scorn on them. Before the 8-car train pulled out of Grand Central Station on October 2, he issued a strictly factual story. It contained sketches of the women, one of whom, it was noted, adorned her dog with a diamond collar. The story was easy to embellish, and that is what local newspapers did to greet the train when it rolled into their cities. The locomotive had not left the state of New York before the heckling began. In Chicago, working women held up "Go back to Wall Street" signs. One billionaire special passenger yelled back, "You are all ignorant." Woolley was not sure how it happened, but someone leaked an advertisement. The headline was "Fuss, Feathers, and Femininity" that he had nixed as too frivolous. At no expense to the national campaign, it ran widely. "We formally disapproved," Woolley said, "but were helpless and hugely amused." Afterward, someone asked a Republican leader how much the train cost. "About 500,000 votes," he replied. 38. Hughes, candidate of the Kaiser. The Republicans saw the war in Europe as a winning theme. Wilson would be caught in a vice between those who wanted to fight and those who did not. Glenn's rousing keynote speech at St. Louis, however, pointed a decisive way out of the dilemma. The slogan "He kept us out of war" was one of the most powerful in any presidential campaign, ever. The 6 monosyllabic words were catchy, they fit easily into advertisements, and they hit a political sweet spot: the yearning of the great mass of Americans for continued peace, whether with Mexico or in staying out of the European war. Agents of the campaign plastered the slogan on billboards, used it in campaign songs, and proclaimed it in speeches. Wilson did not like it, complaining he could not guarantee peace. He came to the campaign quarters to scold the staff about it. At least this is what Creel recalled. Woolley admitted that the idea of exploiting the fact that President Wilson kept us out of war occurred to me after listening to the keynote speech at the convention. His phrasing was, "With honor he has kept us out of war." Wilson used honor in making the case for military preparedness while remaining neutral. Woolley insisted he did not put the punchier slogan on anything his department produced because "I always had in mind that we would eventually get into the war." In other ways, though, Woolley hammered on the peace theme. The message found its way into almost every major piece of campaign literature. Billboards carried the double message of peace and prosperity: "He has protected me and mine." The Democratic National Committee's Workers' Manual said, "President Wilson has kept the United States out of the most terrible war in the history of the world." Woolley's bureau distributed 5 million copies of Glenn's speech. Others on the campaign did the same. Senator Thomas J. Walsh, who headed the party's Chicago headquarters, ordered speakers in his western region to make the slogan's theme their chief one, probably with Wilson's approval. For whatever Wilson's reservations about the slogan, he used his own versions of it. "The Republicans would radically change foreign policy," he said. "There is only one choice as against peace, and that is war." 39. With this strategy, Hughes, not Wilson, was the candidate in a vice that was more uncomfortable because in addition to placating competing interests, he had to distinguish himself from Wilson when their positions on the war were similar. "With regard to foreign policies," wrote Cecil Spring Rice, the British ambassador in Washington, in a report to the Foreign Office, "there is no difference whatever between the two candidates as to the prime necessity of preserving peace." For the British this made it all the more imperative to stay on the sidelines of the campaign, although pro-Allied propaganda continued. Wellington House distributed copious photographs and employed the new technique of movies and newsreels, while French speakers fanned out across the country. 40. Hughes had no surcease from his vocal and mutually antagonistic supporters. "I need hardly tell you," Roosevelt wrote to Garfield, "that it has been no light task for me in my speeches to avoid seeming to clash with Hughes." Roosevelt railed at hyphenism, by which he referred to immigrant groups who retained loyalties to their countries of origin. Democrats suggested Hughes would appoint Roosevelt Secretary of War. At the same time, Democrats portrayed Hughes as a tool of German-American leaders and their newspapers, which endorsed him well before the convention and continued to pound away afterward. Ambassador Bernstorff sorrowfully informed Berlin that Hughes was considered the German candidate. He feared German-American criticism of Wilson would antagonize the president, whom he favored on the grounds Wilson was more likely to keep the United States out of the war. Despite Bernstorff's best efforts to dampen the attacks on Wilson, German Americans persisted. In the process they did what they did not want to do, help Wilson. 41. "He kept us out of war" became one of the most potent campaign slogans of all time. President Wilson did not like the slogan as it implied a promise that he might not be able to keep. Robert Woolley insisted he never used quite those words. But over and over Wilson and Woolley said more or less the same thing. This campaign advertisement appeared in the New York Times on November 4, 1916, 3 days before the election. The vice tightened for Hughes following a private meeting he had in mid-September with Irish-American leader Jeremiah A. O'Leary and representatives of the American Independence Conference and other groups with German financial support. They wanted to secure from Mr. Hughes a definite statement for the benefit of a broad and liberal Americanism that has been offended by the British propaganda. Hughes assured them he was for neutrality and followed up a few days later with a public statement that he would not tolerate any improper interference with American commerce or with American mails. There was nothing sinister in the transaction, George Sylvester Viereck said correctly. Hughes's speeches on neutrality were aligned with Wilson's views, who was furious when the British published their blacklist that July of American firms suspected of trading with the Central Powers. Nor was it inappropriate for Hughes to meet with immigrant constituencies. As the American Independence Conference noted in an internal communication on the meeting, German Americans and other loyal Americans have as much right, being Americans, to ask Mr. Hughes questions as had Democrats who have been trying to embarrass the Republican candidate with questions. 42. That Hughes did not advertise the meeting was understandable. He had to contend with Roosevelt and his truculent supporters on the Republican National Committee, who watched closely for deviations from their war agenda. But the secrecy made the meeting look all the worse when Woolley revealed it had taken place. The information came from what he breezily called his Bureau of Intelligence, specifically a German-American named Hans Rieck who acquired internal documents of the American Independence Conference. Woolley released the documents on October 23 to expose the secret racial organization under which Jeremiah O'Leary and his associates have been masking their furtive and nationwide campaign in the interests of Charles Evans Hughes. Woolley dribbled out his exposé in 6 installments suitable for serialization in newspapers. The coverage was reminiscent of the way the world splashed revelations of Dr. Albert's suitcase across its pages. Norman Hapgood of Collier's added to this narrative of Hughes as a tool of subversive elements at a dinner given at the University Club of New York, when he dramatically brandished a letter he received from a Western senator. The senator said a German-American editor bragged of writing a Hughes speech against the blacklist. 43. I have made no private agreements and have engaged in no intrigues, Hughes insisted. Although he didn't want the support of anyone to whom the interest of this nation is not supreme, his statements seemed too late and too tepid. We all wish Hughes would make a stronger fight on the Americanism issue, Garfield wrote in his diary. World's Work editorialized, no nation has ever been called upon to suffer so seditious a press as that published in the United States in the German language. A few sharp, definite words from Mr. Hughes would have laid this ghost. The Nation, with some apparent nudging from Hughes's people, explained his conduct as that of the judge who refused comment on a pending case. He expects to be elected president. As president he would have to conduct our relations with Germany. 44. On the surface, the contrast with Wilson was sharp. In a blistering note to O'Leary, Wilson wrote, I would feel deeply mortified to have you and anybody like you vote for me. Since you have access to many disloyal Americans and I have not, I will ask you to convey this message to them. Woolley claimed that he adopted the same attitude. Except for a few Jewish dailies in New York, he did not patronize a single daily, weekly or monthly foreign language publication. But if Wilson's statement marked a difference with Hughes, his actions did not. When Roosevelt's Marshall speeches made it seem possible to acquire more of the hyphenate vote, Wilson tempered his comments. The Democrats had bureaus to work with the foreign-born in New York and in Chicago. The Wisconsin Democratic Committee had a German publicity bureau. It published materials in German, Hebrew, and Spanish as well as Scandinavian and Slavic languages. All of Homer Cummings's speakers worked for free, except for those who orated in foreign languages. The committee paid these individuals a substantial amount. At the suggestion of Norman Hapgood, the Chicago headquarters urged newspapers to goad Roosevelt into making intemperate speeches about Germany when he was visiting the city. 45. Democrats had their own private meetings with German Americans. Breckinridge Long, a wealthy young attorney, Princeton graduate, and president of the St. Louis Wilson Club, claimed to have convinced a German-American newspaper to support Wilson. In New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and St. Louis, congressional leaders sought to convince German Americans that Wilson was a better bet than Hughes insofar as staying out of the war was concerned. Martin Glynn struck up a conversation with O'Leary in the smoking car of a train between Albany and New York. Postmaster General Albert Burleson, a former Texas congressman whom Wilson called my political ambassador, met with Viereck in McCormick's office at the Democratic National Committee. These meetings agitated Woolley, who rebuked Burleson. But they were no more sinister than Hughes's meeting and as sensible, considering the close race. In any event, when news about the meetings leaked out, the Republicans were unable to turn the tables. The difference was, first, Wilson's bold statement made him look decisive and principled, and, second, Woolley's press management was better than anything Republicans could muster. In Woolley's expert hands the simple image triumphed over complex reality. 46. The Republicans were not above mischief. They used their influence with the owners of movie theaters to keep out the Democrats' campaign films. In an exposé of their own, they revealed that Texas Democrats illegally squeezed money out of local federal office holders. Woolley wisely took the edge off this by quickly repudiating the Texan initiative. They paid for news and editorials. In 1908, James Williams, Washington bureau chief of the prestigious and conservative Boston Evening Transcript, had taken a leave from his paper to work on Taft's campaign. In 1916, when he was the paper's editor, he remained at the Transcript while drawing $100 a week from the Republican Party. One of his assignments was to denigrate the slogan "He kept us out of war." When he failed to alert his Republican bosses that the Transcript was running a Democratic advertisement aimed at religious audiences, the director of publicity, David Berry, treated Williams like the employee he was. "Wake up please, and try to stay awake for 2 weeks more, and it will be all over." 47. The Democrats wrung their hands over a Republican whispering campaign about Wilson's illicit relationship with Mary Ellen Peck while he was married to his first wife, Ellen, a charge that may have had truth to it in view of the passionate letters he wrote to Peck while he was president of Princeton. Because Wilson considered it utterly out of the question to cooperate for a counter-story on his happy home life, McCormick, House, and Woolley arranged for one by Stockton Axon, Ellen's brother. New York Times editors liked it so much they made it into a Sunday magazine story. 48. Democrats used mean ad hominem attacks themselves. Breckinridge Long laid out an elaborate argument that Hughes was ineligible to be president. At the date of Hughes's birth, Long claimed, his father was an English subject and thus the infant Hughes was not a citizen of the United States. Long spuriously argued that the 14th Amendment, which gave natural-born citizenship to all persons born on U.S. soil, did not cover Hughes because he was born before the amendment was enacted. At the time of his birth, Long ludicrously claimed, Hughes did not give sole allegiance to the United States. 49. To disguise its origins, Woolley sometimes mailed campaign materials in blank envelopes. The Democrats had their equivalent of Boston editor James Williams working for them behind the scenes. Baltimore Sun Washington bureau chief Fred Essary told Woolley he was on the job, arranging articles by cabinet members on the constructive work of the administration. Progressive E.W. Scripps, who had newspapers strung out across the West and Midwest as well as news services, established a phantom campaign headquarters in Cleveland. A trusted lieutenant ensured a steady flow of pro-Wilson stories and editorials. 50. Creel's pen, furiously at work, produced a slim, vituperative book, Wilson and the Issues, that the Century Company published as the campaign heated up. Creel called Wilson's critics unpatriotic, undemocratic, unthinking, rapacious, stupid, and hypocritical. Secret masters, he claimed, selected Hughes and sought the elimination of a president who has stood in their way. Hughes, he wrote, is a candidate of the Kaiser, he is the candidate of Toryism and reaction. It is millions drawn from these sources that will finance his campaign, it is the votes of these sinister forces that he will receive, it is their interests that will dominate in event of his election. 51. Woolley serialized chapters from the book for use by the press and produced a paperback version with an introduction by Secretary of War Newton D. Baker. The book was sent to state committees and people who spoke on Wilson's behalf. Creel gave his royalties to the Democratic National Committee. Wilson reportedly was mighty pleased with the book. 52. Hughes favored. At the beginning of the race, the Democratic campaign staff endured a 2-hour Wilson lecture at the White House. Although Morgenthau, Roper, and Woolley fell asleep in the sweltering August heat, they left keenly aware of what Wilson would and would not do in his re-election fight. One would not was Wilson's refusal to mount rostrums around the country to ply his oratorical skills, as he had done in 1912. He preferred the veranda of Shadow Lawn, the New Jersey home he rented during the campaign. His first major address did not come until September 23.53. McCormick had thorough conversations with Wilson weekly, often staying overnight in the White House. Wilson wrote to him on details, once enclosing a poem that had so much swing and punch in it that I cannot help thinking it would make a rattling campaign document. But Wilson was not much engaged in the publicity side of the campaign, preferring instead to use the power of his office to advertise himself. He showed strength when he gave Germany an ultimatum that led it to suspend unrestricted submarine warfare. Henceforth, the Germans would adhere to traditional visit and search rules before sinking merchant vessels. Wilson added to his progressive credentials by naming the people's lawyer, Louis Brandeis, to the Supreme Court and successfully passing laws on workmen's compensation, rural credits, and protection of child labor. Woolley capitalized on Wilson's presidential actions. He advised him to sign 2 pieces of legislation separately so as to get double the amount of immediate publicity. Furthermore, the pictures taken could be used to advantage in appealing to separate groups, whereas the one picture might prove of doubtful value. 54. Still, victory was far from assured. Lansing's Thursday luncheons with Democratic colleagues at the Metropolitan Club became pretty gloomy affairs. Tumulty received reports of anti-Catholic feeling in the Midwest. Hughes regained momentum in late August when Wilson supported 8-hour-day legislation for railway workers in order to head off their strike. I am certainly receiving a frost from most of the bankers and cotton mill men, a Democratic fundraiser in North Carolina wrote to Josephus Daniels. The Republicans, he said, were telling all employers the Democrats were intent on enforcing a universal 8-hour-day law, including for farms. 55. Hughes got in the rhythm of campaigning. Mr. Hughes is a kind of campaigner that every Republican ought to be proud of, wrote the New York Evening Post's David Lawrence. His speeches were so powerful that Democrats in a Lincoln, Nebraska, audience were compelled to clap. Hughes visited Maine prior to its September elections, which turned out to be a great Republican victory. The result, James Garfield declared, means better results in November than we thought 2 weeks ago. Republicans captured every federal and state seat on the ballot, despite Democrats pouring in money from their meager coffers. The chances of Mr. Hughes have greatly increased, British Ambassador Spring Rice reported to the Foreign Office. Hughes resisted pleas to replace Wilcox as his campaign chair but agreed that a friend of his could urge Wilcox to focus on grassroots organization and sharpen strategy. Wilcox laughed off the advice. All was going well. 56. The Republican National Committee was on its way to spending more than twice as much as in the 1912 presidential contest, nearly $2.5 million. From time to time the Democrats received a financial boost. Young Breckinridge Long came in at a crucial moment with a $5,000 check and a $30,000 loan. But the Democrats spent 40% less than the Republicans, not counting expenditures by the separate Hughes alliance. The Republicans also felt strong winds at their backs thanks to the base they built up over many years among the farming, business, and professional classes everywhere but in the South. "My trip west gives me more hope of Hughes' election," Garfield scribbled in his diary in mid-October, when he was stumping for Hughes. The press reports of conditions east are likewise more favorable. 2 weeks later, back in the Republicans' Chicago office, Garfield concluded, "We will win unless our reports are woefully wrong." 57. As the race came to a close, the demand by both parties for campaign buttons caused a shortage of celluloid used in their production and limited the supply. Homer Cummings reported that Republicans in his state, Connecticut, were buying pages in all of the Democratic papers as well as their own, and their billboard advertising is greater than I have ever seen it in the state. It seemed to be the same everywhere. No longer could Wilson hang back from campaigning. He made 4 speeches on a single day in Cincinnati. Wilson was angry. House arranged for him to speak at Madison Square Garden, but he did it. 58. Woolley, who worked far into the night, 7 days a week, accelerated his efforts. He added staff to the literary department. He hired a cartoonist to produce a daily feature and convinced famed cartoonist C.R. Macaulay of the New York World to contribute 10 more. In one of his targeted mailings, he sent colored pictures of Wilson to almost every woman in states where they could vote. At its high point his bureau had 24 clerical staff. 59. Posters were plastered everywhere. Woolley personally supervised placements on billboards, streetcars, and electric signs. He desperately shoveled ads into newspapers, sending the Democrats deep into debt. Cash-strapped, he had not scheduled the ads far in advance at more favorable rates, as the Republicans had. One full-page advertisement 3 days before voting declared, "If you want war, vote for Hughes." On the eve of the election, a display ad in newspapers exposed the Republicans for using fake labor endorsements in their advertisements. The details had been uncovered by a labor leader Woolley hired late in the contest. The same day Wilcox charged Democrats with distributing cartoons that misquoted Hughes. 60. Word spread that Tammany was out to knife Wilson in New York. This was deadly, for it might become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why should Democrats vote if Wilson was bound to lose? The Democrats responded by insisting Wilson was sure to win in New York, even though their count showed he could not. To back up our magnificent bluff, as Woolley put it, the committee dug into its oversubscribed treasury to give money to the New York State Committee. Creel, who began the campaign as an optimist, was worried. Martin Glynn worried they were being beaten by cartoons heavily financed by Republicans. In a Harvard straw poll, Hughes beat Wilson 1,140 to 627. Hughes was no longer a 2-to-1 favorite in the betting on Wall Street, but the 10-to-7 odds were heavily in his favor. As fiercely loyal as she was, Wilson's new wife, Edith, was convinced Hughes was going to win. 61. We are not licked. On November 7, James Garfield woke up in Cleveland to a glorious day. The sun rose a brilliant red. Garfield took the train to Chicago, where he watched the returns at the campaign office. At midnight he thought Hughes's election secured certain 62. The Hughes family dined at the Hotel Astor. Supporters burst in from time to time with positive reports that were driving up the odds for Hughes. When news of his victory was flashed in Times Square, throngs gathered outside the hotel shouting Hughes. Gentlemen of the press, Hughes's son said to reporters, I present to you the President-elect of the United States. Not far away at the Biltmore Hotel, Democratic campaign staff also had a dinner, courtesy of Morgenthau. It began with hope, but as the election results came in, they lost their appetites. McCormick and Woolley excused themselves and returned to headquarters, passing a newsboy selling extras of the New York Times and the World proclaiming a Hughes victory *63. The German press also called Hughes the winner. Bernhard Dernberg, the German propagandist expelled from the United States the year before, exulted, "So, Hughes. So the election mathematicians were right." Berliner Tageblatt und Handelszeitung, November 8, 1916. Vance, Woolley told McCormick, "We are not licked." The danger, he counseled, was in acting as though they had been beaten. That would discourage their voters in the West from going to the polls, which was what the Republicans encouraged by wiring news reports of a Hughes victory to Western states. Woolley believed this tactic explained Hughes's victory in Oregon. Unable to get the straight-laced McCormick to mislead the press by saying their calculations showed Wilson had the race in the bag, Woolley did so himself. 64. Nerves frayed. Woolley overheard McCormick and Morgenthau whisper that he had lost the race for them while at the same time spending them deep into debt. When news came that wagers on the outcome were being taken at a hotel across the street, Creel swung into action, his eyes batting and his arms gesticulating. He borrowed money to get a piece of the action. 65. An hour later Creel's prospects improved. Word came in that California was heading toward the Wilson column. Around 3 o'clock, McCormick announced he had notified Wilson that he was likely to win. Tin horns were blown, rebel yells shouted, speeches given from desktops. When a rush of people tried to hoist the chairman on their shoulders, he directed them to Woolley. 66. By the afternoon of the next day the betting odds favored Wilson. "Rain all day," Garfield jotted in his diary. "Tears for the country if Wilson is elected." The count was not final until November 22. Wilson lost his own state, New Jersey. Had Hughes not lost California by 3,773 votes, he would have been president. Wilson's electoral vote margin was 277 to 254. When the votes for socialist and prohibition candidates were counted, he had 49.24% of the popular vote, once again less than a clear majority. 67. A near exact science. Californian Hiram Johnson won his Senate seat by 300,000 votes. A handshake at the Hotel Virginia probably would have swept Hughes to victory on his coattails, although this and much else were debated in autopsies of the campaign. Hughes's old-fashioned beard might have made a difference, some speculated. He was the last major presidential candidate to have won. Garfield blamed old guard Republicans for ignoring progressive sentiment throughout the country. These leaders entertained the foolish notion that anyone could beat Wilson. Several New York Democrats who supported Hughes blamed Roosevelt and his belligerent speeches. "You made Wilson 1,000,000 votes," they said in an angry telegram to the former president. George Sylvester Viereck blamed the cross-currents of war propaganda. Burleson, Brandeis, and House said E.W. Scripps carried the day. Scripps's papers hammered hard in Ohio, a state Hughes lost despite its tradition of voting Republican and a large immigrant population. A victory there also would have given Hughes the presidency. 68. Before the election, Hughes had leapt from one summit of success to another. When a version of Creel's 10 questions was flung at him in his second gubernatorial race, his reply was decisive and put his opponent on the defensive. He did not rise to the challenge this time, journalist Walter Lippmann argued, because he was sure to win and played it safe. Hughes's anodyne slogan "The man of the hour" was no match for "He kept us out of war," which Hughes, like many others, considered a major factor in his loss. As a political tactician he did not measure up, Harold Ickes concluded in a post-election summary of the campaign. He had the defects of his qualities. 69. It could also be said, as indeed it was, that Woolley's publicity bureau was a decisive factor. It did not completely account for Wilson's victory, to be sure, but victory would not have been possible without it. McCormick, who had reversed recent Democratic campaign history by being a far better manager than his Republican counterpart, attributed the victory to two factors: their success attracting progressive and independent voters and the strongest publicity organization that they ever had. The first factor would not have been in play without the second. The publicity machine had many working parts: Cummings' speaker program, the most ambitious to date, Roper's tracking of public opinion, Senator Walsh's emphasis in the party's Chicago headquarters on message discipline. As a matter of fact, campaign treasurer Wilbur W. Marsh commented on modern presidential elections, "The whole campaign is publicity." But McCormick singled out Woolley and the help he had from Creel. 70. So did others. Roosevelt credited Woolley with the most brilliant achievement in the history of American politics. Gifford Pinchot, a member of Roosevelt's inner circle along with Garfield, spoke with authority when he, too, lavished praise on Woolley. As head of the U.S. Forest Service under Roosevelt, Pinchot surpassed any publicity previously generated by a federal official to promote a department. He was the first government official to show how much could be achieved with a press release. "The Democrats," he wrote in a postmortem on the election, "pulled off the best publicity campaign in history. It was a masterful realization of a systematic publicity plan." Publicity, Pinchot said, has become a near exact science. 71. "You are certainly the great little rallier," Frank Polk, Lansing's deputy as State Department counselor, told Woolley. "Aside from keeping your nerve, which was some triumph, you must be gratified with all the approval that your work has received." Woolley's campaign colleagues celebrated his achievement at the Yale Club. Creel presented him with a platinum watch chain and a gold-handled knife. 72. Behind this victory was the recognition that parties did not matter to voters as they had before. Roosevelt, who created the renegade Bull Moose Party in 1912, won more votes than the Republican candidate Taft. A number of factors changed the political equation. Civil service reforms broke the back of patronage. Ballot reforms permitted split-ticket voting. With more leisure time and money, voters no longer needed party rallies for entertainment. Discovering they could profit handsomely by catering to the masses and selling advertising rather than depending on party handouts, newspapers became increasingly independent, even if reporters like Fred Essary and James Williams were not. In recognition of this, the Democrats had replaced their stodgy literary bureau in 1908 with a press bureau and later a publicity bureau. If there is one thing the election has said which should sink into all men's minds, the Wall Street Journal commented about the 1916 race, it is that we should approach the voter, not the mob, by the most modern methods of publicity. 73. Woolley's achievement of making the case for Wilson to the great mass of voters was less a matter of invention than of perfection. He worked carefully, methodically, and wisely. Advertising was coming to the fore as a way to reach the masses, and Woolley's were compelling and ubiquitous. Posters, with bold color and large images of Wilson, were arresting. Woolley's bureau generated more printed material than any previous Democratic campaign. Mailings reached an unprecedented volume. When Robert Linthicum of the New York World wrote Wit and Wisdom of Woodrow Wilson, Woolley sent copies to 20,000 editors and libraries. Exploiting the new medium of film, which the Democrats used for a cartoon feature in the 1912 election, the campaign produced the president and his cabinet in action. The propaganda features of the film, which humanized the smiling president, were so insidious, Woolley said, that he had no trouble distributing it widely despite Republican efforts to keep it out of theaters. Woolley met the needs of newspapers by sending crisply written copy well in advance. Editors sent him a phenomenal number of letters and telegrams with profuse praise. "For the first time in my experience as a newspaperman extending back nearly 25 years, I find campaign publicity which is not a joke," wrote the managing editor of the St. Louis Republic. "The stories which you so far sent us are real news stuff, the illustrations are pertinent, and available for immediate use." 74. Woolley started work well before the official campaign began, something Pinchot emphasized as an important lesson for Republicans. His advanced planning and disciplined execution were a realization of the progressive dream of expert management of the apparatus of government, in this case the apparatus of getting elected. Woolley contributed to the emergence of the permanent campaign, the non-stop preparation for the next election by professionals with narrow specializations, voter identification and analysis, direct mailing, targeted messaging, polling, opposition research and attack ads and image creation, such as made Hughes, a man of utter integrity and independence, seemed to be a cat's paw of both anti-war hyphenates and pro-war Roosevelt. There is interposed between the voter and his final judgments the whole mechanism of modern publicity, the New Republic noted after the election. The final vote is not the result of direct acquaintance, it is the result of the news reports, the advertising, the oratory, the elusive rumors which are the modern substitute for direct acquaintance. 75. The same sort of campaign of publicity for the war. It did not take until the next presidential election for the discipline, energy, and creative opportunism of Woolley's bureau to be manifested again in American politics. The drive for a government publicity organization began almost immediately. McCormick thought that "He kept us out of war" slogan was the keynote of the Wilson campaign. The election was a referendum on going to war in Europe, and the verdict was to avoid it. The feeling among his staff, however, had been that peace was hopeless, as Daniel Roper recalled. With war looming ever larger, it became clear that steps should be taken to reorient American thinking. One of many such suggestions came from Woolley in February 1917, a month before inauguration. He advised Frank Polk and Edward House on the importance of establishing in the State Department, once war is declared, a real Bureau of Information with responsibility for censorship and publicity. Of course, it would not do to talk too much about censorship in announcing the creation of this bureau because of the effect it might have on the public mind. He said the Treasury Department needed a similar bureau. 76. This sense of urgency was bipartisan. Shortly after the United States entered the war in April, a more ambitious recommendation than Woolley's came from a committee made up of Wilcox, McCormick, Morgenthau, former Progressive Party leader George Perkins, and Charles Evans Hughes himself. The Committee on Public Information had only recently been established, and it was unclear what it would do apart from censorship and news releases. The bipartisan committee made up of Wilcox, McCormick, and the others wanted something much larger. There is urgent need, it said, for exactly the same sort of campaign of publicity under government direction as was promulgated by the English government when that country was suddenly faced with the same crisis that now confronts this country. It was imperative to unify the nation quickly and make the people as a whole understand their individual responsibilities in the progressive phases of this country's participation of war on a big scale, as they do not at all understand those responsibilities now. The proposal suggested harnessing the national and local organizations of all parties for this purpose. They would develop alliances with leagues, societies, and chambers around the country. 77. Wilson dismissed the scheme. He would be steadfast in support of Creel and had no intention of cooperating with Hughes, Wilcox, or any of their tribe. This disinterest in bipartisanship foreshadowed a central factor in his tragic failure to sell his peace treaty after the war. 78. Nevertheless, the proposal was significant in reflecting the consensus among political leaders that the tools for campaign persuasion were suitable for governing. Creel, Woolley's student, would show how that could be done through a top-down, national structure like the Democratic National Committees. The CPI would use all the strategies Woolley did. It perpetuated images of sinister German Americans to make the country feel as though the enemy were right on its own shores. It used informants, surrogates, and sleight of hand. It was not averse to emotional appeals. Creel defended the mantra "He kept us out of war." People do not read, he said. They are governed by slogans. 79. 3. A matured public opinion. Politically, democracy means the sovereignty, not of the average man who is a rather narrow, short-sighted, muddle-headed creature but of a matured public opinion, a very different thing. In the forming of this opinion the sage has a million times the weight of the field hand. With modern facilities for mind influencing mind, democracy, at its best, substitutes the direction of the recognized moral and intellectual elite for the rule of the strong, the rich, or the privileged. Edward Allsworth Ross, Changing America, 1912. The atmosphere was arid and sterile when Arthur Sweetser became an occupant in July 1916 of room 246 1/2, a tiny space set aside for the Associated Press in the State, War, and Navy building. Following the sinking of the Lusitania a year before, President Wilson had suspended his weekly press conferences. He said he was too busy with foreign affairs to spare the time. He held only one press conference during the presidential campaign, in which he cagily avoided saying much. He urged the State Department to confine itself as much as possible to routine matters. 1. The day the war broke out in 1914, the young reporter Sweetser quit his job in Boston and caught a boat to Paris. Once there, he rode a bicycle to the other side of the German lines. His experience, recounted in roadside glimpses of the Great War, led him to doubt propaganda about German atrocities. A short stint at the fledgling New Republic on his return home was unsatisfying, as he was confined to the business side. In room 246 1/2 Sweetser hoped to be in the thick of news. Instead reporters wandered the halls, played poker, and did a whole lot of gossiping and imagining too. Then, suddenly, with the election decided, Sweetser got his wish, news. Buoyed by the electorate's endorsement of his peace platform, Wilson directed his energies at engineering an end to the war. The president expects to deal with all foreign questions without embarrassment, Sweetser reported. At the urging of his secretary, Joseph Tumulty, Wilson resumed news conferences. Sweetser would have a ringside seat to a mini-drama over the next days that revealed a lot about Wilson's complex approach to public opinion. 3. Wilson's peace plan and the news. Many Republicans considered Wilson cynical or worse for his implied promise to avoid war. Roosevelt, whose hatred for Wilson was visceral, derided "he kept us out of war" as an utterly misleading phrase, the phrase of a coward. Frederick Tanner, the Republican chair in New York, thought it an exaggerated illustration of deception. Lansing, too, complained about the slogan. The country, he admonished Vance McCormick, might be forced into war at any moment, and Wilson was saying that was not possible. Wilson privately admitted that the variations of the phrase he used promised too much. "I can't keep the country out of war," he lamented to Josephus Daniels. "They talk of me as though I were a god. Any little German lieutenant can put us into the war at any time by some calculated outrage." 4. Wilson's desire for peace, however, was genuine. It dated from the first shots of the war. In August 1914, he informed the belligerent countries, "I should welcome an opportunity to act in the interests of European peace, either now or at any other time that might be thought more suitable." This departure from the tradition of American isolationism burst forth in his May 1916 speech to 2,000 dignitaries assembled by the League to Enforce Peace. Wilson called for an international body with the power to prevent any war begun either contrary to treaty covenants or without warning and full submission of the causes to the opinion of the world. 5. Wilson put his aspirations for peace in concrete form a week after the election. Between other duties and a bout of illness that put him in bed, he worked long hours in his study on a proposal to assist, if I may, in bringing the war to an end before it is too late to remedy what it has done. He called for a conference of belligerent and neutral nations to define the terms upon which a settlement of the issues of war may be expected. This, he hoped, would pave the way for a post-war organization charged with maintaining peace. The proposal, he told his wife, may prove the greatest piece of work in my life. Wilson finished a draft on November 25. While he pondered the timing of his proposal, two events clouded his initiative. 6. Lansing inspired one of them. When rumors bubbled up that the administration was considering a peace plan, Sweetser privately asked him for confirmation. Lansing, who was pressing Wilson to go into the war, petulantly denied that a peace proposal was forthcoming. This Sweetser duly reported in a news story that Lansing read approvingly in draft. The story, Sweetser wrote in notes of his conversation with Lansing, was a source of deep gratification to the Second Seven. On December 12, the day after Sweetser's story appeared, the second event occurred. This was the startling news of a German peace proposal. Germany had recent battlefield successes, but victory was far from assured. Dire food shortages caused by the blockade, United Press's Karl Ackerman observed, made Germany look like a grocery store after a closing out sale. Despite government attempts to suppress discussion of shortages, food riots broke out. Many senior German military officers thought the resumption of submarine warfare would bring the war to a swift conclusion, but Chancellor Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg calculated that Germans would be more supportive of continued war if attempts at peace were tried first. 8. The German peace démarche deprived Wilson of the initiative, but his enthusiasm to lead the world to peace was unabated. He returned to his study to revise his plan. On Sunday, December 17, he sent a final draft to Lansing. Given his desire to keep his plan secret, this was not the time to resume press conferences, where the subject was sure to come up, but he did. To preempt any discussion of what he had in mind, he began the off-the-record session by stating, "Since the government of the United States is doing nothing, I think perhaps it is best not to discuss whether it is going to do anything or not." Wilson's misleading statement left reporters with a clear understanding that, as Sweetser noted, the United States had not and would not inject itself into the peace situation. While reporters wrote stories of the newsless meeting, the president directed Lansing to encode his peace note and send it with the utmost privacy. 9. Editing suggestions from House and Lansing diluted Wilson's plea for a conference of belligerent and neutral nations to end the fighting. They feared angering the Allies, who might see themselves at a disadvantage if forced to the negotiating table at that moment. Wilson's revised proposal merely sought elucidation of each nation's war aims so that we may learn, the neutral nations with the belligerent, how near the haven of peace we may be. Wilson's desire for mediated peace could be discerned, along with his call for a permanent concord of nations, but ambiguities permitted unintended inferences. Had Wilson waited until Wednesday to hold his press conference, he could have guided reporters to his true intent. Because he did not, Lansing disastrously assumed that interpretive role. 10. That Wednesday morning, December 20, the Secretary of State informed reporters that a diplomatic note had been sent. He said the note did not suggest peace. When the Dow Jones ticker reported the note was a peace proposal, Sweetser rushed to Lansing's office and, out of breath, asked for clarification. "What peace story?" said Lansing, yanking his pipe from his mouth and flashing anger. When a copy of it was put in front of him, Lansing put his finger on the word peace. "See how inaccurate these people are," he said. "Boys," Sweetser said to reporters outside Lansing's office, "the secretary has assured me this report is incorrect, that this note has nothing to do with peace." When Wilson's note was released that afternoon, the reporters were furious. 11. Lansing was not finished. When asked about his prevarication at a news conference the next morning, he slowly recited a statement focusing on a passage in Wilson's proposal that said neutrality might become intolerable. The United States, Lansing said, was drawing nearer the verge of war. When Sweetser phoned this dramatic statement to the AP, his editor ordered him to double-check it. Querying Lansing privately, Sweetser hotly related journalists' bitterness over the misleading statements he and the president had made. "I still say it's not a peace note," Lansing insisted. "Rather it's a war note." 12. The AP's White House reporter showed Lansing's verge of war comment to Tumulty, who showed it to Wilson. As Sweetser learned from colleagues, Wilson telephoned wildly for Lansing, who was at lunch, and for Polk, who went chasing after Lansing. Then he called the AP president. No, Frank Noyes said, he could not stop the story. It had been on the wire for half an hour. When Lansing was located eating lunch with Democratic colleagues, Wilson summoned him to the phone. They met afterward. Lansing's dismissal seemed imminent, although this rumor also proved false. Lansing met with the press that afternoon to say the administration was not altering its neutrality policy. The whole tone and language of the note to the belligerents show the purpose without further comment on my part. 13. If our people only realized the insatiable greed of those German autocrats at Berlin and their sinister purpose to dominate the world, Lansing wrote in his diary, we would be at war today. Although Bernstorff strove to win Berlin's support for Wilson's proposal, Lansing considered everything about him sinister, including his thin lips. He confided to Sweetser that he made his verge of war comment to reassure the Allies that the United States was not abandoning them. In private meetings with Allied envoys, he suggested they respond to Wilson's peace overture by proposing terms the Germans would not accept. Both Lansing and House led European leaders to suspect Wilson was setting up a scenario to justify entering the war. The British Foreign Office warned its press to be restrained in criticizing Wilson's proposal. 14. Wilson's quest for peace was a steep climb. The colossal loss of life. The mistrust and hatred fomented by the belligerents' propaganda. The possibility each side saw for victory. The war had momentum. It was unlikely the United States could avoid being drawn into the conflict. Americans were heavily committed in loans as well as in sympathy for the Allies. The badly plotted peace note added to Wilson's difficulties achieving his peace goal. The fundamental error was rooted in his disdain for journalists. He wanted them to keep their pens in their pockets until he told them when it was time to write. His efforts to control the message this way produced exactly the opposite of what he wanted. By taking the press into his confidence, even if on background, he could have avoided confusion about his peace proposal. Instead, he handed Lansing and House the opportunity to put their own spin on it and alienated journalists unnecessarily, when many would have helped him sell it at home and abroad. The episode revealed a fundamental aspect of Wilson's thinking about the presidency, the great faith he put in leading the public with soaring appeals through diplomatic notes and speeches from behind a lectern. This concept of leadership, which sprang from his thinking about government as a professor, was informed by progressive belief in the need to engineer citizens' opinions. That reasoning lay behind his creation of the Committee on Public Information when, within the next few weeks, the country went to war. A great new discovery in sociology. During the 1894 Christmas recess, a young economics professor sat in a Stanford University library alcove. Dissatisfied with what he considered a bloodless discipline, Edward Allsworth Ross jotted down a list of the linchpins which hold society together. I have a great new discovery in sociology, he wrote to his uncle-in-law, Lester F. Ward, a paleobotanist whose similarly wandering interests led him to teach, at Yale, the first sociology course in an American university. Fact is, I am planning to bring out a book eventually. The publication of Social Control, a survey of the foundations of order in 1901 marked a rare instance when a new book instantly became a seminal scholarly work and a popular success. It helped establish sociology as a distinct academic discipline. The phrase social control became a progressive touchstone. 15. Previously, Americans lived in tightly knit, self-regulating communities. In this natural order, which Ross experienced as an Iowa farm boy, nearly every moral problem resolved itself into a question between man and man. Now, at the end of the 19th century, community had given way to society, an amalgam of interdependent strangers. In these impersonal associations, Ross argued, the mean man finds it easier to prey and inflict damage upon the others, and the individual reaction is less able to hold him in check. The development of mutual aid and higher forms of organization, therefore, necessarily thrust upon society the problem of controlling the delinquent class. 16. Ross favored a wide range of controls: prohibition of liquor, eugenics, restriction on immigration, laws protecting children, public service commissions to set fair prices for electrical power, settlement houses to shelter and uplift the unfortunate, and restraint. exercised through public opinion. This latter was tied to publicity, abetted by the abundance of communication, which ensured that far-flung citizens had the grains of information needed to produce collectively the right-minded loaf of opinion. This form of coercion, he argued, is suited to the type of man created by modern life. 17. In his 18th-century essay of Publicity, political thinker Jeremy Bentham argued for making government deliberations known to ordinary citizens. The public is placed in a situation to form an enlightened opinion, and the course of the opinion is easily marked. Thinkers like Ross advanced a far more ambitious conception of publicity. Just as experts should engineer solutions to uncompetitive business practices and tuberculosis in slums, so should they engineer public opinion on a broad range of economic, social, and political issues. Untutored public opinion, Ross argued, was far from being a wise disciplinarian. It meddles when it ought to abstain, and blesses when it ought to curse. 18. Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes recommended social control to Roosevelt, who became a warm correspondent with Ross. "You insist," Roosevelt wrote, as all healthy-minded patriots should insist, "that public opinion, if only sufficiently enlightened and aroused, is equal to necessary regenerative tasks and can yet dominate the future." James Garfield called the Bureau of Corporations, which he headed, a publicity bureau to correct corporate abuses. Louis Brandeis systemically surveyed newspapers from around the country to measure attitudes and was in contact with a network of editors to shape them. "The more an issue was canvassed and discussed," he said, "the better. It is only ignorance and dark dealing that we must fear." In a 1913 article for Harper's Weekly, "What Publicity Can Do," he used the sanitation terms that came easily to social reformers. Sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. 19. Communication advances similar to those that made public opinion salient in Europe occurred in the United States. Profitable markets for independent dailies, telegraph lines shooting news across the country, subsidized second-class mailing privileges, which enabled newspapers, magazines, and books to reach rural audiences. In 1916, Congressman Claude Kitchin complained, "The government handled, and distributed 1,202,470,676 pounds of newspapers, magazines, and other periodicals, entailing a subsidy of $89 million for publishers. Knowledge," said a populist lecturer, "is cheaper than coal and more common than pork and beans." Between 1860 and 1900, when the national population doubled, the number of daily newspapers grew from 387 to 2,190 and doubled again by 1915. The number of magazines increased from 700 in 1865 to 6,000 in 1905. Half-joking, William Allen White, a progressive Kansas newspaperman who became a national figure by writing for these periodicals, spoke of government by magazine 20. Muckraking, whose practitioners frankly described their sanitization work as publicity, thrived. It is impossible to fix the date when muckraking began or pin down its precise meaning. The term did not come into use until 1906, well after the fact, as was the case with progressivism, which was uncommon until the end of the decade. Although he encouraged many reform-minded journalists, Roosevelt coined muckraking as a pejorative. He was piqued by what he considered journalists' excessive search for evils needing reform. Muckraking could be sober or as sensational as the yellow journalism of Joseph Pulitzer and William Randolph Hearst. Everybody's was bombastic, the Saturday Evening Post was conservative, life was light-hearted. In 1894, 168 publications were dedicated to temperance. Reform literature included novels and books of nonfiction, poetry, and reports on urban conditions by the likes of social activist Jane Addams. Ross asserted cartoons were to red ink and capitals what the arc light is to the tallow dip. 21. Mark Sullivan said he was the first muckraker on account of his 1901 Atlantic article, "The Ills of Pennsylvania." Although George Creel made no such claim, he exposed police bullying of voters in his crusading Kansas City Weekly, The Independent, the year before, and other journalists were also tilting their pens at political, social, and economic wrongs. The signal moment for muckraking came in January 1903, when McClure's published a triptych of articles, Lincoln Steffens's The Shame of Minneapolis on Municipal Corruption, an installment of Ida Tarbell's series on Standard Oil's lust for economic power, and Ray Stannard Baker's report that unions, seeking their own sort of trust, prevented non-union men from working. Sensing the whole was more than the sum of these three parts, S.S. McClure proclaimed in an accompanying editorial that the articles constituted an arraignment of American character as should make every one of us stop and think. 22. Publicity was not the sole province of muckrakers. The forces muckrakers battled had an entirely different concept of publicity. Special interests bought advertising space and sometimes the newspaper itself. Their publicists sought to convince journalists to write favorable stories. The reformers believed the redress to this perverse publicity was more publicity. Ross inveighed against newspaper dependence on advertising tied into the business control system. A long list of journalists muckraked the press. Ross's Stanford student Will Irwin wrote a memorable series on newspapers for colliers. Robert Park, another pioneering sociologist, who began as a journalist, attacked the giant press bureau that cloaked Belgian King Leopold's exploitation of the Congo. Creel exposed fraudulent ads for patent medicine. The more true publicity there is the better, Baker wrote in a McClure's exposé on the railroad publicity machine, for the public mind should not only be made up, but made up right. 23. The corollary to this credo was that true publicity was a benign form of social control and democratic. By a hidden law of political physics, citizens would of their own free will gravitate toward the right facts. Communication was the integrating and socializing principle, Park believed. The very clamor of newspaper publicity was like an embodied public conscience pronouncing condemnation, every headline an officer, wrote New York Evening Post editor Rollo Ogden. Perhaps the yellow press cared about newspaper sales first and democracy second, but journalists the likes of Baker, as well as academics the likes of Ross, had a near religious faith in the power of true publicity. Ross thought it worked as if by magic. Baker believed that to an extent that approaches mysticism as in our faith in democracy, that there is a curious mystic something in the united action of men which infallibly reaches the right conclusions. 24. Educators, whether trained in law, soil conservation, or philosophy, were well equipped for this tutorial task. For the first time they assumed large public profiles. Ross radiated authority. His 250 well-muscled pounds on a 6'5" frame commanded attention. He delivered pungent thoughts in a booming voice. "I wouldn't give the snap of my finger for the pussyfooting sociologist," he said. The day he received a publishing contract for Social Control, he made public his dismissal from Stanford. His criticism of the railroad practice of hiring cheap Japanese labor and his support for free silver had disturbed the widow of Leland Stanford, the railway tycoon who created the university. 7 fellow professors resigned in protest. In the first inquiry by American professors into subversion of academic freedom, the American Economic Association exonerated Ross. Ross, who found a new home at the University of Wisconsin, wrote voluminously in popular magazines. His Sins and Society, an analysis of latter-day iniquity, was as much a muckraking volume as anything Lincoln Steffens wrote. "The mob lynches the red-handed slayer," he wrote, "when it ought to keep a gallows Haman high for the venal mine inspector, the seller of infected milk, the maintainer of a fire-trap theater." 25. Woodrow Wilson was an expert activist focused on the burning issue of governing. Reforming zeal was spreading from city halls and state houses to Washington, which was acquiring extensive and continuous responsibilities for society's smooth operation. Needed were leaders who understood government as a science. "It is getting harder to run a constitution than to frame one," wrote Wilson, who helped establish the new discipline of public administration. Eager to put his hands on the levers of government, he entered the race for governor of New Jersey in 1910. His speech accepting his party's nomination called for reorganization and economy in government, control of corporations, conservation of natural resources, and a commission to regulate utility and transportation rates. 26. In an 1887 essay on government administration, Wilson sounded like Ross and Ray Stannard Baker: whoever would effect a change in a modern constitutional government must make public opinion willing to listen and then see to it that it listens to the right things. In his campaign for governor, he pledged to curtail sharp corporate business practices and the old political machine through pitiless publicity, a phrase he borrowed from Ralph Waldo Emerson: as gaslight is found to be the best nocturnal police, so the universe protects itself by pitiless publicity. As president, Wilson viewed himself as educator primus inter pares, the only national voice in public affairs, as he put it in 1908. If a president rightly interpret the national thought and boldly insist upon it, he is irresistible. 27. Pitiless publicity became a Wilson mantra. In the highest form of flattery, it was repurposed by reformers fighting for better wages for working girls and by his opponent in the 1916 presidential campaign, Charles Evans Hughes. In an advertisement for itself, the Literary Digest said, "This is an age of what President Wilson has termed pitiless publicity." 28. But as time went on, the phrase became a stick with which to beat Wilson. Early in his presidency, a San Francisco Call editorial, "Pitiless Publicity," again observed that he had learned the art of saying much and telling little. Before the 1916 election, Democrats fretted that Wilson and his administration were doing a poor job of giving out news. Journalists, one stalwart lamented, joked about Wilson's pitiful publicity. 29. Woodrow Wilson's pitiless publicity. Wilson's weaknesses warred with and undermined his greatness. He expanded the role of the office and enlarged the scope of the federal government, yet he was detached from crucial aspects of governing. Some of this can be attributed to the wide latitude he gave cabinet members. But he paid surprisingly little attention to all important cabinet appointments, largely leaving them to his factotum house. After Lansing's effort to subvert his peace note, Wilson decided to ignore him rather than fire him. In early 1917, when Wilson's diplomatic efforts were at full throttle, Lansing complained he seldom saw the president. It was a strange way to manage international relations at a time when they were a matter of paramount concern. 30. In pursuing his ideals, as biographer John Milton Cooper judiciously wrote, Wilson was bold, extremely sure of himself, and often stubborn. He seized on big ideas, such as peace mediation, and courageously carried them forward. Secretary of the Interior Franklin Lane thought him less dependent on others than any president in our time. Cabinet secretaries found it counterproductive to urge Wilson to a particular decision by referring to public opinion. The idea of being induced to act under the pressure of popular demand, Lansing wrote, was always distasteful to the president and aroused in him a spirit of resistance. At the same time, Wilson was thin-skinned. He had no intimates who challenged him forcefully. His smarmy confidant, House, presented himself to Wilson as entirely self-forgetful while at the same time filling his self-aggrandizing diary with harsh judgments he planned to leave to posterity. 31. Wilson's stubbornness was a function of his method of analysis. Leading political scientist though he was, Wilson had little interest in delving into empirical research. He wrote Congressional Government, his most important book, without observing Congress at work. He preferred to reason in terms of philosophical principles, and he was intuitive in his application of them. The greatest forces in the world and the only permanent forces, he said in 1916, are moral forces. There is little room for constructive argument or compromise with moral decisions arrived at intuitively. 32. Wilson's strength of character made him an exceptionally effective speaker. Ray Stannard Baker described one of his momentous political speeches: his face became suddenly alive, his eyes glowed, and as he spoke his entire body, even his restrained gestures, seemed to register the intensity of his emotion. His speech, wholly devoid of flamboyance, instead of rising to oratorical flights, seemed to deepen into a penetrating seriousness. 33. Wilson believed presidents should no longer be primarily executives. They could delegate that function and assume the political leadership that by tradition resided on Capitol Hill. Knowing his oratory was a potent weapon, he broke with a century-long tradition that presidents did not address Congress in person. Legislators, including Democrats, saw this as a near-imperial intrusion on the separation of powers. Speaking to, and through, Congress was his ace in the hole when he wanted to coalesce opinion, as happened in the wake of his December peace note. 34. In response to Wilson's overture, the Germans had agreed to a direct, unmediated exchange of views only with the Allies. This would not involve the United States, whom they suspected of favoring their foes, and would not include consideration of a grand scheme to prevent future wars. That would have to wait. The German response left the Allies free to blow their own hole into the hull of Wilson's plan. They said they would not meet unless Germany gave its conditions for ending the war and outlined harsh terms along the lines Lansing suggested privately. 35. Wilson's response was one of his greatest addresses. In the Senate chamber on January 22, he called for peace without victory, a brilliant stroke of propaganda that sought to reach over the heads of foreign leaders to animate their citizens. Wilson, who thought of the presidency as a voice of the American people, now cast himself as the voice for the silent masses everywhere. Although his remarks failed in their immediate purpose, Wilson had boldly projected American leadership abroad. Never before, it seemed, Arthur Link wrote, had a single speaker succeeded so well in enunciating the political ideas and principles by which the American people in their better moments had tried to live. 36. Karl Ackerman was back in the United States in early 1917. He argued in the book he was finishing, Germany, the Next Republic, that Wilson had introduced a new era in which all governments, including that of post-war Germany, would pursue diplomacy in accord with democratic principles, instead of a nation's foreign policies being secret, instead of unpublished alliances and iron-bound treaties, there may be the proclaiming of a nation's international intentions, exactly as a political party in the United States pledges its intentions in a political campaign. In such an era, Ackerman concluded, publicity will be the new driving force in diplomacy to give opinion world power. 37. For all Wilson's mastery of the wholesale shaping of public opinion, he had little aptitude or inclination for publicity at the retail level. I have a sense of power in dealing with men collectively, Wilson admitted, which I do not feel always in dealing with them singly. Progressive Frederick C. Howe, who was a student at Johns Hopkins with Edward Ross, considered Wilson our greatest lecturer. Outside the classroom he found Wilson austere, never inviting intimacies. Wilson's preferred method of interacting with Tumulty, whose office was next to his, was by written note. Wilson did not much value Woolley's publicity work. He never thanked him and does not seem to have given much thought to helping him secure a well-deserved government job in the second term. House thought Wilson did Woolley an injustice. 38. Wilson's attitudes toward the press contrasted sharply with Roosevelt's. Early in his administration Wilson walked to the new press club, over a drugstore kitty corner from the White House. His off-the-cuff comment, that he enjoyed the visit, made a positive impression, but a more telling remark followed right behind that one. He was not going to come back, as he was president and not free to mingle. At the 1902 Gridiron Dinner, organized by journalists each year with satirical skits, Roosevelt laughed so hard tears ran down his cheeks. When Wilson attended, he managed forced mirth and spoke of his immortal office, which may be lifted higher and higher for the guidance of a people and the guidance of free men throughout the world. Roosevelt relished making allies among the press corps, which was becoming larger, more professional, and a greater factor in shaping public attitudes. He voraciously read newspapers, gave reporters long, frank answers, and fraternized with them. He allowed Lincoln Steffens, a member of his newspaper cabinet, to interview him while he was being shaved. 39. Roosevelt banished individual reporters pour encourager les autres. At times Wilson seemed inclined to dismiss the whole lot. A telling instance occurred during his first presidential race. Wilson told a reporter he was having so much trouble answering mail he felt like a frog that fell further back every time it tried to jump from a well. The resulting article appeared under the headline "Wilson Feels Like a Frog." In Wilson's mind, the story proved that the press failed to understand the gravity of a president's duties. From then on, Ray Stannard Baker said, Wilson gave reporters as little as he could. Wilson's views of the press were, Arthur Link noted, intuitive rather than reasonable. He glanced at newspapers in the morning and concentrated on those that gave him favorable treatment. 40. Wilson's secretary Joseph Tumulty did his best to improve press relations. The gregarious Irishman cultivated journalists. He encouraged Wilson to write friendly letters to reporters and editors and occasionally convinced him to do one-on-one interviews with sympathetic journalists. At Tumulty's suggestion, Wilson instituted semi-weekly press conferences. At his first, 11 days after his inauguration, Wilson asked the reporters to go in partnership with him. He wanted them to help me and everybody else by just swatting my mind and other people's minds in the atmosphere of the thought of the United States. This was one of those grand but vague statements for which Wilson became known. A splendid doctrine, we were all agreed, said Richard Houlihan of the New York Times. But how to translate it into practice was beyond us. The job of the 200 reporters gathered in a crescent around Wilson was to report his thoughts and actions and the reactions to them in Washington to the rest of the country. Wilson told them it was not helpful to play up differences of opinion. 41. Wilson made quips to lighten the mood in press conferences. He told amusing anecdotes to illustrate his points. Mostly, though, his attitude was that of a stern, pedagogic professor lecturing wayward students. Please, do your best not to let that happen again, he rebuked reporters after the appearance of a story, based on anonymous sources, that speculated on his thinking when war broke out in 1914. Wilson does not seem to have recognized that his lack of candor encouraged such press behavior. His answers were often terse, uninformative, and misleading even though the conferences were off the record. Lying to the press was justified, he told House, when it involved the honor of a woman or when newspaper men asked questions that involved his foreign policy. It was a remarkable statement from a man who considered himself highly moral, and he meant it. It conveyed his view on how to use the communication powers he held. He took pride in his ability to mislead by grazing the truth, as he put it, a practice that infuriated Republicans who considered his slippery language unprincipled. The president, said James Kearney, the editor of the Trenton Evening News and a Wilson supporter, was seen less by newspaper people and confided less in them than any president since Cleveland and Harrison. He was saving mankind, and he would let the world know about it in his own good time. 42. From time to time Wilson toyed with the idea of creating a formal mechanism that would give him greater control over news. He expressed the kernel of the idea in a 1914 letter to Charles W. Eliot, Harvard's progressive former president. We have several times considered the possibility of having a publicity bureau which would handle the real facts, so far as the government was aware of them, for all the departments. Since I came here I have wondered how it ever happened that the public got a right impression regarding public affairs, particularly foreign affairs. 43. Verge of war. Shortly after Wilson's Peace Without Victory speech in January, Germany announced it would resume submarine warfare against belligerent and neutral ships sailing in the Allies' zone starting February 1. 2 days later, Wilson went to Capitol Hill to announce he was severing relations with Germany. Trying to give the Germans room to back off, he told Congress, I refuse to believe that it is the intention of the German authorities to do in fact what they have warned us they will feel at liberty to do. The evening before the address, Sweetser encountered Lansing at the foot of the elevator downstairs from the secretary's office. Leaning against a large packing box, Lansing said this was the most serious crisis the country had ever faced. Lansing added, America's course was decided on but public opinion would be weighted as an encouragement. 44. A new jolt to American public opinion came a month later. It was a spectacular culmination of habitual German blundering and adroit British exploitation of its communication advantages. The blunder was a proposal by German State Secretary for Foreign Affairs Arthur Zimmermann. Zimmermann, an affable, blond giant of a man, considered himself an expert on the United States based on a single train ride across the country. He had close ties to the German military and extensive involvement with covert intelligence. Susceptible to wild plans proposed by the likes of Captain Boyd, who had been expelled from the United States because of them, he bought into a scheme to propose an alliance with Mexico in the event the United States entered the war. The Zimmermann telegram, as the proposal came to be known, called on Mexico to conduct war together. Conclude peace jointly. Substantial financial support and consent on our part for Mexico to reconquer the lost territory in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona. The proposal suggested that Mexico invite Japan, which was then on the side of the Allies, to join the alliance. There is no evidence Zimmermann consulted with the German Chancellor before sending the message. 45. Because Germany had no direct communication link to Mexico, Zimmermann used a roundabout method to instruct his envoy there to present the proposal. He sent the directive to Bernstorff via the State Department line to which Wilson had given Germany access. Bernstorff forwarded the message to Mexico City. The British intercepted the coded message from Zimmermann to Bernstorff and deciphered it. Not wishing to acknowledge that they could read the German code or that they eavesdropped on American diplomatic cable traffic, the British directed an agent to secure a copy of the message from the Mexico City Telegraph Office. This version of the telegram was passed to U.S. Ambassador Page in London, who sent it to Washington. Lansing leaked the telegram to Edwin Hood, a walrus-mustached AP correspondent considered the dean of the Washington Press Corps. Hood was highly regarded by officials for his knowledge, judgment, and discretion. In December, he had helped Lansing write his statement softening the verge of war comments that undermined Wilson's peace initiative. Lansing gave him a paraphrase of the telegram on the condition that he not reveal the source. To avoid any hint of Lansing's involvement, the document was passed from Hood to another AP colleague, who wrote the story. The news appeared on March 1. When questioned the next day, Lansing did not deny the telegram's authenticity but declined to give details on the grounds they would endanger the lives of those concerned. 46. Germany had a way out. Given the telegram's uncertain pedigree and its outlandish plot, Zimmermann could credibly deny the whole thing. George Sylvester Viereck thought the plan was a preposterous fake worthy of British propagandists. The entire story reads like a dime novel concocted by our guest Sir Gilbert Parker, Viereck wired Postmaster General Albert Burleson. German apologist and Hearst correspondent William Bayard Hale tried to help Zimmermann with a prompt at a Berlin press conference: "Of course Your Excellency will deny this story." But Zimmermann said the story was true. Lansing was amazed. "If I had been caught that way," he told Sweetser, "I would have denied it from beginning to end." The British were delighted. "No more perfect propaganda could have been conceived," wrote an official in a report that survives in the British National Archives. 47. A war mood seeped into every Washington cubby hole. The State, War, and Navy building, noted Sweetser, was under military rule. No one was admitted without a pass. Inside, the military toiled on war plans. Wilson stopped by to discuss them with Baker and Daniels. The generally rollicking annual dinner held by the Gridiron Club, in which the capital's leading journalists satirized politicians, ended with a volley of cheers in a great outburst of patriotism. 32 Secret Service agents surrounded Wilson's open, horse-drawn coach as he made his way to his second inauguration on March 5. Notwithstanding reporters' patriotic outbursts, their frustrations with the administration mounted. Wilson did not apologize for dissembling about his December peace note. In a 15-minute scolding, he upbraided reporters afterward for their perfectly reasonable speculation that he was looking around to see what should be his next move. Even the newspaper men who represent administration organs, the New Republic correspondent told his editors, are convinced that Wilson does not tell the whole truth. Over at the State Department, Lansing was so furious about an AP story on Wilson's interest in promoting peace he shattered the decorum of his ornate office by cursing and nearly breaking his pipe as he pounded the desk. Sweetser, who did not write the offending story, defended it in heated arguments with Lansing and Polk that began in one office and resumed in another during the course of the afternoon. Sweetser pointed out their lies and contradictory statements. No one understood what the president was trying to achieve, he said, and correspondents were floundering around in amazement. Lansing said it was none of the public's business. 49. Lansing directed staff not to talk to reporters. Polk advised embassies in Washington to clam up as well. Pitiless publicity has admittedly been cast aside, a disgruntled United Press correspondent reported. He contended that a Secret Service system to keep tabs on the press is in effect to ferret out leaks. Lansing tried but failed to reduce the number of reporters admitted to the building and limited their time there to half an hour in the morning and afternoon. 50. Although Daniels and Newton Baker opposed Lansing's restrictions, the military was eager to manage the press. On June 29, 1916, Baker created a Bureau of Information and appointed an esteemed young officer to head it, Douglas MacArthur. Creel thought the young major oozed energy, ability, and ambition at every pore. MacArthur, who donned a suit and straw boater for the assignment, worked such long hours turning out press releases, arranging interviews, and managing legislation that he had to seek permission to postpone his annual horseback riding test. He was the Army's first public affairs officer. 51. If a censor is appointed, I want to be it. Censorship legislation was introduced in Congress in February 1917. It was based on a 1911 act that proscribed information gathering near military installations, but it went much further. The House bill prohibited wartime publication likely or intended to cause disaffection in, or interference with the success of, the military or naval forces of the United States. The measure died when Congress adjourned on the eve of Wilson's inauguration. 52. Sweetser sounded an alarm on censorship in one of his unsigned articles for the New Republic during this period. Censorship of wireless news to Germany, he reported, had deprived Berlin of information about American attitudes that would have contributed to a more constructive relationship. He argued this should serve as a warning for the United States, which faced an iron-bound censorship the moment war comes. Let it only be hoped that the State Department officials now working on such plans will show more judgment than heretofore and entrust at least a part of the work to trained newspaper men with a practical knowledge of what can and cannot be accomplished by publicists. 53. While censorship was a matter of concern, measures for the provision of information had enjoyed considerable support for some time. In a 1914 meeting with Wilson, E. W. Scripps proposed a cabinet-level secretary of the people, a skilled journalist who could stand between the administration and the press. Scripps offered the good offices of his company for the purpose of publicity. Wilson showed interest, and Scripps kept pushing. But the idea dropped off the priority list around the time of the Lusitania sinking, when Wilson ended regular press conferences. Wooley's Interdepartmental Committee had some of these publicity functions when it swung into action in 1916 to advertise the good things that the administration did prior to the election. Around the same time, an Interior Department appointee proposed a permanent Bureau of Information representing all parts of the government. The proposal, which ended up in Wooley's hands, called for publications to educate both the public and those tremendous business forces, and aggregations of capital, commonly called trusts, teaching them in no uncertain manner of the immense power and resources of the government. The interior official suggested locating the bureau on Lafayette Square, where it would be close to the White House. As it happened, that is where the CPI would be housed. 54. As the entry into the war became likely, proposals like these were made with greater frequency. Magazine publisher Cyrus Curtis, who had recently acquired the Philadelphia Public Ledger, floated the idea of a nonprofit news service employing reporters who were respected by the public or certified by men in whose judgment the nation has confidence. House had the impression he and Wilson would be the certifiers. William Bullitt, a correspondent with the Public Ledger, suggested the State Department establish a bureau to obtain information from Germany and Austria. The department referred Bullitt to House, who was a clearinghouse for suggestions like these. February 4, the day after Wilson severed relations with the German government, William Wilcox, Hughes's campaign manager, visited House to offer the services of the GOP to the president. The publisher of the San Francisco Call suggested a board of censorship and publicity staffed by Woolley and Creel. 55. The most eloquent and high-minded proposal came from Arthur Bullard. Bullard had been a settlement worker in New York, editor of the socialist weekly The Call, and a foreign correspondent. For him, too, public opinion was a new factor in diplomacy. All this government campaign literature, even the official falsehoods, is added proof of the immense interest with which the public of Europe is taking in the causes, the progress, and the outcome of this war, he wrote in The Diplomacy of the Great War. In correspondence with House beginning in August 1915, he lamented subversion of the salutary forces of public opinion abroad and was distressed equally by what he saw in the United States. Regarding an Army General Staff statement that criticism of generals and campaigns should be censored during war, he commented, "A Prussian staff officer could not have gone further in asserting the supremacy of the uniform." He disliked Wilson's nebulous allusions to sinister domestic enemies. He thought the State Department ran publicity the way monarchies did. In March 1917, he took the next step of proposing a press bureau, writing to House, "I have been talking busily ever since my return with newspaper men, magazine writers, and editors. They are all anxious to support the government in a crisis but are awaiting a motd ordre." House encouraged Bullard to draw up a plan on press censorship. 56. House, who stuck his finger in every publicity pie that came across his desk, encouraged Walter Lippmann to formulate a campaign of his own. Lippmann was a veritable bureau of opinion molding unto himself. His emergence as a public intellectual since his graduation from Harvard in 1910 was phenomenal. House considered him the ablest American of his age. He was a founding staff member of the New Republic, which sought to brighten the coinage of American opinion. In keeping with Lippmann's predilections, their interest was in elite opinion. Its offices on West 21st Street were staffed by a cook and a waiter who served lunch and cigars to luminaries who stopped by to exchange ideas. The real preparation of a creative statesmanship lies deeper than parties and legislatures, Lippmann wrote in the first of the 3 books he had already published. It is the work of publicists and educators, scientists, preachers, and artists. 57. After the election, House submitted 2 weekly quizzes by New Republic editor Herbert Croly and Lippmann, who were interested in doing what little we can to back the president up in his work. Soon Lippmann was sending ideas directly to the president, one of which, in early February, suggested that wartime censorship should be done by civilians with democratic sympathies. "The protections of a healthy public opinion in this country," he wrote, "will be of the first importance." Lippmann volunteered that Wilson would have a good head censor in Franklin Lane, his Secretary of Interior and a former newspaper reporter, editor, and owner. Although Lippmann made no mention of wanting to participate in this work, his self-interest in finding a position was hard to miss. Lane, however, was an unrealistic suggestion. A man of garrulous geniality, he was regarded as a profligate leaker to the press. A better avenue for securing a government publicity job was through House, whom Lippmann cultivated as House cultivated him. 58. In mid-March the Germans made good on their threat to sink U.S. merchant ships without warning. Wilson called a special session of Congress for April 2 and cloaked himself in such great secrecy that he insisted on opening his own important mail. Journalists roaming the halls of the executive offices were frantic to know if he was going to call for war, angry that he refused their request to meet with them, and muttered about pitiless publicity. The War, Navy, and State Departments drew up voluntary censorship rules pending formal legislation. These were unveiled at a Saturday, March 24, conference at the Navy Department. Most of the rules protected information relating to military movements and plans. These provoked some criticism but nothing like agitation over a rule supplied by the State Department. It asked that no information, reports, or rumors attributing a policy to the government in any international situation, not authorized by the President or a member of the Cabinet, be published without first consulting the Department of State. 59. At this point, a new face entered the discussion about creating a formal body to manage news. On March 19, George Creel wrote to Josephus Daniels, "I am in the field for a job. If a censor is to be appointed, I want to be it." Daniels was an ideal advocate. The President trusted him. As editor and owner of the Raleigh News and Observer, he had good credentials for judging this matter. He had experience with propaganda as a result of heading the Democratic National Committee Publicity Bureau in the 1908 and 1912 campaigns. Ridicule of Daniels as a rumpled country bumpkin missed the more important aspect of the man. He was a shrewd political operator. Unlike House, who dabbled in press relations, Daniels had an immediate need to find someone to manage news. His department would have responsibility for censorship of wireless communications, given its experience with the technology. The Navy was an early adopter of wireless for ship-to-shore communication. With the outbreak of war, it was charged with monitoring the 2 German wireless stations on the East Coast. Finally, Daniels's experience with Creel had been nothing but happy. 60. In early 1916, without having met Daniels, Creel defended him in a long article in the New York World. Creel, the journalistic knight-errant as the world called him, argued that Daniels earned his enemies with good progressive deeds. He stopped conniving steel manufacturers from inflating Navy contracts. He resisted the Navy brass's guarding of its royal status and provided education for enlisted sailors. To wade through the lies that have been told about him, to discover the truths that have been hidden or distorted, Creel wrote, is to come to a new loathing of the greed that poisons when thwarted and to an added contempt for the public that takes no larger interest in a public servant than to swallow every slander. Creel carried on during the election, claiming Daniels was one of the greatest secretaries of history. Daniels widely distributed Creel's defense of him. 61. Creel could expect Wilson to have an open mind about appointing him. Creel's loyalty was vivid during the 1916 campaign. Wilson invited him to the White House for an Inauguration Day luncheon and granted him a rare interview, which Creel repaid adoringly in Everybody's magazine. He extolled Wilson's idealism and warmth. Wilson was above politics, Creel wrote. Overlooking the campaign slogans in 1916, he said Wilson's election was not influenced in any degree by the drama or emotionalism that clever politicians are in the habit of introducing into campaigns in order that the electorate may be beguiled into feeling rather than thinking. 62. Secretary of the Navy Josephus Daniels, editor and owner of the Raleigh News and Observer, had an urgent need to institute censorship of sensitive war information and championed the appointment of George Creel for that job. During the 1916 presidential campaign, Creel had defended Daniels as one of the greatest secretaries of history. Naval History and Heritage Command. Pushing his candidacy for the censorship job, Creel's letters and notes to Daniels sounded like commands. A Bureau of Publicity should be created at once, an independent body with a responsible head, he wrote on March 28. I think that you should take this up with the President at once. Show him this letter. 63. The three-sentence order. Addressing a joint session of Congress late on the evening of April 2, President Wilson called for war. The world, he said, must be made safe for democracy. On April 6, Congress passed the war declaration by votes of 82-6 in the Senate and 373-50 in the House. Wilson signed it upon receipt at the White House usher's desk. By prearranged signal, a Navy officer rushed outside and waved toward the Navy Department, which sent the news to ships at sea. Tumulty informed reporters. 64. The next day, typing two-finger style on his old Hammond typewriter, Wilson made a short list of what was needed to prosecute the war. One category was measures safeguarding the nation. These included restrictions on speech. "We are mobilizing the nation as well as creating an army," Wilson told a friendly congressman, "and that means we must keep every instrumentality at its highest pitch of efficiency and guided by thoughtful intelligence." Wilson had not yet determined exactly what instrumentality was needed to mobilize intelligence. He left it to others to come up with a plan. 65. In March, the Council of National Defense had weighed in with suggestions through Newton Baker, its chairman. Created by Congress in late 1916 to coordinate industry and resources for national security, the Council viewed itself performing a well-nigh priceless function in acting as a sort of official incubator for new ideas necessary to win a war under modern conditions. It solicited and passed on suggestions for censorship from, among others, Collier's editor Mark Sullivan, Frederick Palmer, who had been the only American correspondent accredited to the British Expeditionary Forces, and Roy Howard, head of the United Press. Baker and Daniels met with representatives on April 3. "Council suggests a board of censors," Daniels wrote in his diary. He and Baker thought, no. Daniels also heard from Gibson Gardner, Washington bureau of the Newspaper Enterprise Association, a news service affiliated with E.W. Scripps' Empire. Gardner proposed a bureau of publicity focused on censorship. Wilson's cabinet was a similar swirl of competing ideas. In a meeting the day Wilson signed the declaration of war, Postmaster General Burleson wanted to exclude critical newspapers from the mail. Lansing, Daniels wrote in his diary, thought no papers should be printed in German. 66. While these suggestions were made behind the scenes, bullets were public. His Mobilizing America and a related article in the April Atlantic Monthly were progressive manifestos on the imperative of enlightened public opinion in foreign affairs. Just as the growth of democracy in business tends to fight the sinister profits of secrecy with increasing publicity, and just as we are gradually opening the books of insurance companies, railroads, and other great corporations, Bullard wrote, so the growth of democracy in government will surely abolish le secret du roi. The war offered a choice between undemocratic censorship as practiced by the British and French and wholesome publicity to unify the national mind. Bullard criticized Wilson and the State Department for their secrecy. 67. On April 4, Creel sent Daniels a plan for a department of publicity that was more detailed than Bullard's, if still idealistic. It emphasized the provision of positive news. The suppressive features of the work must be so overlaid by the publicity policy, Creel argued, that they will go unregarded and unresented. He shared Bullard's zeal for bringing the country together. Administration activities must be dramatized and staged, and every energy exerted to arouse ardor and enthusiasm. Like Lippmann, Creel called for a single civilian head. He envisioned a span of influence to cover every governmental department. The head of the publicity department would join with the secretaries of the War, Navy, and State Departments to form a censorship board. The department would involve journalists and writers, whose low pay would be in keeping with patriotic ideals. They would work with the press in frankness, friendship, and openness. 68. Creel's upper hand in the competition for the propaganda job was apparent the evening of April 4 when a group of journalists and writers met at the Players Club in New York's Gramercy Park to discuss, as Ray Stannard Baker wrote in his diary, what we could do to help with this crisis to do our bit. Bullard was an organizer. Lippmann attended. Neither one said anything that made it into Baker's diary, whereas Creel did. Creel had been in Washington working on censorship plans, Baker noted, and thought as little as possible should be forbidden, that the duty of the board should be strictly in the line of constructive publicity, not merely censorship. In a letter to Daniels the next day, Creel reported that 100 writers had been in the meeting, that he had taken no credit for his censorship plan, giving the honors to Daniels, that he did not indicate he was under consideration for a post, that the group was nevertheless unanimous in wanting him to lead the effort, but that he headed off a formal vote. Baker, a vivid diarist, made no mention of such a claim for his appointment. 69. Although Bullard knew Creel only slightly, he considered him a good choice for running government publicity. Lippmann did not. Lippmann and Creel had been on a friendly first-name basis when working to support women's suffrage. But their relationship fell apart in 1915, when Creel learned Lippmann was the author of a scathing editorial about him in the New Republic. Creel's offense was an article criticizing Paul Kellogg, editor of Survey, for praising a Rockefeller Foundation study on labor-industry relations. The study came at a time when the Rockefellers' Colorado Fuel and Iron Company was under assault for its role in the infamous Ludlow massacre of striking miners. Creel called out Survey's links to philanthropic organizations without taking note of balancing statements Kellogg had made. Creel claimed the widely respected editor's intellectual integrity has been tainted by contact with tainted money. Lippmann called Creel's article one of the worst cases of brutal stupidity that muckraking has produced. Creel, he wrote, was a reckless and incompetent person who has at last revealed the quality of his mind. Sharp exchanges between the two men followed. 70. Now the two men were battling over who would do publicity for Wilson. A few days after the Players Club meeting, House asked Lippmann to prepare a publicity plan and said he would put it through. Lippmann's plan called for a council that would guide journalists to Washington news and issue publicity of its own. He recommended that Vance McCormick head the council, assisted by Robert Woolley. It was not a far-fetched idea. McCormick and Woolley were at that very moment discussing how we might assist the War and Navy departments by organizing for them a publicity bureau. 71. House and Lippmann did not prevail. Daniels and Creel did. Daniels was eager to get a censorship operation in play. Creel shared his views on giving out news instead of suppressing it, except in the case of sensitive military information. Daniels secured support for Creel's appointment from Newton Baker, who also agreed there should be no censorship of opinion or comment. Daniels made his case with President Wilson in a 5 o'clock meeting on Monday, April 9. Talked about censorship, he wrote in his diary. He will appoint Creel. 2 days later Daniels sent Creel's plan to the president. Wilson liked it very much. 72. Creel's appointment took several more days of jockeying. In an April 12 letter, Daniels and Baker recommended the president establish a committee of publicity. It was to be made up of themselves and a civilian chairman. It did not mention Lansing, which was fine with him. He did not like Creel's chairman title as it implied Creel would be his boss. In a meeting with the president, however, Creel was directed to redraft the letter to include Lansing. The next day, a letter signed by all three secretaries went to the president recommending the establishment of a committee on public information without waiting further legislation, and because of the importance of the task and its pressing necessity. The letter endorsed the broad authority Creel had envisioned in his plan to Daniels. It is our opinion that the two functions, censorship and publicity, can be joined in honesty and with profit. 73. Lansing and Creel were as different as their signatures. Lansing, the conservative son-in-law of former Republican Secretary of State John Foster, signed his name with neat, self-conscious flourishes worthy of royalty. Creel had a rapid, slanting scrawl that streaked across the page like a lightning bolt. Lansing considered Creel a wild socialist who should be nowhere near diplomatic news. When Creel brought Lansing the recommendation letter to sign, it was on Navy Department stationery, and Lansing's name was under Daniels's and Baker's. Insisting on protocol, according to which the Secretary of State took precedence over other cabinet officers, Lansing ordered the letter to be retyped on his letterhead, and he signed first. Creel was annoyed over Lansing's petty sensitiveness. Daniels and Baker laughed when Creel told them they had to sign again. 74. The climax of all this maneuvering came on Friday, April 13, when Wilson signed Executive Order 2594. From Wilson's point of view, the date of signing was auspicious, as he considered 13 his lucky number, although the order was dated April 14. The order created a Committee on Public Information, to be composed of the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, the Secretary of the Navy, and a civilian who shall be charged with the executive direction of the committee. As civilian chairman of the committee I appoint Mr. George Creel. The Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, and the Secretary of the Navy are authorized each to detail an officer or officers to the work of the committee. The 3-sentence order and the letter from the 3 secretaries were released to the public. Creel took his oath that day. On Monday he was at work. In his autobiography, written years later, Creel feigned disinterest in becoming chairman. He said his acceptance of the post was compulsory since he had proposed the CPI.75. A solution ideal for Wilson. A remarkable feature of the chain of events that led to the CPI's creation was how little planning went into it. It was not the product of an orderly process. Although the establishment of an agency having the express mission of controlling information represented a sharp break in American tradition, no forethought was given to its implications for democratic government. Nobody appears to have consulted legal counsel to determine the procedure for establishing such an agency or if it were even constitutional, although that would have been difficult to determine inasmuch as it was unclear precisely what the CPI would do or what powers it would have. In the form the CPI eventually took, however, its creation was a significant encroachment on the prerogatives of Congress. The offices to which the President is authorized under the Constitution to appoint, as Attorney General Augustus Hill Garland wrote in 1885, are only those established or recognized by the Constitution or by Act of Congress. Similarly, Creel's appointment required Senate confirmation, because he had decision-making power over policy and budget. 76. Notwithstanding these irregularities in the CPI's creation, some form of executive branch propaganda was inevitable. The Wilson administration was acutely aware that all warring countries engaged in censorship and publicity. The 1916 election showed how well-managed publicity could shape public attitudes. In equal measure, progressives' preoccupation with public opinion pointed to the utility of propaganda. This explains why a large number of individuals, many of them muckrakers, flooded the administration with proposals for censorship and publicity. The progressives placed great faith in centralized authority, especially in government, to bring reason and order to American life. In the same way that government inspectors assured food quality, the CPI would mature opinion. 77. The arrangement was ideal for Wilson. The CPI shielded him from the publicity work he did not like. He held no press conferences for the duration of the war. At the same time, the CPI gave him a grand podium from which to speak as leader that he envisioned decades before. Wilson would make public opinion willing to listen and then see to it that it listens to the right things. 2. Operations. 4. A new definition of news. There has been, indeed, a change in the whole newspaper game since the outbreak of the war. The press is expected to suppress valuable military information and at the same time is expected to give space to the government's many statements and explanations of policy and action intended to enlist the wholehearted support of the people. The government has taken upon itself the task of regulating the pulse of the nation so that enthusiasm will be uniformly maintained at all times. David Lawrence, Saturday Evening Post. At the time of his appointment in April 1917, George Creel met with President Wilson for 2 hours. The purpose, Creel recalled a quarter of a century later, was to specify my powers and duties and define the objectives he hoped to have attained. Creel claimed to have written down phrases that could be recycled later. Creel should base propaganda on the original Catholic Church meaning of that word, propaganda of faith. Wilson wanted to preach the religion of democracy. The president took a copy of his war message to Congress from his desk and read the portion that spoke of the universal domination of right by such a concert of free people as shall bring peace and safety to all nations. In Wilson's opinion, Creel said, a war to end war was a battle cry that should go straight to the hearts of our own people and all other peoples. 1. Wilson told Creel that he was to have absolute control of everything that related to public information. His mandate was broad. He was to mobilize the mind of America. As Creel was leaving, the president laid a hand on his shoulder and gave several parting admonitions. I was to emphasize the committee as an information service, for the Germans had grimmed propaganda until the word stood for corruption and deceit. I was to spend no dollar on a secret errand or try to camouflage a single activity. Above all, I must guard against appeals to hate. Asterisk in 1622 Pope Gregory XV founded the Sacra Congregatio de Propaganda Fide to spread Catholicism. The CPI became a megaphone for Wilson's idealistic phrases. Its first major publication, How the War Came to America, was the equivalent of the German White Book and the British Blue Book in its intention to justify the American entrance into the war. Largely the work of Arthur Bullard, whom Creel immediately recruited, it reprinted 3 of Wilson's speeches, including his war message. 6 million copies were printed. It was translated into more than half a dozen languages. But Creel's account of the meeting is as much fairy tale as fact. Wilson almost certainly did not refer to a war to end war. That phrase, which is generally attributed to H. G. Wells, was used by Lloyd George. Nor was it true that the CPI's information service was wholly different from German propaganda or that of the Allies, with whom the CPI closely cooperated. Creel's characterization of his absolute control over information was an exaggeration. In an honest reckoning of the meeting, Creel would have acknowledged his frustration over the proliferation of government propagandists outside his control point too. As a matter of fact, almost nothing about the CPI's work had been settled the first day Creel entered his temporary offices in the State, War, and Navy building. The President's executive order creating the CPI was as imprecise as the recommendation letter from Lansing, Baker, and Daniels, which called for censorship and publicity to be joined in honesty and profit. Creel's account of his meeting with Wilson dwelled on the need to inform the public. "We do not need less criticism in times of war," Wilson supposedly said, "but more. The omission of any discussion of censorship is glaring." Censorship was the impetus for creating the CPI. At the time of the meeting, Wilson was bent on winning passage for a law that would give him sweeping, unchecked power to rein in speech. That highly controversial provision collided with Creel's original CPI proposal, which the President had endorsed. The suppressive features of the work must be so overlaid by the publicity policy that they will go unregarded and unresented. The uncertainties and the clashing statements about what the CPI did caused considerable confusion during the first weeks of its existence and clouded its work for the rest of the war. Creel's volatile personality aggravated the problems. By the end of the summer, however, Wilson and Creel achieved something that was not mentioned in Creel's account of their meeting: a reorientation of government press relations. George Creel. The story of the CPI cannot be understood without always keeping an image of its volcanic architect in mind. Although only 39 years old when Wilson appointed him, Creel was a firmly established firebrand. He unabashedly described himself as a newspaperman and magazine writer by profession and an agitator by trade. 3. Creel was raised in Kansas City, Missouri. His father was an alcoholic ne'er-do-well. The fount of family strength was his mother, who struggled to provide for her children. Creel attributed his belief in women's suffrage to her. His formal education was spotty. He dropped out of high school for a time and had a single year at a small local college. Shortly after finishing high school, he was arrested for distributing a publication of his creation called Revelations, in which he and other boys roasted the school board. The normal condition of Creel, according to a story that dwelled on his youth, has been one of chronic insurgency. 4. Creel's turbulent journalism career began in 1896. The Kansas City World fired him for quarreling with an editor. In New York, he sold jokes to comic supplements. Back in Kansas City in 1899, he started the Weekly Independent. Poems and news from women's clubs ran alongside attacks on politicians who displeased Creel. His goal for the paper was social advancement and the crystallization of a public sentiment. Inflamed by a local clergyman, he replaced the Independent in the spring of 1908 with the Newsbook, a newspaper animated by the progressive ideal of helping readers pick the truth from the mass of reports that were not true. Similar news experiments were springing up around the country. Sociologist Edward Ross extolled these as essential to acquaint the citizens with municipal happenings and affairs. Creel made the case for his in nearly identical words. The control of the press, he wrote, is manifested not only in the suppression of news, and its distortion where it cannot be suppressed, but in the manufacture of news. Creel envisioned the newsbook as a prototype for a string of weeklies around the country. But it quickly folded, and the Independent reappeared. 5. Creel was a perpetual topic of the news as well as a chronicler of it. He boxed and played amateur baseball, was the king of wit at banquets, and wrote a short book of verse titled Quatrains of Christ. He made news when he pummeled a rude cable car conductor. He helped elect reform Governor Joseph Folk, who appointed him the Kansas City Inspector of Coal Oil, which was used for illumination. While doing this job, Creel did not relinquish the Independent. A Kansas City Post expose alleged he collected his pay without doing the work. A quack doctor whom Creel had muckraked may have subsidized the attack. 6. In 1909 Creel gave up the Independent and joined the Denver Post, whose two owners probably became acquainted with him when they purchased the Kansas City Post. Harry Tamman, a one-time bartender and curio shop owner, and Frederick Bonfils, who became rich through real estate and lotteries, ran a boisterous newspaper that enjoyed the largest circulation between San Francisco and Chicago. Creel called it the Coney Island of journalism. His relationship with the paper deteriorated when he traveled to Africa with Bonfils to find Theodore Roosevelt, who was on a hunting expedition. The oddball trip was a riff on journalist Henry Stanley's search for Dr. David Livingstone the previous century. Creel lost his $1,000 advance. He and the parsimonious Bonfils squabbled over money throughout the trip. 7. Creel's editorial sizzled. Once he suggested hanging 11 anti-reform senators. During the libel trial that followed, Creel was invited to repudiate his lynching suggestion. "No," he said, thumping the witness chair. "I meant it. The hemp, the hemp, the hemp." This response, which was often noted in profiles of Creel, seems too outlandish to be true, but given his history it could be fact. Creel won the case. He left the paper when it did not endorse the municipal candidates he favored and joined the rival Rocky Mountain News, which splashed red ink in headlines and allowed Creel to sign editorials. He began supplying Everybody's, Collier's, and other muckraking magazines with such articles as The Carnival of Corruption in Mississippi. With Edwin Markham, famous for the poem Man with the Hoe, and Ben Lindsay, a Denver judge renowned for reforming the juvenile court system, Creel wrote Children in Bondage on Child Labor. 8. Creel, whom Lindsay called reformer-in-chief, took another turn at government service in May 1912. He convinced the new mayor, Henry Arnold, whom he had backed, to appoint him police commissioner. Creel took billy clubs from police officers, who were beating drunks, and cleaned up the red light district. All the while he continued at the Rocky Mountain News, a strange arrangement in which he covered himself, initially reporting on his progressive crusades and, in February 1913, on his sensational dismissal from city government. Tension had been building for some time. Arnold, who fell off the reform wagon, rescinded Creel's billy club order. Behind Creel's back, fellow commissioners allowed brothels to resume selling liquor and playing pianos. Creel retaliated by offering a resolution prohibiting police and firemen from going into bars unless in the line of duty. The rule would apply to his fellow commissioners, one of whom he charged with showing up to work drunk. The mayor asked for Creel's resignation. Creel insisted on a public hearing, at which he challenged all the charges against him except that of creating dissension. The epithets he used against other commissioners, he said, were justified. On the basis of that admission, Arnold terminated him. Creel expressed pleasure that the issues had been presented clearly. 9. Creel spoiled for fights when keeping quiet better served him. After Walter Lippmann attacked him in the New Republic in 1915, Creel shot off a letter to the editor, "I have devoted myself to a task of agitation in politics and industry, trying always to stay close to what may be termed the underdog. You, on the other hand, are academic products, who have come to be commentators by virtue of self-election, based upon self-valuation, aided, I believe, by an endowment fund that spares you the fear of existence. The antagonism between us, therefore, is instinctive and inevitable as that of the house cat for the street dog. 10. Creel was liable to get in trouble any time he sat down at his typewriter. The odds increased when he spoke. His passions reached tidal wave proportions and swept him away. In an interview with a sympathetic journalist bent on portraying him as an uncensorious censor, Creel wandered into the subject of young people taking their country for granted. Growing agitated, he stood up and declared, "A boy gets to be 21 years of age and becomes a voter automatically, as a matter of course." Creel slammed down his fist. "We ought to make him work for it, make him work for it." Creel was attracted to the idea of compulsory military training for youngsters to bolster national security and promote clean living and clean thinking. But on no other occasion did he tie the constitutional right to vote to public service. 11. Creel frequently claimed he was misquoted. In 1916 he objected to a viciously unfair New York World article about a labor forum meeting. Everybody in the hall, the story reported, was shouting, hissing, hooting, applauding, or denouncing Creel. In his complaint to the World, Creel insisted he did not impugn the Stars and Stripes or incite the crowd. He admitted, "I stated that if my remarks gave offense, I would be outside at the close of the meeting." 12. Creel was trim, 5 feet, 7 inches tall. His mother admitted he was homely. An admiring 1913 profile in Collier's called attention to his mop of black hair carried straight back as if by the headlong speed with which the man dives into whatever enterprise commands his allegiance. The frequency of profiles increased after Creel was named head of the CPI. His looks rarely went unmentioned. He had deep-set eyes and a lower jaw with teeth that are set considerably in advance of the upper teeth and that make you think of a bulldog who is very amiable so long as he is let alone. Creel spoke quickly, with racy slang and frequent dams. 13. Creel's wife, actress Blanche Bates, star of The Darling of the Gods and other plays, added to his celebrity. She was 3 years older than he and better known when they married in 1912. She owned a colonial-era home on the Hudson River and another well-staffed dwelling in New York City. Bates had her own line into the Wilson White House through friendship with the president's daughter, Margaret, who was in the audience with her at the riotous Labor Forum meeting in 1916. Creel grew irritated at being called Blanche Bates's husband. He complained that actors were acclaimed out of all proportion to achievement, especially the achievement of writers. In time the marriage became one of convenience. As their son remembered, arguments, shouted from one bedroom to another, were never painful to hear because they were so witty. Bates made emotion effective without violence when she was performing, said her close friend, famed singer and actress Lillian Russell. Offstage, she unbottles her immense vitality and energy. 14. George Creel unabashedly described himself as a newspaperman and magazine writer by profession and an agitator by trade. New York Public Library. Neutrality about Creel, said everybody's, has been the one impossible attitude. Even his bulldog jaw was seen from different angles. One man thought it the jaw of a boy who has a chip on his shoulder, while a friend liked the boyish way Creel thrust it out when he was about to say something amusing. Despite Wooley's disappointment at not being put in charge of the CPI, he told House, "It is a great thing to have a man of Creel's vision and energy, enjoying the access to the president." Editor and publisher acclaimed his selection. But Melville Stone, general manager of the Associated Press, said Creel was not recognized as a leading journalist. The New York Times, a newspaper that persistently derided Creel, editorialized the first Monday he was on the job, "We are unable to discover in his turbulent career as a municipal officer, or in his qualities as a writer, or in his services to the woman suffrage party in New York, any evidence of the ability, the experience, or the judicial temperament required to gain the understanding and cooperation of the press." Harry Tamman, still bearing a grudge against Creel from his time on the Denver Post, wrote M. Ciotto to warn him of the troubles that lay ahead with Creel's appointment. If he doesn't put everybody in the hole and get everything upset, it will be because his whole brain has been revolutionized. 15. We must shake that apathy. While the need to safeguard sensitive information lent urgency to the creation of the CPI, the administration was also worried about public support for the war. I accepted the position because I felt that this work was going to be a great deal wider than mere censorship, Creel said. He wanted the CPI to be a great publicity bureau. To bring home the truths of this great war to every man, woman, and child in the United States, so that they might understand that it was a just war, a holy war, and a war in self-defense. 16. Many segments of American opinion fell in line with the decision to go to war. At last we are on the right path, exulted James Garfield, who had long been in the pro-war Roosevelt camp. Peace-minded William Jennings Bryan declared, the discussion has ended, and the people of the entire country will stand undivided behind the president. German-American propagandist George Sylvester Viereck changed the name of his magazine from The Fatherland to Viereck's American Weekly and proclaimed America First and America Only. He advised German Americans sympathetic to the Central Powers to speak out, but not to the degree British sympathizers did for their side, and offered his pages to the CPI. Bryan and Viereck joined Roosevelt in support of Liberty Loan campaigns. 17. A great many progressives fell in line too. In 1914 the war seemed to them barbaric and undemocratic, a conflict between German and Austro-Hungarian monarchies on one side, and British and French imperialists on the other. They questioned diverting attention from domestic reform. In 1914, Creel wrote, "Let the fight go on. As in typhoid, it is the last terrible throw that is to clean the system of poison and herald restoration to a finer health than ever before." But Wilson's eloquent rationale for entering the war lifted it into a progressive cause. Ernest Poole, home from covering the war in Europe, was at the Players Club when Creel made his pitch for a publicity plan on the eve of the war declaration. He was swayed by Wilson's call to make the world safe for democracy. More and more strongly, he said, those words beat into my confused thinking at the time. As I read them, how clear and plain they seemed. Within a few days of its creation, Poole was at the CPI editing bullets How the War Came to America. 18. Still, pockets of resistance to Wilson's war message were apparent. Staying out of war had been a potent campaign message. 6 senators and 50 representatives voted no on the war declaration. Progressive writer Randolph Bourne chided reformers for focusing on the war technique at the expense of democratic values. Eugene Debs counseled, there must be no fear, no evasion, and no compromise in propagandizing against conscription and the sale of war bonds. The Wilson administration feared German-American disloyalty, if not treachery, which British propaganda had amplified and which had been an issue in the 1916 presidential election. Immediately after the war declaration, Attorney General Thomas Gregory ordered the arrest of 60 alleged ringleaders in German plots, conspiracies and machinations. 19. Beyond this loomed the question, why should Americans sacrifice when they were not directly threatened? The conflict in Europe was remote. The United States had not been attacked. Wilson's idealism was abstract. The White House, Tumulty told Wilson, received regular reports of a spirit of indifference among Americans. The CPI office had piles of letters from people in the Midwest and elsewhere wondering why their boys were being sent to war. 20. The Allies worried that American enthusiasm for the war would prove inadequate. The British owed millions of dollars to the United States. Would the United States lend as much money as was needed? Would it throw troops into the fighting quickly? Traveling through the country one discovers an extraordinary ignorance and confusion of thought about the war, wrote a British journalist who sounded out American public opinion for the Department of Information. We must shake that apathy, Arthur Willard warned. 21. Britain and France sent high-level missions to the United States. Lansing thought they aroused throughout the Republic a greater zeal for the cause. Gilbert Parker admitted in Harper's Magazine that he had been responsible for British propaganda in the United States and then used the confession as an opportunity to promote hatred of the enemy, whose actions were worthy of Attila the Hun. The British established a war mission in New York City headed by Lord Northcliffe, whose certainty of the ubiquity of German spies led him to fear he would be assassinated. Like the Democratic National Committee in 1916, it had branch offices in Chicago and San Francisco. The mission's Bureau of Information office looked like a showroom for Daimler's Motors, an occupant quipped. The mission was guided by the Department of Information in London and mirrored the breadth of its activities. Although the war mission said it merely supplied news and views to the American press when asked for, it kept in touch with the CPI and cultivated influential journalists. "He is a very good fellow," the bureau head said of Karl Ackerman, "and is now working in a friendly fashion with W and myself." W was Willard. Next door to Willard's Times of London office in Washington was a Bureau of Information office where he also worked. One of his jobs was to liaise with Creel. 22. Many journalists were eager to work in a friendly fashion. Editors, according to a study of 68 newspapers, gave Wilson's war message virtually a blanket endorsement, and in scores of instances the document furnished a text for editorial sermons on the war and America's aims. At its annual meeting that month, amid cheers for French and British banners, the Associated Press issued its own declaration of war. Previously, AP President Frank Noyes said, his news service observed strict neutrality on all controversial points due to the varied and manifold opinions of its membership. Today, thank God, this is not only not necessary, but the contrary is true, for no trace of neutrality is coursing in our veins. E.W. Scripps told the president he regretted having flogged "He kept us out of war. He had done that to get him elected." As soon as war was declared, Scripps wanted to instill by every device patriotism in the newspaper offices, which are the fountainhead certainly of patriotism. 23. Many journalists sought government jobs. 4 days after Congress voted for war, Willard Straight, a former Reuters correspondent in Asia whose wealth bankrolled the new republic, was upset he had not yet been given work. Soon he had an army commission. Lippman became Newton Baker's confidential special assistant. Frederick Palmer, America's premier war correspondent, gave up an astronomically lucrative New York Herald contract of $40,000 a year, more than $800,000 in 2020 dollars, to become an Army major and the pioneer press censor and general utility public relations man for the American Expeditionary Force, AEF, under General John Pershing. He knew Pershing from covering the Russo-Japanese War, when he was attached to the Japanese forces. When Charles Edward Russell was asked to survey opinion in Russia, he said he could leave in 48 hours. He subsequently joined the CPI staff. 24. The CPI roster read like a roll call of the muckrakers. Federal agencies and non-government organizations concerned with the government populated their publicity staffs with veteran journalists. "We are losing men," an AP executive lamented, "to the military services or the civil branches of the governmental or to more lucrative private employment faster than we can replace them." Editors had to hire women, not because we desire it particularly, but because we are forced to do something. 25. To give all proper information. April 16, the first Monday Creel was on the job, he emphasized the CPI's benign approach to news. The New York Morning Telegraph wrote, "The primary purpose of the Bureau," it was stated, "is to profit immediately by the mistakes made abroad in imposing military censorship on the press at the beginning of the war and to give the public all proper information about what the government is doing or intends to do." The Chicago Daily News reported, "There will be no effort to withhold any information except such as in the judgment of the press itself it would be unwise to print." 26. The first meeting of the Committee on Public Information was held the following day at 10 o'clock. The committee gathered in the Secretary of State's elegant office looking out on the Potomac River. Lansing argued someone from Britain should show them how to carry out censorship. Lansing envisioned a great censor chief, Daniels wrote in his diary, adding that the operation would cost millions. Later in the day Daniels and Baker conferred with Wilson. He did not approve Lansing's recommendation to import British help. 27. Nevertheless, the British War Office sent staff to teach their procedures to the Navy's cable and wireless sensors in New York, and the CPI studied Allied propaganda and worked closely with the Allies. In devising a plan for developing photographs of the war, the CPI contacted Canadian, French, and British officials as to the best approach. Perhaps it is consultation like this that led Lansing to make the following comment after a meeting with Creel and Daniels on censorship: "Creel has come over to my point of view. American censorship," said Edward Cook of the Official Press Bureau, "was largely modeled on our own 28. It quickly became clear the Committee on Public Information was a misnomer insofar as the word committee was concerned. Its principals met as a whole 3 times in April to discuss censorship and once in July, judging from Daniels's diary. After that, the gatherings seemed to have ceased altogether. Some of this was due to the crowded schedules of Baker, Daniels, and Lansing, some to Baker's deference to Daniels, who was a newspaperman, and some to Lansing's disdain for Creel, whom he described as having little conception of vast amount of work to be done. In early May, Lansing reorganized his Division of Information into the Division of Foreign Intelligence. Its duties included press relations. Lansing tried to recruit Arthur Sweetser to head the press operation. When he declined, the job went to Philip H. Patchin, head of the AP's London bureau and well liked by the British. In late summer, Sweetser turned in his press passes for dog tags and was commissioned a captain in the Signal Reserve Corps, where he worked on publicity. Creel's name appeared on Lansing's calendar with declining frequency. 29. Creel worked briefly out of a 6-by-6-foot room near Daniels's second-floor office and then moved 2 floors up to the Navy Library. The library's reception room was a compact 2-story marble, onyx, and brass jewel box studded with cherubs in each corner. Creel transformed the church-like placidness into a campaign headquarters frenzy. It brimmed with job seekers and idea peddlers while he charged ahead on establishing Wilson's Information Service 30. The structure of the Information Service resembled the Democratic National Committee's Publicity Bureau. It was designed to reach targeted and mass audiences with material journalists could readily use. Like Woolley's operation, it had a number of subdivisions, some of which had few staff but sharp focus. The Cartoon Bureau, when it was formed much later, had only a manager. 31. The CPI's Division of News was a hub with spokes to government agencies as well as the White House. Its primary concern was managing news out of the war-making departments. The CPI had personnel placed in the War, Navy, Labor, and Justice departments and the War Industries and Shipping Boards. The operation in the War Department was especially large. Marlon Pugh, the CPI representative there, had an office close to Baker's and deputies in the Ordnance Department, the Quartermaster Corps, and the Aircraft Board. Although the State Department wanted to distance itself from the CPI and the Treasury had a strong Liberty Loan Publicity Bureau, both relied on the CPI for help, as did the Food and Fuel Administrations and independent organizations such as the Red Cross. Every agency benefited in some way. 32. The News Division attracted experienced journalists. J. M. McConaughey, one of its directors, had been an editorial writer with Munsey's Magazine and the New York Evening Mail. Lee Riley had been managing editor of the Chicago Herald, and Pugh editor and publisher. The CPI representative in the Navy Department had worked at Daniels's Raleigh News and Observer. Kenneth Durant, who handled general press inquiries, came on a different path, a recommendation of Sir Gilbert Parker, for whom he had worked on British propaganda. In addition to press releases meant for the Telegraph, the division mailed a war news digest to weekly newspapers. The mailing list eventually numbered 12,000. Initially, the CPI worked with the Council of National Defense to direct news to women. In November, it created a division on women's war work. Other units catered to the religious, labor, and the foreign-born. 33. To enlist writers, as had been done in the 1916 presidential campaign, Creel shot off a telegram to the Authors League of America. He encouraged members to write helpful articles and offered to assist with information. In August he created a formal division of syndicated features intended for Sunday newspapers. Its head was L. Ames Brown, once the New York Sun's White House correspondent and an active supporter of Wilson in the 1916 campaign. Creel wrote articles, including a weekly column for The Independent called A Message from the United States Government to the American People 34. Wellington House attracted more literary giants than the CPI did. H.G. Wells, Hugh Walpole, and Rudyard Kipling headed propaganda directed at Germany, Russia, and British colonies respectively, all the while turning out books with war themes. Still, if many of the writers attached to the CPI are less well remembered than their British counterparts, they were popular at the time or became so after the war. Ernest Poole won the Pulitzer Prize for fiction and Charles Edward Russell won one for biography. British-born William MacLeod Raine, who succeeded Brown in syndicated features, was famous for Western novels, which were adapted for movies. John Balderson, a former foreign correspondent who was a CPI press agent in London, went on to a successful career writing scripts for Frankenstein, Dracula, and other movies. The CPI drew on three-time Pulitzer Prize winner Booth Tarkington and Rex Beach, Wallace Irwin, and Mary Roberts Rinehart, who was known as the American Agatha Christie for her mystery novels. In the case of Rinehart, the CPI secured permission for her to visit cantonments. Her war articles appeared in the Saturday Evening Post and were syndicated to newspapers. 35. Wilson had one specific request related to the provision of news. He had long thought that public opinion suffered because we have no national newspaper, no national organ of opinion. He wanted the CPI to create a government gazette. Creel feared journalists would view such a publication as government competition, but Wilson insisted. The CPI justified the official U.S. bulletin on two grounds. First, foreign governments. Great Britain since 1665 published gazettes to record government actions. Second, the cost of publication was absurdly small compared to congressional expenditures for printing. The first issue appeared on May 10, less than a month after the United States entered the war. 36. The Bulletin, which was published by the News Division, billed itself the daily government newspaper. It ran between 8 and 48 pages, Monday through Saturday. The Bulletin assisted all government agencies but focused on the war. It published executive orders, proclamations, statutes and regulations, official speeches, and proceedings of Congress briefly told. It was rich in detail, listings of War Department personnel assignments, casualty lists, and notices of contracts awarded, example the Army's purchase of $13,095 worth of canned beans from a company in Fremont, Michigan. The Bulletin was free to government agencies and, until October 1918, to the press, which could republish anything in it. Individuals paid a $5 annual subscription. Pages were tacked on bulletin boards in 56,000 post offices. Its daily circulation reached 118,000 in August 1918. Edward Rochester, its editor, had been managing editor of the Washington Post. 37. John Buchan, director of the Department of Information, wrote three famous propagandistic thrillers. The antagonist in one of them, named after German propagandist Baron Gustav Braun von Stumm, was in the words of the novel's hero an incarnation of all that makes Germany detested. The hero's sidekick was instrumental in getting the portfolio of Dr. Albert John Buchan, Green Mantle, in The Best of John Buchan, London, Pryon, 2010, 130, 167. President Wilson thought public opinion suffered because we have no national newspaper, no national organ of opinion. He wanted the CPI to fill that void with a government gazette, which was called the Official Bulletin. One of the CPI's most positive contributions, it was the forerunner of the Federal Register and other government publications that added to government transparency. The Bulletin and the Division of News, new features of government, drew criticism. But this paled in comparison to condemnation of the administration's censorship proposal. The censorship clause. On the day Wilson signed the declaration of war, he issued a proclamation barring enemy aliens from publishing criticism of the government. A proclamation 10 days later warned that it was treason to publish information that would in any way aid and comfort the enemies of the United States. An executive order placed telephone and telegraph lines to Mexico under the War Department and broadened the Navy's authority over communication to include submarine cables as well as wireless. Cable censorship was instantly in effect for Asia and Latin America. Transatlantic censorship was delayed until late July so the Navy could work with the French and British to synchronize their operations. The goal was to thwart Boyd's agents, as the Public Ledger put it, but the Navy and War Departments also could stop reports they deemed prejudicial to the war effort. 38. At the same time, the administration revived censorship legislation that had died in the previous Congress. The proposed Espionage Act addressed what Gregory called the new conditions of warfare by propaganda. One provision made it unlawful to communicate false reports or false statements with intent to interfere with the success of the military or promote the success of its enemies or to cause disaffection in the military. A second excluded from the mails any writing or publication of a treasonable or anarchistic character. The third provision, called the Censorship Clause, was the most controversial. It prohibited the publication of any information the President declared to be of such character that it is or might be useful to the enemy. Almost anything could be barred under such a provision. The wording was similar to Britain's sweeping Defence of the Realm Act, which forbade publication of information of such a nature as is calculated to be or might be directly or indirectly useful to the enemy. Although this similarity was not advertised by the administration, Jane Addams called attention to it in congressional testimony. She worried about the spirit of intimidation in the United States at the present moment and that the bill would stymie discussion of bringing a quick peace. 39. In the weeks before the war, journalists accepted voluntary restrictions on sensitive military information as a very excellent and a very necessary provision, as the editor of the Charleston Evening Post told Daniels. Strict adherence to the government's wishes is a policy which is laid down as absolute law in this office, the editor of the Philadelphia Evening Ledger informed Daniels. Although greatly preferring continued voluntary censorship once the country went to war, many editors and publishers were willing to support a formal censorship law. A sign of how far journalists were willing to go came from four diverse and influential New York newspapers. The Times, the Herald, the World, and the American drafted a substitute bill, which the Times editor forwarded to Daniels in mid-April. It allowed the president to prohibit the publication or dissemination within the United States, continental and insular, of any and all information, facts, rumors, or speculations referring to the armed forces of the government, materials or implements of war, or the military means and measures that may be contemplated for the defense of the country. The proposed substitute was narrower than Wilson's censorship clause, but it gave the president extraordinarily broad authority to silence speech of all kinds, if he chose to use it. The substitute also called for a central censorship board that included a press representative. The American Newspaper Publishers Association endorsed similar language. Nothing came of these suggestions. 40. The administration swept aside journalists' concerns. When the espionage bill was first proposed, Attorney General Gregory scheduled a perfunctory press briefing on short notice. Confronted with strenuous objections from the handful of journalists who were able to attend, he pledged to give serious consideration to changes. But an hour later the bill was introduced in the House. The New York Tribune called the censorship clause the instrument of the Tsar and the Kaiser. The St. Louis Post called it shockingly despotic. Publishers petitioned Congress to delete it from the bill. Journalists, the New York Evening Post's David Lawrence wrote, considered the bill more far-reaching than any law of England or France. 41. Edwin Webb, chairman of the Judiciary Committee, led the fight for the bill in the House. In time of war, while men are giving up their sons and while people are giving up their money, he argued newspapers should at least be willing to give up their right, if they call it a right, to publicly broadcast those things which the President of the United States thinks would be hurtful to the United States and helpful to the enemy. The Republicans naturally seized the opportunity to challenge the president, but many Democrats, including the Senate Majority Leader and Whip and House Speaker Champ Clark, also opposed the legislation. Senator William Borah spoke for many when he described it as nebulous, drastic, and omnipotent, the consequences of which no man can foresee. 42. With Wilson's approval, a statement was added to the censorship clause that nothing in this section shall be construed to limit or restrict any discussion, comment, or criticism of the acts or policies of the government. Arthur Brisbane, editor of the New York Evening Journal, urged Wilson to back further away. Well-informed newspaper workers, he wrote diplomatically to the president, are firm in their belief that desire to nullify the first constitutional amendment does not at all reflect your state of mind. Wilson did not agree to further changes and replied that he would not permit any part of this law to apply to me or any of my official acts, or in any way to be used as a shield against criticism. 43. Instead of allaying fears, Wilson's letter became the best argument that has been made against the espionage bill, said newly sworn-in Senator Hiram Johnson. The Milwaukee News asked, if the law is not to be enforced, then why enact it? And what guarantee have the American people that no other official will wield it? It was inconceivable, said a legislator, that the president, who has frequently advocated pitiless publicity, should have any sympathy with a legislative undertaking designed to accomplish results diametrically opposite. I know how strongly you feel on the matter of a strict censorship, Tumulty warned Wilson, but I would not be doing my full duty to you and the administration if I did not say to you that there is gradually growing bitter resentment on the whole business, which is daily spreading. Wilson, he said, risked going down in history as John Adams did for the Alien and Sedition Acts. Daniels took pains to distance himself from the legislation's censorship provisions, which he considered dangerous. 44. It was understood that the CPI would be in charge of the censorship. That was what Daniels had in mind when the CPI was proposed, and that is what was reported in the press the day after the CPI was created. The bill, the New York Times reported, would give the CPI statutory authority to carry out its rulings. Creel sought to tamp down concern by insisting he was not bent on heavy-handed censorship. But two stories appearing on the same day in the Times illustrate the confusion that existed. Instead of figuring on means of suppressing news, one story reported, Mr. Creel is putting in 18 hours a day devising means of promoting it. In the other story, on the same page, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge decried the censorship measure under which newspapers couldn't print anything that the administration didn't want them to print. He called the CPI a board appointed to act as censors of the press. 45. In early May, Lansing reinforced these fears by perfecting his press operations. He barred all officials except himself from talking to reporters even on insignificant matters of fact or detail. His twice-daily meetings with the press were increasingly perfunctory. There is much bitterness, Lansing jotted in his desk calendar, about his treatment of the press. The department's handling of the French mission's U.S. tour further alienated journalists. It put so many obstacles in journalists' path that many asked their editors to be recalled. In another one of his unsigned New Republic articles, which Sweetser wrote before joining the army, the nation which has entered this war against autocracy, which has claimed to stand for a democratic open diplomacy, asks its citizens to make enormous sacrifices, to accept universal service in a cause which apparently cannot bear the light of publicity. Lansing's actions, the New York Tribune editorialized, was a foretaste of what will happen if the press gag provision of the espionage bill becomes law. 46. While Congress debated the espionage bill, Creel drafted censorship guidelines based on the voluntary rules in place before the war. The president read, edited, and approved these. On Monday evening, May 21, Creel briefed Washington correspondents in the Senate gallery. The initially hostile journalists warmed to the idea. If the voluntary regulations for the press were accepted by them, journalists were led to believe, there would be no further effort to have a censorship statute enacted. The next day, however, Wilson wrote to Representative Webb to say passage of the censorship clause remained absolutely necessary to the public safety. Learning of this, the correspondents refused to endorse Creel's proposal when they met again on Wednesday. That day Wilson told senators visiting the White House of the imperative necessity that a censorship be established. It was not enough, he said, to impose a moral obligation on the press. He wrote to Frank Cobb, editor of the New York World and a strong supporter of the president, that some papers could not be trusted and it was absolutely essential for the safety of the country that I should have some power to control them. Wilson made no effort to reconcile these statements with Creel's voluntary guidelines. Many journalists thought the president was acting in bad faith. 47. On Thursday David Lawrence tried to straighten out the confusion. Lawrence, a 1910 Princeton graduate, had a personal relationship with Wilson and followed censorship and publicity closely. Correspondents, he told the president, would have endorsed Creel's regulations if the administration had not renewed its call for the censorship clause. Only you can bring harmony out of the confusion, Lawrence advised the president. He suggested Wilson invite journalists to the White House to hear their point of view and clarify his own. Instead of an irritated press, ready to pounce on every slight thing and hammer men who are trying only to do their best with a machinery and a people unused to war, we will have a press that will be charitable in its criticism and will inspire the people with confidence in their government. Wilson, he added, should use the occasion to endorse Creel. The next day, Wilson replied. He stood by Creel, but such a meeting was not necessary. It might look, he wrote cryptically, as if I were trying to straighten it out when there is really nothing to straighten out. 48. That same day Creel pressed ahead with what he later called another act in the serio-tragic drama of misunderstanding. In a speech to journalists, he said he had drawn up advice for the press. There would be no compulsion to eliminate abuse. Instead, the CPI would crowd it out with wholesome government news. These, he said, were the terms on which he accepted Wilson's offer to head the CPI. On Sunday, Creel issued his guidelines in the form of a preliminary statement to the press of the United States. Hard and fast rules were impossible, the statement said, there would be no interference with criticism of policies or persons. In line with previous guidelines, the goal was to withhold such militarily sensitive information as troop movements or the testing of aircraft. His guidelines created a category called questionable matter, such as stories on life in training camps that might inadvertently include information of value to the enemy. Journalists were encouraged to submit all such material for censorship. In the case of news plainly of a dangerous character, whether specifically prohibited by these regulations or not, editors are expected to stop it themselves. If in doubt, reporters could submit the material for review. A division of Vice would mark the story passed by the Committee on Public Information, which meant there was no objection to it, or authorized by the Committee on Public Information, meaning the CPI endorsed the news. 49. This system matched Britain's in several respects. First, it rested on faith that a patriotic press would self-censor. The CPI asked editors to police themselves and each other. When another paper violated the guidelines or when they received matter dangerous to the public interests, the editors were to notify the CPI. Second, the guidelines held open the possibility of prosecution for those who published without submission to the committee. Dora made this a powerful threat in Britain, although the government was loath to initiate prosecution, as it would draw attention to information it wanted to suppress. Because Wilson's censorship provision was still under consideration, the CPI said editors were subject to whatever penalties that may be provided by law. Third, although the preliminary statement opposed private and confidential censorship directives along the lines of those issued by Britain's official press bureau, the CPI said it would issue confidential bulletins to the press to acquaint them with subjects to which public reference is considered especially dangerous at the moment. The preliminary statement was a compromise document hastily created. Its proposal to distinguish between news of which it approved and news that it merely allowed to pass proved to be a nightmare to administer. The guidelines stressed reliance on journalists' self-restraint, but the word censorship appeared in them. An explanation section added to the confusion. In it, the War and Navy departments simply reinforced the importance of protecting sensitive military information. But the State Department, in a reprise of its provocative addition to the voluntary guidelines in March, declared it dangerous and of service to the enemy to speculate about peace initiatives, precisely the sort of restriction Jane Addams feared, as well as to reveal differences of opinion with allies and neutrals, or to offend them in some way. These instructions echoed the British press bureaus, which enjoined reporters to refrain from publishing anything which would be prejudicial to His Majesty's relations with foreign powers or to the public interest. Lansing's warnings ran counter to Creel's guidelines, which said the fuller the inter-ally discussion of their mutual problems the better. 50. Why Creel issued the rules when the administration was pursuing censorship legislation was puzzling. Congressional leaders and administrative officials, the New York Globe said, should get together on a solution before they publish their individual ideas. The New Republic was appalled at Lansing's effort to rule out discussion of peace. No democracy can remain a democracy and behave itself in this way. Lansing was causing enormous difficulty in other ways as well, Bullard complained to House. He limited press access to State Department officials without informing Creel, and he held up the press guidelines. Instead of having the control of press matters centralized, as I had hoped, Bullard complained, the situation is worse than it was in Paris. He thought Lansing hoped to get Creel fired. As the final votes on the censorship clause approached in Congress, Gregory circulated newspaper clippings, many from German-language newspapers, that he believed to show the need for censorship. Having patriotically reined itself in, the establishment press resented being lumped with foreign language and left-leaning publications that opposed the war. 51. On May 31, the House killed the censorship clause, 184 to 144, 37 Democrats voting against it. The Senate did not vote on the measure again. The censorship clause was dead. Wilson would have achieved passage of the censorship clause if he had amended it to focus on military security, as the Times and other papers suggested, or on the foreign language press, which he said gave him a great deal of deep concern. If the President and his cabinet had taken the newspapers and correspondents into their confidence and worked out with them the phraseology of a law for those cases where presumably a law is needed, Lawrence reported, there would have been a censorship law today. 52. Even so, Wilson received considerable power from the other two sections of the Espionage Act that Congress passed without serious press opposition. It was now unlawful to make false statements with intent to interfere with military success, to attempt to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty in the military, or to obstruct recruiting. Postmaster General Burleson, who conspicuously lobbied his former colleagues on behalf of the bill, acquired the power to exclude from the mail any matter advocating or urging treason, insurrection or forcible resistance to any law of the United States. A dispassionate legal scholar noted that a citizen now ran considerable risk by saying the nation went into the war from unworthy motives. 53. A troubling question mark. The Committee on Public Information remained a troubling question mark in the minds of journalists and others. The confusion during the debate over the censorship clause reinforced the impression that it was to be a censoring body, first and foremost. I have read in the press and have heard from various sources that there already is a censor board in existence, said a congressman during debate on the Espionage Act, and that a Mr. Creel is at the head of this board. Lansing's and Gregory's draconian approaches to censorship undercut Creel's efforts to allay concerns. The two men, said the New York World, did more to defeat the censorship clause than all its avowed opponents. 54. The greatest blame for the stain on the CPI fell on Wilson. He made no effort to clarify what he wanted or to work constructively with the press. Amazingly, there is no evidence he brought Creel in to discuss the conflict that existed between his censorship clause and Creel's voluntary guidelines, which he read and edited. Many years later, Creel admitted to Ray Stannard Baker that Wilson's support of the censorship clause made his job more difficult. 55. The censorship clause, said Times correspondent Richard Ullahan, was a grave error. Suggestions immediately arose for a new publicity agency to replace the CPI. North American Review editor George Harvey, one of those who blasted the administration for its confusing signals on censorship, proposed the real Department of Public Information headed by a distinguished journalist who held cabinet rank. New York World editor Frank Cobb advised Wilson to consider the idea. Others called for dividing censorship and publicity. It was at this time that McCormick, Wilcox, and other leaders of their political parties, with encouragement from House, suggested joining forces to undertake a campaign of publicity to unite the country. Creel's name was not included on their short list of people who could lead the nation to unity. 56. At a minimum, Wilson should have clarified what the CPI was to do. By not doing any of this, the CPI remained a murky organization with no boundaries. This aggravated Congress, which held a deep-seated antipathy to presidential publicity. The 1895 General Printing Act limited expenditures for individual publications and the number of pages that could be produced by the executive branch. In 1908 a senator called news summaries put out almost daily by Gifford Pinchot's Forest Service a dangerous innovation. The CPI was a giant leap beyond any previous provision of government information. Creel, Lodge said, was a personal agent of Wilson without definite office. He employs men, he spends large amounts of the public money, and it is considered an impertinence if we ask where the public money is spent. Theodore Roosevelt derided the CPI as a gigantic news propaganda with the public's money. Primarily on behalf of the administration. 57. The CPI's existence also was a source of friction inside the military as well as the State Department. Creel blamed the admirals and generals, reared in a school of iron secrecy, for forcing the censorship clause on Wilson. The old guard in the Navy and War Departments had little enthusiasm for the CPI. "I don't know anything about publicity," one said, "except that I am against it." This squabbling led to more confusion about the CPI in late June with the arrival in France of the first ships carrying American forces. 58. News of their arrival was to be held up until the last of the ships docked to avoid alerting the enemy that troops were in transit. Due to a snafu, the AP New York headquarters received a dispatch about the landings and ran it. Out of fairness, Creel allowed others to report it as well. Military officers were indignant. Baker, it was reported, took authority for War Department news from Creel and gave it to a general. That decision lasted until the evening. An order by Baker a few days later ended the policy of not delaying dispatches if they had been censored by the French, British, or AEF. The new rule required that incoming dispatches go to both the CPI and the War Department for censorship when they reached U.S. shores. This aroused an outcry from the press. After Baker, Daniels, Lansing, and Creel conferred the following day, the CPI announced in a confidential note to the press that the emergency had passed and the old system was restored. But more damage had been done. Senator Hiram Johnson said the War Department and the CPI were seeking to institute censorship that flouted the expressed will of Congress when it refused to pass the censorship clause. 59. What the government asks of the press. Creel's supporters considered him a victim of petty jealousies. "There is a struggle going on in Washington," commented Gus Cargill, a respected correspondent with the Cincinnati Times-Star. "It was a struggle between bureaucratic and democratic forces." David Lawrence, who was always fair in his reporting on the CPI, described Creel as a man of bold enthusiasm, a progressive, a liberal, and one who thoroughly understands the newspaper point of view as it relates to the public interest. But many of the misunderstandings and fears about the CPI were due to Creel, for he did much to confirm the impression that he was a partisan bullhorn for the president and a willing censor. 60. While the Espionage Act was under debate, Creel telephoned the editor of the Washington Herald, which was not a Wilson paper, to complain about an editorial criticizing the Navy for negligence. During firing practice on the troopship Mongolia, bound for France, a faulty shell caused a gun to explode, killing 2 people. Angry over Creel's telephone call, which it considered intemperate, the Herald published a second editorial, this one in the center of the front page, to lodge its own complaint. If this is not an attempt to control editorial opinion, what is it? When Creel issued a statement insisting, no reprimand was hinted or even dreamed of, the Herald thundered back again, Mr. Creel, we feel constrained to say, is putting the most generous and general construction on his conversation with the Herald. This paper regarded it differently and still does, because Mr. Creel is the government censor-to-be if a censorship law is passed. Newspapers across the country reported the exchange. The Indianapolis News said the incident indicated the government's intention to use the censorship law to smother criticism of public officials. 61. Another firestorm of criticism followed the premature release of news of the first troop landings in France. Two cables from an American admiral reported troopship encounters with enemy submarines. Submarine opened fire, said one of them, with one torpedo which crossed bow of USS Seattle. Two torpedoes passed close to the Havana, one crossed bow and one under stern of DeKalb. The second reported, a submarine approached the group on which the Cummings fired a grenade, winky face, there was noticed on the surface oil and debris. On July 3, after the ships reached France, Creel prepared a press statement based on the cables. With the flair of a rewrite man on a yellow journal, he wrote a story of peril and courage. One submarine certainly was sunk, and there is reason to believe that the accurate fire of our gunners sent others to the bottom. The enemy's first attack was made in force, although the night made impossible any exact count of the U-boats gathered for what they deemed a slaughter. Creel concluded, no more thrilling 4th of July celebration could have been arranged. 62. Creel's story was designed to play well, and it did, until the AP reported that no attacks had occurred. Creel dismissed this as a nasty, unpatriotic report. As it turned out, the AP story was also inaccurate and based on unsubstantiated background material not meant for publication *, but the report prompted an admission by Creel that he had taken liberties in his story. Because the original Navy reports from France had been rather cryptic, he confessed, I sat down and elaborated. 63. Senator Boyce Penrose, a belligerently conservative Republican whose size and bushy mustache earned him the nickname Big Grizzly, called Creel's account a colossal fraud. He dubbed the CPI the Committee on Misinformation. Newspapers flayed Creel for inspiring them to proclaim America's first notable victory in the war against Germany. Mr. Creel knows what this process is called in newspaper offices, the New York Evening Post wrote. It is plain faking. The usually loyal New York World said Creel was guilty of press agent exaggerations. Weeks later the Navy confirmed the attacks but not the sinking of a submarine. By the time of this partial exoneration, the event had seeped into the public consciousness as Creel's July 4 hoax. 64. The AP story originated with a cable from a reporter in the Irish port of Queenstown, who had picked up the inaccurate tip on the absence of attacks in casual conversation. He prudently marked his cable confidential, signaling it was not for publication. A British censor stamped the cable passed for publication USA only. The AP bureau in London included those words in the cable sent onward to New York, where they were interpreted as suggesting the story was solid. Missteps continued. On a single day in late July the CPI advised journalists not to report 3 stories: a planned visit by a Belgian mission, details of an official Russian visit to Chicago, and the Commerce Department's decision to transfer ships to the Navy that the State and Commerce Departments and the Russian Embassy had made public. In late July, when military authorities wanted the AP to kill a story about another troop landing, Creel made the request. The AP refused. The story contained no sensitive information, no port or country was identified, and censors overseas had cleared the dispatch, which by the rules meant it could go forward. 65. Creel revised the preliminary statement at the end of July. What the government asks of the press consisted of 21 rules relating only to War and Navy Department information. One typical rule stated that warship arrivals at European ports should not be reported until specifically authorized by the Navy or War Department. The questionable matters section was gone, the injunction to submit material to the CPI was softened. The division of vice was eliminated. Among other things, it had been criticized for inconsistency in deciding which stories should carry official CPI approval and which should be passed without comment. Creel let it be known that the CPI would provide informal advice when asked by the press. He argued that the new guidelines were adequate since transatlantic cable censorship by the Navy was now in place to block the transmission of sensitive information that might reach the enemy. 66. Several days later, a confidential memo was leaked in which Baker ordered an end to War Department resistance to the CPI. These representatives of the committee will be treated with confidence, Baker wrote. The CPI was the sole medium for issuing war news. The measure, it was reported, strengthened the CPI's control over military information. The decision did not entirely quell guerrilla warfare by Army officers. One disgruntled officer told a New York Sun reporter, the Creel Bureau frankly asked him day after day whether he did not have some news favorable to the Army and the administration. 67. A storm center of criticism. Propaganda carried out by the Allies and Central Powers was a subject of the news from the first days of the war. Because the CPI was more visible than Wellington House, it received heightened attention. Because it was embroiled in one controversy after another, much of the news was negative. Creel, said David Lawrence, was a storm center of criticism, some of it deserved and some of it underserved. For partisan journalists, the CPI was an attractive target. Boston Transcript editor James Williams, who had been on the Republican payroll during the election, kept his Washington correspondent busy following the CPI. The Transcript excoriated Creel's machine for elaboration and decoration. 68. As the summer wore on, questions persisted about whether the CPI should or even could carry on. There are certain signs of the disintegration of the Committee on Public Information, the New York Times reported almost gleefully. It is acknowledged by some of its most sincere friends and well-wishers that the policy under which it has been conducted has been a failure. 69. Creel is hopelessly discredited. Personally, I like him very much, but that does not change the situation, Frank Cobb told House. Cobb favored separating censorship and publicity. House, who considered Cobb a good candidate for an official role in publicity, forwarded his letter to Wilson with a note asking, why would this not be a good solution? Meanwhile, House, McCormick, and Woolley stewed about what could be done to elevate the publicity effort. Woolley, who was running the Bureau of Publicity for Liberty Loans during its first drive, thought the president should send 50 speakers, organized like a Lyceum bureau, across the country to counter public apathy. The Creel matter grows worse, he told House. It is admirable in the president to stand by him, and George's desire to fight it out is fine, but the cause is bigger than the interests of any man. 70. Anti-CPI darts came from other directions. The dean of the University of Missouri Journalism School, Walter Williams, told Daniels a better publicity service was needed. The Chamber of Commerce recommended to Wilson the creation of a definite branch of the government, entirely distinct from the Committee on Public Information, under the direction of the President, to conduct a campaign of constructive education of the people as to the war and the important operations of the government regarding the war. 71. Public disparagement and backroom intrigue did not unhorse Creel. I am the worst resigner in the world, he told a reporter. I have not resigned and I do not intend to. Wilson's view was the only one that mattered as far as Creel's continued service was concerned, and he did not like to be pushed. More important, the president had reason to be happy with his appointee's performance. 72. Wilson's administration revolutionized press relations like the steam engine revolutionized manufacturing. Theodore Roosevelt had made effective use of press releases, to the point of annoying Congress, but these handouts were largely the product of a few bureaus and amounted to a trickle compared to what gushed from the CPI. Creel mass-produced news and established impersonal routines to reach the press day in and day out. The CPI was not limited to handling the flow of news from government agencies. Because Wilson did not hold press conferences and Tumulty ceased giving daily press briefings, the CPI was the principal source of White House news. 73. Reporters grumbled about occasional inaccuracies and the bulletin's overall positive tone. Newspaper proprietors were annoyed that each day it consumed nearly 3 tons of newsprint, which was in short supply. But this was a sign of success. Circulation reached 60,000 the first month and climbed to 115,000 the following year. Despite his initial reservations, Creel became a believer in the publication, and so did journalists who were otherwise critical of the CPI. Evening Transcript editor James Williams considered it very useful. When the CPI decided to charge for the bulletin, 1,000 editors asked for the policy to be reversed. 74. The greatest problem from Creel's point of view was his lack of control over publicity produced by others. 45 or 50 agencies had their own propaganda machines. Although it relied on the CPI to distribute its news, the War Trade Board had a journal. The Bureau of Education published weekly bulletins. The Commission for Relief in Belgium, an international organization under U.S. leadership, sent out releases. Legislators boosted the flow of this material by using the postal franc to send it to editors with whom they wished to be friendly. California journalists, Creel was informed, complained they received £6 of government news every day. In addition, localities had their own news operations. In one state the Council of National Defense had 500 war information chairmen. 75. Editors complained of drowning in news. Much of it, Lawrence told the president, was badly written and a lot of it ought not to be written at all. This flood, Creel lamented, swamped the information he wanted to emphasize. Lawrence recommended Wilson give the CPI the power of squelching out the drool. Editor and publisher argued the CPI should have regulatory power over government news, and Creel lobbied Wilson for such authority, all to no avail. I have protested against it time and again, and have guaranteed, if given control, to cut this enormous mass of matter down to 1/10 of the present volume without loss of effect, Creel complained. However, the various departments are insistent upon their authorities. 76. Nevertheless, the CPI exerted enormous control over the news. The correspondence room at 8 Jackson Place was open 24 hours a day, all week long. Its 8 telephones answered queries from Washington correspondents. Mimeographed news releases were sent to the press bureaus at the National Press Club. Out-of-town newspapers received CPI news by mail. Journalists professed to find joy in tossing government press releases into the wastebasket, but they needed the CPI's help to keep track of the nearly 3,000 agencies engaged in the war. Reporters complained the temperature in the correspondence room would make even an Eskimo shiver in his sealskins, but they gathered there lest they miss news their competitors would publish. This left less time to pursue stories with alternative points of view. All initiative and independent investigation stopped, Sweetser complained, and we became messenger boys for handouts, which naturally became much more frequent than before. It was not possible to use all the government news that came in, the Boston Post noted, but we would regret to be without the information that much of this material contains. 77. In addition to his soft power over the news, Wilson acquired the hard power of the law. The Espionage Act was the first legislation since the Sedition Act of 1798 to punish expression. Even without the censorship clause, it had teeth. Burleson took an expansive view of its prohibition on matter advocating or urging treason, insurrection or forcible resistance to any law of the United States. He secretly directed local postmasters to watch for anything that could embarrass or hamper the government in conducting the war. Within a month 15 major publications, most of them socialist in orientation, were barred from the mail. The effect, the New Republic wrote, is to terrorize all criticism. 78. More legislation intruding on First Amendment rights passed in later months. These laws also did not give the CPI statutory authority to censor. But it acquired delegated powers to suppress, which added muscle to the protests Creel lodged over stories he deemed wayward. The defeat of the censorship clause, David Lawrence observed, had not settled the matter once and for all. The newspapers of the country will be virtually on probation. 79. The things we complain about. One of the most significant aspects of censorship during the war was the willingness of editors and reporters to cooperate with the government. Danielle's mailbox overflowed with contrite letters from editors who let an unauthorized photograph slip into the paper or inadvertently mentioned the arrival of 2 South American ships in New York Harbor. The AP made Creel's guidelines a mandatory general order throughout the service. In June 1917, the War College produced a report intended to show that the press compromised national security, but it substantiated the opposite. It identified only 9 transgressions. 99% of all newspapers honored press guidelines, Creel said. Newspapers, Richard Houlihan would later recall with pride, mobilized themselves, a powerful volunteer army actuated by a patriotic spirit whose operations have no parallel in all history. 80. Nevertheless, Creel was disappointed. Government news did not always crowd out stories that put the administration in a bad light or that contradicted views the administration wished to impress on the public. Although utter crowding out would not have been possible in a democratic system, no matter how supportive journalists were of the war, Creel persisted in wanting more. When unveiling his voluntary guidelines, he told the press it often abused its freedom. He called on journalists to be associates, in effect asking them to give up their independence. The comment was reminiscent of Wilson's first press conference, when he asked reporters to go in partnership with him. Creel did not favor the censorship clause, but he wanted the same outcome Wilson did, a press that did not muddy the picture the CPI presented. The things we complain about, Creel wrote to Wilson in November 1917, are not concerned with suggestive changes, but go to the heart of the newspaper business, involving changes in training, aims, ideals and ambitions. News itself must be given a new definition. This statement was far more revealing of Creel's attitudes than his sunny recollection of the 2-hour meeting he had with Wilson when the CPI began. 81. Wilson and Creel were unable to fully realize their progressive dream of re-engineering the way journalists thought about their calling. But the CPI's mass production of information changed the way reporters worked. It institutionalized government handouts and journalists' dependency on them. In that sense, Wilson and Creel did give news a new definition. The first block of the information state was cemented in place. Others would be laid down soon. If the CPI could not completely crowd out undesirable news, Creel could take advantage of the broad mandate the president gave him and bypass the press to mobilize the mind of America. In the next months he enlisted artists, educators, filmmakers, advertising executives, labor and immigrant leaders, and as the next chapter shows, speakers across the country. The number of CPI orators dwarfed by tens of thousands the 50 Robert Woolley had in mind. 5. All men must hearken to my message. By using speakers instead of writers and platforms instead of type, Creel not only flanked the newspaper opposition and escaped from the congestion of the mails, he also evaded the suspicion which the American people always show towards official propaganda. The speakers whom he sent out were not recognized mouthpieces for the government, and the advertising agent who ballyhooed them was a native son and not an employee from Washington. Harvey J. O'Higgins. The common denominator on the Committee on Public Information was progressivism. Whether it was educator Guy Stanton Ford or editor Edgar Sisson, both Republicans, or Charles Edward Russell, a contender for the Socialist Party's presidential nomination in 1915, all were bent to the uplifting purpose of unifying wartime America. Some, like novelist and Denver journalist William McLeod Rain, had become acquainted with Creel during earlier crusades. Others were familiar faces at the Democratic National Committee during the 1916 election. Maurice F. Lyons, a young attorney who was Woolley's secretary, became Creel's. Of the 36 writers who signed the 10-question letter putting Hughes on the spot at the beginning of the election, at least 11 worked for the CPI directly or in some collateral fashion. Muckraker Ida Tarbell, who had recommended Creel for the campaign staff, headed the news department of the Women's Committee at the Council of National Defense, which furnished stories to the CPI. Harvey O'Higgins, who signed the Hughes letter, knew Creel from his Denver days. A few months after the CPI started, he contacted Creel to offer to do my patriotic duty for you. 1. By the time O'Higgins arrived in the fall of 1917, the CPI was packed into buildings that still exist at Jackson Place, on the west side of Lafayette Square. The tree-studded park, with its equestrian statue of Andrew Jackson, had been the focal point of one of Washington's most prestigious neighborhoods. Here had lived literary lights Henry Adams and George Bancroft, Secretary of State and Abraham Lincoln confidant John Hay, ministers from Britain and France, Commodore Stephen Decatur and James and Dolly Madison. The character of the neighborhood changed as federal agencies moved in, but it still offered a pleasant green respite in the war-bustling capital. Wilson could be seen from CPI windows strolling there from time to time. 2. The CPI initially occupied a 3-story red brick townhouse, 10 Jackson Place, and in the coming months spread into numbers 6, 8, and 16. Major Douglas MacArthur, whose trailblazing stint as Army press officer was about to end with his assignment to the AEF, helped Creel find the space, whose most famous previous resident was Major Henry Rathbone. Rathbone accompanied President Lincoln to Ford's Theater on the fateful night Lincoln was assassinated. Rathbone received a serious knife wound from John Wilkes Booth. Given to bouts of depression, Rathbone made news again in 1883, when he was the U.S. consul to Hanover. On Christmas Eve, he murdered his wife. He died in a German insane asylum 30 years later. 3. With the proliferation of wartime agencies, the CPI was fortunate to find quarters close to the White House. The State, War, and Navy building, adjacent to the White House, was cramped. A CPI representative in the War Department spent all summer trying to locate a room for developing photographs. Walter Lippmann shared a small office with another aide, future Supreme Court Justice Felix Frankfurter. The CPI buildings, previously used by the Justice Department, were poorly ventilated, dimly lit, and shabby despite a fresh coat of paint. The marble and carved wood fireplace mantels, the high ceilings and chandeliers, and the wooden handrails lacing from one floor to the next were grand, but the configuration of the rooms was ill-suited to a government bureau. When O'Higgins first climbed the sandstone stoop to the headquarters, the staff was crammed in vacated parlors and dining rooms, boudoirs, libraries, bedrooms and bathrooms, sculleries and kitchens. 4. O'Higgins found Creel in his office on the second floor, a former living room that faced Lafayette Square, signing letters without reading them and blotting his hurried scrawl. His large mahogany desk was cluttered with letters, reports, books, articles, and photographs of his 2 children. 2 batteries of desk phones were ranged at either elbow, department wires, private wires, long-distance wires and connections with cable offices. While talking to O'Higgins, Creel stripped down to his shorts and changed into a freshly pressed blue summer serge suit brought in by an office boy. "This is one of the disadvantages," Creel commented, "of trying to live with only 2 suits of clothes." O'Higgins, almost exactly the same age as Creel, was a newspaperman, magazine writer, fiction author, playwright, and propagandist. In Denver he worked closely with Creel's friend, child advocate Judge Ben Lindsay. When Creel asked what kind of work he wanted, O'Higgins volunteered to patch up relations with the press. Creel dismissed the idea. Press criticism was a given, journalists would never be as wholly pliant as Creel wanted. As far as the committee was concerned, O'Higgins concluded, the newspaper presses had broken down. 5. 2 days later, Associate Chairman O'Higgins sat in an office the size of a horse stall, with an official desk, swivel chair, a yawning waste paper basket, and a sort of roving commission to do what he was told to whenever Creel had time to tell him. His portfolio grew as the CPI launched one program after another to reach Americans in other ways than newspapers. One of them O'Higgins described as having been brought in by some genius. It was a scheme for enlisting volunteer orators to address audiences in theaters and moving picture houses between the acts. Creel jumped at the idea. 6. The ingenious scheme. The genius was Donald M. Ryerson, a young Chicagoan. His scheme was hatched in a March 1917 dinner at the exclusive Saddle and Cycle Club on Foster Avenue, near Lake Michigan. The dozen or so diners came from the same strata of society as did Ryerson, scion of a steel manufacturing family. Among them were Republican Representative Medill McCormick, whose family owned the Chicago Tribune, and a relative of McCormick's, investment banker William McCormick Blair, who was also the grandson of the inventor of the mechanical reaper. The men supported universal military training legislation pending in Congress and hit on the idea of making speeches in favor of the law at local movie theaters. 7. Ryerson gave a trial speech at the Strand Theater one evening near the end of March. His remarks during the intermission lasted 4 minutes. On April 2 he and colleagues formed a plan for the 4-Minute Men and set up an office at the University Club, where they met that day. Ryerson was voted president. When the United States declared war on April 6, the group's orientation shifted. The issue was no longer preparing for war but the more urgent one of waging it. The group sent Ryerson to Washington to propose a national program along the lines they had conceived for Chicago. As the story was later told, he was on the next train. 8. The idea of a local group running a national speaking campaign was audacious, even for self-assured blue-blood Chicagoans. The heady mix of youth and surging patriotism emboldened them. On April 16, the first Monday the CPI was in operation, Ryerson found Creel in the Navy Library. Creel agreed on the spot to a national organization of 4-Minute Men and made Ryerson the director. Ryerson telegraphed his colleagues in Chicago to confirm that their dinner idea a month before was now an undertaking of the federal government, have written arrangements with Creel for organization on national basis on lines of our talk subject censorship from his office first subject universal military service 9. Ryerson's proposal had immediate appeal. Grassroots speaking was a staple of political campaigning. In the 19th century, local political groups organized themselves as Jackson Guards, Batteries, and Minutemen to boost their party's presidential tickets. In the 1916 campaign, it will be remembered, the Democratic National Committee perfected this with orchestrated speakers programs through regional speakers bureaus in San Francisco as well as Chicago. Homer Cummings, who oversaw speakers, pointed out to Wilson the wisdom of making this feature a permanent part of our work in future campaigns. By Cummings's count, the National Committee headquarters had been responsible for more than 10,000 speeches. Movie theaters gave Creel a vehicle for similarly reaching the masses across the country. Every night, one of Creel's associates noted, 8 to 10 million people of all classes, all degrees of intelligence, black and white, young and old, rich and poor, meet in the moving picture houses of this country. 10. Political parties had an advantage in organizing speaking campaigns that the 4-Minute Men did not, a national organization built up over many decades. Seasoned party operatives, many working in government, were on the ground in states, counties, and communities. In their desk drawers were lists of loyal party followers ready to swing into action and accustomed to taking guidance from the party's national committee. They also had established methods, such as the party bulletin, to keep members informed. If Ryerson's scheme was to work, the CPI would have to create its own national backbone. Had I had the time to weigh the proposition from every angle, Creel said afterward, it may be that I would have decided against it, for it was delicate and dangerous business to turn loose on the country an army of speakers impossible of exact control and yet vested in large degree with the authority of the government. 11. Creel initially based the operation in Chicago. By May, he thought it better to place the headquarters in the basement of 10 Jackson Place in a space barely large enough for a desk. On June 16 Creel made the 4-Minute Men a division of the CPI. Ryerson's idea of working through Federal Reserve districts was also discarded in favor of a state-based structure. States had social and government networks that did not exist on a regional basis, and state organization was more easily managed than a larger regional 1.12. After assisting with the transfer to Washington, Ryerson went into the Navy, and co-founder William McCormick Blair became the director. If Ryerson's genius planted the seed for the 4-Minute Men, Blair's managerial abilities made the idea bloom. Blair, who was barely 30 years old and looked much younger, was a golden boy raised in a house with servants and educated at Yale. Handsome, soft-spoken, and an indefatigable executive, he was on his way to prominence in Chicago investment banking. His division retained a Chicago accent. Bertram Nelson, a University of Chicago speech professor, was associate director. To handle publications, Blair brought with him Ernest T. Gundlach, an exacting editor who had an advertising company on Michigan Avenue. Another Chicagoan, Keith Evans, was business manager. Point 13. To build this national-local organization, the division needed Washington allies with ties to states and communities. The most valuable of these was the Council of National Defense, which was one of Ryerson's first stops when he brought his plan to Washington. The CND viewed its local affiliates, which eventually totaled 184,000, as guardians of civilian morale. The affiliates, which had the task of developing as fully as possible the facilities for giving broad publicity, were directed to give the 4-Minute Men full support. The relationship was all the more harmonious because Blair was well acquainted with Frederick Lewis Allen, a brilliant young magazine editor who handled publicity for the council. Both were graduates of the elite boys' school Groton. Point 14. Cooperation from movie theaters was secured from the National Association of the Motion Picture Industry. The association was created before the war to regulate movie content, a measure taken to prevent outside forces from imposing restrictions on them. The association's executive committee agreed to designate the 4-Minute Men the sole government agency authorized to speak in theaters, provided that government agencies agreed the CPI should have this task. Creel achieved this by simply declaring it himself in a letter to Blair on June 16, the day Blair assumed the directorship. The 4-Minute Men were the only officially recognized organization of speakers to operate in moving picture theaters on behalf of the government. Blair was authorized to use the letter as direct authority with the motion picture industry. Appended to this were letters of endorsement from Robert Woolley, who had become director of publicity for the first Liberty Loan Drive, and Herbert Hoover, chief of the Food Administration. 2 days later, the American Red Cross issued a similar statement. In early July, Blair attended a movie convention in Chicago where a resolution was passed that in effect threw open to the 4-Minute Men every motion picture theater in the country. 15. A National Advisory Council was established in November 1917. Real estate investor Samuel F. B. Morse, who was on the council, contributed little apart from the illustrious name he inherited. Others were engaged in administration, speaking, and writing. The chairman, William H. Ingersoll, had promoted the country's first low-cost dollar watches, which were mass-produced by his family-owned company. When Blair followed Ryerson into the military in August 1918, Ingersoll replaced him as director. Other members were Mac Martin, whose Minneapolis advertising agency was one of the most prosperous in the country, Samuel Hopkins Adams, a muckraking journalist and novelist, and Solomon H. Clark, head of the University of Chicago's Department of Public Speaking. Likened to Hiram Johnson for his forcefulness on the platform, Clark had advised the Democratic National Committee on ways to improve speaking during the 1916 campaign and did the same for the 4-Minute Men. He made over 100 speeches. He told one 4-Minute Men audience that they had more influence than journalists because they reached the masses and because our work is carefully laid out for us by experts in our main office at Washington. 16. It is our idea, Creel told Josephus Daniels, to build up a great organization of speakers, subject to government direction and suggestion with references to specific drives. The 4-Minute Men undertook 36 different campaigns. Following their first, which advocated for the military draft law, they promoted the first Liberty Loan. They devoted 6 days to Eyes for the Navy, an appeal for citizens to contribute binoculars, telescopes, and sextants. These were in short supply because the Germans had been the chief manufacturers. A month was given to unmasking German propaganda and 2 weeks to food conservation. Keeping speakers energized required the provision of fresh topics. In June 1918, Blair asked O'Higgins to suggest 1 or 2 subjects. The topic the week before the war ended was fire prevention, which had become a social problem. The last theme, confined to a single day, Christmas Eve, was tribute to the Allies. 17. A local militia with a Washington message. 4 Minutemen imagined themselves as rekindled Revolutionary War Minutemen, citizen volunteers organizing themselves to meet a national emergency. They were largely financed by their states and communities. They spoke in the local twang. I am here tonight for President Wilson and our country to ask every one of you to become a modern Paul Revere, one speaker said, to go to your neighbors with the message of the hour and get them all gloriously awake. A CPI poster depicted a colonial bell ringer standing in front of Independence Hall. 18. The 4 Minutemen, however, were not a bottom-up, organic expression of local patriotism. In the same manner that the Democratic leadership directed Midwestern speakers to hammer on the peace issue during the 1916 campaign, the CPI focused 4 Minutemen on messages that advanced Washington's agenda. CPI control began with the appointments of state chairmen. It confirmed the appointments of local chairmen, who received an official certificate from Washington. Chairmen took an oath of office. Speakers pledged to adhere to a set of instructions. Blair wanted a force that wore suits and ties but saluted like those in uniform. We repeat, over and over again, in our letters, he said, that this is a military organization. President Wilson has himself referred to it as part of the Reserve Officer Corps, and that all missions assigned to members must be accomplished with military promptness. A picture of how discipline was imposed emerges from 4 Minutemen files in the Tennessee State Archives. 19. Porter Dunlap was state chairman of the Tennessee 4 Minutemen. The 39-year-old Tennessean had a thin, avuncular face later idealized in Norman Rockwell's illustrations. He hailed from Dover, a village of 500 people on the Cumberland River, a region pioneered by his forebears. Trained as a lawyer and founder of the People's Bank and Trust, he began dabbling in politics as a clerk in the State General Assembly. In 1914 he directed Thomas C. Rye's successful campaign for governor, earning credit for uniting Democrats who warred over prohibition. Rye supported enforcement of state laws against the sale of liquor. That fall the legislature unanimously elected Dunlap state treasurer. A progressive who supported Wilson's business and social reforms, Dunlap promised transparency in managing the state's troubled budget. His tenure as state treasurer was remembered as the first time in history the state knew what it owed, where it was, and how much it was worth. He was re-elected unanimously on the eve of the war. With his political skills, credibility, and identification as a true son of Tennessee, Dunlap was the ideal 4 Minuteman state chairman. His appointment on July 27, 1917, was one of the first. It was made at the suggestion of the chairman of the State Council of National Defense, Rutledge Smith, whose program was considered one of the best in the South. 20. The 4 Minutemen imagined themselves rekindled Revolutionary War Minutemen, citizen volunteers organized in local units to meet a national emergency. But they were not a bottom-up, organic expression of patriotism. The CPI carefully managed 4 Minutemen so they rang out messages precisely as the Wilson administration wanted them rung. Porter Dunlap of Tennessee was one of the first men to be appointed a state chairman of the 4 Minutemen. The CPI told him that he was part of the Reserve Officer Corps in a nation thrice armed because through your efforts it knows better the justice of its cause and the value of what it defends. Tennessee Department of Treasury, http://www.treasury.state.tn.us/treeshist/history.html. The 4 Minutemen Division was in constant touch with Dunlap. He received personal letters, as in August 1917, when he was told, we are sure that you will be able to organize the state rapidly and with very little effort. A form letter from Blair that same month told state chairmen to bend every energy, first, to perfecting your branches already established, and second, to appointing competent chairmen in the cities not already covered. A few months later Blair cautioned Dunlap that it was not enough to simply announce that a community chairman had been appointed. Unless continuously supervised, they do not carry on their work with the enthusiasm and energy that we require. 21. Chairmen were supplied with speakers' schedule sheets and expected to keep careful tabs on their activities. Speakers had a glass slide that was projected on the theater curtain to announce their talk. To facilitate message control, the division emulated political parties by sending speakers the 4-Minute Men Bulletin and the 4-Minute Men News as well as general CPI publications. The 4-Minute Men could subscribe to the CPI's official bulletin for $2.50 a year, half the regular price. Most of the 46 4-Minute Men bulletins, one of them ran 33 pages, dwelled on a specific campaign theme. They reprised key messages and provided sample speeches, some of which had blanks a speaker could fill in with local references. The News, which appeared at 3-month intervals, contained lessons learned, speech excerpts, poems, and photographs of 4-Minute Men units. Good suggestions from the field were turned into national suggestions. Would like to suggest to my fellow 4-Minute Men, especially those who are serving big cities, the News quoted one chairman, that they arrive at the theater long enough in advance of the time of speaking to study the makeup of the audience. An Ohio chairman said he gave a dinner at his home for his speakers and enthused the squad. Picking up on Blair's martial allusions, the Memphis chairman said his unit understood at the outset they were enlisting for duty and would be expected to respond to every order of the chairman as if it were in fact a military organization. 22. Guidance was so detailed that Washington told Dunlap how to run meetings with his local chairman. Blair suggested discussion topics such as how to treat hecklers and is a question box at the entrance worthwhile. Dunlap should invite prominent motion picture exhibitors in order to cement good relations with the theaters. He should call the meeting to order at 10:30 and consider greeting attendees this way: standing before you today, I feel like a soldier who after battle assembles with his company mates. We 4-Minute Men are drafted to fight an enemy at home, our most insidious enemy, the unseen, the masked foe. To oppose a lie with the truth, that is our mission. To arouse the enthusiasm of the apathetic, to instruct those who do not understand, and to throw the limelight on anti-Americanism, be the form of that anti-Americanism what it may. 23. Dunlap and fellow state chairmen were encouraged to court press coverage. Some of this was routine, such as ensuring local newspapers listed the names of speakers at theaters that day. Some was more enterprising. Articles containing the pith of each 4-Minute Men bulletin were sent to chairmen, who passed them to local newspapers. Blair told chairmen to ensure photographs of your best speakers are given at once to local newspapers and that you supply the press each day or two with an interesting item of real news about the 4-Minute Men. The chairman in Leominster, Massachusetts, had his speakers write 500-word editorials for the local paper. This, he said, made the speakers known in the community and gave them some standing. At the end of the war, the state chairman in Kansas had amassed 2,160 column inches of press clippings. 24. Table 1. The local image of the 4-Minute Men in the Tennessean. It was a point of pride in Memphis that a local paper ran one 4-Minute Man speech in full. When the CPI informed state chairman it was using farm journals to solicit readers' opinions about organizing rural 4-Minute Men groups, Dunlap wrote a similar letter to every paper in the state. By the spring of 1918, the largest morning newspaper in Nashville, the Tennessean, mentioned the 4-Minute Men more than every other day some months and, one month, more than once a day. While it was no secret the CPI directed the 4-Minute Men, Table 1 shows that by a 2-to-1 margin, the stories dwelled exclusively on local activities with no hint of Washington control. 25. Dunlap's 4-Minute Men started out slowly. A final report cryptically attributed this to illness and unusual handicaps. In November 1917 he had 5 local chairmen, whereas neighboring Kentucky had 23. Dunlap, however, more than caught up. He had 48 local chairmen by March 31 and 105 by the end of the war. Kentucky topped out at 78. The Tennessee 4-Minute Men organization was above average in size. Its growth was attributable to Dunlap's management skills. 26. In keeping with the pedigree of their Chicago founders, 4-Minute Men were not, with few exceptions, shop clerks and mechanics. They were community leaders to whom others looked when forming opinions. The 40-person unit in Memphis consisted of 11 lawyers, 5 bankers, 2 manufacturers, 2 brokers, 2 insurance agents, a wholesale grocer, a druggist, an editor and a reporter, an auditor, a physician, a dentist, a college professor, 7 Protestant clergy, an Episcopal bishop, a rabbi and a Catholic priest. The Chicago 4-Minute Men held social gatherings at the Tony Edgewater Gold Club. Like Ryerson and Blair, many 4-Minute Men voted for Hughes in 1916. A study of 4-Minute Men in Los Angeles County found that more than 75% were Republicans. One of the CPI's near-miracle achievements was to get local Republican leaders to speak on behalf of Wilson's policies. 27. 4-Minute Men tended to have better than average educations and healthy self-esteem. As was often said about Tennessee 4-Minute Men, they were good talkers. The CPI recognized the leadership qualities of its speakers but believed that talent and self-confidence had to be managed. Let it be borne in mind, Creel said later, that these were no haphazard talks by nondescripts, but the careful, studied, and rehearsed efforts of the best men in each community, each speech aimed as a rifle is aimed, and driving to its mark with the precision of a bullet. Chairmen were told to select speakers who are certain to abide by the standard instructions of the department. 28. The CPI admonished 4-Minute Men to adhere to strict rules, the first and foremost being the 4-minute speaking limit, from which there must be no deviation. The most important rule after that was to stay on message with whatever drive was underway, a point the bulletin drummed into members. In addition to pre-cooked speeches, bulletins suggested various approaches for a given topic. Speakers could choose the one with which they were the most comfortable. Extraneous comments were not acceptable, nor were personal viewpoints supplementary to those given by the CPI. The character of the original message formulated in Washington, the bulletin said, may not be lost in transmission through the speakers. A scholar of rhetoric observed, the speaker's inventio, his discovery of suitable arguments with which to convince his audience, did not have to be invented but came to him ready-made. 29. Instructions to speakers became mini courses on propaganda. Speakers were told to use simple language. Before an audience, the bulletin said, the speaker will gain by elucidating facts by means of almost childlike picturesque illustrations. Speakers were warned against using derogatory terms, such as slacker, which might alienate people who had not bought a bond rather than motivate them to open their wallets. Speakers were to ignore questions from the audience or decline to answer them on the grounds it would extend their time on the platform. This last rule foreclosed debate that might undercut the message. The CPI wanted speeches to appear spontaneous but admonished 4-Minute Men to be disciplined in sticking to messages. Those who preferred to speak their own words, instead of using a canned speech, were told to write their remarks ahead of time and rehearse extensively. 30. As with so much else in the CPI, high-minded instructions that purported to enlighten the public were contradicted by guidance that emphasized manipulation. Bulletin after bulletin stressed the importance of facts, and facts only. 4-Minute Men were told to be well informed and accurate. When it came to Liberty loans, they needed to know payment plans and interest rates. Sound and fury never can understudy sincerity and knowledge. Not for long may noise masquerade as force, nor fine phrases serve instead of facts. But the bulletin was highly selective in the facts it recommended to speakers. Sample speeches made bald statements open to debate. For instance, on the whole, in this national crisis, despite defects, We may say frankly and without boasting that the outstanding fact after 6 months is America's stupendous progress. Occasionally bulletins counseled avoiding the pretense of fact, as in this suggested opening for a speech to allay concerns about war profiteering. I know nothing of labor and capital. I know only honest Americans who all want to help in this great fight of the people against Kaiserism. 31. The desire to make a sale, rather than educate, led to the advertiser's trick of stirring emotions. We all like to think of ourselves as reasonable beings, William Ingersoll wrote when he was director of the 4-Minute Men, but nature has ordained that men are moved more by feeling than reason. A third of the campaigns had no tangible purpose other than arousing sentiment in favor of the war. When asking listeners to do something concrete, such as contribute binoculars, 4-Minute Men appealed to local pride, national honor, hatred of the enemy, and self-interest. When feeling is aroused, said a bulletin, it must be directed into the kind of action we want, buying a bond, and buying it at once. Fear needed to be bred in the civilian populations. It is difficult to unite a people by talking only on the highest ethical plane. A sample 4-Minute Man speech asked the audience to fill out a pledge form. In the evening when the house is quiet, put down your name and the best figure you dare on the white paper. Then go upstairs and look in the crib. Then look at your blank when you come down once more. 32. The CPI played on group dynamics to motivate and conform 4-Minute Men. Those who spoke in 3 campaign drives received a bronze 4mm4 code pin. Blair told Dunlap he was part of the Reserve Officer Corps in a nation thrice armed because through your efforts it knows better the justice of its cause and the value of what it defends. Meetings were held in which 4-Minute Men critiqued each other's speeches. Chairman monitored speakers. The Detroit unit had a 75-person checking committee. The Nashville 4-Minute Men had a secret advisory committee to visit the theaters and note the effect of speakings as well as check that speakers did not run over the allotted time. 33. Without surcease the point was made, the state chairman, local chairman, and speakers are governed by standardized instructions issued by the director in Washington. 34. 500 logging camps and a pool hall. The 4-Minute Men were well suited to conditions in the South. Tennessee was a poor state in a poor region, with a literacy rate below the national average. All Dunlap's audiences had to do was listen, provided Dunlap could reach them. The state had large cities like Memphis, whose 4-Minute Men unit had vice chairman and its own advisory committee, but also significant rural areas with spread out populations and little infrastructure. There are some counties in the state that have no picture show houses, Dunlap wrote Blair in March 1918, and there are many others having picture show houses, possibly one in a county that reach such a small portion of the population that if the work should be confined to picture shows a very large and well-to-do part of our citizens would be overlooked entirely. To overcome this problem, Dunlap encouraged his chairman to use flying squadrons of 4-Minute Men to reach people at gatherings in agricultural sections of the state. 35. The CPI headquarters at Jackson Place applauded this kind of initiative. Local chairman, one of Blair's associates, wrote Dunlap, did not have to confine themselves to theaters. They could send speakers to church gatherings, schoolhouse meetings, fairs, public sales, in fact any place where a group of people congregate. 36. Before the war was over, 4-Minute Men could be found in Grange halls, at picnics, under Chautauqua tents, at 500 logging camps, and in a village pool hall in North Dakota when the lone church was unavailable. Tennessee 4-Minute Men spoke to an advertising society and workers at a plant and manned an informational booth at the state fair. American Indian 4-Minute Men spoke on reservations. 4-Minute Men in the Southwest spoke in Spanish. In big cities they spoke in German, Polish, Lithuanian, Magyar, Hungarian, Russian, Ukrainian, Armenian, Yiddish, and Italian. 37. The CPI did not overlook groups whose political enfranchisement was tenuous. Curtis Nicholson, who oversaw work in the South, urged his chairman to reach out to black communities. Dunlap did this with an African American unit of 4-Minute Men. No theaters admitted blacks in Brunswick, Georgia, so colored 4-Minute Men spoke at churches and lodges. 4-Minute Men were almost entirely men insofar as leadership was concerned. Of the 159 local chairmen in Maine, only one was identified as Miss But. Of Birmingham, Alabama, Ladies Auxiliary had 40 members who spoke at theater matinees and to garden clubs. Dunlap augmented his force with ladies who, in addition to speaking, created war-saving societies in stores, factories, and other women's organizations. Boys and girls gave 4-minute talks in Nashville schools, as well as at a meeting of the Anti-Cigarette League Federation. 38. From all parts of the country, Blair said, we would receive wires begging us to give up our national campaign for a few nights in order that our organization might be used to further some local campaign, but we were obliged, of course, to adhere to the plan of national campaigns only. Perhaps Blair was unaware of some local efforts with local aims, such as the St. Louis Health Department's use of 4-Minute Men to advise citizens on ways to avoid influenza. When it came to carrying out the national plan, however, Blair combined regulation with flexibility. Daniel Roper, who was appointed Commissioner of the Internal Revenue Service after helping elect Wilson, wanted to discourage tax dodging every way he could. The 4-Minute Men agreed to speak on this theme at forums he arranged through chambers of commerce and other organizations. 39. Blair transformed promising local initiatives into national ones with the same enthusiasm Creel embraced Ryerson's initial proposal. In early 1918, the 4-Minute Men of Minnesota sponsored a contest in which students prepared speeches on war-saving stamps. This led to the creation of the Junior 4-Minute Men. Special bulletins designed for them recommended that the junior orators advise younger children to earn extra money in order to buy war bonds and to urge their parents to lend to the limit to their government. When states ran competitions, instructions said, the judges should be the mayor, the school board superintendent, and other prominent local figures. Boys and girls were eligible to compete. It practically meant doubling the organization, Blair said, and at a time when it was almost impossible to get clerks at any price. 40. Colleges were not left out. Like sociology, speech was becoming a discipline with its own departments, journals, and professional associations and its own progressive aspirations. The war offered an occasion for public speaking to serve the collective ideal, University of Iowa professor Glenn N. Mary told a convention of fellow speech teachers. While professors like Mary and Solomon Clark were active off-campus helping the CPI, others started 4-Minute Men programs on campuses in 44 states. The war has given us both the impulse and the opportunity to break through traditional limitations, Vassar professor Mary Yost said. Her students spoke for the Fourth Liberty Loan in dining halls and on soapboxes during noon recess. Later they left campus to speak to public school students, the Red Cross, and the Dutchess County Health Association. 41. There were other spin-offs. Theodore Roosevelt and baseball star Honus Wagner were 4-Minute Men, if only for a speech or two. Actors Mary Pickford and William S. Hart took 4-minute turns. At the request of the War Department, Army 4-Minute Men instructed troops on the causes of the war. Wounded veterans made up a special men from the Front Division in New York. New Mexico had 1,500 motor 4-Minute Men who drove speakers and musicians to far-flung corners of the state. In the fall of 1918, 4-minute singing began because, Creel said, people seemed to want to exercise their voices in moments of patriotism. The 4-Minute Men division filled special bulletins with advice for these groups. Songs had to be secular and easy to follow, such as Dixie and When Johnny Comes Marching Home. It will be well to warn the musician not to use too slow time. Slides with the song's words helped the audience sing along. 42. The 4-Minute Men gave the CPI a nationwide network of its own. Local offices became distribution centers for CPI and other government pamphlets. Speakers were encouraged to pressure retailers to incorporate a pitch for Liberty loans in their advertisements. When the military found itself short of walnut needed for gun stocks and airplane propellers, 4-Minute Men identified trees of the right size and convinced owners to part with them. 4-Minute Men were coordinated for greater impact. Some 35,000 4-minute men delivered, verbatim, Wilson's 1918 4th of July message. They could be mobilized quickly, as when Blair got the word on July 9 to honor the French 5 days later on Bastille Day 1918. By the next evening, a bulletin outlining the special program was in the mail. It provided a speech and a resolution of support for France that was to be adopted by each audience. 43. Blair jealously guarded the 4-minute men brand. The name was copyrighted as was its logo, 4-minute 4. But as the 4-minute men grew into a wartime fad, he could not prevent unauthorized imitation. One Sunday the New Orleans 4-minute men were given a rest, and half-minute Boy Scouts spoke in their place. 3 women's groups associated with the State Councils of National Defense appropriated the 4-minute men concept: the 4-minute speakers in Boston, the 3-minute women in New Jersey, the 14-minute women in Indiana. Blair stopped the Boston group and convinced the New Jersey one to confine itself to non-theater venues. The statewide Indiana initiative was 850 strong by mid-1918. Meanwhile, Canada deployed 5-minute men, and Prime Minister Lloyd George wrote a 4-minute message that was read simultaneously in British concert halls, cinemas, and theaters. 44. Among the seemingly endless variations on the 4-minute men theme was a contest in Illinois for the best speech on the part of the 4-minute men in the war. The winner, among the 128 submissions, was Fred A. Worth of Chicago. It read in part, "I wield the most potent power of human endeavor, the spoken word. The blind do not read, the ignorant cannot read, the dullard will not read, but all men must hearken to my message." 45. Arthur Bester's speaking division. The CPI was not alone in taking the spoken word to Americans. Shortly after America entered the war, more than a dozen federal departments vied with scores of independent organizations in Washington and the states for speaking venues. These bodies were as small as the Army Ordnance Department, which put half a dozen people in the field, and as large as the League to Enforce Peace, 600 speakers strong. The question naturally arose, how could this cacophony be brought to useful harmony? 46. An attempt to gain some control followed: a meeting of representatives from the Council of National Defense, the Treasury Department, the Food Administration, and the CPI. The group, no doubt with orchestration from Creel, wrote to him on September 6. It recommended that he ask President Wilson to create a coordinating committee on speakers bureaus to be headed by Arthur E. Bester, president of the Chautauqua Institution. On September 25 Wilson endorsed the concept of a speaking division under Bester in the CPI. 47. The Chautauqua was the nation's foremost speaking institution. Created in 1874 for out-of-school learning and spiritual renewal, it gathered people at its headquarters on Chautauqua Lake and dispatched speakers across the country. When war came, it threw its patriotic voice into the fray. A balding, slightly pudgy man, Bester headed the lecturers and speakers division of the U.S. Food Administration. He thought of public opinion as Edward Allsworth Ross did. Paternalistic tutoring was needed to mature the public's crude understanding. America entered the war chiefly on account of the belief of its intelligent classes, Bester told an audience at the elite City Club of Chicago. In a war for which the intellectual group was so largely responsible, the educated people of the country must see to it that America keeps steadfast to its job. 48. Bester's CPI division operated with and through a large number of groups. Its advisory committee alone represented 24 organizations whose missions were as varied as the Department of Agriculture, the Commission on Training Camp Activities, the League to Enforce Peace, the Knights of Columbus, and the Association of College Alumni. The division quickly became more than a clearinghouse. It paired speakers with communities that wanted them and arranged itineraries to move them from one city to another. Bester had a list of 10,000 people for this purpose. 49. The variety of speaking tours was wide. Long trips were arranged for Charles Edward Russell, Wesley Frost, an American consular officer who helped survivors of the Lusitania, Jane Addams, who promoted food conservation, not the war, cabinet secretaries and other high-value speakers. On an even larger scale, the division organized tours for entire groups that could ignite patriotic sentiments, such as the 50 soldier speakers General Pershing sent to the United States in spring 1918. It supported war conferences organized by the CPI and the CND. In addition, the speaking division did its best to coordinate speaking programs conducted by federal and government-affiliated agencies, by the British War Mission, French High Commission, Belgium Legation, and Italian Embassy, and by a conglomeration of others typified by the National Cash Register Company's speaking teams, which went into communities to give an illustrated lecture, Wake Up America, 50. Coordination required patience, flexibility, and hard work. Schedule changes were constant. Individual speaking opportunities had to be found for Pershing's 50 soldiers, who appeared in 43 states. An Army private gave 30 speeches in factories, schools, shipyards, and meeting halls in Connecticut during a 2-week period in May. 3 enlisted men spoke in 32 of Iowa's 99 counties over a 2-month period. Parades and crowds greeted them. They traveled by train and auto. The schedule had to be changed when heavy rains washed out roads. Because the War Department refused to make any arrangements, the CPI organized the tour of 105 heavily decorated French chasseurs alpins. They visited 10 military camps and 20 cities. The Blue Devils arrived in Nashville on the 6:35 a.m. sleeper and left that night at 10 o'clock. Porter Dunlap coordinated meetings, meals, and a parade, which seemed to bring out the entire city. Marching with the French soldiers was a long line of military and civic organizations, including 64 4-minute men, who sang We'll Hang Kaiser Bill on a Sour Apple Tree 51. Bester piggybacked on the Council of National Defense. Its director, Walter S. Gifford, had been the American Bell Telephone Company's chief statistician, had a Spartan office with bare walls, and believed that everything should proceed in an orderly fashion rather than in a confused, chaotic fashion. By early October 1917, the CND had 16 state speakers bureaus and 7 more in gestation. Very much like Blair, Bester operated with a carefully thought-out strategy. The council's bureaus were to assess speaking needs in the state, after which they organized a 2-day war conference. The purpose of the state conferences was to energize local citizens to carry the message to every schoolhouse and crossroads community. With great promotional fanfare, in order to attract a large crowd, a public meeting was held the first evening. The speaking division supplied inspirational speakers with national standing and experience in the war. Other sessions informed potential speakers about food conservation, Liberty loans, and other war programs. 52. These conferences were often the largest regional public meetings held during the war and were successful in sending the intended ripples across the state. After a war conference in Tennessee, Dunlap's 4-minute men developed with remarkable strength and efficiency. Tomlinson Hall overflowed with people on the first night of the Indianapolis War Conference. Among the attractions was a 250-piece band directed by John Philip Sosa. A Missouri War Conference was held in January 1918 in Columbia, home of the state's major university. It attracted 3,000 people. The Food Administration and the CPI provided speakers for 80 subsequent meetings across the state. We are daily arranging to send speakers to other mass meetings, Bester was informed in early April. A German speakers bureau was set up to reach the state's large immigrant population. 53. The speaking division did not regulate what speakers said as assiduously as the 4-minute men did. George Porter, who oversaw CND state programs, thought that would be getting too far into the Prussian methods we are fighting against. This was practical as well as high-minded. Distinguished speakers expected to speak as they saw fit. But the division brought discipline to bear where it could. Porter wanted to provide a steady supply of materials that resembled speakers' handbooks of the political campaigns. An organization created by Bester sought to collect, catalog and grade patriot citizens of the state willing to be speakers. He sent out a checklist, helpful hints in arranging a patriotic rally, select an influential chairman, arrange music, decorate with American flags, and so forth, down to open the meeting with a prayer by some prominent Protestant minister or Catholic priest. Concerned some groups might promote peace without victory, the advisory committee conditioned its cooperation with them on each organization pledging that the winning of this war is its primary concern. 54. Detailed instructions accompanied Pershing's soldier speakers. The CPI told hosts to send an accomplished civilian speaker to accompany each soldier, as he was not an orator. Mistakes, whether in a soldier's behavior or in his speeches, were to be corrected. He has been informed that you are his commanding officer when he is in your state. Bester complained that whoever selected soldiers on the basis of their speaking ability needed some coaching himself. In a few instances, soldier speakers blotted the group's record. A corporal Plant became drunk in Harrisburg and used such bad language the meeting was adjourned. Still, the overall result was impressive considering Pershing's men addressed an estimated 2,500 audiences numbering between 2 and 3 million people. 55. In September 1918, Creel consolidated the 4-Minute Men and the Speaking Division, under William Ingersoll, who took over for Blair. The merger coincided with CPI budget cuts, a development addressed in a later chapter, but the Council of National Defense saw a nefarious hidden agenda. It believed Creel did not value the speaking division or Bester, who had returned to Chautauqua for the summer. It is an open secret that Mr. Bester will not come back to head the division unless he can have some freedom in developing it, said Frederick Lewis Allen, who believed their work would just die unless the council took over the division. 56. Allen had to reconcile himself to Creel's reorganization. When Bester did not return, his deputy, Indiana University professor John J. Pettijohn, assumed his duties as associate director in the new merged division. He worked well with the C&D. The merger brought useful economies. The speaking division, which had issued its own bulletins, used 4-Minute Men materials. In 10 states, Allen acknowledged, the 4-Minute Men and the State Speakers Bureau are virtually the same. In over 30 states they are separate although associated. State and local consolidation increased after the Washington merger, although Dunlap's operation seems to have remained separate. 57. The speaking division had plenty to boast about in the end. The war conferences were a joint undertaking conceived by the division and the C&D. Shortly before the war ended, Allen reckoned 51 war conferences had been held in 47 states. This was a rare occasion in which Creel offered lower, albeit still significant, figures: 45 conferences in 37 states. The conferences sparked state councils to carry out county conferences. The division cost little, as expenses were mostly borne by the states. It sought to impose discipline without sacrificing opportunities that went beyond its original mandate. On one occasion it organized a tour in which American and British pilots flew warplanes and made speeches in 14 Midwestern cities. This entailed arranging events and engineering advance publicity to ensure a good turnout. 58. O'Higgins considered the speaking division a whooping success because of the effective advertising of events and the oratorical prowess of many speakers. When Russell spoke in Manitowoc, Wisconsin, the audience was so uplifted that the local Council of Defense sent a stenographer with him to his next stop, Fond du Lac, to take down his words, which they had printed for wide distribution. One of the biggest draws was French Catholic priest Lieutenant Paul Perigord. The speaking division had him on the road for nearly 8 grueling months. Highly opinionated Harold Ickes, who was handling propaganda for the Illinois Council of Defense, considered him one of the most effective speakers that has appeared on the American platform on any subject connected with the war. If the inspirational warrior priest was in a class by himself, as Creel claimed, hundreds of other American, British, and French speakers left indelible impressions in communities they visited. The appearance of the Blue Devils, parading in dark blue uniforms, black berets, and black spiral puttees, was considered a historic event in Nashville. 59. Social media before social media existed. Porter Dunlap's highly regarded geniality was constantly tested. When he asked an attorney in Lafayette, Tennessee, to become a local chairman, the lawyer said he was too busy heading the Liberty Loan Committee. Really, I doubt if there is a man here who would be sufficiently interested in this phase of war work to take the lead. 60. Apart from federal postal franking privileges, which only a third of the state and local chairmen enjoyed, direct federal financial support did not exist. When Dunlap complained about the lack of money, Curtis Nicholson advised him to go to the State Council of National Defense, as 4 Minutemen in a few other states had done. Nicholson, who oversaw the southern region, felt certain Dunlap would receive a liberal allowance for use in sending traveling representatives through the state for organization purposes, defraying the expense of telegrams, letterheads, stenographic service, clerical service, or keeping records and punching up local chairmen and c. The State Council, which did not have state government support, turned him down. Dunlap relied on state treasury staff for clerical support, personally contributed $250 toward expenses, and asked each local chairman for $1. One unit assessed its speakers $5. Tennessee's money woes were not unique. In its first year of operation, the Colorado 4 Minutemen received nothing more than a filing cabinet, some stationery with letterheads, and 62-cent stamps. 61. Despite the insistence on limiting talks to 4 minutes, a member of the Iowa Council of Defense complained that many speakers considered themselves 40-minute men. A speaker in Kentucky went on for 21 minutes. When the lights were finally turned out to shut him up, he claimed the owner was pro-German and did not want him to speak. The audience, Creel was informed, proceeded to tear up chairs and destroy the furniture in the entire theater. 62. Nor did everything go according to plan. One speaker felt unwelcome until that sweet little gal in the movie got her lover back. S.C. Purvis, a resident of New Verda, Louisiana, did nothing on one campaign because farmers were busy with cotton. J. A. Farrow in Anson, Texas, did not speak because he wrecked no literature. With a holdup in the mail to Candle, Alaska, bulletins did not arrive until the campaign for which they were intended was completed. The biggest disruption was the flu epidemic, which sickened a quarter of the population. In the last months of the war, churches, schools, and movies theaters, all places 4 Minutemen held forth, were closed. Many of the records kept on speakers had as their last entry the stamp "stopped by influenza 63. Yet Dunlap had tangible success. In 1918 the Tennessean, the leading morning newspaper in Dunlap's home state, routinely announced that a dozen or more speakers would appear that day at the Bijou, Dixie, Peafowl, and other theaters. As of that May, 4 Minutemen groups existed in all but 10 of Tennessee's 96 counties. Those 10 were in the sparsely populated mountains, and he expected to have them organized in a week to 10 days. For the Third Liberty Loan Drive, just completed, more than 704 Minutemen in 46 counties gave 1,389 speeches in 99 theaters, reaching 556,807 people. In addition, 999 speeches were made in other venues, reaching another 210,052 people. By that reckoning, 4 Minutemen had reached more than one-third of the state's population, and not all speakers' reports had yet come in. 64. Consistent with its determination to maintain control, the 4 Minutemen division kept detailed statistics. Some of this data survives on 5 by 8 inch cards filed in long, rectangular boxes in the National Archives. Individual cards recorded the number of talks a 4 Minuteman delivered and estimated audience sizes. Audience size, no doubt, was often inflated by zealous speakers. Washington had to make best guesses for gaps in field reports. Even discounting totals by 10 or 20%, however, they are striking. At the end of the war 74,500 4 Minutemen were supervised by 7,499 chairmen. A third had been through 3 or more campaigns. They delivered 755,190 speeches to audiences totaling 314,454,514. This statistic is best understood in the context of the total population in 1918, 103 million people, of whom about two-thirds were 21 years or older. The average adult heard about half a dozen 4-minute men. 65. If 4-minute men were not in every hamlet, they were in many towns the size of Dupree, South Dakota, population 213, as well as Guam, Hawaii, the Canal Zone, and Puerto Rico. If some 4-minute men spoke once or twice, there were others like C.F. Sugg in Tennessee. Although he did not begin until April 1918, he delivered 115 speeches in theaters and 196 in other settings. A Montana woman rode 10 miles by horse to give a single talk. An Oregon unit made a 5-day trip into the mountains. Junior Minutemen were in 200,000 schools and college 4-minute men in 217 institutions, despite the program having begun in September 1918. From its early days in a basement, the 4-minute men division grew to a staff of 40 spread over the entire third floor of both 8 and 10 Jackson Place, as well American Samoa in first-floor rooms. Thanks to the use of volunteers and to states picking up many of the costs, the total CPI expenditures for the 4-minute men totaled only $101,555.10.66. The patriotism aroused by CPI speakers cannot be measured precisely. But we learn a lot from a New Mexico report that 8 in an audience of 12 in a poor Mexican precinct bought bonds. We are getting similar results over a considerable part of the state, the chairman said. Vassar speakers raised $182,000 and sent more than 25,000 items, such as clothes they knitted, overseas. Early in its existence, 4-minute men in Chicago responded to a request from the 7th Federal Reserve District for help to promote the First Liberty Loan and spoke at least once in every one of the 478 local theaters. 4-minute men accounted for 3/4 of the 110,000 people who orated in support of the Fourth Liberty Loan campaign. In their campaign soliciting binoculars, telescopes, and sextants, 4-minute men supplied 23,852 out of 36,695 donations, according to Franklin Roosevelt, Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Nashville's 4-minute men accounted for 500 of the contributions. 67. Ryerson's inspiration, Blair's flair for administration, and Creel's frustration with the press revolutionized political communication. It was not novel to use scripted speakers to propagandize a cause. The Anti-Saloon League did this to promote prohibition. But the 4-minute men, a much larger undertaking, marked the first time the government employed the top-down structure used by political parties to reach citizens directly with disciplined propaganda messages. 68. After the war, radio provided a new communication tool to achieve the same end. In the 1928 presidential campaign, the Republicans created National Hoover Minutemen to deliver coordinated messages on local stations. When Franklin Roosevelt became president, he went a step further by reaching citizens with his fireside chats, although audiences had to find him on their radio sets. No one had to seek out the 4-minute men. Like modern social media notices that pop up on cell phones and Facebook without a prompt, the 4-minute men delivered sound bites to captive audiences. 69. In his first days at the CPI, Creel devised a system to hand-feed journalists. With equal effectiveness he went over their heads to reach the public directly with speakers. The 4-minute men, the Tennessean proclaimed, have proved one of the best means of reaching the public with information about the national defense. 70. Creel, however, was not finished. With equal energy, the CPI opened spigots of information that had recently become available and flooded America with messages the administration wanted to send. 6. You've got to change their environment. It was a fight for the minds of men, for the conquest of their convictions, and the battle line ran through every home in every country. George Creel. One evening, in the fall of 1917, at a dinner party given by the French High Commission, the Marquis Croquis Montfort de Courtivron told Creel a heartwarming story. The Marquis's wife was the daughter of a French general who fought for the Confederacy. On his deathbed, he asked her to return his sword to Virginia. Creel saw an opportunity for a media event and told Arthur Bester to orchestrate it. The sword presentation in the Virginia House of Delegates anchored luncheons, receptions, and a mass meeting in the Richmond Auditorium. Building further on the splendid opportunity, Bester organized a French tour of the South. As an explorer and member of the French Olympic shooting team, the Marquis was a celebrity. Adding luster to the entourage was High Commissioner Marquis de Polignac and his wife, an American socialite he had married days before. The CPI sent along one of its most compelling speakers, Charles Edward Russell. Russell spoke 12 times in New Orleans, the last stop on the tour. 1. Ernest Poole Riley observed that only one news-making opportunity escaped the searchlights that we threw. It involved a more famous sword. A group of ladies in Mount Vernon arranged to pull George Washington's from its scabbard, an act the first president had said should occur only in defense of the country. And Creel never knew. Poole recounted. With hordes of reporters and cameramen giving that picture to the world, ye gods, what couldn't we have made of that simple little ceremony, too? Creel and his staff routinely turned simple ceremonies into media events. When a theater publicist suggested holding a July 4th Loyalty Day in which the foreign-born could show their patriotism, the CPI staged a grand celebration at Mount Vernon designed to reach millions. We who promoted this piece of made news had our eyes not so much on the main performance as on innumerable side shows, said Will Irwin, a distinguished war correspondent who had joined the CPI. When President Wilson spoke at Washington's tomb, a perceptive observer noted, he did not trouble to raise his voice, he was speaking for the foreign diplomats, for publication, for cable transmission. Parades were held in towns and cities across the country, many of which were filmed for replay later. 3. The CPI marinated citizens in government messages. It latched onto every propaganda vehicle available. In May 1918, Carl Boyer, one of Creel's associate chairmen, boasted the CPI had some 30 branches, numbering over 250 men and women, efficiently organized to inform the American public of any war activity. In support of the YMCA's war efforts, Boyer offered the organized services of 10 divisions. At the New York premiere of the CPI movie America's Answer to the Hun in the George M. Cohan Theater, he said the CPI used every process of stimulation for. Creel thought about the process of stimulation the way he thought about cleaning up Denver's red light district. He moved prostitutes to a tax-supported rehabilitation farm devoid of liquor, mirrors, and player pianos. It was a matter of social engineering. You can't make people good by law, he told an interviewer. You've got to get down to causes. You've got to change their environment. 3 processes of stimulation offered especially enticing possibilities for changing the environment in wartime America: advertising, motion pictures, and schools. 5. Spieling. In July 1918, Carl Boyer wrote to the editor of Printers Inc., the first national trade organ of the advertising profession. In a sense, he said, the whole work of the committee is in the last analysis simply a tremendous world advertising job. 6. CPI staff often talked in these terms. Creel's history of the CPI carried the title How We Advertised the War. He called the committee a vast enterprise in salesmanship, the world's greatest adventure in advertising. Bester's instructions for organizing war rallies emphasized, plenty of advertising and publicity are absolutely essential. William Ingersoll, who headed the 4-Minute Men after Blair left, considered their speeches ads, not oratorical discourse. 7. Ingersoll was one of many advertising executives Creel employed in some fashion. The CPI also drew from a sister profession that fell into the loose category of press agent and publicist. Bester borrowed the services of the publicity director of the Redpath Lyceum Bureau in Chicago, Frank McClure. William Wolfe Smith, possibly the first government-oriented publicist, was a 4-Minute Man in Washington. Smith, a newspaperman, opened his doors in 1902 and roamed the halls of the Capitol and the Willard Hotel lobby, all while reporting on the side. During the war, he was an assistant to the 3rd Assistant Secretary of War. The idea for the July 4th Loyalty Day came from Harry Reichenbach, a suave press agent who smoked small cigars and was renowned for kidnapping actresses and other contrived sensations to promote movies. Reichenbach claimed that during a newspaper stint in Uruguay his editorials led to the paper's editor being elected president. Reichenbach called himself a spieler. 2 recruits to the CPI in particular would be remembered as the Thomas Edisons of public relations, as the profession eventually became known. 8. One of these was 24-year-old Edward Bernays, who was hired for overseas propaganda after flat feet and poor vision kept him out of the military. Austrian-born Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, had made a small name for himself as a theater press agent. In a promotional stunt that took advantage of the sexual triggers that intrigued his uncle, Bernays draped a ballerina with a limp harmless snake he described as a cobra tamed by her beauty. Already Bernays had displayed his lifelong penchant for promoting promotion. In a 1917 article, he extolled the social value of musical press agents. At the CPI he came up with the idea of naming a ship the Piave, after the Italian river by that name, and launching it ceremoniously as a hands across the sea gesture. Ernest Poole considered Bernays one of the ablest and most devoted young workers on our staff. 9. Karl Boeer, 28 when he joined the staff, was the other public relations pioneer. Born in Iowa to Jewish immigrants from Poland, he became managing editor of the Waterloo Times-Tribune shortly after graduating from high school. The paper was owned by Wilbur Marsh, a wealthy manufacturer of cream separators and treasurer of the Democratic National Committee during the 1916 presidential race. Boeer afterward earned a Columbia University law degree, made a small fortune with the U.S. sales franchise for the kindergarten program created by Italian Maria Montessori, and promoted Cosmopolitan so successfully he became circulation manager of all Hearst's magazines. When the government printing office could not keep up with the CPI's needs, he was brought in to solve the problem. Boeer lined up New York printers who had downtime due to seasonal work on mail-order catalogs and were willing to charge less than the GPO. Boeer stayed on as associate chairman, shouldering so many problem-solving duties he was known as the multiple director. 10. Initially the CPI's associations with the advertising profession were episodic and reactive rather than systematic and planned. Not until the end of 1917 did it develop a formal relationship. As was the case with the creation of the Speakers Division, the need to bring order to dysfunctional chaos drove the decision. Before the war, advertising executives promoted preparedness, anticipating even greater possibilities ahead. Ever since England made such important use of advertising in her war need, wrote Advertising and Selling in March 1916, there has been no doubt in the minds of advertising men in this world-leading country of advertising that if war ever comes to the U.S. advertising men would of necessity be drafted for a national service of even greater extent and importance than in England. By the time war was declared, a National Advertising Advisory Board had formed to work on Liberty loans and other campaigns. 11. Patriotism and self-interest motivated advertisers. They could rally the country and simultaneously burnish their image, which in many minds was associated with the wildly extravagant claims made for shady patent medicines. Some bankers refused to loan money to businesses that planned to use the money for advertisements. Advertising has 1,000 principles, one purpose, and no morals, the CPI's Samuel Hopkins Adams wrote in Collier's in 1909. Creel referred to Adams's landmark muckraking in his own crusading on patent medicine. Reputable companies realized they could sell more if the advertising profession was credible. At the urging of Samuel C. Dobbs, Coca-Cola sales manager and president of the Associated Advertising Clubs of America, more than 100 affiliated clubs endorsed the slogan "Truth in Advertising." The war was an opportunity to go further with a demonstration of highly visible public service. 12. The war also provided an opportunity to demonstrate the powers of mass persuasion. Print ads, once small and drab, had become colorful, artistic, and large. In James Williams's Boston Evening Transcript, The average size of ads ballooned from 4 column inches in the 1870s to 16 inches in 1918. Window fronts in department stores glimmered. L. Frank Baum, remembered today as author of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, wrote a manual and published the magazine The Show Window to instruct business on bringing goods out in a blaze of glory. Outdoor advertising was no longer plastered only on walls. Framed, freestanding billboards, an American invention, increased apace with the number of automobiles and the many miles of newly paved roads. 13. In its galloping enthusiasm to help the government, the advertising community diluted its efforts. This was not only a matter of individual agencies competing to assert their patriotism. In a mania of professionalization, a large number of national advertising associations had emerged, and each sought a role. More than 200 trade journals, which hoped to copy the success of Printers Inc., had their own points of view. The National Advertising Advisory Board was of limited help in bringing order. It had no power to rationalize the use of ad space donated to the government by business and publishers or to coordinate the services that advertising agencies volunteered to fill that space on behalf of one government department or another. 14. While the government wanted help, it did not want to pay for it. Advertising executives argued against this, sensibly, by noting that the government paid manufacturers for bullets and uniforms, so why not pay for advertising? Besides being fair, advertisers argued, it was more efficient to purchase space where and when it was most needed rather than relying on whatever contributions came in. The French and British governments paid for advertising to sell war bonds. The advertisers had the support of Woolley, who headed publicity for the first Liberty Loan Drive, but not of his boss, Treasury Secretary Mikado. Mikado contended that if the government paid, it would have to place ads in every newspaper and periodical in America without discrimination, lest it be charged with favoritism, and this would be too costly. Congress stood with him. In September 1917, the House overwhelmingly voted down a proposal to pay for ads. Opponents argued the press should pitch in because it enjoyed subsidized postal rates and said advertising agencies had simply joined the vultures that hover over this capital. 15. The catalyst for reducing the waste and confusion of uncoordinated campaigns came in a meeting of advertising executives in New York on November 15, 1917. Eula McClary, a young progressive publicist whom Creel considered the soul of enthusiasm, proposed advertisers include patriotic messages in every one of their ads during the month of March. The advertisers who write copy or sell space, she told the group, can sell the war to Americans just as truly as they can sell soap, chewing gum, phonographs, or edibles. The war must be sold to our people if democracy is to be saved. One executive at the meeting seized on the idea of doing even more. Learning that McClary knew Creel, he encouraged her to approach him about creating a bureau with which they could cooperate. The next day she returned with Creel's problem solver, Carl Boer. 16. Boer met with advertising associations, 8 of which thrust their hands in the air to offer help. The message to them, as Creel insisted, was all of you, meeting together, determine the manner of your association. Boer reiterated the point at the annual dinner of the Association of National Advertisers on December 5. The event was a spectacular display of support for working with the CPI. Surrounded by Allies' flags, the nearly 200 attendees sang the Marseillaise in honor of the editor of L.E. Matin, one of the speakers. The ANA endorsed Eula McClary's proposal for patriotic advertising and created an advisory board to help the government. Boer stepped up to praise McClary and insisted the government was not inclined to assume any leadership in enlisting the advertising forces of the country in the war's cause. 17. At a December 20 meeting with Creel, a definite plan took shape. 5 directors, as he spelled out in a summary of the meeting, would constitute the sole and authoritative medium of contact between the government and the advertising industries of the United States. Your work, for the moment, is to be a clearinghouse of all advertising aid offered to the government. For the present it will be my own task to secure the cooperation of all other departments of government. Boer, he said, would represent him in all decisions. 18. Rivalries continued. Two associations vied for credit for the creation of the CPI's division of advertising, the ANA and the Associated Advertising Clubs of the World, formerly the Associated Advertising Clubs of America. Two influential Chicagoans, billboard baron Thomas Cusack and William H. Rankin, head of an advertising agency under his name, complained New Yorkers dominated the division. Disagreement about the direction of planning worried Eula McClary to the point she told BOIR she was quite all broken up over the whole advertising scheme. 19. Creel had to assuage Mikado, who was troubled that CPI ad campaigns would divert attention from Liberty loans. The Treasury Secretary had little to fear. The CPI made his Liberty loan campaigns a priority. The advertising division supplied national magazine copy, with high-quality illustrations and certain space for ads. The 12 Federal Reserve Boards handled local advertising, the Liberty Loan Publicity Bureau in Washington handled billboard campaigns. CPI artists drew powerful posters. The CPI's 4-minute men took up the campaigns in movie theaters. 20. The division was in de facto operation by early January and itching for formal recognition. This came from President Wilson on January 20, 1918, when he established the division as purely a service organization. Thinking in grand terms, Creel informed Mikado and other senior administration officials, "It is my idea that every advertisement that appears in newspapers and periodicals should have part of the space devoted to a war object." 21. The division's board was a who's who of modern advertising. The chairman was William H. Johns, a founder of the George Batten Advertising Agency and president of the American Association of Advertising Agencies, AAAA, which represented 115 firms. William Darcy, owner of a St. Louis advertising agency, and Herbert S. Houston of the publishing firm Doubleday, Page and Company were president and past president, respectively, of the Associated Advertising Clubs of the World. Lewis Jones, advertising manager for Eastman Kodak, was president of the ANA. He described himself as a former conductor of propaganda shows. As a result of intense lobbying, Thomas Cusack, with his access to billboards, was added, as was Jesse Neal, executive secretary of the Associated Business Papers, which represented 500 publications. All board members were $a-year men. With the creation of the division, the National Advertising Advisory Board was disbanded. Eula McClary, who had led the way, went on to become publicity agent for the New York Mayor's Committee of National Defense. 22. The advertising agencies are to be put to the test, the AAAA told its members. This is the golden opportunity of proving to the government at Washington and to the people of the United States the value of advertising. With advertising's customary enthusiasm for celebration, the AAAA gave a dinner at the Aldine Club, on Fifth Avenue, to show its appreciation of the wisdom of the government in creating the division of advertising. 23. A government restriction barred the division from soliciting donations of advertising space. The way around this was to have the asking done by third parties with whom division staff were affiliated or through hints such as this one to a potential donor. Several advertising committees, in no way connected with this organization, have suggested to various parties that it would be a patriotic thing to contribute space to the division of advertising. 24. Despite his initial reservations, Creel wanted to receive donations only from businesses. They could insert government advertising inside their own ads or buy space and turn it over to the division, giving themselves a credit line if they wished. He adamantly opposed asking newspapers for contributions unless we asked the packers and steel manufacturers to give away their products. You are mistaken if you assume that we are going to ask the newspapers of the country for any free advertising space, Creel told the editor of a newspaper trade journal. This is not my idea, nor will it be done. The advertisers of the United States organized themselves of their own volition. Their principal endeavor, as I understand it, will be in the direction of influencing the advertisers, not the newspapers. 25. Within a few days of the division's creation, however, it was accepting editors' gifts. Donations of space, Johns said, are being reined in on us. We have already on our books nearly $500,000 worth of magazine and trade paper space. While some publications continued to object, others expressed dismay when their offers were not quickly accepted. Do you not think under these circumstances that the Detroit News should be used for any publicity with which you wish to cover this field? Its ad manager asked. By the time the war ended, more than 800 publications had donated space. 26. The Division of Advertising was located in New York, in offices adjoining those of the AAAA in the Metropolitan Life Insurance Tower. From that vantage point in the capital of American advertising, the division functioned, as Johns explained it, as a national advertising agency, helping government departments, just as the modern advertising agent helps the advertising departments of his clients. It met with representatives of various government clients to understand their needs, created committees in which ad agencies handled campaigns, and administered donated space. The board met as often as twice a week, and Johns devoted more than half his day to division work. 27. The division's distance from Washington gave it independence, an image Creel fostered in order to shield the CPI from advertisers' complaints, but he did not want the division to have absolute independence. He required routine reports. Boer, with the help of a former employee in Rankin's Chicago firm, Carl Wahlberg, routinely supplied ideas and reviewed work. When a couple of sloppy advertisements went out, Boer had a quick apology from Blue Pencil Lewis Jones, known for his careful editing. My Blue Pencil, he wrote, has now done some work on that copy. 28. The division collaborated with CPI artists. The enlistment of artists was one of Creel's first initiatives. His second day on the job, he telegraphed artist Charles Dana Gibson, asking him to recruit artists for important national service. The telegram reached Gibson while he was discussing possible war work at a meeting of the Society of Illustrators. The following Sunday the two men met in New York. Gibson agreed to head a Society of Illustrators subcommittee for pictorial publicity. The loosely organized society proved disappointing. Some of its output, Creel told Gibson late in the summer of 1917, was hopelessly bad, much of it mediocre. 29. Gibson remedied this, and that November the CPI established a division of pictorial publicity, in time to work with the new advertising division. Its office was also in New York City, at 200 Fifth Avenue. Creel insisted the artists donate their time as advertising executives did theirs. The division, Gibson said, was the greatest chance the artists of the country have ever had to help win the war. He likened the work to what British artists were doing to sell war bonds. 30. Gibson was considered the highest paid illustrator up to that time. His Gibson girls, elegant beauties with thin waists, ample bosoms, and profuse hair piled high, chignon style, were iconic. Handsome as the square-jawed men that he depicted in his art, Gibson was a commanding personality. He gathered distinguished associate chairmen around him, Herbert Adams, president of the National Academy of Design, Cass Gilbert, former president of the Architectural League, and E. H. Blashfield, former president of the Society of American Artists. He drew on great artists George Bellows, N. C. Wyeth, James Montgomery Flagg, who created the iconic I Want You recruiting poster with a stern Uncle Sam pointing at the viewer, inspired by a British poster showing Lord Kitchener in a similar pose, and Joseph Leyendecker, creator of Arrow Collar Man advertisements. Gibson, like Johns, treated government agencies as clients. Every Friday he presided over a gathering of artists that was part salon and part workshop. On any given night a guest could be an esteemed admiral, a Russian prince, a returned war correspondent, or a shipping tycoon who held forth inspiringly on some aspect of the war. An official emissary from Washington was on hand to outline the visual propaganda a particular department needed. Afterward, the assemblage adjourned to Keene's Chop House and, when they outgrew that watering hole, the Greenwich Village brownstone that housed the arts-oriented Salmagundi Club. Attendance was usually large. For each request, a captain was named to select an artist, review the sketch, and coordinate government approval. To include artists outside New York, a Western committee was set up in Chicago, and deputies were named in Boston and San Francisco. 31. Advertising campaigns, assisted by these artists, recruited skilled workers for shipyards and 3,000 red-blooded men for the YMCA in France, urged workers not to jump from job to job without first consulting with the United States Employment Service, exhorted farmers to go over the top in wheat production and rodent extermination, sold Liberty loans, promoted food and fuel conservation, and encouraged wives to write cheerful letters to their husbands in uniform, to make sure they did not overstay their leaves and to remind them to go strong on the gas mask drills. Campaigns for the American Red Cross created the image of the greatest mother in the world, a nurse depicted as the Virgin Mary. The original artist was Alonzo Earl Foringer. The idea for his Red Cross pieta was advertising man Cortlandt N. Smith's. 32. Johns and Gibson inundated America with patriotic messages. Their creations became as much a part of American life as Gibson girls and arrow-collar men. Day after day, advertisements, many arrestingly attractive, appeared in newspapers and magazines as diverse as Good Housekeeping, Atlantic Monthly, American Boy, Cleveland Topics, Hounds and Hunting, New Republic, Snappy Stories, Breeders' Gazette, and Ice Cream Trade Journal. 600 publications carried ads for the War Department, more than 1,400 for the 4th Liberty Loan Drive. The advertising division used direct mail, outdoor signs, book jacket covers, theater curtains, streetcars and commuter trains, and windows in businesses and homes. An advertising service bulletin provided ads in ready-to-use form. 33. The division of advertising was as much an organizational feat as the CPI's speaking programs. It worked with more than 20 organizations, ranging from the Association of College Printers to the National Association of Theater Program Publishers, as well as scores of advertising clubs, 39 advertising agencies, and 30 printing houses. These figures did not account for the need to coordinate with government entities and parcel ad space. Gibson's committee, which reviewed every piece of art, worked with an estimated 58 departments and committees and 318 artists. Indicative of the enormity of the work, the Selective Service Registration Drive involved mailings to 18,000 newspapers, 11,000 advertisers and advertising agencies, 10,000 chambers of commerce and their members, 30,000 manufacturers' associations, 22,000 labor unions, and 10,000 public libraries, as well as banks, general stores, YMCA branches, members of the Council of National Defense, advertising clubs, post offices, 100,000 Red Cross organizations, and 55,000 railroad station agents. 34. Despite his initial reservations, Creel reveled in the free advertising. He computed it to be worth $5 million, more than $850 million in 2020 dollars. In addition to adding to the CPI's impact on the general public, the advertising program gave the CPI a means to reach business. For example, Bruce Bliven, the editor of Printers Inc., used the pages of the magazine to boost the CPI and advance ideas the CPI wanted the business community to act upon. Whatever doubts muckraker Creel harbored about advertising, propagandist Creel thought the war gave it the dignity of a profession. 35. The Greatest Mother in the World, created by artist Alonzo Earl Foringer, was widely used by the CPI's division of advertising on behalf of the Red Cross. Note the words just above the eagle, the Davitry Expert Company. The company purchased the advertisement space on behalf of the CPI. From the point of view of that profession, the war was a testing ground for advertising and an advertisement for what advertising could do. Advertising revenue doubled during the war. Any surface and every surface, and all approaches through the senses, one executive proclaimed, were now appropriate for an ad. The industry perfected techniques for more than selling soap and cereal. They studied consumers in order to better persuade them. The war, Printers' ink exulted, showed it was possible to sway the minds of whole populations, change their habits of life, create belief, practically universal, in any policy or idea. Advertisers turned progressive idealism on its head. Social engineering to produce better citizens during the war showed the way to produce better customers after the war. 36. In a final report, Johns and his fellow board members pointed out the advantages advertising had over news. All came down to the idea of control over the words to make them exact and authoritative, control over presentation to ensure readability, and control over frequency, making possible the repetition of the lesson until it is learned. 37. Picture messages. You may forget what you read if you read at all, a marketer advised in 1905. But what you see, you know instantly. That same year nickel madness began in a converted Pittsburgh storeroom, where for 5 cents patrons watched a movie projected on a burlap screen. The Nickelodeon opened at 8 o'clock in the morning, wrote E.W. Leitner in the Pittsburgh Dispatch, and the reels were kept continuously revolving until midnight. A human queue was continuously awaiting the ending of a performance. The Nickelodeon was a theater for the people. 38. By 1917 movie theaters vastly outnumbered vaudeville houses and stage theaters. While stages went dark during tours or seasonal breaks, mass-produced movies flickered every day. There were picture palaces with thousands of seats and smaller theaters in working-class neighborhoods and prairie towns. Some were genuine social centers where neighborhood groups may be found any evening of the week, survey noted. By the end of the war, Toledo, population 250,000, had 45 theaters, and the average Toledoan paid to see 67 movies a year. The low cost of a ticket made it possible for everyone to buy one. Because the films were silent, a child or an immigrant with little English proficiency could get the point. 39. Creel naturally wanted to exploit the medium. Although the 4-Minute Men monopoly on talks during intermission was effective, he wanted CPI propaganda to be the main attraction. Here was another case in which European belligerents pointed the way. European acceptance of film for propaganda came with initial reluctance. The medium seemed lowbrow and undignified to elite leaders. The Germans readily used war posters to sell bonds, recruit soldiers, and foster conservation, but film, they thought, debased our people. The British War Office had the same view, dismissing film in 1914 as merely an instrument for the amusement of the masses. But this contempt evaporated in the heat of war. 40. Cinema could arouse civilians who endured hardship and doubted the wisdom of prolonged fighting. The war has shown the overwhelming power of the image, General Erich von Ludendorff told the German War Ministry in July 1917. It is therefore essential to ensure, if the war is to be brought to a successful conclusion, that film be used to its maximum effect wherever possible. He asked for reports on film propaganda several times a week. The first epic war documentary, using some faked footage, was produced the year before by Charles Masterman's Wellington House along with a related booklet of photographs. By some estimates, half of Britain saw the film The Battle of the Somme. The Germans responded with Bei unseren Helden an der Somme, with our heroes on the Somme. The French were especially advanced in filmmaking. Path originated the newsreel, and the French army produced more than 600 movies by 1918.41. The Germans established a film distribution company in New York in 1915. Ambassador Spring Rice fretted about the popularity of its films in the United States. But German organizational bungling and difficulties importing film due to British control of the seas gave a large advantage to the Allies. By the end of 1916 British, French, and Italian films overshadowed Germany's motion picture. Blanche Bates, Creel's wife, starred in a propaganda play, Getting Together, produced by the British and Canadians. The play, showing camaraderie among English-speaking servicemen, promoted the idea of salvation and happiness. Thorough military enlistment. Pittsburgh Press, April 25, 1918. Tours in American theaters. Maps in the British War Office showed the deployment of their propaganda films abroad as if they were armies. After the United States entered the war, the CPI distributed British films and adopted European film techniques for production and exhibition. 42. Creel had first-hand experience with the silver screen. His stage actress wife appeared in silent films. He wrote scenarios for Bronco Bill Anderson films as well as one for Saved by the Juvenile Court, which was based on his friend Denver Judge Ben Lindsay. He played villainous Bad Steve in one of Anderson's movies, the 1909 one-reeler The Heart of a Cowboy, shot in Denver. President Wilson watched The Heart of a Cowboy at the White House in 1918. The Washington Times snidely commented that Creel was never again invited to act because he took the play away from the star. Creel wrote an exuberant article in the Denver Post on his experience of filming the movie. The theater was a place of entertainment and uplift, he wrote. It lessened crime, bettered conditions of living and brought about a marked decrease in saloon receipts. 43. The 1916 presidential campaign gave Creel further evidence of the power of cinema. "We are living in a film age," argued a campaign planning document, possibly written by Woolley. "The imagination of the hour is impressed almost more by the movies than by the word persuasive in print." The Democrats produced The President and His Cabinet in Action, a film that attacked Hughes comically, and a reel that dwelled on the horrors of war, peace in this country, etc. The Republicans produced films of Hughes at home and campaigning, and one celebrated the return of Roosevelt progressives to the grand old party. 44. Several independent filmmakers offered to promote Wilson's campaign. After initial enthusiasm, the president demurred. Thomas Ince, however, helped the campaign with one of his most famous motion pictures, the epic drama Civilization. The film glorified pacifism. The German hero, a sub-commander, refuses to sink a passenger liner and goes to jail, where he dies and is reincarnated as Christ. The movie was in step with Wilson's "He Kept Us Out of War" campaign theme. The president thanked Ince for advancing the cause I have the honor to represent at this moment. Ince received permission to film himself receiving the president's congratulations at Shadow Lawn. The footage was attached to the end of the movie and considered a good advertisement by the Democratic National Committee. 45. After the war broke out in 1914, the film industry flashed Wilson's neutrality statement on the screen and promoted preparedness when that became an administration objective. Once the country was in the war, producers were patriotic, animated as the advertising profession was by public spiritedness and self-interest. Their show of support for the war, they hoped, would prevent the government from deeming theaters non-essential and shutting them down. 46. The industry's point man was William A. Brady, an actor, producer, one-time boxing promoter, and president of the National Association of the Motion Picture Industry. The association's first effort was the creation in May of a committee to help Robert Woolley publicize the first Liberty Loan drive. Brady arranged for appeals to be added to commercial films released during the last 2 weeks of the campaign. Kendall Banning, who organized the CPI picture division before receiving an Army commission, proposed that Brady's committee cooperate with the CPI. Brady and Creel established a framework for routine assistance to the entire government. The motion picture, Brady told both Creel and Tumulty, can be made the most wonderful system for spreading the national propaganda at little or no cost. 47. Wilson remained a reluctant movie star, at one point declining to adjust his schedule so he could be filmed signing a bill. "I am the worst possible subject for moving pictures," he told Creel. But he was happy the CPI cooperated with the motion picture industry, and on June 28 endorsed the idea in a letter Creel prepared for him. "The film," Wilson wrote, "has come to rank as a very high medium for the dissemination of public intelligence, and since it speaks a universal language it lends itself importantly to the presentations of America's plans and purposes." 48. The first step was the creation of the War Cooperating Committee. The chairman was D.W. Griffith. Because the famed director was abroad working on propaganda movies for the British and French, Brady did most of the work. The masters of the motion picture industry, as the CPI called them, assisted government agencies as well as the Council of National Defense. Mary Pickford, Ethel Barrymore, Marguerite Clark, and other marquee names established the value of star power for political causes. On September 25, Creel created a division of films and a division of pictures. 49. The film division's first 6 months were disappointing. Because of military restrictions on civilian photographers, it relied heavily on the Army Signal Corps, to which Newton Baker assigned responsibility for still and moving pictures that were needed for a historical record of the war. The CPI worked closely with the Corps, 2 of whose officers were on Creel's payroll. But it did not produce as much material as the CPI needed, and the division's plans to promote private sector film production were not realized. The initial scheme of free film distribution chiefly through state councils of defense and the Red Cross was costly and reached few people. Boer secured the resignation of the division's head in April 1918 and recruited a replacement from the advertising ranks of his old employer, Hearst. Charles S. Hart, who had no motion picture experience, became a government movie mogul. 50. Headquartered in New York, the revamped division produced its own films. Pershing's Crusaders, its first feature-length picture, ran 56 minutes and included Navy as well as Army footage. Through clever deal-making, Hart and Creel secured rights to British, French, and Italian newsreel footage, which was used along with Signal Corps film for the weekly official war review. Hart published a bi-weekly on government movies, the Official Film News. A scenario department wanted to show commercial film producers that government propaganda could be made so interesting that audiences would cheerfully accept it. The department supplied storylines for one-reel films on such subjects as the feeding of troops and the war contributions of American Indians, secured filming permits, and supervised production. 18 films were produced this way. The department eventually produced several of its own films. 51. Hart hired film editors from PATH, cameramen with war experience from the Chicago Tribune, and Paramount Pictures advertising and publicity manager. The editor of the review was Charles Urban, a blind in one eye American who was Britain's foremost film impresario and previously helped Guy Gaunt distribute British films in the United States. Hart helped the Signal Corps find talented personnel. Corps film production ballooned from 2,500 feet in December 1917 to 118,000 a month at the end of the war. 52. Hart put distribution on a business basis. In all but 3 states, where councils of defense shouldered the work, he partnered with commercial firms that reached theaters. PATH, the largest film exchange, won the rights to distribute the official war review on condition that it return 80% of the proceeds. Leftover film was sold each week to other newsreel companies at $1 a foot. Similar arrangements were made with commercial distributors who handled individual films. 53. Hart hyped 3 movies with official screenings in major cities. One was unveiled this way in 34 locales. These lasted about a week and were promoted with every gimmick, from planted stories to signs in department store windows. Each film had its own musical score. Theaters, festooned with bunting and flags, looked like the setting of a war rally. George Bowles, who handled foreign distribution of Griffith's Birth of a Nation, promoted the films with 8 road companies. They worked with newspapers and went into factories at noontime to drum up interest. 54. Responsibility for showing films in New York was given to one of the country's greatest movie house impresarios, Samuel I. Roth Apfel, owner of the Strand in New York City. He began the showing of America's Answer with the national anthem sung by 100 sailors and a tableau vivant of American soldiers poised to go over the top. The music that accompanied the film had artillery sound effects. The CPI logo was displayed on the screen. 55. The Internal Revenue Service decided that no theater tax would be levied on tickets to CPI films because it was a government agency. This enhanced attendance. The division recovered more than 75% of its costs. The revenue supported film production and promotion, including distribution abroad, and supported other image-producing activities. 56. Around the time that Hart joined the CPI in the spring of 1918, the Division of Pictures became the Bureau of War Photographs within his film division. The Bureau distributed images produced by military photographers. By May 1918, it had 1,500 photographs available for sale at 10 cents apiece. The Bureau sent photos to newspapers and magazines as well as businesses such as AT&T. The Bureau's Department of Slides serviced teachers, ministers, and lecturers. The transparencies were sold individually for the low price of 15 cents each. They also were available as slideshows. Initially the Signal Corps produced these. Later the CPI manufactured them in a laboratory at 1820 18th Street NW. 57. Hart's division had responsibility for war exhibitions, which were organized in 21 cities. Although chafed that he did not have a large formal role in the advertising division, advertising executive William Rankin helped organize, in his Chicago hometown, the largest of all the expositions and came up with the unit's name, the Bureau of War Exhibitions. He believed the word war increased public interest. The Chicago War Exposition, which ran for 2 weeks on the lakefront, attracted 1.5 million people. A second unit, a Bureau of State Fair exhibits, operated on the same principle at 35 fairs. The best way to reach farmers, a planning document observed, was to let people see the guns, helmets, the gas masks used on the battlefield, photographs, charts and educational displays on food production and conservation, army production and transportation. 58. A final element of the visual panoply was cartoons. Gibson and others in his division drew them, as did leading newspaper cartoonists John T. McCutcheon of the Chicago Tribune, C.R. Macaulay of the New York World, who helped Woolley in the 1916 campaign, and Roland Kirby, who was the first to win a Pulitzer Prize in the category of newspaper cartooning. Although not at first keen to establish a formal cartoon unit, Creel agreed in June 1918 to take over the Bureau of Cartoons established under the National Committee of Patriotic Societies, a clearinghouse for organizations promoting national unity. An enterprising young social worker named George Heck directed the Bureau, which sought to mobilize and direct the scattered cartoon power of the country for constructive war work. A weekly bulletin sent to 740 cartoonists suggested themes for drawings. The Bureau acquired and syndicated cartoons related to advertising campaigns. The importance of picture messages at this time cannot be overestimated, Boyer wrote in the bulletin. 59. The Chicago War Exposition featured daily mock battles with 3,000 soldiers, sailors, and Marines, and 14 warplanes. Gibson's artists painted 90-foot wide canvases, which were all the more attention-grabbing because the public could watch the artists at work. Unlike Gibson's division, which was peopled with accomplished artists, the film enterprise began without a single experienced staff member. Its motion pictures did not go down in history as cinematic jewels. Yet in the 6 months he headed the film division, Hart produced 66 motion pictures and 31 installments of the official War Review. The executive chiefly responsible for feature film distribution had previously done that same job for Charlie Chaplin comedies, and by war's end he managed to achieve an audience for CPI films of the same size as Chaplin's. The official War Review, Creel claimed, appeared in more than half the nation's theaters. Because towns typically had several, if not many, theaters, this approximated near total saturation of the country. If the war had carried on longer, one historian has noted, the government might have become a major film producer. 60. More than anyone else, Creel established film as a tool for American government propaganda. I believe in the motion picture just as I believe in the press, Creel said, and in my work it plays just as powerful a part in the production and stimulation of an aroused and enlightened war sentiment. 61. Academe goes all in. Guy Stanton Ford, the dean of the University of Minnesota's Graduate School, was a colorful writer, effective platform speaker, friend to scholars, champion of academic freedom, administrative doer, and a picture book professor with his shock of gray hair, wire-rimmed glasses, pipe, and a Phi Beta Kappa key dangling from his vest pocket. When America went to war, his colleagues organized a drill group. Ford was drill master. He exerted his influence off campus with a letter, distributed by the state superintendent of schools, suggesting high school spring commencements emphasize war issues. After the letter ended up in the hands of Creel, Ford received a telegram asking him to come to work for the CPI. As soon as the university president saw the telegram, he went into a meeting, waved it in the air, and said, "Dean Ford has got the first summons to the University for National Defense 62. Campuses across the country were eager to be summoned. At Columbia University, where Ford earned his doctorate in history with a dissertation on Prussia, President Nicholas Murray Butler wrote Newton Baker to declare it would be an honor, if by any act of ours or by the service of any one, or all, of our great army of students and teachers we can strengthen the hands of the government." The university established a unit of the new Student Army Training Corps, headquartering it in the Journalism Building. The next year Columbia identified 72 professors engaged in war work. As extensive as it was, the list overlooked faculty who also belonged on it. Dormitories became barracks. Lecture halls and laboratory space were turned over to the Air Service Radio School, the Navy Gas Engine School, and the U.S. Signal Corps School of Photography, the latter an assist to the CPI's film and photograph program. "Life and work has been to all intents and purposes suspended," Butler said. 63. Guy Stanton Ford, dean of the graduate school at the University of Minnesota, turned professors across the country into propagandists. Here he is standing on a balcony at CPI offices overlooking Lafayette Square. Authors collection. Columbia almost became the nucleus of all government publicity. The word was Walter Lippmann's. When he was drafting his publicity plan for House in early 1917, Lippmann became aware of a fully trained and ready program just created by journalism professor Walter Pitkin. The former New York Evening Post journalist argued that German propaganda, in contrast to the Allies, was amazingly successful, in spite of its failure to force the government into following its suggestions. By the time war was declared, 24 journalism students were full-time war publicists, for which they received full academic credit. "Gone are books, gone are classes, gone are all signs of school work," editor and publisher reported. Pitkin's Division of Intelligence and Publicity provided news of Columbia's war contributions and produced papers on such war issues as food preparedness, for which they received full academic credit. Within a single week, Pitkin informed President Butler, his division received nearly 100 proposals from the faculty to write pamphlets and newspaper articles on various topics bearing on aspects of the national emergency. 64. Pitkin's Division of Intelligence and Publicity on the fourth floor of the Journalism Building became a pillar of Lippmann's publicity plan. He envisioned Pitkin as chief of staff under McCormick and Woolley. After Lippmann's scheme lost out to Creel's, Pitkin carried on until the end of May. Worn out by Pitkin's costly, ambitious proposals, Butler eventually curtailed his endeavors, and Pitkin joined a Columbia exodus to Washington. He affiliated himself with a news service run by the New Republic and the Council of National Defense. Among others to leave Columbia University was Dean Frederick Keppel, who joined Lippmann and Frankfurter in Newton Baker's office. 65. Despite all its war activity, some at Columbia worried they might not be seen as doing enough. When Ford came from the CPI to speak at the university, history professor James Shotwell urged good attendance to counter the impression growing in Washington that Eastern universities are not as active as Middle West. 66. This patriotism came on the heels of progressive education reforms that lent themselves to the CPI's purposes. The percentage of children in school and the number of days they spent each year in the classroom soared. The number of students receiving a high school diploma doubled from 1900 to 1910 and would jump another 150% by 1924. While college was still out of the question for many, it was less exclusive. Colleges and universities doubled in number and increased in size, in Columbia's case from about 250 faculty members in 1902 to 700 by 1915. Public universities benefited from federal land grants and generous appropriations from state legislatures that took pride in their institutions of higher learning. 67. At the same time, higher education simultaneously became more scholarly and more applied. Stronger doctoral programs and emphasis on research were inspired by German universities, where Ford and other budding scholars studied. Ford's discipline, history, was not a recognized academic field until 1884. Under German influence, American historians pursued scientific history through objective study of original sources. Ford's recruitment as Dean of Minnesota's Graduate School underlined that university's gathering maturity. Simultaneously, campuses added professional schools, such as schools of journalism. On the eve of the war, Blyven identified 37 colleges with advertising courses. Edward Ross criticized the formal lecture system and called for more active engagement with real problems through field work. One of Wilson's most memorable speeches as university president was Princeton for the Nation's Service. Columbia's Butler was active in Republican politics and not bashful about offering advice to Sir Gilbert Parker, the British propagandist responsible for cultivating elites in the United States. 68. Academics were eager to follow the path of British university dons who wrote 87 propaganda publications, the so-called Oxford pamphlets. Before Ford was offered a place at the CPI, J. Franklin Jameson, editor of the American Historical Review and director of historical research at the Carnegie *. American professors scorned a 1914 manifesto in which 93 leading German scholars decried lies and calumnies against their country. Institution of Washington organized a weekend meeting of eminent scholars to consider how to help the government, a problem that had presented itself to the mind of every history man in the country. The recently created CPI, Jameson wrote in his invitation letter, gives ground for hope of access in this direction. Jameson, a courtly scholar who taught constitutional law to Wilson at Johns Hopkins University, commanded respect. Arthur Bullard, who was also respected by historians, represented the CPI at the gathering. Out of the meeting came the National Board for Historical Service. First on its list of activities, as NBHS Chairman James Shotwell put it, was to serve as the research end of the CPI. Staff described the relationship as intimate and official. 69. Ford had attended the meeting. Once he was ensconced in Washington with the CPI, he built a strong relationship with the NBHS. In the beginning, he lived in a shared house on Connecticut Avenue that included, in addition to a Filipino cook housekeeper, Charles Mers of the New Republic and Columbia professors Keppel, Pitkin, and Shotwell. Shotwell had supported Pitkin's scheme at Columbia, and Pitkin, in place at the New Republic News Service, helped Shotwell with NBHS publicity. They had offices in the same building. Shotwell, who apparently brought Ford to Creel's attention, was a consultant to the CPI and considered himself a member of the staff. Ford sat on the NBHS Executive Committee. Ford's office was a 5-minute walk from the NBHS, and from his window he could see the Cosmos Club, on the other side of Lafayette Square, where they gathered regularly. 70. The CPI partnered with the NBHS's Enemy Press Intelligence Service, which it established in July 1917 and considered its most important single undertaking. The service acquired enemy newspapers and periodicals by the sacksful from the British, French, and Belgian missions in the United States, as well as a few other sources. This material was supposed to offer intelligence on internal conditions and public opinion in the Central Powers. The service summarized its findings and passed them to various federal agencies and government-related groups. The CPI placed a typist and translator in the NBHS service, used its material for pamphlets, and distributed extracts suitable for use by the American press. Ford thought this was one of the best things the NBHS did in its early days. 71. When Ford arrived at the CPI, Creel was busy creating the basic CPI structure and distracted by the contretemps over the proposed Espionage Act. It was 2 weeks before the two sat down to seriously discuss Ford's duties. During the interregnum, Ford took the initiative to publish a document that had just arrived from colleagues at the University of Minnesota. The war message and facts behind it consisted of Wilson's call for a congressional war declaration on April 2 along with 40 annotations that increased the 12-page speech to 28. In Ford's telling, he was shocked to arrive at the office the day after publication to find reporters were upset at having no advance notice. Who was this Ford, they wanted to know, and what did the document say about policy? This reaction revealed how quickly journalists became tethered to the CPI and how newsworthy such publications could be. By the end of the war, the GPO printed nearly 2.5 million copies of the pamphlet in 8 languages. 72. Ford believed Creel recruited him to write minor items along the lines of his letter calling for high school graduations to emphasize war themes. Shortly after arriving at CPI headquarters, Ford prepared a national circular that did this. But the war message experience prompted more ambitious undertaking through the Division of Civic and Educational Cooperation that he headed. The new division was to put into convincing print America's reasons for entering the war, the meaning of America, the nature of our free institutions, and our war aims, together with a thorough analysis of the Prussian system, as well as an exposure of the enemy's misrepresentations, aggression, and barbarities. Ford started with a borrowed secretary and a small office facing Lafayette Square. Later came an assistant, Indiana history professor Samuel B. Harding, and an editorial aide, James W. Searson, an English professor at Kansas State. Searson had handled publicity for the National Education Association and was studying for his doctorate at Columbia. 73. While Ford often drew from the University of Minnesota and often turned to historians, virtually all the great universities and all the disciplines were involved: government, law, diplomacy and international relations, and English. He also reached outside the university. His housemate, Charles Mers, prepared a synopsis of the war legislation, titled First Session of the War Congress. German-born F.W. Lehman, a former Solicitor General and two-time president of the American Bar Association, wrote on the duties of hyphenated Americans. 74. These publications appeared under 3 major headings. The first publication in the Red, White, and Blue series, How the War Came to America, was made up largely of documents that made the case for U.S. entry into the conflict. Another number in the series was German War Practices, a compilation of damning German quotes. The War Information series included The Nation in Arms, with speeches by Newton Baker and Interior Secretary Lane, and Why America Fights Germany by John S. P. Tatlock, a literary scholar and medievalist at Stanford. In a series of loyalty leaflets were plain issues of the war by Elihu Root, who had been Secretary of State and Secretary of War under 2 Republican presidents, and friendly words to the foreign-born. Other publications were produced apart from these series. The National Service Handbook identified the most useful avenues of service and described war work being done by various groups. It was inspired by the Directory of Service, published the first month of American involvement in the war by Pitkin's Publicity Bureau at Columbia. Many of Ford's publications were the product of academic teamwork. The War Cyclopedia, a handbook for ready reference on the Great War, was spectacular in this regard. Through a mass mailing, Ford asked opinion leaders to send in questions which the people in your neighborhood are asking. The 321-page book was edited by Harding, Frederick Paxson of Wisconsin, and famed constitutional scholar Edward S. Corwin of Princeton. It drew on 49 contributors, among them such eminent scholars as Charles Beard and Carl Becker. Its entries were extensive, often arcane, and thoroughly propagandistic. An entry for Corfu noted the island was a base for Allied forces. The entry for education in wartime read, "No educational institution ought to slacken its work." 75. The education entry was a de facto slogan for Ford. He wrote to every state superintendent of education and more than 800 college presidents encouraging the use of CPI materials and providing postcards to request them. Universities with student Army Training Corps were required to offer war aims courses that lent themselves to CPI publications. The booklets worked in many other courses as well. The Battle Line of Democracy, a compilation of stirring poetry and prose, found its way into English classes. Harding prepared a teacher's guide, The Study of the Great War, a topical outline. Promoted by the NBHS, it reached a circulation of 700,000, not counting Republication in History Teachers Magazine. 76. In the last weeks of the war, the division launched the publication National School Service with the encouragement of the Commissioner of Education, who worried teachers were inundated with war materials of uneven quality. Ford heavily recruited helpers from Columbia Teachers College, 3 people to advise on rural education, and William Bagley as editor. The 16-page biweekly was designed for the schoolhouse, not the college lecture hall. Bagley believed in using education to shape the socially efficient individual, and the publication promoted hygiene and other progressive goals. But at least half the content carried a war theme, war-related stories to read to students, ideas for class projects such as making propaganda posters, and math problems in which students calculated tonnages of war supplies. The publication was mailed to 600,000 schools. No one else in the community, Ford told teachers in the maiden issue, is so singled out as a leader and center of information. 77. Ford's division produced more than 90 publications. The total print run was estimated at more than 75 million. Even then, publications had to be rationed. The chairman of the CND's Department of Educational Propaganda lamented he could not send material to the supervisor of Minnesota's rural schools, who was eager to help distribute CPI propaganda. There is such an enormous demand for the pamphlets by every organization in the country, she wrote, and the demand is daily increasing. 78. Because the division employed the nation's foremost academics, its work had authority. Eager to build on this, Ford did not repeat his mistake with the war message, when he failed to put out a press release. Without a trace of ivory tower effeteness, he asked for promotional help from Rotary clubs and the Boy Scouts, whose young members handed out the booklet in their neighborhoods. The Kaiserite in America was directed at traveling salesmen, who were in daily contact with all kinds of people. Here is an opportunity for the commercial travelers of America to do a great work toward winning the war, the booklet began. You are summoned as specifically as if you were enlisted in the Army or Navy to aid the national cause. 79. University involvement permeated the CPI. As we have seen, professors assisted the speaker's program, others monitored the immigrant press. One of the first recruited for this latter task was German language specialist W. A. Braun at Columbia. Nicholas Murray Butler released him from other obligations to perform this very desirable service. A history professor headed a war film scenario department at Harvard, assisted by 2 faculty colleagues. Scholars prepared lectures to go with slideshows, such as the ruined churches of France, prepared by a Stanford University faculty member. 80. As was the case with the advertising and film industries, universities viewed the war as the opportunity of a lifetime, as a Minnesota professor told Ford. In Ford's papers is a typewritten list, 25 pages long, naming all the scholars who worked for the government in one capacity or another. The list, Ford jotted in a note, was probably not complete. War work allowed history and other disciplines to display, in the words of Franklin Jameson, their relevance to the fateful exigencies of the present day. Professors were paid at most travel expenses, but patriotism had its rewards. Never before had academics reached so many people. In a far from unique experience, the CPI printed 1.8 million copies of Columbia Professor Charles Hazen's The Government of Germany. Another 20,500 copies appeared in German. CPI publications could be found in settlement houses and Sunday schools. Little wonder professors were eager to do popular pamphleteering, as Creel called it. 81. Cumulative psychological influence. Harvey O'Higgins thought the mobilization of advertising agents was Creel's masterstroke, greater even than the 4-Minute Men. Advertising amplified everything the CPI did. When the committee sent out a speaker, ad agents arranged billboards, contrived front-page stories to prepare for his coming, and made his reception as exciting as a political rally, and packed his house. But advertising was only a part of it. Every gear in the CPI machine propelled the others along. Point 82. The advertising division promoted Ford's publications and Hart's films. Darcy, a board member, used his connections with the associated advertising clubs of the world to create more than 140 local war committees as a point of contact for any and all services the CPI needed. CPI units reciprocated by helping advance the ad campaigns. In conjunction with the ad campaign to boost shipyard employment, the 4-Minute Men devoted 2 weeks to the topic and an entire issue of its bulletin to a model speech. Gibson's division drew posters to advertise the 4-Minute Men. Ford edited 4-Minute Men publications and helped create Bester's speaking division. His war cyclopedia was printed in a slender shape that fit easily in a 4-Minute Man's pocket. Point 83. In his indictment of fraudulent advertising, Samuel Hopkins Adams said, "We live surrounded by the advertisement. All this persistence cannot fail of some psychological influence." The cumulative effect of CPI advertising was powerful in just this way. Woolley wished more citizens purchased Liberty Loan bonds, but all the loan drives were oversubscribed. Lower-income Americans stretched to buy government bonds, savings certificates, and savings stamps. Those who kept their money in their pockets nevertheless heard the patriotic messages in these drives. It cost little to stir up patriotism, 2 economists noted in a study of Liberty loans, and every little bit of extra savings it brought in was a plus. 84. Americans saw CPI ads while thumbing through magazines or as they drove down the street. When they attended state fairs, often organized by the CPI, they watched CPI-made films. In public libraries they were greeted by war posters, war exhibits, war notices on bulletin boards, and war books displayed on open shelves at the suggestion of the CPI to help make the war a personal challenge and a definite and familiar task to the general public. Children learned CPI lessons at their school desks and repeated them at the family dinner table. The National School Service wanted to make every school pupil a messenger for Uncle Sam. The CPI did not need specific street addresses to reach Americans by mail. Postmaster General Burleson gave it franking privileges to ship bulk mailings throughout the country. 85. CPI staff spoke of their work with pride. Boer called advertising campaigns a miracle of mechanics. Ford conferred gravitas on the CPI by calling it a war emergency national university. Nevertheless, the successes in which these men basked entailed costs to the democracy they sought to preserve, a theme taken up in detail in the next chapters. Point 86. 7. A test of loyalty. Dudum, that worldwide, subterranean propaganda of German influence, German culture, German hopes and ambitions and future domination which had for a quarter of a century established itself reproductively as the ichneumon parasite affixes its eggs to the body of a helpless host which, later, their brood will prey upon and destroy. Samuel Hopkins Adams, Common Cause. Samuel Hopkins Adams's novel Common Cause is the tale of Jeremy Robson and his patriotic newspaper in the Midwestern town of Fenchester. Robson's muckraking has led special interests to withhold advertising in order to drive him out of business. When war comes in 1917, his equally passionate exposé of local German-American fealty to Dudum inspires Fenchester's plutocrats to put aside differences with Robson to save the Guardian. At the end of the book a supremely ordinary-appearing person arrives from Washington. One of the local German-Americans he quietly calls on is a Mrs. Wanzer. There have been reports, he says, that she objected to 4-Minute Men speaking at the movie theater. When Wanzer complains she is being spied upon, her accuser replies, "Certainly. You're a suspicious person. Take my advice. Stop talking, or if you must talk, talk like an American." 1. As in Fenchester, in America generally the war triggered an outpouring of collective patriotism. In New York the Elks, Masons, college students, the City Hotel Association, Billy Sunday's Tabernacle, and a group of prominent writers and artists called the Vigilantes joined in boosting Liberty loans. When churches in one community purchased advertising space for Liberty loans, spirits were so high that church attendance the following Sunday was very much increased. Wilson made the Boy Scouts government dispatch bearers in carrying to the homes of their community the pamphlets on the war prepared by the Committee on Public Information too. The Vigilantes was one of many super-patriotic groups. The American Protective League, APL, the National Security League, NSL, and the American Defense Society, ADS, formed to encourage war preparedness. The Vigilantes considered anyone who opposed this un-American. After April 1917, these groups whipped up enthusiasm for the war and sought out disloyalty. Albert Briggs, a Chicago outdoor advertising executive and founder of the APL, offered its services to the Department of Justice. The department authorized APL members to carry badges embossed with the words Secret Service. The head of military intelligence, Colonel Ralph Vandeman, asked the APL to serve as his civilian investigative arm. 3. Those who did not buy bonds were listed on rolls of dishonor. Those deemed unpatriotic were forced to kiss the flag, tarred and feathered, and in a few instances murdered. Their houses were painted yellow. The APL made unlawful arrests of alleged draft dodgers. Beloved socialist activist Jane Addams, who spoke out against suppression, was cast out of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Although George Sylvester Viereck supported the war and by Creel's admission published a great deal of CPI matter, he had to flee his home to escape a patriotic lynch mob. The Poetry Society revoked his membership. 4. Perceived threats to national security included socialists and members of the labor movement who believed the war was designed by Wall Street, Amish, Dunkards, and other pacifists who refused to fight on principle, and the foreign-born. German Americans were believed to foment discontent among all of these groups. In the run-up to his re-election, Wilson spoke of citizens born under other flags, who have poured the poison of disloyalty into the very arteries of our national life. He carried the theme forward on June 15, 1917, Flag Day. Informed this was to be a momentous speech, 3,000 people gathered to hear him at the Washington Monument despite a violent rainstorm. Germany's sinister intrigue, Wilson said, still threatened public opinion. Woe to the man or group of men who seeks to stand in our way in this day of high resolution. At times, the Washington Herald reported, the crowd's applause drowned out the whistling of the gale 5. We are not the enemies of the German people, Wilson said, but his distinction between German leaders and German citizens also was drowned out. When the CPI reprinted his remarks on the front page of the official bulletin, German perfidy was highlighted in subheads, as was Wilson's woe to threat twice. A pamphlet version of the speech, with similar treatment, was distributed by the millions. Urged on by Wilson, Creel tasked Harvey O'Higgins with preparing materials on German intrigue. 6. This fight for public opinion is the business of the Committee on Public Information, Creel said. We do not call it propaganda, for that work, in the German hands, has come to be associated with lies, secrecies and shameful corruptions. Our work is educational and informative, for we have such confidence in our case that we feel this is needed no more than fair presentation of its facts to win the war. Creel reiterated this over and over. His colleagues made similar assertions. Guy Stanton Ford told fellow historians, I have been able to maintain the same standards that I have set for myself both as a member of the History Department of the University of Minnesota and as a member of this Society. 7. But while it provided a large amount of factual information, the CPI jumped the tracks it claimed to have laid for itself. It distorted information, played on the public's fears, and fomented hate. It did not go as far as the APL and the ADS, whose savage intolerances Creel later decried as a thing of screams, violence, and extremes. Yet the CPI cooperated with these groups, and its staff endorsed their undemocratic practices. 8. Samuel Hopkins Adams entered CPI ranks in the fall of 1917. From now on, he informed his publisher, "It looks as if I should be putting in most of my time still hunting pro-German and peace propaganda." The CPI did stalk enemy propaganda in the manner of the still hunter by working noiselessly and unseen in league with government and para-government surveillance agencies. But stealth was not Adams's method. He made his name writing sensational stories splashed on the front pages of newspapers. 9. This, too, was a favored CPI method. To forge a common attitude about the war, it drummed into the American mind that German spies and propagandists, often in the form of German Americans, posed an imminent threat. If these bogeymen could not be seen, the CPI argued, their influence was visible each time an American suggested negotiating a peace or uttered another word of dissent. Germany knows that before we entered the war there was variety of opinion in our midst. The 4-Minute Men Bulletin primed speakers in advance of a Liberty Loan push, and she is hopeful that even now when we are in the war, we Americans may show divided sentiments. America faces a test of loyalty. 10. The House of Truth. In November of 1917, the CPI created a division of reference to gather in one place an information center on government activity. The following March, at the urging of other government agencies, an executive order expanded this into an office where complete information records may be available as to the function, location, and personnel of all government agencies. The unit's anodyne name, the Service Bureau, belied its value. With the expansion and proliferation of government organizations, whose composition changed daily, citizens found it difficult to know who was doing what and where they might be located. By the summer the Bureau was making 500 changes a day in its personnel directory. Its main office was across the street from the Treasury Department, and it manned information desks originally run by the Navy and War Departments in Union Station. During 1 week in June, the Bureau had 1,630 visitors seeking information, and 150 letters of inquiry arrived daily. 11. The Service Bureau was not alone in genuine public service. The National Service Handbook was a useful directory to war work. The official bulletin printed news on a wide variety of subjects of public interest. And who could object to the CPI's publication of a war plum pudding recipe designed to conserve food, or its press release on disease in military camps, or a light-hearted feature on an army shortage of lemon drops? 12. But the CPI was not the House of Truth Creel claimed it was. It did not limit itself to reaching the people through their minds. The CPI mindset was that of a political campaign machine attempting to put across its candidate. Karl Boer turned down a suggestion for a factual chart with the comment, "Informative material is not part of our task." The CPI, he pointed out, existed to interpret, as far as we are able, to the people of America the high ideals for which America fights, the justice of our cause, and the autocratic aims of our enemies. Harvey O'Higgins put it more or less the same way: it is, after all, a question in publicity whether a brief scare-head item on the front page which everybody reads isn't worth a whole inside page of detailed matter that very few arrive at. 13. The overwhelming desire to convince drove every CPI bureau to pluck at emotions and use information tendentiously. While this was second nature to the division of advertising, it was at odds with what Ford's division of civic and educational cooperation was supposed to represent. University professors, with whom it worked, were supposedly engaged in dispassionate inquiry. This added legitimacy to the CPI. Columbia University journalism professor Walter Pitkin explained the reasoning this way: the only group of prominent men who might proceed boldly without incurring such suspicions are university professors. In his 1917 book on War and the Rise of Public Opinion, Karl Ackerman singled out the influence of professors. College professors headed by a president who had himself been a college professor contributed more effectively to the decision in favor of war than did the farmer, the businessmen, or the politicians. 14. Judged by academic standards, Ford's publications flunked. The rush to get publications to press led to unintentional factual errors. The zeal to convince led to purposeful distortion. Notwithstanding the names of the distinguished authors on their covers, and the impressive footnotes and bibliographies, authors of the division's pamphlets routinely selected facts that supported their theses and omitted those that did not. Their reasoning was deductive, linking conclusions to accepted premises. The result was sales pitches disguised as scholarship. Point 15. The source material in a school study guide prepared by Samuel Harding, Ford's deputy, was the equivalent of putting a fist on the judgment scales, not just a finger. More than one-third of its references were to other CPI propaganda. A third more drew from the books Allies produced to justify the war from their point of view. The remainder, noted historian Carol Gruber, were references to safe and standard sources. The document's picture of the war was so one-sided as to be indefensible as history. 16. The War Cyclopedia, to which first-rate scholars contributed, was a prime example of tendentiousness. It had multiple listings for the Germans, German government, moral bankruptcy of, German intrigue in the United States, German government, bad faith of, German intrigue, tools, which had 2 entries, German autocracy, and so forth over many pages. There was nothing comparable on British propaganda or British conflicts with the United States. The entry for embargo, British did not mention the anger that Whitehall policy provoked in the Wilson administration. Point 17. Ford's division was responsible for turning Wilson's Flag Day address into a pamphlet, the President's Flag Day Address with evidence of German plans. The 30-page publication was so heavily annotated that no room was left on some pages for Wilson's words and on others only 2 or 3 lines could fit. Some notes were arcane or irrelevant, but most reprised the CPI's standard talking points on Germany. Germany was responsible for starting the war, it was undemocratic and brutal, and a German victory would require Americans to defend their own shores. Long strings of patriotic German quotations were served up, such as the conclusion of a poem, "Now, people of Germany, ye shall be master of Europe." 18. As was common in CPI publications, the notes recapped the maladroit plots and propaganda of Heinrich Albert, Karl Boyd, and Franz von Papen. Those incidents occurred before April 1917. None led to prosecution by the Justice Department. With these hapless individuals gone, the CPI strained to wring treachery from unsubstantiated snippets of news. The extraordinary number of explosions in munition factories so far, the pamphlet noted, exceeds the normal number even in this dangerous industry as to justify suspicion and investigation. The print run of the President's Flag Day Address was 6.8 million, the largest of any CPI publication. The CPI arranged for 500,000 Boy Scouts to distribute a special printing in January 1918. Conquest and Kultur, aims of the Germans in their own words consisted of 160 pages of selected German quotations. The principal editor, a young University of Minnesota professor named Wallace Notestein, included statements from Germans who opposed the policies of the Kaiser and his military leaders. The CPI editors removed all but one of these, arguing they detracted from the overall effect and would reflect poorly on Notestein, whose name was German. When Notestein proposed the publication go out without his name attached to it, Ford and J. Franklin Jameson of the National Board for Historical Service disagreed. Bylines conferred authority. "There are a few things I do not like," an uneasy Notestein wrote to George Burton Adams, a mentor on the Yale faculty, "but in them I had to yield to others." Adams, a respected historian, told him not to worry. He had done a very useful piece of work. In his introduction to the publication, Ford wrote, "The Pied Pipers of Prussianism who have led the German people to conquest and ignominy and to infamy are here given their unending day before the court of public opinion." Ford considered the booklet the most far-reaching in its effect of any government wartime publication. 20. Ford was squeamish about a project to pillory the Germans with words from its military manuals. War codes, he told the university professor responsible for the publication, even in humane nations, are likely to contain things which, taken out of their texts and apart from the spirit in which they are executed, sound quite as barbaric as similar passages in the Prussian War Code. The CPI nevertheless published the German War Code, which invited readers to consider how the German military was programmed to commit fiendish outrages. 21. Conversely, the CPI built up the image of the Allies. Working closely with the NBHS, which received a prodigious amount of material from Allied propagandists, it papered over historic Anglo-American animosity, the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and subsequent border disputes, as well as disagreements arising after the World War broke out in 1914. One way to do this was to sidestep disagreements, as the War Cyclopedia did. The other was to emphasize positive aspects of Anglo-American history. It should never be forgotten, Ford said, that men like Edmund Burke in England were the intellectual comrades of Washington, Franklin, and Jefferson. In a letter to a member of the British War Mission, a senior NBHS member expressed delight over what we are trying to do in the way of breaking down traditional prejudices. 22. Patriotism was as zealous inside ivy-covered walls as outside. In loyalty interrogations of professors, the University of Minnesota Board of Trustees reduced a female professor to tears for not helping with Red Cross war work and fired another who wanted the United States to win the war without wiping out the Hohenzollerns root and branch, a position that Wilson had expressed privately to House. Ford was justifiably proud of helping professors who became the victims of university witch hunts. But one of his suggestions for rehabilitation unconsciously borrowed from the approach totalitarian regimes use to break dissidents. He suggested they redeem themselves by writing a patriotic entry for the War Cyclopedia. 23. Ford's loyalty burst out in a fit of emotion in a speech delivered while traveling for the Council of National Defense in 1918. Straying from his prepared remarks, he told an audience at the Mormon Tabernacle in Salt Lake City that Germany was a nation without a soul. Afterward he confessed to Creel that he had gone too far. He would let the Kaiser monopolize God in his war, at least so far as governmental propaganda is concerned. But this was scarcely the only time the CPI evoked God to inspire audiences. 24. The beasts we are fighting. A few weeks after the United States entered the war, Lansing wrote to President Wilson. Every agency, he said, should be employed to arouse patriotic fervor and that wholehearted devotion to the cause which spring from the emotions even more than from the intellect. Wilson returned the note to him at a cabinet meeting. On it he had written with approval. 25. It is nearly impossible to overstate how widely held such views were in the upper echelons of government. Baker thought the best way to implement the Selective Service Act was with brass bands and stirring 4-minute speeches. Mikado hoped to correct the problems that Lincoln's Treasury Secretary Salmon P. Chase encountered selling bonds to finance the Civil War. Chase, he said, did not attempt to capitalize on the emotion of the people, yet it was there and he might have put it to use. Mikado gave the bonds the uplifting name Liberty Loans. Concerned about public apathy, Tumulty advised Wilson that speakers needed to arouse righteous wrath by revealing the character of the beasts we are fighting. Woolley told House that a campaign of hate must be resorted to. 26. The CPI found the use of emotion irresistible. The 4-minute men news admonished speakers to inspire, not inflame. Yet instructions advocated appeals to fear, an important element to be bred in the civilian population. A sample speech read, President Wilson says it is a struggle for democracy against autocracy, it is also a struggle of Christianity against Prussian Kultur. Informed that a CPI soldier speaker told a Knoxville movie audience he would sooner grasp a snake than shake the hands of a German, Boer wired the speaker's handler to eliminate anything from his talk which might excite the violently inclined. Yet Charles Edward Russell, one of the CPI's favored orators, spoke in the House of Representatives of wolfish Huns whose fangs drip with blood and gore. Advertisements for CPI films promised scenes of Hun brutality that would shame a tribe of headhunters. In Creel's most thorough statement on the purity of our motives, he drew attention to these warring opposites. We want a public opinion that springs from the heart and soul that has its root in the rich soil of truth. Creel never acknowledged the contradiction in himself or the CPI. 27. High emotion was second nature to Creel. British political scientist Harold J. Lasky dismissed his campaign book Wilson and the Issues as reckless pamphleteering. The year before the election, Creel made the case for touching emotions. "The average man," he wrote, "is anything on earth but a shrewd, keen analyst of men and affairs. He does not think or read to any great extent. Out of it all, the average American has evolved a certain very passionate idealism that is almost pitifully dependent upon signs and symbols. America," Creel often said, "must be thrilled into unity and projectile force." 28. The time had never been better to employ signs and symbols. Modern propaganda would not have been possible without mass literacy and mass circulation publications. It reached full force with the mass reproduction of images. "Few people read editorials," said George Hecht, who headed the Bureau of Cartoons. "Cartoons require little time or thought for their complete digest and are therefore editorials at a glance. The whole point of posters was to trigger emotion. One cannot create enthusiasm for war on the basis of practical appeal," Charles Dana Gibson said. "To light the fires of patriotism, laid ready for the match in every American heart, requires an appeal to the heart." 29. Charles Hart, director of the film division, took advantage of the persuasive powers in moving pictures by hiring talented Bruce Barton to write title cards in CPI films. Barton was a publicist for the War Work Council of the YMCA. "A big problem," Hart told Barton, "is to incorporate in these pictures some telling propaganda which at the same time would not be obvious propaganda but will have the effect we desire to create. We have been informed that you are the master of the short phrase and one of the best caption writers in the U.S." When the CPI's second film, America's Answer, premiered in New York, the New York Times noted, "Not a man and not a woman in the crowd that filled the seats failed to feel the pull of the war, the urging of its influence, the sense of participation in it." 30. Barton would become a lion of the advertising profession, an advisor to Republican presidential candidates, a congressman, and author of The Man Nobody Knows, which portrayed Jesus as a modern business executive adept at advertising, a field that grappled with the same contradictions as the CPI did. The crusade for truth in advertising sought to eliminate false claims, as the CPI claimed to do. At the same time, advertisers, like the CPI, were finding it more effective to use non-rational persuasion to shape behavior. Advertising executives turned to science-based measurement of attitudes and psychology. "People," one practitioner said, "can be made to believe almost anything with proper salesmanship." 31. In the beginning, Creel wanted to stimulate very passionate idealism. Advertisements asked women to become nurses because your country needs you, and implored the public to buy Liberty bonds to help American boys in the trenches. Ads used Christmas scenes and the one-word headline "Mother." In one cartoon, a comely Red Cross Gibson girl comforted a wounded soldier. Over a sea of marching troops, John T. McCutcheon of the Chicago Tribune drew a large American flag with the caption "The Hope of Civilization." But over time, dark appeals of fear and hatred crept into CPI propaganda. Much of it centered on German Americans. 32. Germans could be made into a nearly perfect archenemy with which to arouse the public. As we have seen, Germany's intemperate propaganda and ill-conceived, zany sabotage in the United States after 1914 were case studies in how to lose the battle for public opinion. The British took advantage of this in their propaganda, and others reinforced the image of the treacherous German and, by inference, of the treacherous German American. Anti-German rhetoric was useful to organizations that sought public support for military preparedness before April 1917. German-American disloyalty was a theme in the 1916 presidential election. Wilson, in the words of historian David Kennedy, made Americanism the controlling motif of his re-election campaign. The overthrow of the Tsar in Russia in early 1917 gave the Allies a new anti-German propaganda theme. They could buck up their public's enthusiasm for the war by pointing out that all the Allies were now democracies, in contrast to Imperial Germany and Austria-Hungary. Thanks to the Russian Revolution, James Garfield wrote in his diary, "The Kaiser ought to be shaking on his throne." 33. German Americans, the largest group of foreign-born in the country, were perceived positively before the war. They were praised for their industry, thrift, education, and good citizenship. German immigrants, sociologist Edward Ross wrote, have proved, on the whole, easy to Americanize. Respect for Germany was so pronounced in the 19th century that it was referred to positively as the German epidemic. Senator Henry Cabot Lodge's doctoral dissertation at Harvard celebrated the Teutonic origins of American democratic institutions. Ross, Ford, and many other budding scholars studied in Germany. 34. The never-ending anti-German propaganda changed this image by the time the United States entered the war. German Americans' reverence for their culture, which underpinned their civic virtues, now made them seem a dangerous people apart. They learned German in school and spoke it in beer halls, a pastime the temperance movement used to argue drinking was un-American. The total effect, historian John Hyam wrote, called forth the most strenuous nationalism and the most pervasive nativism that the United States had ever known. 35. In an article promoting Liberty Loans, Ross confidently asserted a German victory would bring an end to great poems, dramas, works of art and discoveries of science. Such thinking brought on paroxysms of hate that bordered on the deranged. The headline in a CPI Liberty Loan advertisement aimed at college students read, in the vicious guttural language of Kultur, the degree AB means Bachelor of Atrocities. Are you going to let the Prussian python strike at your alma mater? It went on in a frenzy of mixed metaphors. The Hohenzollern-Fang strikes at every element of decency and culture and taste that our colleges stand for. It leaves a track so terrible that only whispered fragments may be recounted. It has ripped all the world-old romance out of war, and reduced it to the dead, black depths of muck, and hate, and bitterness. 36. Ford claimed that he forbade use of the word Hun, a pejorative reference to Central Asian barbarians who invaded Europe in the 4th and 5th centuries. The loan slip, he said, was in the cyclopedia. He instructed an academic team compiling a pamphlet on atrocities to draw only that material from the Bryce report that would stand up in court. The resulting pamphlet, German War Practices, fell far short of the gruesome material the British had pushed out. O'Higgins may have been referring to this publication when he insisted that only one CPI report was even faintly concerned with atrocities. 37. But Ford's division did not consistently apply his guidelines. The Cyclopedia entry for atrocities referred uncritically to the Bryce report as convincing those hitherto incredulous that the stories of German cruelty were correct. Other entries referred to atrocities like those in Bryce's report. Next to the relatively tame text in German war practices were sensational marginal subheads on massacre, slaughter of innocents, brutality, and barbarism. 38. Creel employed Hun in statements and articles, as in this fight for public opinion, both here and over all the world, will not be won until every man, woman, and child enlists as a soldier, standing squarely behind the war, believing passionately in its justice, combating lies, prejudices, and misrepresentations just as our men in France combat the Hun. Let us fix it so that we will not have to wear gas masks here at home. Arthur Bester spoke of Germany as outside the pale of civilized nations, guilty of the ravishing of women and mutilation of children. A CPI film was titled America's Answer to the Hun. CPI posters and advertisements depicted the Hun as a rogue ape in a piccolobi, the German spiked helmet that became a sinister symbol. The beast whipped children and murdered women, whose rumpled clothing suggested they had been violated. One Liberty Loan ad depicted limp dead bodies hanging Christ-like. The headline read, "Must children die and mothers plead in vain?" 39. The German beast directly threatened Americans in their beds. An ad showed a map of the United States overwritten with the words New Prussia. In a famous drawing for the 4th Liberty Loan Drive, which is on the jacket of this book, Joseph Pennell depicted the Statue of Liberty, its head and torch destroyed. In the background New York City was engulfed in flames. An ad promoting Ford's publications showed a German soldier crushing New York with his boot. The text warned, "The next war will come right onto our own shores unless we crush the war idea, unless we crush Germany." 40. Heck's Bureau of Cartoons turned to C.R. Macaulay for the sort of propaganda he had drawn for the Wilson presidential campaigns in 1912 and 1916. His drawings depicted Germans as blood-drenched apes and vultures and ridiculed naysayers at home. In one cartoon, a scrawny opponent of the war has hidden a piccolobi under his soapbox. To maximize distribution, the Butterfield Syndicate offered Macaulay's drawings as a patriotic cartoon service at your own price. The cartoons had the endorsement of President Wilson, House, and Herbert Houston of the Advertising Division. 41. CPI staff endorsed Dutch artist Louis Riemakers, who was considered the single most influential figure in projecting the Allied vision of the German enemy. Riemakers achieved in pictures what the Bryce Report achieved in words. His work juxtaposed descriptions of German inhumanity with drawings of babies with slit throats and of soap being made out of corpses. Masterman objected to sending the overwrought drawings to the United States, but he was overruled. Willard helped get them published. The British were turning to more strident propaganda, and Riemakers, being Dutch, gave them cover. The Riemakers propaganda campaign began in 1916 with secret support from the Foreign Office and the approval of Prime Minister Asquith. Initially only a few publications, such as the preparedness-minded Boston Transcript, used Riemakers as cartoons for fear of warmongering. With the United States entry into the war, more than 2,200 papers printed Riemakers' drawings, which also appeared in traveling exhibitions and on postcards. 42. The Century Company, which published Riemakers in book form, ran a promotional article by Creel in its magazine. It is no more possible, the CPI chairman wrote, to consider this Dutch genius as a mere artist, a worker with paper, ink, and lines than it is to view the Apostle Paul an itinerant orator, Jeanne of Arc as a military figure, or Rouget de Lisle as a casual songwriter. It is one of the great works of the world which he has done. Grosvenor Clarkson at the Council of National Defense patted Creel on the back. If we are going to quicken the spiritual fiber of this country so that it shall become the mighty power of the states that it should and can become, we must do it by utilizing the human appeal in the most intelligent, candid, and tireless way in every nook and cranny of the nation. 43. De Lisle, a 19th-century French army officer, wrote La Marseillaise, the French national anthem. Dutch artist Louis Riemakers was considered the single most influential figure in projecting the Allied vision of the German enemy. Riemakers achieved in pictures what Bryce's overblown report on German atrocities achieved in words. This drawing, published in Riemakers' book America in the War, was accompanied by a quotation from Samuel Hopkins Adams on the Germans' coldly reckoned murder of innocents. A subsequent volume, America in the War, paired Riemakers' cartoons with statements from President Wilson, a quotation about vicious spies from his Flag Day speech. Creel and CPI colleagues Harvey O'Higgins, Charles Edward Russell, John Spargo, and Samuel Hopkins Adams. Alongside a drawing of the Kaiser strung up by his wrists, Adams declared, "To me the deliberate, coldly reckoned murder of the invaded country's trees and vines so that the children of the slain and enslaved and their children's children may draw no sustenance from the kindly earth that seems the most perverse, the most detestable, the most typical of all the crimes of Kaiserism. The sterilization of Mother Earth. It took the mind of a Wilhelm to conceive it." 44. Coercion. The Bioir files in the National Archives CPI records contain a letter from Hans Rieck, the man Robert Woolley called his Bureau of Intelligence during the 1916 presidential campaign. In that race, it will be recalled, Rieck acquired internal documents from the American Independence Conference. Woolley used them to expose the allegedly secret foreign-born association supporting Charles Evans Hughes. After the election, Woolley brought Rieck with him to the Treasury Department to organize Liberty Loan publicity. Rieck headed a subdivision to promote bonds among foreign-born Americans. 45. Rieck's letter in the Bioir file was to Lewis Hammerling, the president of the American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers. Disregarding Treasury rules and alluding to proposals from Lodge and other Solons to outlaw German-language press, Rieck pressured Hammerling to arrange free space for Liberty Loan advertisements in his client's newspapers. 46. For the reason that neither the Treasury Department nor this Bureau desires to solicit nor can solicit, advertising space to be used for the purpose of displaying matter pertaining to the Liberty Loan, to be placed at the disposal of the government free of charge, I want you to consider this letter absolutely personal. In other words, to not look upon it as an official communication. It would be too bad to let anything occur which might have a tendency to spoil or in any way distract from the so highly appreciated and so very good showing which papers belonging to your association have made during the last campaign for Liberty Loan bonds. 47. This was the sort of ham-fisted maneuver British propagandists took great advantage of when it was done by the Germans. The files do not show that Boer objected to Rieg's letter, and it is unlikely he did. The CPI was not above naked coercion and condoned the use of it by others. Hammerling was a useful tool for Boer as well. In addition to controlling ads in 700-odd foreign-language newspapers, Hammerling owned an influential magazine for the foreign-born, The American Leader. Boer, who directly supervised Hammerling's work, had no compunction about leveraging his fear to force the American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers to cut ties with publications deemed disloyal. 48. Behind this approach lay a shift in thinking about public opinion. The progressive faith was built on the noble idea of giving the public the right facts, which it would accept as a natural course. But in the heat of war, their conviction about the justice of the cause overrode faith in facts. The desire to quickly correct deficiencies in public opinion led to measures that forced compliance. When promoting the use of its materials, the CPI left no doubt what it wanted done. It pushed photographs and lantern slides on teachers with a letter that read, "Every teacher in every school in the United States should regard it as a solemn duty to secure these photographs and slides for classroom work as well as for exhibition purposes." The teachers were told they could purchase on the installment plan if necessary. A recommended 4-minute man speech on Liberty loans resorted to the strong-arm tactic of peer pressure. The canned talk called for a show of hands as to who would commit to buying a bond. "Look around, count them all, the hands up, yes, when the hour of danger strikes, the stars and stripes unite us all. Now then, don't let our friends remind you to buy that bond. You remind them." 49. A widely distributed advertisement for Liberty bonds threatened ostracism in the name of decent public opinion. "I am public opinion. All men fear me. I declare that Uncle Sam shall not go to his knees to beg you to buy his bonds. That is no position for a fighting man. But if you have the money to buy, and do not buy, I will make this no man's land for you. I will judge you not by an allegiance expressed in mere words. I will judge you not by your mad cheers as our boys march away to whatever fate may have in store for them. I will judge you not by the warmth of the tears you shed over the lists of the dead and the injured that come to us from time to time. I will judge you not by your uncovered head and solemn mien as our maimed in battle return to our shores for loving care. But, as wise as I am just, I will judge you by the material aid you give to the fighting men who are facing death that you may live and move and have your being in a world made safe. I warn you, don't talk patriotism over here, unless your money is talking victory over there. I am public opinion. As I judge, all men stand or fall. How many bonds have you bought?" The Treasury Department's promotional efforts, to which the CPI contributed, relied on the same blatant coercion. Liberty loan workers were instructed to insist that buying Liberty bonds is not to be considered optional, but obligatory. The guiding idea of the Third Liberty Loan Drive was to compel as many people as possible to subscribe as much as they could afford, at the same time to wage an enthusiastic propaganda campaign to persuade them that they were subscribing voluntarily. 50. In the pages of Everybody's magazine, where he placed articles while helping the CPI, Adams celebrated the strong-arm sales technique of blue carding as part of a series he wrote called Invaded America. Liberty loan salesmen pulled out a blue card when they were unable to make headway with a potential customer. On one side, in large type, were the words Executive Committee, Liberty Loan, Federal Reserve Bank. On the back, the salesman wrote down the target's name, citizenship, family size, and so forth, looking for opportunities to press his case. If the target was a farmer who had a homestead, the salesman asked how he could refuse to buy a bond from the government that had given him land. This question and answer process often forced a purchase. When it didn't, the blue card became the basis for a subsequent call or a letter and gave the farmer restless nights. Adams was unconcerned about the coerciveness of blue carding. People who could afford to buy bonds were obliged to do so. He considered blue carding especially effective with immigrants. The blue card, he believed, was an energizing and regenerating force for nationalism. 51. Spies and Lies. Early on the morning of April 4, 1918, the body of a night watchman was found at the CPI offices on Lafayette Square. He had been shot dead by a single bullet that passed through his lungs and heart. Reports swirled about that an alien enemy had gone into the building to obtain valuable secret information in the committee's archives. This was not the first instance the CPI's headquarters was the supposed object of German intrigue. A few months earlier, when a staff member fractured his skull in a fall resulting from vertigo, the CPI withheld details. This set off widespread rumors that a German spy had attacked him. The watchman's death also had nothing to do with the German spies. At the end of the day on April 4, an African-American furnace tender named William Clements turned himself into police. The volatile watchman had violently complained that Negro help came to work too early. When he saw Clements that morning, he drew a pistol, waved it at him, and pulled the trigger 4 times. No rounds fired. The watchman had the wrong type of ammunition. Clements, who was carrying a gun because he feared trouble, fired in self-defense. 52. The specter of German intrigue haunted officials' imaginations. During the 1916 race, Woolley thought German propaganda was behind the railway strike that threatened Wilson's re-election. Attorney General Gregory suspected the Germans of financing the International Workers of the World, IWW, one of the few groups that allowed class loyalty to trump national loyalty. At a meeting of the Advisory Committee to Bester's division, a representative of the Bureau of Naturalization declared, "There are practically 10 million people in the country who owe allegiance to some government other than the United States." This was to say, every 10th American was not an American at all. 53. Officials imbued the press with these fears. Newspapers and magazines carried scare headlines daily: American invested with German spies, Literary Digest, German spies in United States, Nashville Banner. The latter story suggested Carl Boyd was recruiting people for an information mission to the United States. Carrying on his pre-war German baiting, Providence Journal editor John Ritham printed a daily warning: every German and Austrian in the United States unless known by years of association should be treated as a spy. The Milwaukee Journal, whose readership was one of the most German in the country, won a Pulitzer Prize for attacking the German culture. One of its prize-winning editorials read like a paragraph straight out of Common Cause: "Here, in this trusting, peace-loving land of ours, Dudum has in truth been a hydra-headed monster. Evil, cunning, sinuous, it has worked and plotted." Florence Finch Kelly, who helped organize Kansas for Wilson in 1916, took another leave of absence from the New York Times to uphold the morale of people at home. An immense, secretly operating German force of between 200,000 to 300,000 was at large in the country, she wrote in the resulting book. 54. The logical extension of this obsession was to root out German influence wherever possible. The day after declaring war, Wilson secretly authorized the removal of government employees considered inimical to the public welfare by reason of his conduct, sympathies, or utterances, or because of other reasons growing out of the war. The man in charge of carrying this out in the State Department was the new Third Assistant Secretary, Breckinridge Long, who had lavishly donated to Wilson's 1916 campaign and vigorously argued that Hughes was ineligible to be president on account of his father's British birth. The handsome, impeccably dressed, and wealthy young diplomat was a xenophobe. I have caused about 15 officers to go consuls, consular agents, and clerks because of German nationality or sympathy, he wrote in his diary shortly before American entrance into the war. Our service will be in much better condition if I can carry out my ideas in Americanizing it from top to bottom. 55. Government departments with intelligence bureaus in place expanded their operations, and others began similar work. Virtually the entire executive branch of the government, the New York Morning Telegraph reported, is now engaged in the new and more active spy hunt that has been inaugurated. They are the State, War, Navy, Justice, and Post Office departments, the Treasury, Agriculture, Commerce and Labor departments. Mikado, who oversaw the Treasury's Secret Service, urged the creation of a coordinating organization under Woolley, who was well equipped for this work. Nothing came of this proposal, and each department continued to expand its investigative endeavors. I have today, Gregory commented in August 1917, several 100,000 citizens, some as individuals, most of them as members of patriotic bodies engaged in upholding the government and assisting the heavily overworked federal authorities in keeping an eye on disloyal individuals and making reports of disloyal utterances. 56. The CPI was integrated into the burgeoning surveillance system. Surveillance, a word the CPI was unashamed of using, was a valuable accessory to propaganda. Reports of disloyal utterances were a barometer of public attitudes that needed to be combated. In response to a letter from Wisconsin on Senator Robert La Follette's insidious anti-war statements, James Shotwell told a State Department official, "We are anxious to keep track of all such propaganda, in order to be able to check on the condition of public opinion in different parts of the country." In addition to receiving reports from intelligence agencies, the CPI produced a survey of the sentiment of the country as expressed in the foreign language newspapers. Beginning in May 1917, the CPI enlisted volunteer readers and by June had secured the cooperation of college faculties in 20 different places. Nearly 70 professors monitored publications. In some cases, the CPI asked for daily reports. Although the CPI cut back on this work, as others had taken up the problem, Creel noted in mid-1918, reports are made on virtually every paper in the United States that is not printed in English, and we try to fight ignorance and untruth with a steady stream of articles selected with particular reference to the race or the problem of bitterness. 57. CPI surveillance took other forms. The 4-Minute Men Critic Committee in Galveston, Texas, did double duty, checking on speaker performance and reporting anything they hear in the theaters emanating from possibly disloyal citizens. On behalf of the Department of Justice, the CPI urged cartoonists to ask every loyal American to aid in the task of rooting German interests out of America, by reporting any knowledge concerning German ownership of property in this country. CPI advertisements and publications encouraged citizens to report disloyalty. In his preliminary press guidelines, Creel explicitly requested journalists report suspicious activity. People inundated the CPI with every equivocal word or suspicious action that they could see or hear of, anywhere in their daily lives, O'Higgins said. 58. Unfounded rumors vexed the government. Many were wildly inaccurate. Soldiers were given alcohol to help them endure trench life. Red Cross sweaters were unraveled when they reached Europe. Germans crucified Allied soldiers. Joseph Tumulty had been shot as a German spy. Military camps abetted prostitution. After Pearson's magazine said the French were charging Allies rent for the use of trenches, Lippmann wrote a colleague at the War Department, "This is one of those mean little tales that do immense damage." The CPI provided a useful service in combating these errant reports. But it also sought to stomp out legitimate criticism of government policy. A 4-Minute Men bulletin said that any line of attack that tries to build up American prejudice against England or criticize conscription furthered the ends of the Potsdam Gang. 59. The CPI staff held an exaggerated belief in what Ford called an extremely active and efficient German propaganda, which had thousands of dollars to R1 and which had been in the field for some 3 years. The German spy system had penetrated every Allied country, the German War Code claimed. Our own country is not yet rid of this menace. We are at war with a country that openly stands for the employment of hired assassins if necessary to overcome its enemy. These views fed off each other. After hearing Will Irwin talk about the diabolical plots and plans of the Germans, a member of the advertising division wrote to him, "I hope you will agree with the division of advertising that the enclosed copy is not too strong." 60. In his unpublished post-war recollections, O'Higgins acknowledged that others besides German agents were responsible for rumors. Some were imaginative liars who wished to make themselves appear important. Many of the rumors came from people who did not like the Wilson administration. He did not acknowledge that suppression of news was a petri dish for rumors, as was the CPI's relentless propaganda about spies. 61. When it came to his attention that a loyal war worker of British birth had said that 7,000 soldiers had perished in a recent battle, O'Higgins concluded, she had apparently been imposed upon by a German rumor monger. Falsehoods about the War Department and Food Administration, O'Higgins wrote in another CPI publication, could have been invented for partisan purposes by men who were less eager to win the war than to win election. It is much more probable that they are pro-German falsehoods invented for the purpose of weakening the confidence of the American people in the government's war work. In any case, he said, the falsehoods were hailed with joy by the enemy. Most criticism of the CPI, O'Higgins said, was lies from the Kaiserites in America who saw in the committee their official opponent. 62. Making Americans fear they were imperiled on their own soil was an effective selling tool. A sample 4-minute speech urged audiences to buy the billions of Liberty bonds needed to finance the war with this image of the lurking German. I have just received the information there is a German spy among us, a Germany spy watching us. Well, I hope these spies are getting their messages straight, letting Potsdam know that America is hurling back to the autocrats these answers, for treachery here, attempted treachery in Mexico and treachery everywhere 1 billion. For murder of American women and children 1 billion more. For broken faith and promise to murder more Americans billions and billions more. 63. The spy mania also offered a way to counter unwelcome views. Challenges to government policy, objectives, or prosecution of the war could be attributed to German influence. As a member of the APL put it, any story or rumor that makes a people nervous, uneasy, or discontented met the definition of German propaganda. CPI advertisements put Americans on high alert for treacherous dissent. Its Spies and Lies ad campaign urged citizens to report the man who spreads pessimistic stories, divulges or seeks confidential military information, cries for peace, or belittles our efforts to win the war. A slogan read, "The German army has already occupied America. The invisible host of spies is everywhere." 64. Lewis Jones on the advertising division's board wanted the campaign to be as pervasive as possible. "There is a very serious hole in the Spies and Lies campaign," he told BOIR. "Our magazine publicity will reach the educated, though thoughtless man. It does not, however, provide for reaching the uneducated, who are likely to read only yellow journals, and who do a tremendous amount of gossiping. The subject," John suggested, "adapts itself to billboard illustration." 65. Other divisions reinforced the message. Ford published German plots and intrigues in the United States during the war period of our neutrality. One of the most widely quoted 4-minute bulletins was "Where did you get your facts?" Under the rubric of types of German propaganda, it listed socialist propaganda that said this was a capitalist's war, propaganda directed at blacks who were easy targets due their illiteracy and credulity, pacifist propaganda that argued Christianity and war are not compatible, and propaganda on the Irish question, which referred to Irish claims that this could not be a war for democracy so long as Britain ruled Ireland. In the 2 weeks mandated for lectures on the subject, Porter Dunlap's 4-minute men gave 356 speeches to more than 100,000 people. 66. The CPI emblem was reminiscent of the Great Seal of the United States with its majestic eagle and American flag shield, which bespoke its authority, and it had the added touch of the torch of truth. A CPI advertisement was less subtle. It told the public to get the facts from Washington. Fear and coercion were seductive shortcuts around the arduous, uncertain route of rational persuasion. It was similarly expedient to classify dissent as enemy talk and instruct the public, as one CPI ad did, to get the facts from Washington. One of O'Higgins's features was called the official facts, a headline that newspapers often used for his articles. High-class writers of fiction. The CPI occasionally passed information from the State and Justice Departments on German spies to fiction writers. They did not use this to turn out trashy or stupid stuff, Creel assured legislators in June 1918. The writers were too high-class for that. 67. The two most prominent writers of fiction and non-fiction on the staff were Samuel Hopkins Adams and Harvey O'Higgins. Urbane, witty O'Higgins was a prolific playwright. The courtly, athletic Adams, who knew how to spin a good tale, was a literary jack of all trades whose output included children's stories and game books. Both men were literary crusaders. 68. Adams wrote Common Cause in parallel with his CPI duties. The two tasks informed each other. I'm frightfully busy trying to make a living and at the same time do such war work as is handed to me, and it is being handed at an increasing rate, I assure you, he told his publisher. The gist of the book, he went on in the letter, was loyalty vs. German propaganda. The setting for the novel was Wisconsin, he called it Centralia, where he did research for his Invaded America articles in Everybody's. By the time the book appeared in 1919, the war was over. But a version of it appeared the previous summer in the Saturday Evening Post. 69. This was not all Adams did to forge a spirit of common cause during his association with the CPI. In short fiction stories he wrote about another small-town newspaperman who teamed with a government agent to foil a German plot, about a young man who bribed his draft board so he could enlist in the army, and about a 4-minute man who, finding that words failed him, punched a Wisconsin Swede who did not show adequate enthusiasm for the war. In the New York Tribune, Adams attacked the editor of the Yiddish Daily Forward and Victor L. Berger, editor of the Milwaukee Leader. Both socialists were not wholeheartedly behind the war. Adams castigated La Follette, asking the question, is Wisconsin against America? This was apparently fine with Creel, who thought the Justice Department did not act energetically enough in that state. 70. Adams's Invaded America series revealed Germany's poisoning of the American mind. He repeated the canard about German use of cadavers for soap and fertilizer. He employed the pernicious propaganda technique of arguing that the absence of incriminating evidence showed how insidious the enemy was. Regarding German propaganda, he said, of the precise method employed I cannot speak with knowledge. It may be that there is a central and secret bureau, a German official press agency, which plans each separate campaign and issues instructions or even syndicated matter. He wondered whether perhaps my country is too tolerant of the alien within its gates. 71. Anyone who questioned Adams's line of thinking was, to his way of thinking, disloyal. The fact is, Adams wrote privately at the end of the war, that I am in a rather cynical mood as to those untrammeled spirits who tremble lest war methods fix upon us shackles that we never can throw off. Wherever I had talked with men of this mind I have found them to be either pro-German or pacifist at bottom. 72. Adams called himself a national security and defense executive. O'Higgins considered himself a literary conscript for the Committee on Public Information. His writing could be as amped as Adams's was. Shortly before the United States entered the war, he wrote, "The Germans gave us our choice. Be German, they said, or be killed. We are like the passengers on a larger Lusitania." 73. O'Higgins specialized in German lies. His method of operation was to troll through rumors sent to him in search of ones that should be scotched. He wrote The Kaiserreich in America, 101 German Lies, the booklet designed for use by traveling salesmen. His pamphlet The German Whisper warned Americans that they were under an attack designed by the German General Staff. As in Russia and in Italy, O'Higgins wrote, so here also a campaign of German propaganda, a gas attack of poisonous lies and rumors and false reports has been launched successfully and is now underway. 74. In mid-1918 O'Higgins started a syndicated feature called The Daily German Lie. Newspapers across the country ran the column. No publication seemed too insignificant to be on the mailing list, not even the house organ of Niagara Paper Mills in Lockport, New Jersey. The feature resembled Weil's Germany Day by Day on German propaganda for the London Daily Mail. One especially convoluted column blamed the Germans for the false atrocity stories that were leveled against them. The Germans, O'Higgins argued, put out the false stories in order to inflame American troops, who would then commit similar crimes, thereby making the German soldier fight all the harder. False stories of atrocities, O'Higgins warned his readers, discredited the well-authenticated cases committed on Belgian girls during the early days of the war. 75. It would be practically impossible, O'Higgins wrote in response to an inquiry about German atrocities, to exaggerate the truth of the German atrocities committed in this war. 76. Dangerous organizations. At the end of 1917, a Boston minister asked Newton Baker if the American Defense Society had the endorsement and approval of the U.S. government in its propaganda. Baker turned to George Creel for advice. "It is one of these worthy organizations," Creel replied, "that persists in doing stupid and even dangerous things. It is not possible for me to attack it, but I refuse to recognize it in any way, and whenever the opportunity presents itself, I am kicking out some of its supporters." 77. Creel had uneasy relations with the ads and organizations like it. They criticized him for lack of patriotic enthusiasm. In his memoirs, Creel called the ads and the National Security League obnoxious. But at the same time the CPI was interwoven with them. 78. Arthur Bester headed the National Security League's Committee on Patriotism Through Education, which published a speaker's handbook of its own. In July 1917, his Chautauqua institution hosted an NSL-sponsored speakers training camp that included CPI participation. When Bester created the CPI's speaking division, he sought help from Robert M. McElroy, a Princeton professor who was educational director of the NSL. A committee under McElroy produced a detailed plan for a national campaign to be conducted by the Allied societies under the direction of the Bureau Sic of Public Information. McElroy, a handsome, muscular presence wearing a silver NSL lapel pin, was to be remembered for an intemperate speech at the University of Wisconsin. The state, he said, had to choose between German and American. When the attention of rain-drenched students flagged, McElroy shouted out, "By God, I believe you are traitors." 79. The Vigilantes was the brainchild of Hermann Hagedorn, a pro-Roosevelt German-American author and poet. The idea was hatched one dour Sunday afternoon in November 1916 in the home of playwright Porter Emerson Brown. "Germany," Brown said of the inspiration for the group, "has unsheathed and brought into play one weapon that the Allies and ourselves didn't even know existed. It is propaganda." The Vigilantes developed intelligent public opinion through syndicated articles, poetry, posters, and speeches to quicken the people of America into a sense of the country's peril. By May 1917, the group was sending typeset stories every Friday to newspapers in towns with populations over 5,000 inhabitants, divvying up stories among those in each town to avoid duplication. It reached 10,000 weeklies through the American Press Association. 80. Pro-Roosevelt critics of Wilson were members of the Vigilantes. But so were Wilson disciples Charles Hopkins Adams, Charles Dana Gibson, Ernest Poole, Bruce Barton, and Ida Tarbell. In one of his first planning meetings, Hagedorn met at the Players Club with the president of the NSL and a director of the ads. In addition to supporting those organizations, the Vigilantes boosted Liberty Loans. Woolley was a member of the Vigilantes, the Red Cross, and the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, a group the CPI quietly sustained. Ernest Poole asked Hagedorn to write articles for the CPI's Foreign Press Bureau. 81. In late 1917, Creel encouraged the American Defense Society to move its publicity bureau to Washington in order to work closely with the CPI. The ADS, which had Roosevelt as its honorary president, was in the vanguard of the 100% Americanism movement. Its American Vigilance Patrol was on the lookout for seditious street oratory and urged police to arrest the orators for disorderly conduct. Writers working with the CPI served on the ADS publicity committee. Creel wanted the ADS to expand its work by adding journalists of the type of Samuel Hopkins Adams and Harvey O'Higgins. The strong funding the ADS received from wealthy Republicans made it attractive to Creel, who was always looking for additional revenue to do his work. An affiliation with the CPI appealed to the ADS because it would give the organization access to secret telegrams and messages constituting revelations which the American people are entitled to know but which the Bureau of Information the CPI has hitherto been unable to issue for lack of competent help. Articles produced by the ADS-funded staff would be issued under auspices of government agencies after being viced by Mr. Creel. An ADS internal memorandum noted, the Publicity Bureau could handle many topics, such as an attack on Senator La Follette, which a government agency could not handle. 82. Although the idea did not come to fruition, it indicated Creel's flexibility in partnering with patriotic organizations of which he disapproved. A few months later, the CPI asked the ADS for its publications, saying many of them can be used to great advantage in our work in Mexico and Spanish America. About this time Creel congratulated the founder of the ADS on drumming George Sylvester Viereck out of the Authors League of America. 83. From 8,000 sources I am told. The Great War was half a world away. It was never a fight for American security. Wilson based involvement on the idealistic end of helping bring a just peace. Stories on spying and disloyalty made the war seem more proximate and threatening. During the debate over the Espionage Act, the administration emphasized that German propaganda was a continuing menace. The germ is still alive, the Indianapolis Star dutifully reported, and it would be a fatal blunder for the authorities not to take notice of this fact, the Department of Justice officials say. 84. The government continued to plant scare news. The vigilantes reveled in their access to much valuable government information on enemy propaganda, which they passed on without any hint they were being used by government authorities to shape public opinion. News stories carried unsubstantiated assertions of the most general sort. Enemy propaganda was a continuing threat, wrote Isaac Marcosson, who sought the CPI's help for a Saturday Evening Post article. Government agents, he reported, had evidence of a fresh campaign to distort and shape public opinion in favor of ending the war. He did not say what that evidence was. 85. In early 1918 the British slipped cables to the French and the Americans that it intercepted relating to Joseph Cale-Lox. Cale-Lox was in jail on charges of treason in order to keep him out of the way. Like the French, the British feared Cale-Lox would use his influence to bring about a negotiated peace that precluded all-out victory. A French newspaper coined the word defeatism for him. The British Director of Naval Intelligence, said an American diplomat in London, thinks of nothing but hanging Cale-Lox. One cable contained comments that Cale-Lox made during a visit to Argentina in 1915. According to a confidential agent, he was contemptuous of the French leaders attacking him, believed that the Germans did commit atrocities, and cautioned that German praise for him and his peace message injures his position in France. 86. None of this proved Cale-Lox was a traitor, but it was made to seem so by the CPI, which was given the cables. The official bulletin splashed the Cale-Lox revelations across its front page. To heighten the impression of sinister collusion with the Germans, the CPI included a German government press notice that ordered journalists to keep Cale-Los's name out of the news, as Cale-Lox had asked. No mention was made of the fact that the French forbade its press to mention the former minister because it would encourage peace talk. The New York Times, which along with other newspapers dutifully reported these putative revelations, did not say in its story that Cale-Lox believed the Germans were guilty of atrocities. It emphasized instead that Bernstorff used cable lines for unneutral purposes. 87. The CPI was a two-way conveyor belt for spy information. O'Higgins sifted through the reports of disloyalty that were sent to him by journalists, community leaders, and citizens. He passed those that might warrant action to the Justice Department. He also received tips from Army intelligence. Ford drew on Justice Department, War College, and State Department records in the preparation of German plots and intrigues. 88. Before coming to the CPI, Adams wrote a New York Tribune column called Advisor to expose dishonest advertising. The Tribune created a Bureau of Investigations to ferret out information he could use. In September 1917, Adams used the same muckraking style to expose German treachery, this time with the help of Justice Department investigators who seized papers the year before from the New York office of Wolf von Eigel, secretary to Captain von Papen. The papers belonged in the same category as the contents of Dr. Albert's briefcase. They documented subsidies to journalists, connections to Irish revolutionaries working against the British, and possible sabotage of a canal in Canada. With Lansing's blessing, Adams prepared, as Creel put it, a skillful analysis that showed German intrigue down to the last sordid detail. The official bulletin carried the revelations, and newspapers across the country did their part to play up the official expose. The managing editor of the Brooklyn Eagle, who complained about the flood of CPI news, had no objection to this handout. He wanted more CPI stories of the Eigel type. Von Eigel's papers belonged to a period before the war. He had gone home before he could be tried for conspiring to destroy a canal in Canada, but the clear implication of this news was that German subversion was alive and ubiquitous. 89. In keeping with Wilson's Flag Day speech, Creel claimed the CPI did not vilify Germans, only their leaders responsible for the war. But this was not so. The bestial figures in CPI posters, cartoons, and advertisements occasionally resembled the Kaiser, but often they were quotidian Germans in uniform. The suspicious Mrs. Wanzer in Adams's Common Cause, who objected to 4-minute men interrupting movies, was a housewife. Ford's booklet Conquest and Kultur was not limited to statements from the Kaiser, his ministers, and his generals. It quoted German professors, stage directors, writers, clergy, journalists, a physician, a letter writer to a German-American newspaper, and a second lieutenant on the German general staff. It is well enough to attempt to differentiate between the German and his government, Arthur Bester wrote in a National Security League publication, but most Germans make no such differentiation. 90. After the war, Creel complained the CPI did not deserve criticism for bloody Liberty Loan advertisements, but it did. Many of the posters produced by Gibson's artists did not identify themselves as associated with his division or the Committee on Public Information, an omission that Creel complained about to Gibson. One omission was Joseph Pennell's famous, evocative poster of a flame-engulfed Statue of Liberty, with merciless Hun planes swooping overhead. He conceived it while attending a CPI meeting in which the request was made for drawings for the 4th Liberty Loan Drive. The CPI helped produce it. The CPI's name appears nowhere on it. Similarly, a poster with a bloody handprint on his mark showed no CPI affiliation even though the division used it as a representative example of the work it did. 9 out of every 10 posters which you see on the boards for any department of government, Boer told a Chicago audience, were created by the organization that Mr. Creel has built. 91. In 1915, Joseph Tumulty told Wilson it was imperative to show action in combating German intrigue, lest he lose public support. The country every day, he said, reads of the efforts of these hyphenated Americans to destroy manufacturing plants, to poison and control public opinion in every way. Officials' fear of opposition to the war and their desire to squelch it led to wild exaggerations of the threat from the one element of the population that could be easily labeled un-American, those of German extraction. The CPI energized this continuous propaganda feedback loop. It encouraged Americans to imagine spies and treachery everywhere, which led to sightings that reinforced the impression and led to calls for more diligent searches for hidden treachery. From 1,000 sources, Creel told a group of journalists, "I am told of the wonder of German propaganda. But American propagandists had propagandized themselves. 92. Not infrequently as many as 1,500 complaints reached the Department of Justice in a single day, Gregory said. It is safe to say that there is nothing whatever in 95% of these cases, and yet all are thoroughly investigated in order that we may cull out the small number which justify prosecution. Having a German name, reading a German language paper, attending a church with a German name were grounds for harassment. After Mikado strenuously objected to the American Protective League's use of the term Secret Service, which made them sound as though their members were Treasury Secret Service agents, the Justice Department ordered APL agents to put away their badges. APL directors complied half-heartedly by telling their members not to use their badges except when approaching one who cannot read English. 93. Despite the widespread fear of spies, the Germans did not leave a spy sabotage network behind when the United States entered the war. Only one agent was convicted. Lothar Witzke, a handsome young German, was apprehended when he crossed from Mexico into Arizona to start an uprising through the IWW. The plot was as bizarrely unrealistic as Zimmerman's plot to induce Mexico to reconquer lost territory in the United States. Witzke carried a crude Russian passport and a piece of paper easily decoded by the British that identified him as a German secret agent. 9 days before the war ended, a U.S. Army military court sentenced him to death. Wilson commuted the sentence to life imprisonment. Witzke was released in 1923. 8. Working from the inside. When the campaign is tremendous, don't think it just happens. Something has to be done to get millions of people to think the thought you want them to think and then to get them to act on that thought. Karl Boyer. In 1935, Karl Boyer told military officers at the Army War College how to mobilize all the living forces of a nation to secure a given course of conduct or action. They must become behind-the-scenes stage hands. The first step was to create front organizations with names that establish in themselves the soundness of the movement and the integrity of its purpose. He uttered the word integrity without any sense of irony. 1. The CPI routinely partnered with other organizations. The Council of National Defense supported the 4-Minute Men. Ford's Education Division relied on the National Board for Historical Service. Bester's Speaking Division coordinated oratory among government and extra-governmental organizations. The Wisconsin Loyalty Legion, the right-arm distributing agency of the CPI, promoted Adams's Common Cause among state newspaper editors. The CPI cooperated with extremist patriotic organizations that it did not fully endorse. 2. These connections were obvious to see. But others were not, especially when it came to targeting two groups whose loyalty the CPI was especially keen to secure: immigrants and labor. Some of this deserves to be remembered as wholesome. The division of work with the foreign-born enlisted immigrants to work with immigrants. This effort, Creel said, steered clear of the accepted forms of Americanization. We worked from the inside, not from the outside, aiding each group to develop its own loyalty league, and utilizing the natural and existing leaders, institutions, and machinery. As positive as this sounded, however, it was at odds with the democratic idea inherent in Wilson's admonition that Creel was to spend no dollar on a secret errand or try to camouflage a single activity. The CPI worked from the inside and, to the degree it could, out of sight. It designed the organizations to appear organic and veiled its affiliation with them. Despite Creel's claim that we gave counsel, not commands, the CPI stage managed the organization's activities, with Boyer playing a leading role in the deception. 3. Creel was no stranger to sleight of hand. He was caught in the act in 1914, when Frank Walsh, chairman of the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations, led an inquiry into the treatment of workers by the Rockefellers and other owners of Colorado mining companies. Creel praised the commission's work in two Harper's Weekly articles that muckraked the coal companies for poisoning public opinion to cover up their guilt in the Ludlow massacre. It was in this reporting that Creel launched the attack on survey editor Paul Kellogg that drew Walter Lippmann's scathing rebuke. It will be recalled that Creel's criticism of Kellogg focused on his conflict of interest in praising the Rockefeller Foundation's inquiry into mining practices while his magazine was receiving foundation support. Creel did not acknowledge that he was doing something similar. He was a close friend of Walsh since his Kansas City days and on the payroll of Walsh's commission. There is no evidence Creel felt chastened when Kellogg called attention to his conflict of interest. Point 4. Creel condoned similar behavior by his CPI colleagues. Samuel Hopkins Adams sold propaganda articles without noting his CPI affiliation. In one instance where he was more forthcoming, the admission was too coy to be illuminating. Nowadays, when he picked up his pen, Adams said in an author's sketch accompanying a short story, "It is mainly in the conscientious endeavor to earn the $1 a year which a recklessly extravagant government pays me, or to write articles or fiction dealing with the one all-engrossing subject, the war." 5. The impulses that led CPI staff to lean on emotions also led it to operate in a way progressives found loathsome in trusts, the surreptitiousness with which they operated. When Ray Stannard Baker muckraked the railroads, he showed how they planted news, withheld advertising from unfriendly publications, and bought newspapers outright. Now it is a good thing for the people to have all the arguments, he concluded, provided they know the source from which the arguments come. One of the many ironies of the CPI was its relentless insistence that German propagandists subverted American public opinion through insidious subterfuge while at the very same time concealing its own activities. Point 6. July 4th Loyalty Day. The July 4th Loyalty Day, inspired by theater publicist Harry Reichenbach in 1918, produced a spectacular national display of patriotism with Wilson at its center. At 2 o'clock the President and representatives of foreign language groups boarded the presidential yacht Mayflower at the Navy Yard for a trip up the Potomac River. The hills of Mt. Vernon were black with thousands of people, recalled Attorney General Gregory, who was among the perspiring throng of officials and diplomats. Frederick Lewis Allen, who came with 2 friends in a rented Ford, noticed Creel was hustling about, apparently telling people where to go and making arrangements in general. Irish tenor John McCormack started the ceremonies with the Star-Spangled Banner. When he repeated the refrain, "Then conquer we must," Wilson extended his hand. As a light southerly breeze took the edge off the late afternoon heat, the foreign-born laid wreaths on George Washington's tomb. "We, who make this pilgrimage," their spokesman said, "are the offspring of 33 different nations and Americans all." Wilson responded with a speech envisioning a new world organization for peace. Straining on tiptoe to see the president over the crowd, Allen again noticed Creel, standing between the orating president and his wife. 7. This would have been a grand Independence Day no matter what. The war spirit was high in the country. New Navy vessels were launched in San Francisco that day. But the dominant motif was the unfurling of foreign-born patriotism in unison with the Mt. Vernon event. Parades, folk singing, and tableaux sponsored by allied nations took place all over the nation's capital. The New York City Parade, which the New York Times called a demonstration of the loyalty of Americans of foreign birth, lasted more than 10 hours and had more than 70,000 marchers. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, had a glorious Fourth, proclaimed a local paper, a riot of color, bands, flags, and nationalities. If ever the melting pot of the nations showed the strength and glory and knitting powers of freedom, it was at yesterday morning's 4th of July parade, proclaimed the San Francisco Chronicle's front page. From the Embarcadero to the City Hall, Market Street was lined with patriotic multitudes. 8. Loyalty Day was the largest public event the CPI organized. It was the sort of thing Creel liked to boast about, and he did so well after the fact, when he tallied the committee's accomplishments. At the time Loyalty Day took place, however, the CPI adopted Boer's stagehand role. While expressing exuberance for the celebration, Creel credited the foreign element with taking advantage of the day to express their devotion to America. The United Press Washington bureau chief knew Creel was behind the peach of a stunt. But the Times, the Harrisburg Telegraph, and the San Francisco Chronicle ran many columns without a single mention of the CPI. Frederick Lewis Allen, who was on the Council of National Defense and worked closely with the CPI, noticed Creel bustling, but was apparently unaware of the CPI's role in orchestrating the event. 9. The first illusion in this Loyalty Day theater was the impression that patriotic immigrants inspired it. This, argued Will Irwin, prevented the enemy from saying that the government had bludgeoned the foreigners into taking this action. Irwin described the procedure this way: the head man of all our 33 foreign-born groups, charmed with the idea, petitioned President Wilson to endorse their desire to manifest, by special celebrations, our loyalty to this country and to the cause for which we fight. Irwin went on: Wilson, with the fire having been built under him, fell into line and issued the appropriate proclamation. We wrote the copy in our office, he merely added a few may I nots. The official bulletin gave all credit to the foreign-born groups, briefly noting Wilson asked the CPI and the Council of National Defense to cooperate. The suggestion that Wilson make a presidential pilgrimage to Mount Vernon to deliver his speech came from Creel. When the president balked at using Washington's tomb as a July 4th prop, Creel brought the foreign-born into play by getting them to request Wilson to do so. It was Wilson's idea to travel on the Mayflower rather than by car. The deftly directed occasion stood out in the life of the committee, Creel said when he got around to bragging, as one of the few events that swept from start to finish without attack, obstruction, or untoward happening. 10. Loyalty Day was the culmination of organizational efforts that began, piecemeal, the previous fall and produced associations with such evocative names as the Jacob A. Riis League of Patriotic Service, which united Danes. Like the July 4th event, the purpose of these leagues was to promote and demonstrate loyalty. They adhered to Boer's principle of a setup with names that establish in themselves the soundness of the movement and the integrity of its purpose. Pianist, composer, and future Prime Minister of Poland Ignacy Paderewski rallied Poles. German-born New York banking partners and philanthropists Jacob Schiff and Otto H. Kahn lent their names and money to the American Friends of German Democracy. Dr. Antonio Stella, an esteemed New York physician dedicated to improving living conditions among his fellow immigrants, was president of the Roman Legion of America. 11. Whenever possible, the CPI played down its involvement. It openly stood behind the American-Hungarian Loyalty League, whose name Creel suggested, when its head, Alexander Konta, insisted on it. Konta felt government recognition would offset claims he was disloyal. Creel had favored the league standing by itself, just as the other organizations stand. Nevertheless, Hans Rieg, who was well connected with immigrant populations, was for months unaware the Hungarian League was a CPI invention. 12. The American Friends of the German Republic began without CPI impetus. After taking a new name that hit a more suitable note for propaganda, the American Friends of German Democracy fell under the CPI's aegis but maintained the impression of independence. In February 1918, it staged a mass meeting in New York's Grand Central Palace. News stories reported the 3 hours of condemnation of the Kaiser without any mention of the CPI. The Friends of German Democracy was formed by me and is financed by me, Creel reassured Attorney General Gregory, who was questioning the organization's patriotism. Everything it does is under my direction. But Creel did not want the link known. We are not advertising it, he told a State Department colleague. The organization should be left unhindered without reference to me. 13. Boer traveled across the country to help ethnic leaders establish local clubs. He came with money and strategic advice. In order to get the Sons of Herman to join forces with the Friends of German Democracy, he wrote its president, it might be advantageous for all concerned if the officers and members of your organization could work out a plan of cooperation. They did. Boer authorized Julius Koetken to urge the organization to change its constitution, which required members to do business in the German language. 14. Management of such an impromptu collection of immigrant organizations was difficult. Alexander Konta of the American-Hungarian Loyalty League presented an especially difficult problem. His league thrived. It had satellite offices in half a dozen cities and 25,000 members, each of whom paid a $1 fee. But Kanta's budget, like that of sister organizations, was not large, and his spending habits troubled Bioir. When the CPI urged ethnic groups to self-finance the mobilization of their people for the July 4th Loyalty Day, Kanta threatened to resign. A few days later, he told Bioir that he appreciated that the suspicion of subsidization would spoil the appearance of spontaneity, but without CPI money, you can count me out. If you do wake up, I hope you won't call on me at 48 hours notice. It is unclear how Bioir resolved this or how much Kanta's League contributed to the event, although other Hungarian societies participated. 15. Karl Bioir believed propagandists should be behind-the-scenes stagehands, creating front organizations with names that establish in themselves the soundness of the movement and the integrity of its purpose. He used the word integrity with no sense of irony. War Department, Army War College, Historical Section, World War I Branch. Bioir closely supervised Louis Hammerling, the Austrian-born president of the American Association of Foreign Language Newspapers. Hammerling's value went beyond his near monopoly over advertising in 700-odd immigrant newspapers. He was influential in ethnic communities and skilled in politics, having worked for the Republicans in recent presidential campaigns. As soon as Hammerling saw the announcement of the July 4th Loyalty Day, he offered to arrange meetings and distribute releases to the foreign language press. Hammerling got the impression that he was an assistant director at the CPI. 16. Division of Work with the Foreign-Born. By May 1918, CPI activities with immigrant groups expanded to the point that Creel felt he needed a coordinating body. The Division of Work with the Foreign-Born had 14 bureaus, each responsible for a segment of the immigrant population. It absorbed the Foreign Language Newspaper Division, working from the inside, which monitored ethnic and overseas newspapers and translated materials. One of its first tasks was planning the 4th of July Loyalty Day. The head of the division was social reformer Josephine Roche. Roche, who worked in New York settlements during graduate studies at Columbia University, was one of the Denver Gang, as Judge Ben Lindsay called Creel, O'Higgins, and others in his progressive circle. During his turbulent tenure as police commissioner, Creel hired her as an inspector of public amusements. In addition to keeping youth away from alcohol and sex, she fought prostitution. Not yet 30 years old, the square-jawed, badge-wearing Roche carried herself with authority, but as Creel put it in an admiring article, she wanted to avoid all necessity of making arrests. Her solution to prostitution was to shut down brothels, treat venereal disease, and help prostitutes find respectable employment. 17. After the outbreak of war in 1914, Roche raised funds for Herbert Hoover's Commission for Relief in Belgium but was not keen for America to fight. That stay-out-of-war view led her to support Wilson in his 1916 re-election campaign, a close call for her because he did not support a constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote. When the offer to join the CPI came in the spring of 1918, the entire Denver Gang was in a patriotic harness, including Judge Lindsay, who was on a 5-month European speaking tour financed by the CPI and the British Bureau of Information. Roche surrendered to the impulse to overcome years of neglect and even injustice toward immigrants. In addition to informing immigrants, she wanted to serve them as an intermediary with the federal government. 18. As head of the Division of Work with the Foreign-Born, Josephine Roche sought not only to mobilize support for the war but also to overcome years of neglect and even injustice toward immigrants. Edward Costigan Papers, University of Colorado, Boulder Library. Creel shared Roche's point of view. He liked to use variations of the phrase "it has been years since the melting pot has done any melting." A year before America went to war, he lamented that immigrants did not speak English, lived in sordid colonies, and failed to transfer their allegiance, a domestic peril that threatens the permanence of American institutions as gravely as any menace of foreign foe. He largely blamed this on American institutions, not on the newcomers who needed education, protection from con men, public employment bureaus, and health clinics. 19. The Division of Work with the Foreign-Born was one of many Americanizing organizations. In February 1918, the CPI asked mayors for a list of the organizations doing local Americanization work. The survey identified 32 different groups. Given the perceived authority of the CPI, the letters had the unintended effect of suggesting to some mayors that they were now federal agents for Americanization. The Council of National Defense, with CPI approval, had to send out a letter to clear up the confusion. One especially dynamic leader of Americanization was Frances Kelliher, who had helped organize Republican Women's Cross-Country Billionaire Special on behalf of Hughes. She recruited Roche in 1913 to head the educational arm of the Progressive Party in Colorado. Kelliher's interest in foreign transplants was kindled when then-Governor Hughes put her on a commission in 1908 to improve conditions for aliens. She later guided the Committee for Immigrants in America. In 1915, the committee foreshadowed the CPI's Loyalty Day with a national 4th of July Americanization Day. The slogan was "Many peoples, but one nation." When war came, as John Hyam noted, one nation took precedence over many peoples. Kelliher's committee along with others advocated surveillance, suppression, and the forced study of English. 20. Roche's division, Creel boasted, worked from the inside by organizing the various foreign language groups into loyalty leagues and through the foreign language press, through their societies, through their leaders. Roche conducted a national Americanization survey to identify churches, clubs, and businesses involved with the foreign-born. Instead of devoting its energies to eliminating foreign languages, her division spoke in them in order to connect with those peoples. When she learned that organizations doing similar work did not appoint immigrant staff as executives, she decided to be the exception, see Table 2. The approach was practical as well as idealistic. In our schools, our churches, our press, and in our social life, English should be the one accepted language, and this must, of necessity, be our goal, Creel wrote to Wilson. But the ideal of tomorrow cannot alter the facts of today. 21. Table 2. The division of work with the foreign-born. The CPI's approach to the foreign-born was strikingly similar to the 1916 Democratic National Committees. At the same time Wooley's publicity bureau linked Hughes with supposedly un-American immigrant groups, it appealed to immigrant voters by distributing materials in their native languages and dispatching speakers who spoke in their tongue. Lawrence Larson, an eminent Norwegian-born University of Illinois history professor who assisted the CPI, advised the best way to reach Scandinavians was by bringing a first-class Swedish American on the staff. Occasionally during presidential campaigns, he said, the national committees have secured Scandinavians for work of this sort. 22. Roche's bureaus helped immigrants. They translated CPI and other government publications, created their own materials, and sent speakers to foreign-born colonies. Materials went to immigrant associations, which pushed them onward to their constituents and to foreign-language newspapers. Bureaus sought to rectify wrong conditions affecting the foreign-born. They answered inquiries written by immigrants and visited communities. The Yugoslav Bureau made an extraordinary 124 visits to 53 localities. The Division of Foreign Language Newspapers provided immigrant editors with news from their home countries. News releases contained information on the prevention of venereal disease, war risk insurance, land reclamation, vocational training, and naturalization. Roche's division produced positive stories on immigrant acts of loyalty for use in English language and ethnic newspapers. 23. Still, the chief objective of the division was to do well propagandistically while doing good civically. It educated immigrants on the conscription laws and income tax. Stories of immigrant loyalty highlighted acts the CPI wanted to encourage, such as the purchase of Liberty bonds and military service. There was much gained by giving home country news to foreign language papers. The CPI exercised considerable influence on news read by German Americans. For 3 years the German-American papers have been cut off from their foreign exchanges, always the most important part of the papers. William Churchill, the chief of the foreign language newspaper division, told Creel. If we undertook to let them have this look in, they will feed out of hands on all the propaganda we supply. the division played up news of German and Austro-Hungarian military setbacks and brutality to their own citizens. The American Friends of German Democracy, which functioned more openly as the German bureau in Rosch's division, had its own bulletin, employed 4 field organizers and collected information on German groups and the methods by which German propaganda made headway and the successful methods of overcoming it. The latter was passed on to intelligence agencies. Point 24. Edwin Björkman exemplified the sort of first-class person Larsen had in mind to work with Scandinavians. Born in Sweden, he became a naturalized U.S. citizen in 1915. He worked for Swedish-language newspapers in the Midwest before breaking into mainstream journalism with the Minneapolis Times, New York Times, and World's Work. Genuinely patriotic and positively anti-German, the way Larsen hoped, Björkman served with the New York militia during the Spanish-American War. In the fall of 1914, while visiting Sweden, he passed intelligence to Wellington House, which subsequently put him in charge of counteracting German propaganda there. With the British not wanting to propagandize openly in Sweden any more than in the United States, Björkman was ostensibly a correspondent with Reuters and the London Daily Telegraph. In the summer of 1917, he headed to the United States to make the case, as he informed the British Department of Information, for America's taking her proper place beside you in the propaganda work as in everything else. By the end of the year he and Creel finalized the details of his employment with the CPI. Point 25. Creel told Björkman to begin in Chicago, which had a vibrant Scandinavian community, and then proceed to Minneapolis and to any other points that your judgment will suggest as wise. Björkman had an aptitude for organization as evidenced by his formation, as a young man in Sweden, of the Swedish Wholesale Clerks Association. The plan he outlined for Creel called for the organization of Swedes to appear spontaneous. He established the John Ericsson League of Patriotic Service by early March 1918. A Swedish news service was in place the end of April. His message was furl your Swedish flag and gently lay it aside. 26. When Rosch's division was formed in May, Björkman was put in charge of the Scandinavia Bureau, which included Danes, Norwegians, Swedes, Finns, and, by reason of his knowledge and sympathies, the Dutch. He was adamant on the need for materials in the Swedish language. When the governor of Iowa proclaimed only English should be spoken in school, conversations in public, and the pulpit, Björkman complained to Creel. This may have prompted Creel's note to Wilson on the importance of foreign languages for propaganda. 27. Over a 12-month period ending in 1919, the Bureau produced an average of 3 releases a day, including weekends. The Bureau prepared a weekly summary of news from overseas. The Bureau admitted to exercising censorship by discouraging Swedes from running articles by certain individuals as their tone was not suitable or American. These suggestions were not only followed, but taken willingly and in the right spirit. As adamantly as Björkman opposed outlawing foreign languages, he believed safeguards were necessary to know what was said in the lodges of the Swedish secret societies. He asked editors to inform us of every lie and foolish rumor brought to your attention. 28. John Ericsson, 1803–89, was a celebrated Swedish-American mechanical engineer and inventor. Although exhibiting a slight tendency towards opposition in the beginning, Swedish papers made use of Bureau materials, as Table 3 illustrates. This was consistent with other papers served by the Scandinavian Bureau. The success of the Bureau, the editor of its Dutch news service commented, lay in not approaching the foreign-born as strangers and writing in the language which they still understand best. The CPI had no objection to newspapers using its material in editorials without attribution. Point 29. Table 3. Swedish language newspapers' use of the CPI Swedish service. Organization work is dear to me, Björkman told Finns meeting under the auspices of their CPI-created Lincoln Loyalty League, and details of it I need not mix into 30. African Americans and pacifists. Rosch's bureaus were limited to people of European extraction. None touched Hispanics or Asians, although the latter had small roles in the July 4th fete. African Americans were treated by the CPI, as they were by America generally, as a group apart. The CPI worried that blacks were especially susceptible to pro-German propaganda and lies which are continually being circulated. A CPI Negro division was proposed, but Creel chose to make his counter-drive against German lies in the black community through existing divisions and in cooperation with Emmett Scott, an associate of Booker T. Washington whom Newton Baker appointed his special assistant on race relations. A realist, Scott said the source of black susceptibility to German propaganda was to be found in lynchings. These lynchings, be it remembered, were not made in Germany. 31. Boer urged black editors to secure business sponsors for CPI advertisements. The film division produced Our Colored Fighters, which showed in churches and social centers as well as movie theaters, and wrote scenarios that were produced by others. Black 4-Minute Men spoke to black audiences, although the associate director of the 4-Minute Men for the southern part of the country thought no one better able to help the Negro, educate him, and inspire him to loyalty than the white people with whom he comes in contact. The CPI's division of women's war work was particularly active among the colored women in an attempt to combat a great deal of rumor and propaganda among that group. 32. At the suggestion of military intelligence, which paid special attention to Negro subversion, Scott proposed a conference of 31 black journalists to get their agreement that Negro public opinion should be led along helpful lines. Boer helped arrange the 3-day gathering, in June 1918, in the Interior Building. Wilson, whose record on race was abysmal, turned down Creel's suggestion to meet the journalists informally because black delegations always went away dissatisfied. Creel addressed them instead. At the journalists' request, Creel arranged press accreditation for a black war correspondent with the American Expeditionary Force. Ralph Tyler, a rarity, had worked for a white-owned Ohio newspaper and was active in Republican politics. He went to France as a member of the CPI staff. "I am getting good propaganda stuff," he wrote Boer in September 1918. Tyler recounted the splendid endurance and valiant fighting of the colored soldiers. The CPI killed his stories about French women's willingness to socialize with blacks. Privately he told Scott of rampant discrimination, "For the colored soldier over here, this war is a tragedy." 33. When it came to combating pacifism, Creel found an institutional ally in the Church Peace Union. The union began as a peace education organization funded by Andrew Carnegie. In 1917, the CPU concluded the best avenue for the clergy to exert its influence lay in winning the war against autocracy and establishing a League of Nations. The CPU served as the CPI's agent promoting the moral aims of the war among churches and especially among African Americans and women. The CPU highlighted its affiliation with the CPI in red letters on its stationery. This delighted Creel and inoculated the CPU against charges its peace agenda was disloyal. 34. Like the 4-Minute Men, Rausch's division pursued the progressive goal of rational top-down organization to establish correct thought and action. And like the 4-Minute Men, which appeared to be local while taking cues from Washington, the CPI created the impression of autonomy among foreign-born communities. The difference was that the CPI pulled strings that were far less visible in the case of immigrants. Julius Koetken, secretary of the Friends of German Democracy and its prime mover, believed membership was stunted because German Americans feared joining a group with the odious word German in its title. They did not realize it was a CPI-affiliated group. 35. The CPI was even stealthier in its work with labor. The great problem of labor. In December 1917, Creel encouraged Cyrus McCormick, the Chicago manufacturing titan of farm implements, to help finance the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy. McCormick was Wilson's classmate at Princeton and one of the president's longtime political supporters. "This is our most important body," Creel said of the AALD, "and I am eager to have it stand on its own feet." Financial contributions, Creel added, "would not only please me, but others who are above me." 36. Creel's oblique reference to Wilson was indicative of the alliance's cloaked relationship with the administration. After the war, in his complete report on CPI activities, Creel did not mention the alliance except to list it among the organizations with which direct relationship was constantly kept up and to include 6 alliance publications among those put out by the CPI. The report likewise breezed past the CPI's Division of Industrial Relations and Division of Labor Publications, merely listing their expenditures in a financial summary. Nowhere did it mention Robert Meisel, Director of the Alliance and for a time Director of the CPI Division of Labor Publications. 37. The attitude of labor was a major concern for the Wilson administration. Strikes spiked when living costs rose despite government cost controls and limits on profits. This threatened industrial output crucial to winning the war. The American Socialist Party had the potential to foment unrest in Union ranks. After the country went to war, pro-war members such as Ernest Poole and Upton Sinclair bolted, Charles Edward Russell was expelled. The anti-war party left behind opposed the draft and Liberty Loan drives and was generally viewed as an instrument of the enemy. A cartoon in the St. Louis Republic summed up the sentiment. Captioned "Birds of a Feather," it showed a draft dodger, an IWW member with a Bolshevik beard, and the German spy perched side by side on a tree branch. Uncle Sam, armed with a rifle, hid nearby. Creel regarded propaganda toward labor as an extension of CPI efforts with the foreign-born. He called it an attempt to Americanize the labor movement. 38. O'Higgins's first assignment when he moved into his cramped office on Lafayette Square was the great problem of selling the war to labor. Other branches took on the same task. 4 Minutemen spoke on the shipbuilder and mobilizing America's manpower. The film division produced labor's part in democracy's war. Ford's division published Labor and the War, a speech by Wilson to the American Federation of Labor, among its loyalty leaflets. The Friendly Word, a weekly Russian-language magazine published in the CPI's office in Vladivostok, devoted space to industry and labor. Bjorkman's Scandinavian Bureau used alliance material so extensively that at one point it was the major part of our releases. 39. In early 1918, the CPI created the Division of Industrial Relations, headed by Roger W. Babson, a New England business genius with a Kentucky Colonel beard and a talent for Dale Carnegie prose. He founded Babson's statistical organization, which analyzed business reports. Although a Republican, he was active in Wilson's 1916 campaign because he opposed going into the war. Wilson, he said, was trying to apply the teaching of Jesus to the running of a government and to international relations. He claimed to have participated in a meeting with Woolley where it was decided to use the "He kept us out of war" slogan. He fell in step with going to war in April 1917 out of the belief that Great Britain had to be defended. He thought the Germans were winning the war because of their propaganda, not their military, and went to Washington to use my knowledge of publicity methods. 40. Babson initially referred to his job as director of the Pay Envelope Division. The Pay Envelope conceit, the phrase, referred to the target audience of workers originated with his statistical organization, which sold short stories in booklet form that businesses passed out to encourage workers to make more. Babson wanted to use the concept to interest employees in the war. In a pitch to BOIR, he said his stories had a following of 200,000 workers. My purpose of uniting with Mr. Creel is to increase my 200,000 to 1 or more million. The booklets, measuring less than 3 inches on a side, fit comfortably in a worker's pocket. 41. Brimming with other ideas, Babson distributed Ford's literature to labor audiences, published labor bulletins, and produced posters directed at workers, the latter including confidential supporting material for employers. Babson did not hold back on emotion. One of his stories, Human Bait, related a supposedly eyewitness account of the Germans tying a French soldier to barbed wire in no man's land. When his comrades tried to rescue him, they were picked off by snipers. 42. Babson's division lasted a fleeting 4 weeks. In a rare instance of giving up turf, Creel handed off Babson to Secretary of Labor William Wilson, who was starting an information and education service. Babson's work, Creel said, was fundamentally within the province of your department. Babson's desire to tell capital how to view labor and vice versa was a delicate subject that might generate controversy the CPI did not want. Babson's service at the Department of Labor possessed features of the CPI with its news releases, posters, motion pictures, and speakers. Babson and the CPI cooperated. In June, for instance, the CPI News Division began to handle news for labor. This was overseen by William L. Chenery, with whom Creel had worked on the Rocky Mountain News editorial page. Creel conceived a Babson-like plan for a CPI employer-employee program to promote national unity headed by the president of Commonwealth Steel Company, but nothing came of it. 43. Labor's own creation. The American Alliance for Labor and Democracy, which became the focal point for CPI outreach to labor, avoided the problem of adverse publicity by veiling the ties between the two entities. The idea for the AALD originated with Samuel Gompers, president of the American Federation of Labor, AFL. On July 26, 1917, a day after meeting with Gompers, Creel wrote, "As I explained to you, I must insist that the entire movement be governed and directed by organized labor." The AALD appeared to be strictly labor's own creation. The existence of CPI funding was closely held by Gompers. Initially, it was unknown to Secretary of Labor Wilson. When a similarly disguised arrangement with labor was suggested to Secretary Wilson, he rejected it. "The United States was not like European governments," he said. "It is one of the great safeguards of democracy that no such fund is available." 44. Gompers was a short, portly man with a bullfrog face, a gift for oratory, and a thirst for convivial drinking. He called prohibitionists fanatics, long-haired men, and short-haired women. Born in the East End of London, he was indentured to a cigar maker at the age of 10. When he moved with his parents to New York, he became involved in Cigar Makers Local Union No. 15. Gompers became the AFL's first president in 1886. He built it into the most powerful labor group in the country with nearly 13 million members. His enthusiasm for improving life for workers never took him into socialism, which he thought of as he did prohibition, a fad of fanatics. Gompers flew the American flag above that of the AFL pennant at its 7-story headquarters on Massachusetts Avenue in Washington. He supported Wilson in 1912. The AALD grew out of his conviction that something had to be done to fight the treasonable acts of German propagandists and agitators in the labor movement. 45. Gompers was president of the alliance. The director, Robert Meisel, was head of the National Labor Publicity Organization, a clearinghouse in New York for labor publications. He had worked on the New York Call, the principal organ of the Socialist Party, with whom he split over the war. Gompers used Meisel as an emissary to pro-war socialists. Two prominent apostate socialists took leadership positions. John Spargo, called an indefatigable publicist for the cause of evolutionary, democratic socialism, began his working life as a stonecutter in his native Cornwall, England. He was foursquare for peace right up to Wilson's call to war, when he wired the president, "From now on, spiritually I am clad in khaki. I am ready for any service which is demanded." When Wilson complained to Spargo about a very sullen resentment among labor, Spargo met with Gompers. Together they came up with the idea for the alliance. Spargo became first vice president. J. G. Phelps Stokes, scion of a wealthy New York family, became treasurer. Stokes was enthusiastic about the alliance's openness to pro-war radicals. "From what Meisel tells me," he informed Spargo, "the possibilities are immense." 46. Frank Walsh saw the alliance alive with possibilities, as he told Creel. The two men had been inseparables in Kansas City, a bond built on their shared zeal for reform. When Creel published his first issue of The Independent in 1899, a drawing of Walsh dominated the front page. Walsh's causes ranged from successfully defending the son of Jesse James against charges of train robbery to serving briefly as editor and publisher of Bonfils and Tammann's sensational, crusading Kansas City Post. His championing of workers led Gompers to call him Labor's Tribune. During Wilson's 1912 race for the White House, Walsh organized a social center bureau at the Democratic National Committee dedicated to child welfare, sanitation, and workmen's compensation. Wilson appointed him chair of the Commission on Industrial Relations. Walsh put aside his pacifism in 1917 because he did not want to break with an administration that seemed committed to advancing labor's interests. Wilson appointed him co-chair with former President Taft of the National War Labor Board. He also sat on the Alliance's executive committee. Walsh dined or lunched with Creel almost every day at the Cosmos Club. 47. Meisel headquartered the Alliance on Chambers Street in Manhattan, a short distance from City Hall. The CPI division of labor publications was housed there as well, although the connection was murky. Materials sometimes carried Alliance identification, with no mention of the CPI. As a collateral duty, Meisel surreptitiously gathered intelligence for Gompers on the activities of socialists that might impede pro-war propaganda. Meisel's inclination to spy may have led to an offer of employment from military intelligence, which he declined. 48. One closely watched group was the People's Council of America for Democracy and Terms of Peace. The socialist body based its organization on the workingmen's councils in Russia and shared the Bolsheviks' desire for a quick peace by negotiation. The People's Council planned a national anti-war propaganda campaign condemning the capitalist countries of Western Europe for starting a commercial conflict. The alliance, Meisel believed, was in a fight to finish with the Council. 49. Within a few days of being formed, the alliance organized a meeting in Minneapolis to counter a national conference planned for the same time and place by the People's Council. As a result of violent local press criticism, difficulty renting space, and the Minnesota governor's statement that it was not welcome, the People's Council moved to a different venue, Chicago. An alliance statement asserted, "Not even at the bequest of the so-called People's Council will the organized workers of America prostitute the labor movement to serve the brutal power responsible for the infamous rape of Belgium." Hostility continued in the coming months. Spargo thought the People's Council sabotaged distribution of AALD materials. The People's Council disrupted alliance rallies directed at foreign-born Jewish garment workers in New York who made uniforms and tents. 50. The AALD's core message was that the war was good for the worker, if not immediately, then soon. "Out of the war will arise the golden days for the men who toil," proclaimed an alliance publication. It promised better wages, better hours, better shop conditions, better opportunities, a fuller life, more leisure. John R. Commons, a University of Wisconsin labor economist and a member of Walsh's Commission on Industrial Relations, drove the point home in pamphlets that Ford published under the name of the Alliance. "A democracy in which the wage earner has his share of influence is coming," Commons wrote, "and if it does not come as it should, the reason will be that some wage earners are misled and don't know democracy when they see it, or don't support when they know it." 51. The hard sell was a common feature of the alliance. On the AALD's behalf, Gustavus Myers, a muckraker with a scholarly bent and an interest in parapsychology, attacked the People's Council for asserting that German socialism had been progressive. "This was a German myth," he wrote, "created by Berlin's propagandists to weaken the respect and loyalty of other peoples for their own countries." Alliance publicity director Chester M. Wright, like Myers a fallen-away member of the Socialist Party, had been managing editor of the New York Call. He distributed typeset stories and editorials that newspapers could easily use. The articles opposed radical labor and Bolshevism, promoted Gompers, and celebrated the war heroism of workers. Creel was impressed with Wright. He told Julius Koetkin to consult him on the Friends of German Democracy bulletin. The Alliance, Wright told Creel, was a club to beat other organizations in line if they have not the spirit of doing loyalty work. "We can always say to them, if your organization will not do the right thing, the alliance organization will go over your head and do it. You will understand what I mean to convey. We have done this in a number of cases. 52. In order to attract followers, Wright argued, the alliance had to be more than simply a flag-waving organization without sympathy for the labor movement. When the labor loyalty program broke down in Detroit, Creel and Walsh sent him to investigate. He concluded that poor working conditions made the workers unreceptive to alliance pro-war propaganda. Walsh brought 11 of the workers to Washington at government expense to meet with his War Labor Board. 53. Mostly, though, the CPI was careful about wading into disputes. From his initial investigations into labor, O'Higgins concluded the government had to conduct the war against Germany without taking sides among groups that used the conflict to advance their own causes. Being neutral was never easy for Creel, and he held the typical muckraker's attitude toward trusts. But at the CPI, he wanted to concentrate on keeping workers working. When the editor of McClure's queried Creel, "Do you want us to build up a sentiment for conscription of labor, or do you want to prevent the necessity of conscripting labor?" Creel responded, "This committee cannot take part in the industrial dispute. The fight should be against all kinds of slackers," he said, "so that the class line would be wiped out entirely, and suspicion removed that one side or the other was attempting to use a national emergency for its own selfish purpose." While the alliance directed its efforts at labor, BOER enlisted business executives, including a Ford Motor Company advertising manager, to help him reach manufacturers of war materials. The executives wrote letters, which BOER monitored, asking them to promote the war with their workforce. 54. Creel's supervision and direction. Gompers's interest in a partnership with Creel stemmed from the CPI's access to Wilson's war chest. The CPI paid the AALD's rent, salaries, and printing, and arranged for it to use the postal franc. Money gave Creel a whip hand. In the first days of the alliance, Gompers told Meisel that it would be under the supervision and direction of Creel. BOER paid attention to details, such as Meisel's decision to hire a Jewish writer for 6 weeks. He and Creel commissioned publications and reviewed, and sometimes killed, them. 55. Creel worked closely with Meisel and Spargo in planning the Alliance's Minneapolis Conference, held September 5 to 7, 1917, and in blocking the People's Council from securing a venue for its parallel gathering. Creel gave detailed instructions to Walsh, who had been named the temporary chairman of the conference. On September 1, Creel told Walsh that he had spent the day with the Alliance putting the last touches to the Minneapolis meeting. His letter contained detailed instructions. Walsh was to ensure the main resolution emphasized that the United States was engaged in a war of self-defense. Other resolutions called for fair wages, progressive taxation, and the right of free speech. This last point was not heartfelt on Creel's part. A reporter with the Socialist New York Call was barred from covering the conference. Creel did not want the Alliance to criticize authorities who banned the People's Council from using its First Amendment rights of peaceful assembly. Rather, he wanted patriotic societies and civic organizations to pass resolutions condemning the People's Council as pro-German and disloyal. Creel told Walsh radical resolutions should come at the end of the meeting, when public attention to the conference was likely to flag. "All the luck in the world," Creel told Walsh. "Stick close to Gompers and see that the program moves with Zip 56. The next day a chartered train, the Red, White, and Blue Special, pulled out of Grand Central Station bound for Minnesota. 2 bands and a Metropolitan Opera singer were on hand for the send-off. The CPI paid half the $6,000 cost of the trip and handled conference press releases. After the gathering was over, Walsh reported back to Creel that his ideas had been put into effect. "You probably noticed that they all went into the resolutions." 57. Gompers shared BOER's views on the value of piggybacking on other organizations. He helped the National Civic Federation set up a bureau to keep eyes and ears open for every utterance or suspicious action against the interests of this government. The information was passed on to the Department of Justice. He urged AFL branches to establish local alliance chapters. Minutes count, Gompers said in a letter to his locals. The pro-German cause gains by every moment of American delay. By the summer of 1918, according to Wright, the AALD had branches in 96 cities. The alliance pushed Liberty loans, first on the east side of New York and subsequently across the country. 4 British Labour leaders were imported for a speaking tour. According to Meissel's February 1918 report to the Alliance Executive Committee, over 1 million pamphlets had been distributed nationally. Its weekly news service reached the entire labor press and 150 dailies, and 200 meetings were held as far afield as Tucson, Los Angeles, and Laramie. Earlier that month, Labor's Loyalty Week Gompers' idea led to rallies across the country. The militantly patriotic American Defense Society and the National Security League threw their support behind the program. 58. The alliance was not a perfect picture of labor solidarity. Only about half the 170 delegates to the Minneapolis Conference were trade unionists, the rest were socialist intellectuals. Meissel acknowledged the alliance had little support in large war industrial centers in the East. Bitter debate erupted when Gompers sought an endorsement of the patriotic work undertaken by the AALD at the AFL's annual convention in November 1917. Delegates questioned what patriotic work the alliance did. They were outraged it did not stand up for the free speech rights of the People's Council. I may endorse a given system of patriotism, a socialist labor member said, but if it is the system of the American Alliance for Labor and Democracy I shall not do so. In a long speech on the AALD's founding and principles, Gompers made no mention of the CPI. 59. When it came time to vote to endorse the alliance, 21,602 were for and 402 opposed. But it was hardly a ringing vote of confidence. To pass the measure, supporters framed it as a referendum on loyalty and Gompers. Dissatisfied members refused to fall in line. The Pennsylvania Federation of Labor president wrote an open letter asking Gompers to identify the source of alliance funds. The Pennsylvania labor leader suggested the money came from capitalist enemies of labor, a misperception revealing how shrouded the CPI's role was. Gompers indignantly declared it was not a letter deserving an answer. John Fitzpatrick, president of the powerful Chicago Federation of Labor, objected to the lack of democracy in the AFL. The Irish-born Fitzgerald told Meissel he would not create an alliance branch because no one had satisfactorily answered his questions about the alliance's covered activities. 60. Spargo and Stokes offered resistance of a different kind. They viewed the alliance as a platform on which to build a new party in line with their radical, if pro-war, politics. As Stokes said to Spargo, who became chairman of the short-lived Social Democratic League of America, I have no doubt that there are some people who are trying to use us. I see no reason however why we should not, in this incident, reciprocate. 61. Gompers learned of Spargo's plans from his spy, Meissel. When the conservative Gompers complained the new party was violative of the purpose and spirit of the unity-conscious alliance, Spargo responded hotly. If the alliance were as truly nonpartisan as it claimed to be, our right to indulge in any political activity, even the creation of a party which is not demonstrably contrary to the avowed principles of the alliance, cannot be denied. A few weeks later he discovered Meissel was working undercover, at the urging of Gompers and Creel, to undermine the party's founding meeting in Chicago in October 1917. 62. Wright argued that the alliance's success was due to the genius of Mr. Meissel, who, whatever his shortcomings may be, has a faculty for getting people to do things. But Meissel's shortcomings as an executive became a mounting source of frustration. The executive committee complained meetings were a waste of time since his method of conducting business never improved. Gompers told Meissel that he agreed with Creel on the entire failure in your letters to suggest campaigns and plans to the achievement of a specific object. Stokes, the alliance treasurer, and Boyer reprimanded Meissel for sloppy financial procedures. In addition to being frustrated with Meissel's management style, Creel tired of his constant pleas for more money. 63. Creel hoped financial problems could be solved through fundraising. This was the origin of his letter to Cyrus McCormick. To reach Jewish workers, he suggested that Gompers appeal to a number of rich Jews and get them to start a daily that will serve our purpose. Others directly picked up costs. For instance, the Council of National Defense paid for telegrams to announce the Minneapolis Conference. When Creel urged Meisel to seek donations, Gompers personally contributed $100 in hope that it may stimulate others. But few were stirred. A fundraising campaign in Chicago cost $200 and brought no results. 64. In July, Creel informed Gompers that he was ending funding. When Gompers pled with him and Wilson to continue, Creel agreed to provide limited funds. Babson at the Labor Department covered some costs but turned down many requests. With his budget severely constricted, Meisel had to work out of his home. 65. New projects were still conceived. Boer felt the CPI needed an Industrial Information Bureau. The CPI arranged for the idea to be approved in the name of labor at an alliance meeting, but lack of funds stalled the project. Creel tried to create a Jewish Loyalty War Committee aimed at New York's pro-Russian Jews. Creel aborted the plan out of frustration with factional disputes among the people he sought to involve. One camouflaged project, however, did get off the ground. 66. The AFL's interests reached into Latin America, where it encouraged labor unity, discouraged radicalism, and promoted the Allied cause in the war. In July, Gompers received reports that German agents were agitating in Mexico. To counter this, he conceived a counter-propaganda program throughout Latin America. This found support in a meeting with Boer, Secretary of Labor William Wilson, and others. 2 days later, Gompers asked Wilson for a private meeting to relate new information about the Mexican situation. "I am under word of honor to convey it to no one but you," he said. 67. Out of these discussions came Wilson's agreement to provide $50,000 to fund a bilingual newspaper based in Texas. Although Gompers initially understood Wilson wanted everything done openly, the president decided to give the money out of his war fund to the CPI, which laundered it through the alliance. Stokes was told to spend the money without too close adherence to technicalities. El Obrero Panamericano began publishing on August 28. It lasted until the war ended in November. 68. The third-party technique. Gompers hoped the alliance, without Meisel at its head, could effectively carry on as an AFL propaganda arm. The Red Scare hysteria sweeping the country was its undoing. This was ironic. The alliance, like the AFL, vigorously continued to denounce Bolshevism in Russia, so much so that Frank Walsh resigned from the board. He believed it was up to the Russians to decide their future. But when workers went on strike over wages, layoffs, and the length of the workday, rumors spread that the AFL was riddled with communists. The AFL needed its resources to support the strikers. Unable to turn elsewhere for money in this political environment, the alliance shut its doors in November 1919. 69. The People's Council disbanded around the same time. As a result of the post office's suppression of the mails, it was nearly impossible to send a letter, complained the organization's director, let alone mail publications. Supporters were asked to distribute materials door to door. Financial contributions fell off. The People's Council's successor was the People's Freedom Union, established to assist colleagues jailed for sedition. 70. Although the alliance did not survive, the concept did. It was a prototype for the CIA's covert use of labor organizations to promote American foreign policy during the Cold War. The secret funding and direction of the alliance, Ronald Radosh observed, comprise the first example of how an American administration has used organized labor to serve its own purposes. 71. This was not Walsh's only disappointment. He thought the alliance failed to advance industrial democracy. He also resigned from the National War Labor Board out of frustration with Wilson policies he considered too favorable to big business. Boer's stage managing is credited with inventing a durable, if derided, public relations tactic, the third-party technique. After the war, he employed it on behalf of a number of businesses, including railroads, whose use of front organizations for manipulating the news Ray Stannard Baker once muckraked. 9. Nail up the damn thing. If you have no doubt of your premises or your powers and want a certain result with all your heart, you naturally express your wishes in law and sweep away all opposition. Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Abrams v. United States. During a visit to England in September 1918, Edward Bok, editor of Ladies' Home Journal, was appalled by London women's uncontrolled solicitation of American servicemen in streets, hotel lounges, and restaurants. "We should not be asked to send our boys here to be morally crucified," he told a group of American correspondents. 4 reporters filed stories with Bok's blistering comments. The dispatches passed through Navy censors in New York, who shared space with the CPI's wireless cable service. When the stories were brought to the attention of Walter Rogers, the director of the news service and Creel's liaison to the censors, he requested that the newspapers suppress them for fear of harming Anglo-American relations. Not only was the request complied with, Rogers informed Creel, but each of the papers cabled its correspondent to file no more on the subject. 1. That was not the end of Rogers's worries. What if Bok continued to make such remarks and used his magazine to criticize CPI censorship of his views? Rogers asked a Navy censor in London to take the matter up with the influential editor. The censor reported back that Bok realized the mess he was stirring up and intends to drop the matter too. Propaganda is always censorious. Publicity omits contradictory facts and opinions, and the logical next step is to suppress dissonant thoughts expressed by others, as when Charles Dana Gibson enthusiastically passed on a suggestion to Creel. Too many pictures in the press presented a youthful, vigorous Kaiser, better to show his crippled left arm and sinister countenance. Flattering pictures of the Kaiser, he advised, should be discouraged. Creel agreed. Because no law allowed the CPI to block such pictures, he suggested Gibson's division unofficially reach the papers individually. 3. The American Expeditionary Force lumped censorship, press relations, and propaganda against the enemy in a single unit, G2D. G2D's bias toward suppression was reinforced by its location on the Army's table of organization. It was a subunit of intelligence operations. A disgruntled correspondent referred to the AEF press office as a department of the Army's Secret Service. Publicity and censorship, a G2D officer observed, are so closely related that practically all their activities are interlaced and it is impossible to keep them entirely separate. 4. Frederick Palmer, the AEF's chief press officer, made the point more colorfully: when the censor and the propagandist meet behind the black curtain, they are as friendly as two lawyers in the anteroom after slanging each other in court, and they go the lawyers one better by plotting together, since, unlike the lawyers, both are employed by the same client. 5. Although Creel insisted the CPI did not touch censorship at any point, it more than touched censorship, officially and unofficially, at many points. This was not lost on journalists. The New York Tribune referred to the official censor, in other words George Creel. Der Deutsche correspondent in Baltimore identified him as Vorsteher head director der Zensurbureau. After the war, Le Figaro said Creel was the most redoubtable representative of Anastasie in the world. Madame Anastasie was a cartoon depiction of a censorious old shrew with giant scissors. 6. Creel could have mitigated his scissor-wielding image by suppressing his volatile personality. But his intemperate attitude towards stories he did not like during the first weeks of the war continued. The president did Creel no service when he gave him, of all jobs, this particular job, which includes administrative supervision over the mails, the telegraph and cable services, and 10,000 newspapers, Mark Sullivan wrote. Wilson might just as appropriately have appointed Billy Sunday. 7. The link between press work and intelligence was common elsewhere and especially pronounced in Germany. The War Press Office, the lead agency for all government press relations, was in the Military General Staff's Office 3B, whose primary job was military intelligence. Obey the law. Keep your mouth shut. In March 1917, In an oft-related conversation, President Wilson worried out loud to New York World editor Frank Cobb. "To fight you must be brutal and ruthless," he said, "and the spirit of ruthless brutality will enter into the very fiber of our national life, infecting Congress, the courts, the policeman on the beat, the man on the street. First Amendment rights would go." This was not the only time Wilson expressed such concerns. It was unclear if Wilson feared the direction patriotism would take the country or if he foresaw the consequences of his own thinking on the subject. In November 1917, Creel suggested Wilson meet with representatives of the Open Forum, a speakers organization that promoted both the war and, as its name implied, free speech. Creel argued it was a good opportunity to share your views as to where free speech leaves off and disloyalty begins. Wilson declined, saying, "It would be extremely difficult to state correctly and wisely my views about free speech just now." In the summer of 1917, a lawyer who was minister to Spain during the Cleveland administration wrote an article in Hearst's New York American challenging the constitutionality of the new conscription law. Creel sent the article to Wilson, who in turn asked Gregory, "Do you think there is anything we could do to this wretched creature, Hannies Taylor, or is he too small game to waste powder on?" After doing an analysis of the article worthy of the British Foreign Office's scrutiny of Hearst's reporting, the Justice Department suggested hunting bigger game. 9. Lansing encouraged the British to reconcile with Hearst's international news service. Although unenthusiastic, they agreed to restore its cable privileges if the administration requested it openly. Wilson, who suspected Lansing was behind this, was not interested. He told Polk, "I should be most unwilling to do so, indeed would do so in no circumstances." An exception to the cable ban was made for an INS reporter accredited to the AEF because the British saw value in his work for advertising purposes. 10. To Creel's surprise, the British lifted the ban in early 1918. He had the impression the Treasury Department was the medium of arrangement, which was partly true. Lansing, Mikado, and House made the British realize that the ban angered newspapers that relied on INS and might prompt a backlash with Congress. When Creel learned of an editorial in Hearst's New York American suggesting the United States annex Mexico, he asked the censorship board to consider denying the mails to the paper. 11. Wilson was angry that Hearst's New York American printed his Memorial Day proclamation in 1918 without mentioning his calling on Americans to pray for victory. This was a simple editing error, which the editor explained in an affidavit, a precaution he had good reason to take. Wilson asked Gregory if legal means existed to bring this habitual offender to terms. For months Gregory's Bureau of Investigation and the Military Intelligence Division, with CPI help, investigated Hearst in hopes of making such a case, all in vain. The tidbits it turned up were often along the lines of a note from an agent who learned the Key West Elks Club barred Hearst's New York American from its reading room. 12. If Wilson was not able to squelch speech to the extent he wished, he had strong allies in Gregory and Postmaster General Burleson, a curious pair of Texas friends who had responsibility for enforcing the Espionage Act. Slight and severely hard of hearing, Gregory went through the day puffing on small black cigars and relishing the opportunity to tell jokes. Although soft-spoken, he left no doubt where he stood on dissent. A German alien had nothing to fear, he said, so long as he observes the following warning: obey the law. Keep your mouth shut. Tall and ruddy, with mutton chop sideburns, Burleson wore black suits and carried a black umbrella, which he tapped on the floor as he walked. Burleson's hooked nose and cold eyes gave him a fighting face, thought Ray Stannard Baker. After Burleson barred the August 1917 issue of the Socialist Masses from the mails, Wilson suggested going easy as the journalists were sincere men. Burleson threatened to resign. "Well," Wilson said with a laugh, "go ahead and do your duty." 13. Writing to Max Eastman, the editor of the Masses, Wilson said that he did not know how to draw the line between permissible and impermissible speech. When the magazine sought a legal remedy, Burleson took another step against it. Because one issue of the magazine had not gone through the mail, thanks to his stopping it, The Masses was technically no longer a continuous publication and thus ineligible for second-class privileges. The Masses folded. 14. I have no propaganda bureau, Burleson said, implying he was disadvantaged against unfair complaints about him. He was thin-skinned and almost as compulsively truculent as Creel. When the New York World invited him to respond to criticism of his administration and of himself, he drafted a heated 25-page response. He answered friendly letters of concern about censorship with long letters that tediously reprised statutes and insisted he tried to do injustice to no one. He could have built bridges with the press when he was invited to comment on the positive contributions that journalists made during 1919. Burleson wrote a 4-page lecture instead on the shortcomings of journalists. Too many newspapers, he wrote, are guilty of laxity in respect to their public duties. 15. Two laws that were passed after the Espionage Act enhanced the power of Burleson and Gregory to control speech. The congressional debate over these was not nearly as contentious as over the Espionage Act. The Trading with the Enemy Act, passed in October 1916, gave Burleson absolute censorship authority over foreign language journals that used the domestic mails, and it permitted censorship of mail as well as radio and cable communications with foreign countries. The next year, in the spring, Congress again showed itself compliant to administration wishes by voting for the Sedition Act, which gave the government more power to prosecute dissent. Gregory argued that this was required to reassure citizens and lessen mob violence. Most of the disorder throughout the country, he said, is caused by the lack of laws relating to disloyal utterances. 16. In his conversation with Cobb, Wilson had worried that tolerance would wither in the war. In effect, Gregory argued for legalizing popular demand for intolerance. Unlawful under the act was the uttering, printing, writing, or publishing any disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language intended to cause contempt, scorn, contumely or disrepute as regards the form of government or the United States, or the Constitution. And words or acts supporting or favoring the cause of any country at war with the United States, or opposing the cause of the United States therein. 17. The courts, too, were compliant. Having undergone little judicial testing, the First Amendment was unsettled law. It was commonly understood to rule out prior restraint but not prosecution after publication, and legislators could set the boundaries. Freedom of the press in wartime, the CPI's War Cyclopedia said, rested largely with the discretion of Congress. When the first case under the Espionage Act reached the Supreme Court in 1919, the justices unanimously upheld the conviction of 2 socialists who distributed pamphlets opposing conscription. The next week the court ruled on Debs v. United States. In a June 1918 speech in Canton, Ohio, the lean, balding Eugene Debs had inveighed against government prosecution of dissenters, Samuel Gompers, and plutocrats who benefited from a war that need not have been fought. The court, again unanimously, rejected his First Amendment defense. Later that year, in Abrams v. United States, a case involving Russian Jewish socialists who opposed the war, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes changed his point of view. But he was in a minority with Justice Louis Brandeis. It has been a source of great satisfaction to me, Burleson said in 1919, that in every instance where my action was challenged, the courts upheld my action, in effect saying, the Postmaster General did no more than his duty. 18. As for the public at large, it was generally supportive of the war and the war measures upheld by the courts. To be sure, almost 337,000 men did not register for the draft, but that was a relatively small number compared to the 24 million who did. Opinion leaders were strikingly unified in believing the war should be prosecuted aggressively at home as well as abroad. The press was instrumental in maintaining this harmony. The initial enthusiasm journalists displayed for the war continued to a degree that historians have underappreciated. There was no possibility the Dutch-born Edward Bok would speak out of turn for long. He was proud that his magazine was the semi-official mouthpiece of all the various government war bureaus and war work bodies. When he went to London, he frankly viewed himself as a government publicist. 19. Every day, front pages rang out headlines along the lines of "Hun Airman fiendish." While it was true that editorials criticized the administration for slow airplane production and news pages carried Theodore Roosevelt's anti-Wilson vituperation, the press was largely a cheerleader. Hearst declared himself to be an American first. He supported the draft law. In the eyes of Hiram Johnson, he was slobbering in his support of the administration. With encouragement from the State Department and the Post Office, the New York Tribune displayed its loyalty by attacking Hearst anyway as the leading spirit of German propaganda in the United States. Samuel Hopkins Adams wrote a series of pseudo-exposes for the newspaper that focused on Hearst's reporting before the war started, decried Hearst's calls for negotiated peace, and claimed Hearst opposed censorship in order to continue his unpatriotic news reporting. 20. The press published CPI material, sometimes in full. In an editorial accompanying the 4-Minute Men's "Where Did You Get Your Facts?", the Evansville Journal-News said every American had the duty to hold himself ready to fire ammunition at any person who tells any story or repeats any rumor which smacks of German origin. The editor of the Des Moines Capital, who headed the State Council of Defense, admonished citizens on their patriotic duty to find out what your neighbor thinks. He asked Carl Boyer for all the CPI's literature. "We will make good use of same." In the spring of 1918, with Boyer's encouragement, the publisher of the New York Globe started a campaign called Win the War Newspapers. He enlisted some 125 newspapers to publish an official daily statement of 300 to 400 words. 21. Initiatives like this popped up everywhere. The New York Evening Telegram published the phone numbers of the police and the Secret Service and directed readers to paste this in your hat in case they heard of a plot. The Pittsburgh Press Club's Intelligence Bureau assisted the Department of Justice by monitoring 27 counties and by publicizing statements government wished to broadcast. The Pensacola Journal invited readers to sign a card that pledged, "I will endeavor to silence disloyalty and detect plots or designs inimical to this country." "Replies have already deluged me," the editor wrote to Daniels. 22. In 1918, the second-year Pulitzer Prizes were awarded by Columbia University. 2 students at the journalism school won one for a slim publication that lauded the press for publicizing government war programs and for its suppression of ill-timed sentiments. Editor and publisher persistently criticized the government's refusal to pay for advertising to promote Liberty Loans. It insisted in April 1917 that any censorship of the press in the United States, even in wartime, is illegal. Yet it sponsored an award for the best editorial on behalf of Liberty Loans, and a few months into the war argued, the government must find some effective means for suppressing seditious publications. "The president," it editorialized, "is entitled to immunity from attack from the rear." 23. Regulation and intimidation. It was as though Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde wrote Creel's pronouncements on the press. "There is not a newspaper in the United States that is without earnest desire to do the thing that is best for America," said Creel, Dr. Jekyll-like, in his first week on the job. "It is upon this theory that I mean to base my policies and official actions." Mr. Hyde appeared in his preliminary statement to the press in May 1917. The term traitor is not too harsh in application to the publisher, editor, or writer who wields this power without full and even solemn recognition of responsibilities. It is not alone the people of the United States who are on trial, but the press of the United States as well. 24. As a journalist, Creel had taken full advantage of press freedom. Mark Sullivan called him the most insistent on pitiless publicity, the most violent of muckrakers. Creel resisted Wilson's proposed censorship clause in the Espionage Act and occasionally spoke against it afterward. Other CPI staff had gold-plated records of fighting for press freedom. After joining the CPI staff, Arthur Bullard publicly said the Wilson motive in the espionage bill was to suppress irritating news. Ernest Poole signed a statement opposing the initial version of the espionage bill. 25. Nevertheless, Creel and his colleagues believed speech had to be fenced in, although they were not precise as to where to pound in the posts. What you complain against, he told radical journalist Louise Bryant, and what many others complain against, I imagine, is the suppression of what is termed free speech. Never at any time has it been the inalienable right of a citizen to say what he pleases. From time immemorial, this right has been limited by law, and today, when the nation fights for its existence, it is merely the case that another limitation has been added. 26. Congress, Creel said, had the power to set limits because it was elected by the people. We have no right to kick against a law after Congress passes it. Harvey O'Higgins linked free speech advocates with sedition. The cry that is now raised for freedom of speech and freedom of the press, he said in an Atlantic Monthly essay, is raised by persons who have enjoyed these freedoms and been judged guilty of abusing them. Charles Hopkins Adams argued that it was perfectly acceptable to ignore the law in order to stop unpatriotic speech. In one of his Everybody's articles, he praised Council of National Defense representatives for secretly monitoring German-American saloons and threatening to revoke liquor licenses if patrons derided government policy. It is by no means certain that this would stand in law, he conceded, but the council is more concerned with getting things done. Even Bullard said, "We cannot permit traitors in the newspaper business any more than in the army. In times of great national danger we would all gladly consent to temporary limitations of our accustomed liberties." 27. Creel asserted, in italics, that the CPI did not seek or exercise authorities under those war laws that limited the freedom of speech and press. This was not true. From the first days of the war, the CPI sought and exercised control over cable censorship of news dispatches, which grew from 25,000 words a day to over 200,000 after censorship of Atlantic cables went into effect on midnight July 26. It was the Navy's job to monitor cable traffic. Initially Daniels had wanted Creel to have executive control over censorship, but at Creel's urging the responsibility was given to Commander David W. Todd, Director of Naval Communications, with the CPI playing a supporting role. Then, in August, Creel recommended that he should have executive control after all on the grounds that he needed the authority to streamline the process. The procedures were not changed, but a strong partnership was developed. As a Navy Department directive noted, there is close cooperation between the Committee on Public Information and the chief cable censor. The Navy had control over military matters, the CPI over political and economic policies. The appearance of divided authority was more apparent than real, the Navy noted in its instructions to censors. The official bulletin was similarly clear: the rules and regulations of the cable censorship, within the sole and specific relation to press dispatches, are laid down by the chairman of the Committee on Public Information. Creel was involved in the hiring of censors. His staff worked with the British authorities to plug holes in censorship. In July 1918, when Creel revised guidelines for the press, the British issued them as a notice to their own press. 28. What Creel said and what he did were often out of sync. He insisted, "It is the announced policy of the Navy Department that all news of accidents, disasters, battles, etc., will be made public as promptly as possible. This policy will be rigidly followed." Yet in August Creel advised Commander Todd to stop all incoming communications discussing conspiracies and disasters that seemed based on rumors. The vague mandate gave Todd's novice censors wide discretion. 29. Creel was similarly contradictory regarding outgoing cables. Creel's preliminary statement to the press assured correspondents from Allied nations they could cable their papers free from interference by our censors. But he told Todd to watch for cables with opinions intended to contaminate neutral countries. 30. Messages of correspondence arranged with this insidious intent should be deleted of this offensively opinioned matter. A record of the attempts of correspondence from day to cable German propaganda in this manner should be kept and referred as evidence to the Committee on Public Information, which will then be in a position to bar the offender from the use of the cables and to take such other steps as may seem necessary. 31. Drawing from material passed to it by Navy censors, the CPI put together a list of pro-German foreign correspondents working in the United States. Edgar Sisson told censors to be especially vigilant with these dispatches. Any attempt on their part to color news is not possible, he said. Delete phrases, paragraphs, or if the entire dispatch is colored, suppress it. He suggested the Navy assign an individual to focus specifically on the biggest offenders on the watch list. 32. The CPI reiterated its censorship authority from time to time. The control of the censorship of all press cablegrams will be vested in the Committee on Public Information, a Navy directive said in October 1917. 8 days later came an internal directive to censors that they would be guided by the regulations issued by the Committee on Public Information. Censorship was to be kept to a minimum, but if a report was thoroughly troublesome, the censor is not to hesitate in suppressing the entire dispatch. Furthermore, all references to strikes, riots, or activities which are attributed to an anti-war sentiment are to be suppressed. All reports regarding the activities of the International Workers of the World, or similar anarchistic bodies are to be suppressed. 33. Creel and the President were largely shoulder to shoulder with regard to censoring. In May 1918, Creel forwarded an analysis by British correspondent Arthur Willard of the President's attitudes toward Irish independence. Acting under my blanket instructions, to the effect that censors should not pass matter purporting to give your views, Creel wrote, the whole cable was killed with the exception of the opening graph. The first graph was one sentence. The portion killed amounted to more than 3 pages. Creel asked if Wilson approved. Wilson did. He said the reporter had no authority to speculate on his thinking. 34 This despite Willard's close cooperation with the CPI. Censorship of domestic news stories remained voluntary. Emendations to the CPI guidelines came from time to time. The rules were relaxed on January 1, 1918, for instance, giving the go-ahead to publish information on dry docks, repair, and construction work. The CPI issued confidential requests to editors, as the British did, although in far smaller numbers. The tone was conciliatory, as in, it is hoped the reasonableness of these suggestions made in the common interest will appeal to you. This request asked for care in publishing letters from soldiers, even if censors passed them as acceptable to mail home, because soldiers often did not have a full picture of what was happening. Letters should be treated as the uncensored correspondence of war correspondents. 35. Creel complained that journalists thought voluntary censorship was not voluntary, that the uncontrolled thing they were doing was not really uncontrolled, and that while they could not speak with definiteness, certainly there was a catch that would someday become apparent. While Creel dismissed these impressions as nonsense, he gave the press definite reasons to worry there was a catch. Mr. Creel, said the New York Sun, on several occasions has sought to emphasize that the alternative to refusing to cooperate with him would be a strict enforcement of censorship rules backed by authority to compel newspapers to follow them. Creel could refer renegades to the Justice Department and the Post Office. The War Industries Board rationed newsprint and forbade the creation of new newspapers. The executive branch, said David Lawrence, has enough power to intimidate the press, and in time of war intimidation can be worse than censorship. 36. A letter to A. Mitchell Palmer, the fervent alien property custodian, underscores the wide range of methods Creel was willing to consider to suppress unwanted information. Created in October 1917, Palmer's agency took control of German-owned banks, breweries, factories, and newspapers, in the case of the latter to put an end to an insidious outlet for German propaganda which has been in operation for some time before America entered the war. Creel told Palmer, if we can put your representatives in editorial control, we will have some powerful weapons for real fighting. 37. Censoring and self-censoring of pictures. CPI censorship also touched visual images. Its Bureau of War Photographs had responsibility for approving requests by civilians to film or photograph at military facilities. The Bureau sometimes asked for input from military and Justice Department intelligence bureaus. In consultation with Army and Navy intelligence officers, the CPI reviewed the images afterward to determine if they compromised national security. The National Board of Review, a movie industry censor body, assisted the CPI. The board reviewed films to determine if CPI permission was needed and requested content changes that went beyond narrow security concerns, for instance removal of a scene from Daughter of France in which ballet girls entertain soldiers in a wine cellar. The CPI received a daily report on each film that the board reviewed. 38. The CPI sparked a controversy when it suppressed Universal Film Company's The Yanks Are Coming. Universal had not acquired the necessary permissions to film in the Dayton Wright airplane plant. Military aircraft manufacturing was a sensitive subject because of slow production as well as security. The Signal Corps required that all airplane production information and photos go to the CPI for review. Universal argued that Creel had already favored similar films produced by Hearst. When it appeared Universal might defiantly show the film in a New York theater, Department of Justice agents were on hand. The film was not shown. Someone wrote on a poster for the film in front of the theater that Creel-Hearst committee had stopped it. The charge that Creel favored Hearst was preposterous, but the CPI's display of power was real. The controversy was front-page news in New York. 39. Additional censorship power was derived from the Trading with the Enemy Act, which prohibited the export of a movie without a license from the War Trade Board. The board, which was chaired by Vance McCormick, delegated responsibility for reviewing movies to the CPI. In July 1918, BOIR worked with the National Association of the Motion Picture Industry to establish content guidelines. Films were to present a positive impression of the United States, for instance, to avoid mob scenes and riots that might be entirely innocent in themselves, but distorted and used adversely to the interests of the United States. Films set in the Civil War or showing slavery were stopped. Customs and military officials helped review films. Exported film was consigned to an American embassy official abroad who could give it a second round of censorship. By one estimate, some 100 films, out of a total of 8,000, were denied permission for export. I do not think that too much attention can be given to the censorship of motion pictures, Creel told Colonel Ernest J. Chambers, the chief press censor of Canada. 40. The CPI's control over film exports amounted to de facto censorship of films at home. Foreign sales accounted for 30% of profits. Studios could not afford to make films that would not pass muster for an export license. Creel had other leverage over studios. The foreign ties of movie moguls made them vulnerable to charges of disloyalty. The heads of Paramount and Fox were Hungarian Jews, the president of Universal was German-born. The studios also feared that the government would classify the movie industry as non-essential. As it was, the Fuel administration shut down theaters on Tuesdays in order to conserve power, and the War Industries Board banned the construction of new theaters. The board noted that the efficient use of materials laid a requirement on movie producers to make wholesome pictures. Creel pled the case for keeping projectors spinning in theaters, telling the head of the Fuel administration that dark theaters would put 4-minute men out of business. A trade newspaper, the Dramatic Mirror, said Creel, in his fight to make movies essential, had endeared himself to the heart of every movie man and fan. 41. This censorship of motion pictures, Creel said, goes much further than military information, but is wholly persuasive. By persuasive, he meant voluntary, but his powers to help or hurt movie makers made him much more convincing. The movie industry submitted films for review that did not fall under authorities officially delegated to the CPI. There is no law for it, Creel said, but we have secured a voluntary agreement with the industry that all still photographs, no matter by whom made, and all motion pictures that deal in any manner with the war and with Americans' aims, shall be submitted to this committee for censorship. 42.